Ding! Detected that the host has arrived in Renjia. The beauty collection system is now activated. As the mechanical electronic voice resounded in his mind, Song Xiaofei lay face down on a cold table watching the blurry scene gradually come into focus. All around, youths in colorful uniforms sat upright with tense expressions as they fixed their eyes on the exam papers before them. At the podium, a man sporting a Mi headband on his forehead and bearing a scar across his nose scanned the room with a stern gaze. Song Xiaofei's mind buzzed as if countless fragments of information were shattering all at once. He recalled that after 72 continuous hours of overtime at his company, darkness had engulfed him and he lost all awareness. As a seasoned salaryman of 26 years, his greatest regret in life was that he had never even held a girl's hand. But what was happening now? Instinctively scanning the classroom, his eyes soon caught a familiar glimmer from a golden occiput. That fellow seated in the front row nervously scratched his ear as he furtively attempted to copy a classmate's answers. Following Mingrun's gaze toward a corner, a shy little girl with short deep blue hair was subtly prodding with her index finger her rosy cheeks, betraying her secret admiration for his retreating back. Just as Song Xiaofei realized his predicament, a translucent blue light screen slowly unfolded before his eyes. System initial scan complete. Detected a total of 27 approachable targets in this world. Based on proximity, your nearest target has been recommended. Target Rishang Chutian. Difficulty level elite. Current favorability 0. Expected rewards upon completion: Kekkei Genkai Baiyan initial form basic gentle fist. Special note: this target is introverted and shy, deeply insecure and yearning for recognition. Strategy: offer gentle encouragement and avoid haste. Song Xiaofei's breathing quickened instantly. Baiyan. That was the Kekkei Genkai of the Rishang clan. Not to mention the gentle fist. All the resentment from 26 years of solitary existence transformed in that moment into an ardent flame of conquest. Ding dong. The system panel popped up with a prompt: daily task posted. Engage in your first effective interaction with Rishang Chutian within today. Task reward: basic taijutsu enhancement X1 permanent. Exams over. Everyone submit your papers. Yaluka's voice shattered Song Xiaofei's reverie. As students one after another stood to submit their papers, Song Xiaofei joined the procession. He noticed that in her nervousness upon standing, Chutian had accidentally knocked a pencil off the desk. The pencil rolled onto the floor and Chutian hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, but her shyness and clumsiness caused her to miss several times. An opportunity had arisen. Song Xiaofei dashed forward in a few quick steps, beating Chutian to the pencil as he deftly picked it up. He half-squatted before her, locking eyes with her pair of immaculate white eyes. He knew that according to the original story, at this stage Chutian, due to her inadequate strength, was overlooked by her family and suffered from a severe lack of confidence, finding solace only in her distant admiration of Mingrun. She needed not pity but a heartfelt acknowledgement. Song Xiaofei handed over the pencil with a gentle, sincere smile. Your eyes are truly beautiful, as radiant as the moon in the sky. Boom. It was as if fireworks exploded in Chutian's mind. She stared at Song Xiaofei in stunned amazement, her cheeks rapidly reddening with even the roots of her ears tinged with crimson. Thank you, she murmured as she accepted the pencil, her voice as soft as a whisper. Then she lowered her head, too timid to look at him again. Ding. Rishang Chutian favorability 5, current favorability 5. Daily task completed. Reward granted: basic taijutsu enhancement X1. A faint but distinct warmth surged through his body and Song Xiaofei felt as though he had become lighter, with his once feeble limbs now imbued with a newfound sense of solid strength. However, in the eyes of some, this tender scene was glaringly out of place. Hey you orphan, what did you just say to Miss Chutian? A haughty voice sounded from beside him. Song Xiaofei turned to see 3 well-dressed brats blocking his path. The leader, chin nearly raised to the sky, scrutinized him as if inspecting merchandise. Next to him was a henchman Yiquanzanjia, with an expression that Song Xiaofei found vaguely familiar. It appeared his name was Chimen Shui, a minor scion from an obscure family. Chimen Shui crossed his arms and sneered. An orphan without even a surname dares to cling to the daughter of the Rishang family. Do you even deserve it? His 2 cohorts burst into laughter. Look at yourself, a wretch who isn't fit to even see his own reflection. Get away from Miss Chutian or you'll get what's coming to you. If it had been the old Song Xiaofei, he might have swallowed his pride in the face of such bullying. But now he was a transmigrant equipped with a system. Maintaining his half-squat stance, Song Xiaofei slowly raised his head and with a mocking gaze remarked, I merely picked up a classmate's dropped item and praised her. In our world that is called courtesy. What in your family's rules is that called clinging? Chimen Shui's face flushed instantly. He never expected that the usually invisible orphan would dare talk back. What? What is this attitude? One of Chimen Shui's henchmen, eager to impress the leader, suddenly lunged and shoved Song Xiaofei on the shoulder. You brat, speak politely to our senior. Do you want me to beat you up? Song Xiaofei staggered from the shove but remained unperturbed, not even glancing at his assailant. His gaze bypassed the group and settled on Chutian, who was nervously clutching her sleeve nearby. Raising his voice deliberately, a trace of resigned wryness appeared on his face. Chu-tian, it seems your admirers dislike my talking with you. Apologies if I have troubled you. Upon hearing this, Chu-tian's worry deepened. She looked at him anxiously, her lips parting as if to speak, yet she dared not utter a word. Students who hadn't yet left began pointing and whispering, Chi-men Shui is going too far. She only said a word. He seems to have always been fond of Chu-tian. This is merely an excuse, isn't it? Hearing the murmurs, Chi-men Shui felt his face burn with heat. He was completely enraged. You bastard! Are you courting death? Chi-men Shui roared, abandoning all decorum as he clenched his fist and with a surge of fierce momentum viciously slammed it towards Song Xiaofei's cheek. Amid the gasps of the children, a system panel suddenly flashed a blood-red warning before Song Xiaofei's eyes. Warning. Malicious attack on host detected. Emergency task activated. Task name: the first slap. Task requirement: repel the bully in front of Rishan Chu-tian. Task reward: basic taijutsu enhancement x2 permanent Rishan Chu-tian favorability 10. Additional note: the system will provide a temporary buff, 50 strength increase for 3 seconds. Watching the advancing fist, Song Xiaofei felt no fear, instead he smiled. In a blink, when Chi-men Shui's fist was less than 10 centimeters from his face, he acted. He did not dodge, instead with astonishing speed he countered with a punch. Bolstered by the system's temporary buff, his strike carried power far beyond that of an ordinary ninja school student. Bang! The two fists, mismatched in size, collided violently midair, producing a dull thud. Contrary to expectations, Song Xiaofei was not sent flying. Instead, the enraged Chi-men Shui let out a wail, stumbling backwards as though struck by a raging bull, taking 5 or 6 staggering steps before crashing to the ground. His entire arm trembled unnaturally, his face etched with pain. Everyone watched the spectacle in utter disbelief. That orphan Song Xiaofei, whose academic performance was mediocre and whose taijutsu was notoriously weak, had repelled Chi-men Shui with a single punch. Slowly he straightened up and casually flexed his fist. Is that all the strength you have to fight? With that, he disregarded the dumbfounded onlookers and walked out of the classroom with unruffled composure. As he passed by the still-dazed Chu-tian, his steps paused briefly and he softly murmured, "See you tomorrow, Moon Eyes." At this moment, Chi-men Shui felt his entire arm trembling as if his bones were about to shatter. How could it be? How could this fellow possess such immense strength? After all, he belonged to the Chi-men clan, though the clan was modest. Its martial training since childhood was no mere ornament. Yet the man before him was said to be a starving orphan who consistently ranked at the bottom in martial arts classes. A blend of humiliation and piercing pain flushed Chi-men Shui's face to a raw liver-like hue. You scoundrel! Stumbling upright from the floor, Chi-men Shui's wounded pride burst out in a roar. How dare you, as he, almost crazed, prepared to charge again. Everyone cease immediately. A commanding voice boomed from the doorway. Iliko strode in briskly. Having just seen off the last batch of students, he was startled to hear commotion from the classroom and found such chaos awaiting him. Frowning, Iliko's gaze swept over the disheveled Chi-men Shui, then rested on Song Xiaofei's composed face, finally landing on the flustered Hinata nearby. What happened? Chi-men Shui, what's wrong with your hand? Iliko's tone was stern. On noticing his teacher, Chi-men Shui's arrogance faltered and he rushed to blame, pointing at Song Xiaofei and exclaiming, "Teacher! He hit me! He struck me without cause!" cried Chi-men Shui. Iliko then turned his scrutinizing gaze towards Song Xiaofei. Before Song Xiaofei could reply, murmurs began to ripple among the nearby students. It was clearly Chi-men Shui who struck first. Indeed, he even shoved Song Xiaofei, intending to hit him. Iliko, ever perceptive, immediately grasped the situation. His expression darkened as he admonished Chi-men Shui, "This ninja school exists to study ninjutsu, not to incite mayhem among yourselves. You should be supporting your classmates, not attacking them. Do you have not a shred of true ninja spirit?" Chi-men Shui, his face burning with humiliation, could muster no reply. Iliko then turned to Song Xiaofei, his tone softening slightly. "Song Xiaofei, although the other initiated the conflict, you should not have responded so forcefully. We are all classmates, understand?" Song Xiaofei quickly adopted a contrite demeanor, nodding as he replied, "I understand, Teacher Iliko. I only saw him coming for a blow, and in my fear I lost control of my strength." His honest confession, combined with his reputation as the mild-mannered one, left Iliko at a loss for further reproach. "All right, everyone disperse. Chi-men Shui, come with me to the office." Iliko waved his hand, putting an abrupt end to the commotion. With a venomous glare directed at Song Xiaofei, Chi-men Shui reluctantly trailed after Iliko while the dispersing crowd left Song Xiaofei ambling out at a leisurely pace. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind, "Ding. The urgent mission first face slap has been completed. Mission reward bestowed, basic martial skill enhancement 2 permanent, Hinata's favor 10. Current target Hinata favor 15. A surge of warmth several times more potent than before suddenly flooded his entire body, and Song Xiaofei could even hear the faint crisp sound of his own bones. He could distinctly feel his muscles tighten, his limbs brimming with explosive strength along with a marked enhancement in his responsiveness and coordination. Unable to contain himself, he clenched his fist, reveling in the unprecedented surge of power. This system is unbelievably exhilarating, he silently exclaimed. Instead of hurrying home, Xiaofei wandered through the village seeking a quiet spot where he could fully savor the changes within his body. Before he knew it, he had arrived at a secluded training ground. The setting sun cast an orange glow over the field where 3 lone wooden stakes stood at its center, each marked by numerous strikes. A petite figure repetitively practiced the same monotonous moves before the stakes. It was Hinata. Xiaofei paused, hiding behind a large tree, to observe. She was practicing the fundamental moves of soft fist, yet her motions were hesitant and languid, lacking the expected force. No. This is not right. Hinata paused, dejectedly staring at her hands as her eyes reddened. Then with a determined swing she struck the wooden stake, which only swayed slightly. Why? Can I never get it right? She murmured tearfully. After a long while, exhausted, she slowly sat against the stake, hugging her knees and burying her face while her shoulders trembled. Clearly she had been reprimanded by her family once again that day. Watching her, Xiaofei's heart stirred. He knew his opportunity had come once more. He straightened his clothes and adjusted his expression before emerging from behind the tree, feigning the air of someone who had merely passed. Hinata, what are you doing here so late practicing? Startled by the sound, Hinata abruptly looked up to see Xiaofei. Tear-streaked cheeks betrayed her distress as she appeared utterly at a loss. Xiaofei. She stammered as she hurriedly wiped her eyes, rising with her head bowed, too timid to meet his gaze. Xiaofei approached her with a warm smile. Earlier in the classroom I got into a brawl relying solely on brute force. Truth be told, I know nothing. Could you possibly teach me a few genuine martial techniques? He gestured toward the wooden stake she had been practicing on and added sincerely, I saw your moves, they were extraordinary, far superior to mine. Hinata was momentarily stunned. Extraordinary. No one had ever spoken to her so kindly before. In her own family she was only met with insults like useless, feeble and unworthy of the clan. And now the same boy who had just knocked Chimen Shui down dared to utter compliments and seek her guidance. Hinata's heart pounded uncontrollably as an indescribable warmth surged within her, momentarily erasing the sting of recent grievances and despair. I can't. She muttered instinctively, doubting herself. How can you say that? Xiaofei feigned surprise. I believe your moves were exceptional, possessing a truly unique beauty. Really, please teach me, even the simplest stance will do. After his earnest pleading, Hinata finally mustered the courage to nod in assent. All right then. She replied timidly as she began instructing Xiaofei in the basic stance of soft fist. In a comically clumsy manner he mimicked her, misplacing his hands and feet repeatedly. No. Not like that, the hand must be raised a bit higher. And the feet should be spaced shoulder width apart. Hinata had to correct him over and over, her full attention utterly absorbed. Is this right? Asked Xiaofei. Your elbows. They are too stiff, Hinata observed. Seeing that he still hadn't grasped the concept, Hinata summoned all her courage, extended her small hand and gently touched Xiaofei's arm in an effort to adjust his posture. At the instant their fingertips met, both felt as if an electric current had surged through them, causing a slight shudder. Hinata's small warm hand trembled ever so subtly. Ding! First effective physical contact detected. Hinata's favor 3, current favor 18. Startled like a frightened fawn, Hinata quickly retracted her hand, her cheeks blooming so intensely that they seemed to bleed as she lowered her head and her ears flushed to a tender pink. Observing her adorable reaction, Xiaofei secretly chuckled, though his tone remained earnest as he said, I seem to have developed a little feeling. Hinata, you teach remarkably well, better than even the teachers at our school. Seizing the moment, he added, tomorrow. Could you teach me again? I truly yearn to learn. Overwhelmed by his praise, Hinata became dizzy, offering only a faint before clutching her practice clothes and fleeing in a hurried dash. Watching her hasty departure, a slight smile curled on Xiaofei's lips. Returning to his modest single dorm, he immediately collapsed onto his bed and activated the system interface. On a translucent blue screen beneath Hinata's avatar, the favor meter clearly displayed 18,100. Below the favor meter, a small line of text read, once favor reaches 20, the next stage reward preview 40 favor will be unlocked. Just 2 more points. Xiaofei mused while stroking his chin. If I push a bit more tomorrow, I'll finally see the details of the reward. At that moment, a new window suddenly popped up on the system interface with a crisp ding-dong. Ding! It has been detected that the host has begun to master strategic techniques, broadening their social scope, and a new potential target has been unlocked. Target Shanzhong Jingye, difficulty level elite, expected rewards heart turn technique modified, enhanced perception. Special note: this target exhibits an extroverted, confident personality and is attracted to handsome, capable young men. Strategy: employ the art of baiting in order to capture. Observing the screen displaying the avatar of a girl with a high golden ponytail and a haughty confident air, Xiaofei offered a knowing smile. He glanced at Hinata's strategic progress, then at Jingye's profile, stroking his chin as he murmured, double strategies, huh? Do I perhaps have a touch of a scoundrel within me? He then shook his head indignantly, declaring, no, I am not greedy. I strive to bring glory to my nation, sparing no effort, even if it means depleting every resource, to grow stronger and survive in this ruthless ninja world. The next morning, Xiaofei entered the classroom feeling fresh and invigorated. To his surprise, the seating arrangement had been altered. Beside his new seat sat someone entirely unexpected, a girl with radiant golden long hair tied in a high ponytail and piercing purple eyes that shone like gems, brimming with vitality and confidence. Shanzhong Jingye. She too had noticed Xiaofei resting her chin thoughtfully as she appraised him with curious amusement before curling her lip in subtle derision. Hey, so you're the guy who knocked Shui down yesterday. Not bad looking, I must say. Almost simultaneously, the system interface automatically popped up before Xiaofei's eyes. Ding! Shanzhong Jingye's initial favor toward you is 8. Favor note slightly above average. Reason appearance 2 attention drawn by yesterday's brawl 6. Shanzhong Jingye's voice was not loud, yet it carried an innate confidence and flamboyance like morning sunlight piercing the trees, impossible to ignore. A few students who had not yet left the classroom instinctively glanced over at the remark, their eyes brimming with gossipy curiosity. This was Shanzhong Jingye, one of the most popular girls in the class. Although she was not a scion of an illustrious household like Shutian, the Shanzhong clan was a famed secret art family in Mai. More importantly, she was vivacious and beautiful, bold in love and hate, the dream of many boys. And now she had actually taken the initiative to speak to that orphan Xiaofei. Xiaofei understood the system's note had made it clear that this young lady favored boys who were handsome and capable. Yesterday he had felled Shui with a single punch, a demonstration of strength. As for handsomeness, he touched his face and thought this body he had acquired after transmigration was passable enough. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you mute? Seeing Xiaofei merely look at her without responding for a long while, Jingye slightly furrowed her pretty brows. A trace of impatience crept into her tone. At last Xiaofei lazily turned his head, dragged out a chair and sat, never really looking at her. He gave a casual hum, then took a textbook from his bag as if the beautiful girl beside him were nothing more than air. That reaction was completely beyond Jingye's expectations. She had imagined many possibilities. He might be overwhelmed with flattery, become nervous and stammer, or pretend to be brooding. But she had never imagined he would adopt such total indifference. A strange competitiveness welled up within her. After all, she was Shanzhong Jingye. Which boy wouldn't try every trick to win her attention? Even the aloof Zhuozhu she could get a few words from. Why was Xiaofei being so arrogant? Ding! Shanzhong Jingye favorability 2, current favorability 10. Note your coldness has successfully provoked her competitive streak. Xiaofei smirked inwardly, she had taken the bait. Unwilling to be ignored, Jingye nudged Xiaofei's arm with her elbow and said, hey, I heard you single-handedly took on Shui and his 2 lackeys yesterday, really? He may be annoying, but he is surprisingly strong. Xiaofei flipped open his book and, still with his eyes on the page, replied without lifting his head, if you heard it then it's true. That answer was tantamount to saying nothing, yet it seemed to admit everything. Jingye felt as if she had punched cotton, itchy with curiosity and even more intrigued. This guy was completely different from the other boys in class. She wanted to ask more, but teacher Yeluka entered with the textbooks, so she only pursed her lips and sat up straighter in reluctant resignation. Nevertheless, her peripheral vision kept stealing glances at the boy beside her. Was he really just an ordinary orphan? How could he have unleashed such power yesterday? Seated there, his profile even looked somewhat handsome. Ding! Shanzhong Jingye favorability 3, current favorability 13. By the end of the class, Jingye had heard almost nothing. Her head was full of the enigmatic boy beside her. The moment the bell rang, she immediately turned to resume her questioning. Hey, before she could finish, Xiaofei suddenly turned and regarded her seriously. They were clear eyes unclouded by any impurity, looking straight at her. Jingye's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Then she heard him say, the color of your headband today looks nice. Having spoken, he stood and walked out of the classroom, leaving her stunned in place. Jingye instinctively touched the purple headband she had changed to that morning. Her cheeks warmed. That bastard, was he complimenting me? What kind of complimentandrin was that? Ding! Shanzhong Jingye favorability 4, current favorability 17. Hearing the chime in his mind, a smile crept unbidden across Xiaofei's mouth. He did not return home, but instead made his way knowingly to the secluded training ground from the day before. Today he planned to press on and claim Kyushin's stage reward. As expected, under the setting sun, that familiar figure was already waiting there. Shutian seemed to have dressed up for the occasion. Her neat short hair was carefully combed and her cheeks bore a healthy flush. Seeing Xiaofei approach, she nervously twisted the hem of her clothing and offered a quiet greeting. Xiaofei, you came. Song smiled as he walked over.
Have you been waiting long?
No, I just arrived too, Chutian answered softly.
Then let's begin, my teacher Chutian. Song struck a mock humble pose. I am not a teacher.
Kyushin's face flushed again, but she still began to instruct him earnestly. With yesterday's experience, their interactions felt much more natural. Today Chutian summoned her courage to teach him a defensive posture in the gentle fist that required both hands to cooperate. This posture requires pressing the palms together and feeling the flow of chakra. She explained as she demonstrated, then looked at Song Xiaofei with encouragement and expectation. Following her guidance, Song Xiaofei extended his hands and placed his palms against her small ones. Kyushin's hands were tiny and soft, warm at the center and trembling slightly. In that instant, Song Xiaofei clearly felt a faint but exquisitely pure chakra flow from her palm, carrying with it the gentle aura that was uniquely hers. The atmosphere turned subtly intimate. Kyushin's cheeks bloomed crimson, she could feel her heart pounding like a drum, and even her breathing grew careful and measured. Song Xiaofei did not let the moment pass. He looked earnestly into her eyes and in a voice meant only for the two of them murmured, "Your hands are so warm." The words hit like a thunderclap. Kyushin's mind went blank, blood flooded her face, her pale eyes misted over, and she nearly felt her Byakugan awaken. At that very moment, the system's celestial chime detonated in Song Xiaofei's mind. Ding. Intimate interaction detected. Favorability 5. Target Rishon Chutian favorability has surpassed the 20 threshold. Congratulations, host Rishon Chutian. Conquest progress has reached 20. Stage rewards issue: Chakra 30, Basic Perception 1. Next stage reward unlocks at favorability 40. A warmth larger than any before surged through his limbs and bones. Song Xiaofei could feel his chakra like a dried riverbed suddenly flooded, swell in an instant. At the same time his five senses sharpened, he could hear the faint rustle of leaves falling far away and sensed the life stirring in insects hidden within the grass. The sensation of growing stronger was intoxicating. And the Byakugan, the genuine Byakugan, would be his if favorability rose another 20 points. He would gain the Naruto world's top reconnaissance type bloodline limit. Song Xiaofei nearly laughed with excitement. Yet the pleasant moment did not last. An icy bone-chilling voice sounded from behind a nearby tree and shattered their little world. "Release Lady Kyushin's hand." Startled, Song and Chutian turned toward the voice. A black-haired youth emerged slowly from the tree shadows. He wore traditional Rishon clan attire, a white bandage bound around his forehead. His pure white eyes bore no emotion, only a condescending scrutiny. Rishon Ningxi. At the sight of him, Chutian trembled uncontrollably, instinctively withdrawing her hand. Fear was written plainly across her face. Ningxi brother. Ningxi paid no heed to Chutian, his gaze locked onto Song Xiaofei. An orphan with no clan dares approach a member of the Rishon main family. Contempt laced his voice. Fate has long declared your mediocrity. Clinging to light that is not yours will only see you shatter into pieces. His Byakugan activated in an instant, veins standing out at the eyes corner as a crushing aura bore down on Song Xiaofei. This was the presence of a prodigy worlds apart from the small-scale threats of Qi Men Shui. Alarms flooded Song Xiaofei's mind as the system panel frantically warned, "Warning. Threat detected. Associated target Rishon Chutian. Enemy information, Rishon Ningxi strength assessment, far beyond the host's current level." Far beyond. Then what the heck? He cursed inwardly, released Kyushin's hand and stepped forward to place the panicked girl behind him. That small action tugged at Kyushin's heart. Watching his not-so-broad back, an unprecedented sense of safety rose up within her. The system seemed to sense the host's resolve. Ding. Emergency rival challenge triggered. Objective under attack by Rishon Ningxi. Byakugan state: endure for 30 seconds without being knocked down and maintain composure before Chutian. Task reward: gentle fist, beginner Rishon Chutian favorability 15. Failure penalty: Rishon Chutian favorability 10 and being labeled an unreliable weakling. Song Xiaofei drew a deep breath. 30 seconds, just hold on for 30 seconds. In his previous life he had replayed Naruto's battles countless times and knew Ningxi's early fighting style and attack rhythm intimately. This might be his only chance. He met Ningxi's scornful gaze, moved the body that had just been system enhanced, and let a rakish world-weary smile tug at his lips. Fate. Don't feed me that outdated fatalism. I don't believe in fate, I only believe. He paused, glanced back at Chutian and winked, "In pretty ladies." Kyushin's face flared scarlet once more while Ningxi's expression darkened to the extreme. "You are courting death." Enraged, he shifted and assumed the gentle fist standard stance, then surged toward Song Xiaofei. Bagua. A fierce palm wind slammed forward. Relying on his past life memories and newly heightened perception, Song Xiaofei's mind raced. At the last possible instant he twisted sideways and narrowly evaded that lethal first strike. Unknown to him, atop another distant tree, an ANBU member wearing an animal mask was reporting to the Hokage's office via a special communicator. Third Hokage, there's an interesting child at the Ninja Academy. He seems to have anticipated the attack trajectory of the Rixiang-style gentle fist without making contact. A wisp of smoke curled from the pipe as the third Hokage's aged resonant voice replied, continue to observe. Are you seeking death? There was no anger in Ningx's voice, only a chilling coldness after being provoked by a lesser being. Before his words fell, he moved. With no unnecessary movements, he lightly pushed off the ground, his body like an arrow released from a bow, instantly crossing several meters to appear before Song Xiaofei. In his pure white eyes, the slightly cynical face of Song Xiaofei was clearly reflected. The standard stance of a soft fist, bagua palm. The fierce palm wind carrying a slight whistle that tore through the air struck directly at Song Xiaofei's chest. If this palm landed, it would not only break bones but also disrupt the chakra flow within, causing an immediate loss of combat ability.
Ningxi brother, please don't. Hinata let out a terrified scream. She instinctively wanted to rush forward but was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Ningxi.
At this moment, time seemed to slow down. In Ningx's Byakugan vision, the chakra flowing within Song Xiaofei was plain and thin, even more so than that of an average genin.
His movement trajectory was clearly visible with numerous flaws. With this palm strike, he was absolutely confident he could make this ignorant orphan lie on the ground and wail. However, just as his palm was about to touch the collar of Song Xiaofei's clothing, Song Xiaofei moved. His movements were astonishingly small. He did not retreat or block but instead twisted his body at an incredible angle, using the heel of his right foot as an axis. Swish! Ningx's palm brushed past the edge of his clothing. A strike missed.
Ningx's pupils slightly contracted.
How is that possible? Was it a coincidence?
His movements did not pause for a moment. A palm strike missed his wrist, twisted, transforming palm into fingers, and he swiftly pointed at the acupoint on Song Xiaofei's left shoulder.
But Song Xiaofei seemed to have eyes on his back.
Just as Ningxi changed his attack, he supported himself on the tip of his left foot, leaning back into a bridge position, narrowly dodging the strike. His movements appeared awkward and even somewhat comical, yet each time he managed to evade Ningx's attacks at the most critical moments with minimal cost.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Song Xiaofei counted in his mind while his brain operated at an unprecedented speed.
He certainly could not truly predict. He relied on his memories of Ningx's combat style from his past life. In the early days of the Xiaoqiang, Ningx's combat mode was the most rigorous and rigid.
He believed in absolute precision and efficiency. His initial moves and subsequent combos followed textbook-like patterns. What Song Xiaofei needed to do was recall the attack route of his next move within the 0.5 seconds before Ningxi struck. Using his system-enhanced physical reflexes and perception, he executed evasive maneuvers. To others, it looked like a thrilling dance of death. The more Ningxi fought, the more alarmed and angry he became. He felt like a hunter wielding a dragon-slaying sword to swat at mosquitoes, exerting all his strength yet striking only air every time. The opponent was clearly pitifully weak, yet like a slippery loach it filled him with a profound sense of helplessness and a humiliation of being toyed with. Ningxi brother, please. Stop.
Tears streamed down Hinata's face as she looked at Song Xiaofei, who was swaying precariously under Ningx's tempestuous attacks, her heart aching to the point of nearly suffocating. That back, so thin yet steadfast, stood firmly in front of her without retreating.
Waste, can you only hide like a mouse? Ningxi was completely enraged by Hinata's cries.
He suddenly stepped back, drawing a circle with his hands before his chest. The momentum around him abruptly changed.
Bagua empty palm.
A wave of invisible chakra was violently unleashed from his palms, moving so fast it could hardly be perceived by the naked eye.
Oh no. This is a wide area attack.
Song Xiaofei's heart raced with alarm. He knew he could not dodge this move. In the face of imminent danger, he channeled all the chakra he had just recovered into his arms, crossing them protectively over his chest.
Bang.
With a dull sound, Song Xiaofei was sent flying backward, his feet leaving the ground, crashing heavily into a large tree.
Cough.
He felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spewed out. His internal organs felt like they had been displaced and both arms were numb with pain.
Cough, cough.
Song Xiaofei leaned against the tree trunk, struggling to stand up. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his vision began to blur, but he gritted his teeth, relying solely on his willpower to keep himself from collapsing.
He forced a smile at Ningxi. Is this it? The genius of the Hyūga clan. Haven't you eaten? You. Ningxi was completely ignited by that smile.
He could not understand why this guy had not fallen yet. His meridians should have been damaged by the empty palm. How could he still be standing? Why could he still look at him with that expression?
Song Xiaofei.
Hinata rushed over like a madwoman, wanting to support the swaying figure, but Song Xiaofei stopped her with a look.
25 seconds. 26 seconds. 27 seconds. Song Xiaofei shouted in his heart, just 3 seconds left. Hold on. He must hold on.
In the distance atop the treetops, the Umbu member wearing an animal mask showed a hint of surprise. Lord Third the target remains standing after taking an empty palm. His willpower
is astonishing.
Not just willpower. Look at his feet, though they tremble they have not moved an inch. His feet are firmly planted in the ground, the most standard stance for absorbing force.
This child is more interesting than we imagined.
On the training ground Ningxi watched the bloodied but still standing figure along with that damn smile on his lips, and the pride belonging to a genius in his heart was completely shattered. He could not tolerate someone he viewed as trash enduring so long under the soft fist he took the most pride in.
Since you want to die so badly, you'll grant your wish.
Ningxi's voice turned hoarse and low, the killing intent in his eyes no longer concealed.
He slowly walked towards Song Xiaofei. 28 seconds. 29 seconds. Song Xiaofei's consciousness was beginning to fade, relying solely on a single conviction to hold on.
Just as he counted to 30 in his heart, Ningxi's figure had already appeared before him like a ghost. This time Ningxi did not use his palm but extended his index and middle fingers aligned like a sword charged with chakra visible to the naked eye. This was the most vicious move in the Hyūga clan's acupoint sealing techniques, capable of directly destroying the opponent's heart meridian, killing with a single strike.
It's over, trash.
Ningxi's fingers carrying the momentum to end everything pointed directly at Song Xiaofei's heart.
At this moment Hinata let out a desperate wail.
At this moment the Umbu member in the distance tightened his grip on the short blade in his hand, ready to intervene at any moment. At this moment the third Hokage before the crystal ball suddenly stood up from his chair. Before Song Xiaofei's eyes there was a sea of red, with only Ningxi's cold and ruthless white eyes filled with superiority and the finger drawing ever closer.
It's over, trash.
Neji's voice held not a trace of warmth, his fingers pressed together like a blade channel lethal chakra straight toward Song Xiaofei's heart.
Time stretched infinitely in that instant.
Before Song Xiaofei's eyes the world dissolved into crimson. All he could see were Neji's white eyes, distorted by fury, and the single finger poised to pierce his heart. His consciousness was fraying, searing pain had nearly numbed his body.
Even the final syllable of a countdown echoing inside his skull rang with chilling clarity.
30. At the precise moment that number fell, just one heartbeat before Neji's fatal strike would pierce him.
Ding!
A crystalline chime pure as celestial music erupted deep within his collapsing awareness. Emergency rival challenge mission complete.
Mission evaluation perfect.
Facing an opponent vastly superior in strength, the host endured for 30 seconds with unyielding willpower and successfully provoked the adversary into a display of impotent, humiliating rage before the target, utterly shattering his composure.
Reward distributed: Gentle Fist, Beginner Proficiency Hyūga Hinata Affinity 15. Current target Hyūga Hinata Affinity 50. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming information surged violently into Song Xiaofei's mind. Everything about the Gentle Fist, stances, footwork, kinetic principles, chakra channeling techniques, and the precise distribution and function of all 361 vital points within the human body shattered into fragments, then fused seamlessly into his understanding in an instant.
Simultaneously, a new force bloomed from nothing within his utterly depleted body, tracing an arcane resonant pathway through his meridians. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. During Hinata's despairing cry beneath Neji's glacial judgment. And Song Xiaofei, the boy who had teetered on the edge of collapse, who seemed ready to crumble at the next breath, moved. His body reacted, not by thought but by instinct newly implanted and fiercely alive. His right hand, limp and lifeless at his side only moments before, it snapped upward with impossible speed and angle. Palm spread wide, concave at its center, the last dregs of his chakra flared across its surface. Then, assuming a textbook perfect, yet subtly unpracticed, gentle fist stance, he met Neji's lethal finger Heiden. Snap! A crisp, clean sound echoed. Neji's finger, capable of shattering stone, was deflected cleanly sideways by Song Xiaofei's palm. The recoil slammed Song Xiaofei backward against the tree trunk once more, but the killing blow had been averted. An even more eerie silence descended upon the training ground. The wind stilled. Hinata's sobs choked off mid-breath. A distant ANBU operative froze mid-raw, short blade suspended in air. Neji's expression shifted from cruel certainty to raw disbelief. He stared at Song Xiaofei's flawless gentle fist opening stance, at the faint yet unmistakably pure chakra shimmering across his palm as if struck by lightning. You! Neji gasped. How do you know the Hyūga Gentle Fist? That question left Song Xiaofei momentarily stunned himself. He glanced down at his still raised right hand, still locked in the guard position, feeling the tide of fresh knowledge surging through his veins, relief and triumph intertwining until the curve of his lips widened irrepressible and sharp. He lifted his gaze, meeting Neji's ghost-struck stare with a grin even more infuriating than before. Sorry, senior brother Neji. Just picked it up. Still a bit rusty, hope you'll forgive the rough edges. He deliberately drew ragged, shallow breaths, feigning imminent collapse. Just learned it. Impossible. Those two words tore from Neji's clenched teeth, not mere shock but the shattering of an entire creed. The Gentle Fist was the Hyūga clan's most jealously guarded secret, the pinnacle of mastery pursued relentlessly by branch house members like himself, the very essence of his prodigious talent. Yet now a boy he dismissed as worthless, a nameless orphan, not only saw through his attack but executed the gentle fist itself. It was the ultimate humiliation. Thief! I'll kill you. Blinded by fury, Neji unleashed chakra again, preparing to strike without restraint. Enough! A thunderous command boomed from the training grounds entrance, authoritative absolute. Iruka had arrived at last. His brow furrowed deeply as he surveyed the scene. One figure, Konoha's most celebrated prodigy Hyūga Neji, now a snarling lion radiating murderous intent. The other his own student Song Xiaofei, bloodied, leaning against the tree frail as a candle flame in the wind, yet still smiling foolishly. Between them stood Hinata Hyūga, her Byakugan eyes swollen red from weeping. What in the world is going on? Iruka strode forward, forcibly separating them. He felt the lingering chakra resonance clinging to Neji, and his expression darkened. Seeing salvation arrive, Song Xiaofei let his taut nerves slacken and instantly slipped into character. His knees buckled, he slumped sideways with a guttural groan of agony as if his body could bear no more. Song Xiaofei! Hinata cried out, rushing forward to catch him. Leaning into Hinata's soft embrace, Song Xiaofei's face paled further. Weakly he addressed Iruka-sensei, cough. I only came after class to watch Hinata-san practice, and asked her to teach me some taijutsu. He coughed again, spitting flecks of blood, and continued, voice trembling. Then senior brother Neji appeared, said I wasn't worthy to approach Hinata-san, and attack me. Each word dripped with wounded innocence. Neji trembled with rage. Lies. You provoked me first. I didn't. Song Xiaofei whispered weakly. I only said. I don't believe in fate. Is even thought forbidden at the academy. Iruka's frown deepened. He turned to Hinata, silent inquiry in his eyes. Hinata, was it like this? Every gaze converged upon her. The girl still trembled, but her eyes flickered between Neji's murderous glare and Song Xiaofei, slumped and bleeding in her arms, having taken grievous wounds to protect her. A surge of courage, unprecedented blazing, rose from her core. She lifted her chin, meeting Neji's gaze directly for the first time, voice breaking yet resolute. Yais. Sensei, everything Song Xiaofei said is true. Ani-isama, he tried to kill him. Those words rooted Neji to the earth. He stared disbelieving at Hinata, the gentle, timid heiress who'd never dared raise her voice in his presence, now accusing him for the sake of an outsider. Iruka sighed. The truth was undeniable. Evidence and witnesses aligned. He fixed Neji with a stern, disappointed gaze. Neji. As a senior student and Konoha's acknowledged genius, you struck a junior classmate with such lethal intent. You've disappointed me deeply. This incident will be reported fully to the Hokage. Neji stood speechless, assaulted by unseen glances, by Hinata's tearful disappointment, and by Song Xiaofei feigning unconsciousness in her arms. His genius's pride lay shattered, trampled into dust. This isn't over. He spat the words through gritted teeth, then vanished in 3 swift, furious blurs. With the farce concluded, Iruka quickly assessed Song Xiaofei's injuries, finding only superficial lacerations and minor chakra channel disruption, and exhaled in quiet relief. I'll take you to the hospital, Iruka said. No, please sensei, I just need rest, Song Xiaofei insisted, pushing himself upright. He had no intention of becoming a lab specimen. He offered Hinata a picture of anxious devotion, a faint reassuring smile. See? I'm fine. Thank you, little Hinata. I. She whispered, tears spilling anew at the sight of his grin. Bathed in the golden hush of sunset, the moment shimmered with quiet poignancy. Unseen far away, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the entire spectacle unfold through his crystal orb. He set down his pipe and released a long, slow plume of white smoke, his gaze turning profound. Beside him, the ANBU operative, masked in a feline visage, spoke softly, voice edged with lingering awe. Hokage-sama. An orphan with no clan backing, not only anticipated the trajectories of Hyūga-style gentle fist strikes without physical contact, but even countered with the technique itself at the final moment. This. Indeed. Hiruzen's aged voice resonated in the chamber. Far more intriguing than we imagined. He paused, eyes flashing with sudden incisive light. Investigate. Every detail, from birth to present. Leave nothing unexamined. Yes, sir. The ANBU operative dissolved into shadow. Hiruzen lifted his pipe once more, watching the crystal orb, where Song Xiaofei, leaning on Hinata's arm, limped slowly into the dusk. Song Xiaofei. Has Konoha gained a razor-sharp blade, or an unpredictable variable? The next day, as Song Xiaofei stepped through the gates of the Ninja Academy, he instantly sensed that something was amiss. Wherever he went, nearly every pair of eyes locked onto him with unnerving intensity. Look, there he is. Good heavens, he actually dared to show up for class. I thought the Hyūga clan would have dealt with him. My father told me that yesterday Iruka-sensei severely reprimanded Hyūga Neji, and later he was summoned directly to the Hokage. Is that true?
He stood his ground against the Hyūga clan's prodigy and walked away unscathed. Unscathed. Just look at him, striding forward with such commanding presence, not a trace of injury in his bearing. A low hum of murmurs swirled around him, seeping relentlessly into his ears. Outwardly he remained perfectly composed, languid, half-awake, utterly unruffled. Yet inwardly he was elated. Wasn't this precisely the effect he'd intended? Fame, after all, was part of one's strength. With effortless grace he entered the classroom and settled into his seat. Almost instantly a delicate fragrance of jasmine drifted from beside him. Hey, you're quite something, aren't you? Daring to provoke someone from the Hyūga clan. Yamanaka Ino had somehow already turned around, arms crossed, her violet eyes gleaming with playful curiosity, like a cat who'd just discovered an intriguing new toy. She appraised Song Xiaofei up and down, marveling aloud. I heard you left Hyūga Neji fuming, and even took his vacuum palm hidden. Spill it, what secret weapon have you been hiding? Every classmate perked up. Clearly this was the question burning in every mind. Song Xiaofei lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at her once, and then pulled a textbook from his bag, feigning utter disinterest in the topic. Oh. A single word, terse, unadorned. Ino's elegant brows immediately knotted together. Oh. Just oh. A spark of stubborn defiance flared within her. Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm speaking to you, Missy. She nudged him lightly with her elbow. Only then did Song Xiaofei slowly turn his head, not to answer her question but to meet her gaze directly, a faint enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. You've switched to a new shampoo today, jasmine scent. It suits you. Ino froze. She had just begun using her family's newly formulated jasmine-scented shampoo. How could he possibly know? Was his sense of smell truly that acute? More importantly, had he just complimented her? Or merely stated an observation, cool and detached? The sensation was like punching into soft cotton, frustrating, elusive, and strangely intoxicating. Ding! Yamanaka Ino's affinity increased by 2. Current affinity 19. Note her fascination with your aura of mystery continues to deepen. Just as Ino opened her mouth to press further, Erika Sensei entered the classroom. The day's lessons officially began. At long last the interminable morning ended and the lunch bell chimed. Students eagerly unpacked their bento boxes, gathering in small clusters across the room. Song Xiaofei patted his empty schoolbag, preparing as usual to slip out and buy 2 onigiri, when a hesitant, timid figure quietly approached his desk. There stood Hyūga Hinata, head bowed, clutching a neatly wrapped bento box covered in pink cherry blossom cloth, her cheeks flushed deep crimson like ripe apples. Every eye in the classroom snapped toward them. Song Xiaofei. Her voice was barely a whisper, thin as a mosquito's wing, almost inaudible. Summoning every ounce of courage she possessed, she extended the bento box slightly forward. Yesterday, thank you. This is for you. Song Xiaofei watched her trembling hands and those pale white eyes, too shy to meet his gaze yet stealing glances from the corner of her vision. Warmth bloomed softly in his chest. He accepted the box, it felt pleasantly warm to the touch. Then before the entire class he unwrapped the cloth and lifted the lid. An irresistible aroma of home-cooked food filled the air. Inside lay exquisitely crafted rice balls shaped like tiny rabbits, black sesame seeds for eyes, thin slices of sausage for ears. Beside them rested red sausages cut into octopus shapes, vibrant green broccoli florets, and golden tamagoyaki. At the very center, clumsily assembled from black nori, was a smiling face. This was simply adorable. Song Xiaofei knew full well, given Hinata's nature, how extraordinary it was for her to prepare such a bento and to present it before the whole class. Just then an ill-timed booming voice shattered the quiet. Whoa! Hinata, you made a bento for Song Xiaofei. Uzumaki Naruto materialized out of nowhere, pointing dramatically at the box, his expression comically astonished. Boom! A mushroom cloud detonated inside Hinata's mind. She froze rigid on the spot, her blush surging all the way down to her neck, mortified beyond measure, wishing desperately for a crack in the floor to swallow her whole. I didn't. I only. She stammered, tongue-tied, desperate to explain. But just as Hinata teetered on the edge of fainting from sheer embarrassment, Song Xiaofei burst into hearty laughter and picked up his chopsticks to lift an octopus-shaped sausage into his mouth. Then, in a voice loud enough for the entire class to hear, he declared with genuine delight, absolutely delicious. Hinata-san, your cooking is truly exceptional. This is the finest bento I've ever tasted, thank you. His tone brimmed with sincere joy, utterly free of pretense or condescension. In that instant all her panic, shyness and uncertainty dissolved beneath the warmth of his words and his radiant smile, eyes crinkling like sunlit water as if sunlight itself had gathered in his gaze. Ding! Detected intense emotional fluctuation in target character. Hyūga Hinata's affinity increased by 5. Current affinity 55. Naruto scratched his head, eyeing the tempting bento, then Song Xiaofei, muttering, is it really that good? Song Xiaofei deliberately plucked another rabbit-shaped rice ball, chewing with obvious relish, of course.
This is a handcrafted bento infused with heartfelt care, hundreds of times more exquisite than Ichiraku ramen. The boys nearby watched eyes wide with envy and grudging admiration. The girls exchanged hushed whispers and looked at Hinata with newfound respect. After finishing his meal, Song Xiaofei sighed contentedly, carefully folded the bento box and handed it back to Hinata. As he passed it over, he suddenly winced, clutching his shoulder, his brow furrowing in apparent pain.
What's wrong? Hinata asked at once, concern sharpening her voice.
Song Xiaofei waved it off, offering a light-hearted smile. Nothing serious, just an old ache from Neji-senpai's vacuum poem. My meridians are still slightly blocked. The physician said it needs slow, steady recovery. Hinata watched him, pain flickering behind his forced ease, and felt a sharp pang in her heart.
He'd taken that injury for her.
A quiet certainty rose within her, firm and unshakable. She met Song Xiaofei's gaze, her pale white eyes alight for the first time with resolute determination. I'll fetch medicine for you. Without waiting for his reply, she spun on her heel and fled, her face burning crimson. That night darkness fell thick and deep. Song Xiaofei leaned against the doorframe of his modest, sparsely furnished dormitory, letting the evening breeze soothe him and quietly integrating the newly acquired knowledge of gentle fist techniques. A flash of gold appeared at the end of the path, bouncing lightly toward him.
Hey, you really do live in the shabbiest dorm block, don't you?
Ino stood before him, hands clasped behind her back, surveying him like a queen inspecting her domain.
Song Xiaofei leaned lazily against the frame and drawled, to what do I owe the honor, Lady Yamanaka?
I was just passing by. Ino insisted, though her tone betrayed her.
And checking whether you're still alive. After provoking the Hyūga, you'd be wise to sleep with one eye open.
Oh. So you are worried about me?
Song Xiaofei stepped closer, smiling teasingly. Who, me?
Don't flatter yourself. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she retreated half a step. As they bantered, neither noticed the small silent figure pressed against the trunk of a distant tree, a slender girl clutching a small porcelain vial frozen in place. Hinata gazed at the boy beneath the warm glow of the dormitory light, laughing easily with Ino, no longer the gentle tender soul he'd been with her that afternoon. She watched Ino's flowing golden hair and confident smile, then glanced down at herself. The cold porcelain vial in her arms burned fiercely against her chest, sending waves of dull, aching sorrow through her heart. Had she made a mistake coming here? Under the light, the vibrant purple eyes of Jingye were fixed unblinkingly on Song Xiaofei, carrying a hint of provocation, a touch of curiosity, and a trace of anticipation that she herself was unaware of. And Song Xiaofei, the languid youth leaning against the doorframe, was verbally sparring with Jingye, yet his attention had long been drawn elsewhere by the recently heightened perception abilities granted by the system. Beneath the dim shadows of the trees, a faint wave of sadness filled with unease and loss was distinctly transmitted. Hinata was tightly clutching something in her arms, her small figure almost blending into the darkness, with only her pure white eyes reflecting a glimmer of moisture in the night, resembling two abandoned pearls.
Jingye continued to chatter. Hey, what are you daydreaming about?
Are you scared? Let me tell you, the old fogies of the Hyūga clan are no joke if you...
Song Xiaofei suddenly straightened up, interrupting her.
He was no longer in that lazy demeanor. His gaze became serious as he looked directly into Jingye's eyes, saying, Jingye, thank you for your reminder, but I have something more important to attend to now. It's getting late, you should head home early. Being a girl. His tone left no room for argument, carrying an unprecedented assertiveness. Jingye was taken aback by his sudden transformation. She wanted to say something more but realized he had already stepped forward, heading straight toward the dark shadows of the trees. Hey! You! Jingye stomped her foot, watching the indifferent figure retreat. A wave of inexplicable annoyance and disappointment surged within her.
Song Xiaofei did not look back.
He walked step by step to the tree, stopping in front of the petite figure. Hinata jumped in surprise, her body instinctively shrinking back, almost dropping the small porcelain bottle in her arms. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, her fingers twisted together in anxiety, betraying her inner turmoil.
Why are you here all alone at this late hour?
Song Xiaofei's voice was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to how he had spoken to Jingye.
I was just passing by.
Hinata's voice was thick with nasal tone indicative of recent tears.
Passing by.
Song Xiaofei chuckled lightly, extending his hand to point at the delicate porcelain bottle in her arms. You came all this way from the Hyūga Manor just to deliver medicine to me in this remote dormitory.
Hinata's body stiffened.
She hadn't expected him to know everything. A mix of grievances, misunderstandings, and bitterness intertwined, causing her to finally break down, tears streaming down like loose beads.
I thought you and Jingye were.
She sobbed, her words coming out in fragments.
Song Xiaofei looked at her pitiful appearance, tears streaming down like a rain-soaked pear blossom, feeling both heartbroken and amused.
He did not explain but took the cold porcelain bottle from her hand, uncapping it, and a refreshing medicinal scent wafted through the air. He knew this was the secret medicine of the Hyūga clan for treating meridian injuries, priceless and hard to obtain. He poured a bit of the ointment and applied it to his shoulder where he had been struck by Neji the day before. A cool sensation instantly penetrated his skin, soothing the sharp pain in his meridians.
Thank you for the medicine, Hinata. He capped the bottle and returned it to her, and remember this. Jingye is a classmate while he paused, staring directly into her tear-filled white eyes, are mine. Boom. Hinata's mind went blank, her heart skipped a beat at that moment. All her grievances and insecurities were shattered by this domineering yet tender declaration. Ding. Emotion fluctuation detected in the target of the strategy. Hinata Hyūga's affection level 10. Current affection level 65. However, Hinata was unaware that her recent action of stealing medicine had already caused a great uproar at home. Hyūga Manor, the clan's council chamber. The atmosphere was oppressive. Several elders led by Hyūga Takuma sat at the high seats with grim expressions while Hyūga Hizashi sat before them, his face as cold as water, betraying no emotion. Hizashi. You saw it right. Hyūga Takuma slammed the table hard, his voice filled with fury. Hinata actually stole the clan's secret medicine for an outsider, an orphan of unknown origin. What kind of nonsense is this? Where is the dignity of the Hyūga clan? Another elder echoed exactly. First she was messing around with that kid in the training field, and then she publicly challenged Neji in the clan. Now she has the audacity to commit such a disgraceful act. If we don't punish her severely, won't the rules of the Hyūga clan just be for show? Hinata was brought in by two branch family guards. She lowered her head, her body slightly trembling, but her eyes no longer held the usual timidity. Father elders. She spoke, her voice small yet clear. Song Xiaofei was injured protecting me and I delivered medicine to him. There is nothing wrong with that. You dare to talk back? Hyūga Takuma shouted furiously. Protecting you? An orphan who isn't even a genin, how could he protect you? He clearly intends to use you to cling to the Hyūga clan. How could you be blinded by this kind of person? Hinata raised her head for the first time in the clan meeting, looking directly at everyone with her pure white eyes. He is not, she retorted. He is much stronger than you think. He. Shut up. A cold rebuke interrupted her words. Hyūga Hizashi slowly stood up, looking at his daughter with eyes devoid of any emotion, a look more painful than any stern reprimand. As the heir of the Hyūga clan, your conduct is frivolous, lacking ambition, and mingling with people of unknown origins. From today you are confined to your room. You are not allowed to step out without my orders. The cold words completely shattered the courage that had just ignited in Hinata's heart. She gazed at her father's indifferent face, the light in her eyes dimming little by little, ultimately fading into silence. For 3 consecutive days Song Xiaofei did not see Hinata at school. He subtly inquired from the restless Inuzuka Kiba and pieced together the truth of the matter with the help of Jingye's extensive gossip network. Hinata was locked up by her family. Just for delivering medicine to me. Song Xiaofei sat in his classroom seat, his gaze gradually turning colder. Ding. A crisis has been detected in the target of the strategy. Emergency task issued. Task name: Icebreaking Operation. Task requirement: meet with Hinata Hyūga within 3 days and raise her affection level above 80. Task reward: Chakra Control Ability Intermediate. Failure penalty: the progress of the strategy for Hinata Hyūga will be locked until the next key plot is triggered. Charging into the Hyūga Manor would be tantamount to courting death, and Song Xiaofei was acutely aware of this. The elders of the Hyūga clan would likely be eager to skin him alive. However, problems that cannot be solved by force do not mean they cannot be resolved with wisdom. He closed his eyes, envisioning the figure of Hyūga Hizashi. That father, seemingly cold on the outside but warm on the inside, who loved his daughter deeply yet did not know how to express it. The breakthrough point lay within him. After school, Song Xiaofei did not go to train but locked himself in his dormitory, spreading out a scroll. He needed to write a letter. A letter capable of touching the heart of the head of the Hyūga clan. He took up his pen and wrote to Lord Hizashi: Greetings. Please forgive my presumptuousness. I am not here to defend myself but rather to speak as a friend about what I see in Hinata. In the letter he refrained from mentioning love, using the most straightforward language to describe Hinata's kindness, her efforts, and her resilience as she fell and got back up repeatedly on the training ground. He wrote about how her eyes sparkled upon receiving a compliment and how she displayed courage hidden beneath her shyness when delivering love. She may not be the perfect genius in your eyes, but her dedication to the gentle fist and her kindness towards her companions are far more precious than talent. What she truly desires may not be immense power but simply a word of acknowledgement from her father. At the end of the letter he shifted his tone. Additionally, I am inexperienced. Recently I have made some progress in gentle fist and have a humble opinion to share. Regarding the 8 trigrams 64 palms, if the release frequency of chakra could be changed from steady output to instantaneous high frequency bursts, its power could potentially double, but it places a tremendous burden on the meridians and requires exceptionally strong chakra control. After finishing the letter, Song Xiaofei found Inuzuka Kiba, who was playing with Akamaru on the playground. He handed Kiba a collar tied with the letter. Do me a favor and have Akamaru deliver this to Hinata Hyūga's window stealthily without anyone noticing. You want to send a letter to Hinata? Kiba asked, looking inquisitive. You two really are involved. Akamaru seemed to understand human speech, barking once, grabbing the collar and disappearing into the night like a white shadow. That night after finishing family matters, Hyūga Hizashi habitually entered his daughter's room. The lights were off and Hinata sat by the window hugging her knees, resembling a lifeless statue. Hyūga Hizashi sighed softly in his heart, preparing to leave, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a fallen letter on the floor. He picked it up and slowly unfolded it under the moonlight. When he read the words that described his daughter's heartfelt feelings, the long-frozen expression on his face slightly twitched. And when he reached the final paragraph discussing the gentle fist, his pupils suddenly contracted. High-frequency bursts. This was a concept that had only remained theoretical even within the clan. Who is this boy really? Hyūga Hizashi stood there holding the letter, lost in prolonged silence. What he did not know was that in another part of the Hyūga manor several branch family leaders were gathered in the room of Elder Hyūga Takuma. Elder Takuma, the clan head, seems to be enchanted by that boy and has yet to take any action against him. Yes, if this continues, where will the clan's authority go? Hyūga Takuma picked up his teacup, a glint of ruthless cold light flashing in his eyes. Hizashi is too weak. He said coldly, since he cannot make up his mind, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Some threats that shake the foundation of the clan must be thoroughly eradicated. As night deepened, most of my village fell into tranquility. Song Xiaofei took a shortcut, walking through a secluded alley on his way back to the dormitory. The various inquisitive glances he received at school during the day left him somewhat fatigued, but the thought of Hinata made his lips involuntarily curve into a faint smile. However, before that smile could fully bloom, it froze on his face. At the end of the alley, the moonlight outlined a cold figure. The figure was dressed in the traditional attire of the Hyūga clan, hands tucked into the sleeves, standing silently as if merging with the night, yet the chilling, killing intent radiating from him sealed off the entire alley. Song Xiaofei's pupils suddenly constricted. The system panel before his eyes flickered violently with blood-red warnings. Warning. A lethal threat detected. Enemy strength assessment Jonin level. So it has finally come. Song Xiaofei felt a heaviness in his heart and began to prepare himself. He said nothing and did not attempt to flee, for he knew that running before a Jonin was the most foolish choice. Hyūga Dekan slowly raised his head, his pure white eyes appearing particularly eerie in the night. He uttered not a single unnecessary word, only gazed at Song Xiaofei with the eyes of one looking at a dead object, coldly spitting out a few words. Those who tarnish the name of the Hyūga shall die. The moment the words fell, he moved. Without forming seals or any warning, his figure seemed to vanish into thin air, reappearing before Song Xiaofei in the next instant. The Yakugan fully activated. The veins around his eyes bulged and the powerful chakra pressure descended upon Song Xiaofei like a mountain. So fast. Song Xiaofei had no time to react and could only rely on his combat instincts to display the soft fist stance he had just mastered. However, his soft fist beginner appeared as childish as a game before the Jonin who had immersed himself in this path for decades. Hyūga Dekan smirked, his hand arriving first at an odd angle, effortlessly penetrating Song Xiaofei's defense and accurately striking the acupoint on his left shoulder. Crack! A light sound followed by a surge of excruciating pain and numbness instantly spread through one side of Song Xiaofei's body. His left arm was incapacitated. Oof, tricks of a thief. Dekan grunted coldly, his assault relentless. The ensuing battle was a one-sided massacre. Every attempt Song Xiaofei made to resist was easily neutralized by Dekan. Every movement he made was exposed under the gaze of the Byakugan. Slap. His right knee was struck and he lost control, kneeling on one knee. Slap. Slap. Two more strikes followed, completely sealing off the meridians in his arms, causing the flow of chakra to stagnate. Song Xiaofei gritted his teeth, sweat mixing with blood trickling down his forehead. He could feel that his opponent was toying with him, cruelly dismantling his body and dignity piece by piece. Why? Why do you still resist? Dekan looked down at him, his eyes filled with the sadism of a cat playing with a mouse. You, living like a worm in the mud, should know your place as a worm. Cough. Song Xiaofei spat out a mouthful of blood foam, using the only leg he could still move to prop himself up, trembling yet still trying to stand. In his eyes there was no surrender, only a burning rage. Old man. If you have the ability, just kill me directly. As you wish. Hyūga Dekan seemed to lose his last bit of patience. He kicked fiercely, landing a solid blow to Song Xiaofei's chest. Puff. Song Xiaofei could no longer hold on, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, every bone feeling as if it had been shattered. Dekan slowly walked up to him, using the tip of his foot to press down on Song Xiaofei's head, forcing his face into the cold, dirty ground. This is the distance between you and the eldest daughter of the Hyūga clan. Fate has long been sealed. You will forever be like this, trampled beneath my feet. Dekan raised his hand, gathering a visible wave of chakra in his palm. 8 trigrams air palm. He intended to use this technique to completely end this clueless brat. Just as the moment approached. Stop. A cry tinged with tears shattered the silence of the alley. A petite figure stumbled in from the alley's entrance.
Hinata, her hair disheveled and her face pale, her pure white eyes filled with sorrow, had no idea how she had escaped her confinement. When she saw Song Xiaofei bloodied and on the verge of death beneath Dekan's foot, her mind buzzed as if something had shattered completely. Hyūga Dekan paused, frowning at the unexpected appearance of the clan's eldest daughter. Lady Hinata. How did you end up here? Leave quickly. However, this time Hinata did not back down. She looked at the boy who was battered for her sake, at his unwavering fire even when trampled, and a courage and strength she had never felt before erupted from the depths of her being. Without regard for anything, she rushed forward, arms wide open, determined to shield Song Xiaofei with her frail body. Facing the clan elder who held the power of life and death, she summoned all her strength and shouted the word she had never even dared to think before. You shall not harm him. In the moonlight, the silhouette of the girl appeared thin and weak, yet steadfast like an insurmountable mountain. She trembled but did not take a step back. She was afraid but hesitated not for a moment. At this moment she was not the heir of the Hyūga clan, she was simply a girl who wished to protect the one she loved with her life. Song Xiaofei, pinned to the ground, looked through his blurred blood-tinted vision at the figure standing in front of him. An indescribable shock detonated deep within his soul. It was worth it. Even if he died here today, it was worth it. On the system panel, the number representing Hinata's affinity underwent a dramatic change at this moment. 75. 85. 95. 100. The number soared wildly, instantly breaking through the final barrier. Hyūga Dekan's face turned ashen as he watched the scene. Lady Hinata. Have you lost your mind? Are you willing to betray the clan for a waste? He is not a waste. Hinata cried out, he is better than all of you. At that moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar mechanical electronic voice like a heavenly sound from above thundered down upon Song Xiaofei's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. Target Hinata Hyūga has reached 100 affection level. Ultimate reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host. The cultivation progress toward Hinata Hyūga has reached 100. The ultimate reward is now being dispensed. An indescribable, overwhelming force erupted violently from the very depths of Song Xiaofei's soul. First came a golden warm current bearing the supreme essence of life that surged instantly through his limbs and viscera. Ultimate reward: I physique optimization. Uzumaki Sage body particles has been granted. The host's bodily functions are undergoing reconstruction, injuries are healing at an astonishing rate. The chakra pathways sealed by Takuma's gentle fist technique shattered like ice rivers blasted by explosives, instantly unbound. Fractured bones and damaged internal organs were repaired and restructured before his very eyes under the golden current's wash, renewed not merely to their former state but strengthened beyond it. Every wound Takuma had inflicted upon him vanished entirely within a single second. Next came a second torrent, an immense flood of combat knowledge and instinct, poured directly into his muscle memory as if through divine enlightenment. Ultimate reward: 2 gentle fist mastery. 8 trigrams 64 poems has been granted. Fully assimilated and mastered instantaneously. Finally, and most crucially, a cold sovereign energy surged straight toward his eyes. Ultimate reward: 3 bloodline limit. Byakugan evolved form has been granted. Binding with the host's soul now underway, evolution commencing. Song Xiaofei felt a searing, piercing heat behind his eyes. His vision, blurred by blood and grime, suddenly sharpened with impossible clarity. He could see the delicate veins on leaves 100 meters away, discern motes of dust suspended in the air. Slowly he rose from the filthy ground. The foot Takuma still had pressed upon his head was thrust aside by an irresistible force. What? Takuma recoiled half a step, startled. Before him unfolded the most inconceivable sight he would ever witness. The boy who moments ago had lain beneath his boot like a lifeless dog now stood whole and unblemished. Even the bloodstains on his clothes seemed fainter. He stood motionless. All chakra points previously sealed were now fully liberated, and within him surged a chakra flow tenfold greater than before, circulating in a profound, unprecedented pattern. Then Song Xiaofei lifted his head. At the moment their gazes met, time itself seemed to freeze. What eyes did Takuma behold? Pure white orbs, utterly untainted, clearer than even the most refined bloodline of the main house. Within their depths lay starfields and galaxies radiating an innate sovereign majesty that towered above all creation. No, impossible. A guttural cry tore from Takuma's throat, his voice warped by terror. Your eyes. How could you possess the Byakugan? It cannot be. These eyes utterly shattered every pillar of pride and belief he held as an elder of the Hyūga branch house. Song Xiaofei offered no reply. His figure dissolved from its place like a phantom, vanishing too swiftly to perceive. Takuma could not track his movement. Instinct alone, honed over years as a jonin, compelled him to activate his Byakugan in desperate defense. Yet his vaunted Byakugan appeared childlike beside Song Xiaofei's evolved gaze. Every motion, every pulse of chakra, even heartbeat and breath lay exposed and laid bare. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm rotation. A frigid voice whispered beside his ear. Before Takuma could react, agony exploded in his abdomen. It was Song Xiaofei's palm strike, precise, ruthless, and imbued with the unmistakable refined force of gentle fist.
2 palms. Song Xiaofei's voice fell like a death knell.
His form danced across moonlight like a spectral waltz.
Takuma attempted to counter, but his arms sank as if into thick mud, utterly unable to match that speed.
4 palms.
Another strike landed squarely on his chest, sealing the chakra flow at that point.
8 palms.
16 palms. 32 palms. Only Song Xiaofei's emotionless count and the muffled thuds of impact echoed through the.
Hinata stood frozen, witnessing a reality-shattering spectacle. The boy who moments ago had shielded her now stood as a merciless arbiter of judgment. Each motion was flawless, textbook perfect. Each palm strike carried the distilled essence of gentle fist's highest principles. And Takuma, the arrogant elder who embodied the clan's rigid law, now flailed like a clumsy puppet, utterly powerless, completely overwhelmed.
No, this isn't gentle fist. Who are you?
His consciousness blurred.
He felt his chakra being sealed off inch by agonizing inch, and all-consuming helplessness plunging him into despair. Song Xiaofei gave no answer.
Spinning, he formed a visible chakra-based 8 trigrams diagram around his body.
8 trigrams, 64 palms. The final declaration rang out. Countless palm shadows descended like a tempest, raining down upon Takuma Hyūga without mercy.
When the last blow landed, Song Xiaofei lowered his stance and stood still beneath the moonlight. Takuma Hyūga lay collapsed, his 128 primary chakra points utterly sealed. His body failed him, slumping to the ground like discarded clay. Utterly defeated, only his white eyes retained traces of raw terror and disbelief.
Silence swallowed the alley once more. Song Xiaofei's icy sovereign Byakugan gradually receded, returning to their ordinary black hue.
Without glancing at Takuma on the ground, he turned and walked toward the young woman, still trembling with shock and fear, and softened his expression into gentle warmth. He opened his arms and drew her gently into his embrace.
It's all right.
I'm here. Hinata felt the steady warmth of his embrace and the strong, reassuring beat of his heart.
Her taut nerves finally unraveled, and tears burst forth uncontrollably as she wept openly against his chest. At that moment, silent figures appeared at the alley's entrance.
Leading them was Hyūga Hyūga, the clan head himself.
He and the elders behind him stood motionless, having witnessed the latter half of the confrontation in its entirety.
On every face was written awe so profound it defied articulation.
A foreigner awakening a Byakugan purer than that of the main house. A youth mastering the 8 trigrams 64 palms flawlessly to defeat a Jonin-ranked elder in open combat. Such truths struck violently at the foundations of their lifelong worldview.
Song Xiaofei seemed wholly unaware of their presence, merely soothing Hinata's back, letting her release her emotions freely. After a while, as though his strength had finally ebbed, he swayed slightly, and amid Hinata's gasp slowly closed his eyes and slipped into unconsciousness.
Xiaofei-kun.
Hinata clutched him desperately. Hyūga Hyūga took a slow deep breath, pulling himself from stunned disbelief. He stepped forward, his gaze complex and searching as he looked upon the unconscious youth cradled in his daughter's arms, lingering for a quiet moment on the faint fading traces of Byakugan at the corners of his eyes. After a long silence, he issued his command, firm, unwavering, brooking no dissent.
Take him to the main house.
Treat him with the highest grade medicinal regimens.
The first sense to return to Song Xiaofei was touch.
His left hand was enveloped by a soft and warm sensation. Then came the sense of smell as a faint elegant fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with the fresh scent unique to a young girl. He slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was an ancient and elegant ceiling crafted from a single piece of uncarved precious wood, exuding a calming woody aroma. The bedding beneath him was so soft it felt almost surreal, as if he were lying on a cloud.
This was not his dilapidated single dormitory.
He turned his head and saw the source of that warm sensation.
Hinata Hyūga was lying by his bedside, already deeply asleep.
Her silky dark blue hair was slightly disheveled, cascading over her cheeks, and her long eyelashes held glistening traces of tears.
Her tranquil sleeping face bore an unmistakable hint of exhaustion and peace. One of her hands was tightly gripping his left hand, as if fearing he might escape. Song Xiaofei surveyed his surroundings.
This was an extraordinarily spacious tatami room where everything from the sliding paper doors to the wall paintings radiated understated luxury. This was undoubtedly the main residence of the Hyūga clan. He had not been taken to a hospital but had been brought directly here. This seemed like the highest standard of treatment, but Song Xiaofei understood very well that it also meant he had become a rare item under close surveillance. He could sense the fluctuations of chakra from Hyūga clan ninjas hiding outside the door, outside the window, and even among the shadows of the courtyard trees. They were like a group of dutiful jailers watching his every move.
Song Xiaofei did not panic.
The first thing he did was silently chant in his heart, opening the system panel.
A translucent blue screen unfolded before his eyes.
Name: Song Xiaofei. Physique: Whirlpool Sage. Body: Particle Level. Bloodline Limit: Byakugan. Evolved Type: Ninjutsu. Mastery: Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Ultimate Level. Completed Objective: Hinata Hyūga. Affection Level 100. Status: Bound. Binding Effects 1. Within 100 meters of Hinata chakra recovery speed 50. 2. The host can passively share part of Hinata's vision and perception.
3. Harem Economics module officially unlocked. Song Xiaofei's gaze fell on the last line of newly appeared golden text.
Harem Economics module. The intimacy between the host and the bound target will be converted into influence over the target's affiliated forces.
Current influence can be exchanged for Hyūga clan resources beginner access rights.
Looking at this series of gains, a wider smile spread across Song Xiaofei's face.
This life-risking endeavor had paid off immensely.
He retracted the panel, his gaze returning to the sleeping girl beside him. He gently wrapped her slightly cool hand in his warm palm. As long as she was here, this place was home. It seemed she sensed his movement. Hinata's long eyelashes fluttered slightly and she slowly opened her pure white eyes. When she saw Song Xiaofei smiling at her, she was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with immense joy.
Song Xiaofei. You're awake.
She excitedly sat up, wanting to call someone but reluctant to let go of his hand.
Yes, I am awake.
Song Xiaofei's voice was slightly hoarse and magnetic from just waking up. How long have I been asleep?
A day and a night.
Hinata's eyes turned red again. The doctor said you said your chakra and physical strength were severely depleted. Luckily. Song Xiaofei smiled and squeezed her palm. Luckily I have you.
I already know.
Hinata's face turned bright red. She lowered her head, speaking softly. I
didn't do anything.
Just then the sliding paper door was opened silently. A figure stood quietly at the door, a powerful aura instantly filling the entire room.
Father.
Hinata, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly stood up and respectfully bowed.
Hyūga Hazashi's gaze swept over his daughter before finally resting on Song Xiaofei, who had sat up on the bed.
His eyes were deep and complex but mostly held an undeniable authority.
Since you're awake, let's talk.
He spoke in a declarative sentence rather than a question.
Song Xiaofei lifted the cover swiftly, donned the outer garment set by the bed, and slightly bowed to Hyūga Hazashi, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. Lord Hazashi.
Hyūga Hazashi did not question him about the origins of his Byakugan, nor did he mention Hyūga Dekan as if everything that had happened that night was of no concern to him.
He simply scrutinized Song Xiaofei with his cold Byakugan.
Hinata is the heir of the Hyūga clan. Her future is tied to the rise and fall of the entire family. His voice revealed no hint of joy or anger. You, an orphan without any family background, what do you think you can offer her?
Song Xiaofei was not intimidated by this question.
He met Hyūga Hazashi's gaze with a calm smile. Lord Hazashi, I truly cannot offer her anything at this moment.
In terms of family background, I am all alone. In terms of strength, I am still just an ungraduated student.
But... He shifted his tone, his eyes sharpening.
I can give her what you cannot. Outrageous. A ninja from the branch family behind Hazashi couldn't help but scold.
But Hazashi waved his hand, signaling him to be silent, and looked at Song Xiaofei with great interest. Oh.
Tell me more.
I can give her recognition, make her smile, and ensure she no longer cries because she feels like a waste.
Song Xiaofei spoke clearly. Most importantly, I can fight for her. You need a powerful heir who can bring glory to the Hyūga name. What I need is simply a Hinata who can laugh and cry and be by my side.
These words instantly caused Hinata's tears to flow freely, and even a trace of unnoticeable emotion appeared on Hyūga Hazashi's frozen face. Song Xiaofei knew the time was right and he immediately pressed on.
Of course, words alone are not enough. I assure you I will become strong enough to be an asset to the Hyūga clan, not a burden. To achieve this goal, I have a request.
Hyūga Hazashi's voice was deep. Speak.
I hope to gain permission to freely enter and exit the Hyūga clan's library.
Song Xiaofei bowed and requested, I want to learn more advanced sealing techniques and physical theory. I want to understand everything about Byakugan. Hyūga Hazashi looked at him deeply. This youth was even smarter than he had imagined. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for Hinata's heart to rise to her throat.
You may.
Ultimately, Hyūga Hazashi uttered these two words.
But you have only 1 month.
After a month, if I do not see satisfactory progress from you, your relationship with Hinata will cease here. With that, he turned and left with the clan members. When the sliding paper door closed again, Hinata could no longer hold back, bursting into Song Xiaofei's arms in tears of joy.
That's wonderful.
Father.
He agreed. Holding the soft girl in his embrace, Song Xiaofei revealed a warm smile. In the following days, Song Xiaofei rightfully resided in the Hyūga manor. He enjoyed Hinata's meticulous care.
Every morning Hinata would prepare a delicate breakfast for him. During the day they would go to the library together, one perusing scrolls seriously while the other blushed, grinding ink beside her. In the evening they would practice gentle fist in the sunlit courtyard, the occasional physical contact always causing the girl to blush deeply. The servants of the Hyūga family, witnessing the happiness on their young lad's face that had never been seen before, gradually shifted their attitude towards Song Xiaofei from initial vigilance to tacit goodwill. This future son-in-law seemed not so unworthy as imagined.
However, peaceful days are always short-lived. A week later, when Song Xiaofei re-entered the ninja school, he immediately felt a more intense gaze of attention than before. If last time it was curiosity, this time it was awe. Rumors about a genius from the Hyūga clan who awakened Byakugan and crippled the hardliner elder Hyūga Deacon had circulated wildly through various channels in the upper circles. As soon as Song Xiaofei sat down, a familiar jasmine scent wafted over. Yamanaka Ino's beautiful purple eyes were scanning him like a scanner. Well, Song Xiaofei. She crossed her arms, a hint of provocative smile on her lips. It's only been a few days since we last met and you're almost the Hyūga clan son-in-law now. Just strolling in and out of the Hyūga gates. You seem to be quite well informed. Song Xiaofei lazily yawned. Of course you should see who I am, miss. Ino huffed, leaning slightly forward and lowering her voice. I heard from my dad that you awakened Byakugan. Song Xiaofei neither confirmed nor denied it, merely looking at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, Ino straightened her chest and spoke in a tone of defiance. But don't think that this means you've won. In terms of strength, I won't lose to you in the future. In terms of interestingness, I am much stronger than that shy girl. Ding. Yamanaka Ino affection 10. Current affection level 29. Affection note: she has already regarded you as her most interesting challenge. Song Xiaofei looked at the numbers dancing on the system panel and then at Ino's proud face that seemed to scream come and conquer me, and chuckled inwardly. He withdrew his gaze and looked out the window. On the system panel behind Hinata's avatar was the glaring 100 bound status, while Ino's avatar had just surpassed the threshold of 20, shimmering with new light. The life at ninja school has just begun, he murmured. After a week apart, when Song Xiaofei stepped through the gates of the ninja academy once more, he felt like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. The gazes that clung to him were more complex than ever before. A branch member of the Hyūga clan with Byakugan, a tough character who confronted the elder Jonin, Hinata's rumored boyfriend. These labels surrounded him like a halo, thrusting him into the eye of the storm. Song Xiaofei remained unfazed. He yawned and sauntered to his seat with his signature lazy gait, as if he had merely spent a mundane weekend. Hey great romantic, are you finally back to school? A familiar scent of jasmine mixed with the teasing of a girl wafted over. Inazuka Kiba had unknowingly turned around, her lively purple eyes darting around him. I thought you were so smitten that you'd become a live-in son-in-law with the Hyūga family. Song Xiaofei glanced at her, sweeping over her face filled with hurry up and tell me the gossip, and lazily replied, I had no choice, mainly because I'm too exceptional. Lord Hizashi insisted on having me stay a few more days to impart some family secrets. It's hard to turn down such hospitality, you know. The affection level displayed on the system panel under Kiba's avatar was clearly marked as 32. Clearly his recent disappearance and the exaggerated rumors had piqued her curiosity about Song Xiaofei to unprecedented TCH, what's there to be proud of? Isn't it just because of a woman that you've moved into a mansion? Exactly, I heard you even got to use the secret medicine of the Hyūga clan. You're just a freeloader. A few girls gathered together, discussing with a sour tone. They were all staunch admirers of Uchiha Sasuke, and seeing the two prettiest girls, Kiba and Hinata, flocking around Song Xiaofei had long left them dissatisfied. What qualifications does a guy with connections have to compare with Sasuke-kun? Song Xiaofei didn't even glance back. He simply tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, the sound low yet resonating throughout the classroom. Ladies, there's a saying, vision determines ambition. The fact that the Hyūga clan has taken an interest in me shows I possess value. Meanwhile, you can only gossip here, indicating your families don't even qualify to provide me with soft rice. The faces of those girls instantly turned a shade of deep crimson, wanting to retort but finding no words. In terms of family background, their clans were indeed insignificant compared to the prestigious Hyūga family. Kiba burst into laughter, thinking Song Xiaofei's words were sometimes more effective than ninjutsu. What did you say? One girl stood up in a huff. Just then a cold figure passed by the classroom door, casting a fleeting glance this way. Sasuke didn't stop his stride as he passed Song Xiaofei's seat. He left behind a light yet haughty remark. Boring trash. He didn't even bother to look at Song Xiaofei, exuding an air of disdain for the weak that came from deep within. The temperature in the classroom seemed to drop a few degrees. Stop right there. Song Xiaofei's tone remained lazily nonchalant. Sasuke halted his steps. He slowly turned around, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. Song Xiaofei also turned his head. He wasn't angry but rather scrutinized Sasuke's hairstyle seriously, then stroked his chin and earnestly said, I've been wondering why you always look somewhat dim-witted. Now I understand, it's because your hairstyle resembles a duck's butt. Just think about it, how could someone who walks around with a duck butt all day be spirited? Young man, I advise you to change your hairstyle, otherwise it will affect your brain development. Pooh ha ha. Kiba was the first to crack up, laughing so hard he nearly cried. Duck butt. Ha ha ha, it really does look a bit like that. For the first time a crack appeared on Sasuke's eternally stoic face. The veins on his forehead throbbed and his clenched fists trembled slightly from the force. A chill of murderous intent emanated from Sasuke. Trash should have the awareness of trash. He stared fiercely at Song Xiaofei, his voice squeezed out through gritted teeth. The murderous aura made the surrounding air feel thick. Kiba's laughter died down and she looked at Song Xiaofei with concern. However, Song Xiaofei seemed oblivious to the killing intent. He merely turned his head and smiled gently at Kiba. Don't be afraid, be careful not to be affected by negative energy or it will wilt you, my lovely flower. After saying that, he turned back to Sasuke, his smile vanished, replaced by indifference. Also, don't casually unleash your killing intent towards girls, it's quite uncouth. Just as the atmosphere between the two became tense, Irika walked in holding a stack of documents. Alright, everyone return to your seats. Irika's voice broke the standoff. This afternoon we will conduct the last practical test of the semester. This will also serve as an important reference for graduation grouping. Practical test. The classroom erupted in an uproar. In Song Xiaofei's mind, the system's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding. Detected a critical plot node. A phased strategy task has been released. Task name: Proof of a Genius. Task requirements: defeat Uchiha Sasuke hidden in the practical test and during this process raise Inuzuka Kiba's affection level above 50. Task rewards. Determined by task completion level. Failure penalty: Inuzuka Kiba's affection level resets to 0 and she deems me a fraud who can only talk big. Irika began announcing the battle pairings. Nara Shikamaru vs. Akimichi Choji. Inuzuka Kiba vs. Haruno Sakura. Kiba and Sakura exchanged glances and it felt like sparks flew in the air. Irika cleared his throat and read out the final pairing, the most anticipated one in the room. The final pairing. Song Xiaofei vs. Uchiha Sasuke. As these two names were called, the entire classroom fell into a dead silence, followed by an explosion of discussions. The afternoon combat assessment was arranged in the outdoor training ground behind the Ninja Academy with a massive white circle drawn in the center measuring 10 meters in diameter. Irika held the roster in his hand, standing at the edge of the circle as he loudly read out the names. As the previous rounds of duels quickly concluded, the atmosphere gradually escalated. Next up, the final match. Irika's voice rose a notch as he pointed towards the center of the arena. Song Xiaofei against Uchiha Sasuke. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All the students automatically stepped back, clearing the front row. Yamanaka Ino squeezed to the front, cupping her hands around her mouth, and shouted. Song Xiaofei. Teach him a fierce lesson. Don't go easy on him. Ino's voice rang out clearly, echoing across the entire training ground. A semi-transparent prompt box suddenly appeared. Yamanaka Ino's affection level: current fluctuation 35. Strategy status: highly curious, emotions elevated. Haruno Sakura stood not far away, biting her lip, her hands clasped together, internally conflicted. She glanced at the exuberant Song Xiaofei and then at her secret crush Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuko-kun. You must win, Sakura muttered softly. Song Xiaofei yawned and sluggishly walked into the white circle. On the other side, Sasuke wore a cold expression, walking steadily onto the stage. His hands hung at his sides, his knees slightly bent, instantly taking the standard starting stance of Uchiha fluid techniques. In contrast, Song Xiaofei stood casually, even with his hands shoved in his pockets, his entire demeanor riddled with openings. Sasuke observed his opponent with a cold gaze, letting out a disdainful scoff. Why aren't you taking a stance? Do you really think you can stand before me just by relying on those opportunistic rumors? Trash is always trash. Without the foundation of a clan, you don't even qualify to take a stance in front of my Uchiha clan. Song Xiaofei merely scratched his ear, not taking Sasuke's words to heart. Uchiha clan. Is your clan's ancestral rule to tell one-man stand-up comedy before a fight? He pointed his index finger at Sasuke's hair. I already said in the classroom that your hairstyle severely affects your IQ. Against a creature with a duck's butt on its head, I can just stand here. Come on, little duck, let me see if you can even touch the corner of my clothing. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Uzumaki Naruto laughed until he doubled over, pointing at the arena and shouting. Ha ha ha. Duck butt. So fitting. Song Xiaofei did great. Both sides make the hand seals. Irika hurriedly shouted, trying to bring the atmosphere back on track. The two stepped forward and hastily formed a seal. The combat assessment begins now. As soon as Irika's voice fell, Sasuke instantly launched his attack. He reached into his ninja tool pouch with his right hand, two shurikens pinched between his fingers, and with a whooshing sound he flung them out violently. Sasuke was clever. These two shurikens were not aimed at Song Xiaofei's vital points. The shurikens shot at Song Xiaofei's feet from tricky angles. Dodge. Let's see where you can hide. This was a practical technique of the Uchiha style, using ninja tools to seal off the enemy's retreat, forcing them to reveal a fatal flaw. Sasuke followed up, pushing off the ground, his body lunging forward like a leopard. His right fist, propelled by the momentum of his charge, struck directly at Song Xiaofei's face. Song Xiaofei did not panic.
What seemed like lightning-fast movements to others was in his perception enhanced by the system's basic physical technique, and the essence of soft fist slowed down by half a beat. Just as the shurikens were about to pin down beside his feet, Song Xiaofei utilized the unique footwork of the soft fist, pivoting on his right heel, his body leaning back in defiance of physical laws. His upper body nearly slid along the ground for half a meter, effortlessly evading Sasuke's heavy punch.
Too slow, Song Xiaofei's voice echoed in Sasuke's ear.
Sasuke was greatly alarmed, his punch missing, causing his body to lean forward. He was about to retract his arm to change tactics when Song Xiaofei, while sliding naturally, extended his left foot, lightly hooking at Sasuke's supporting ankle. It was this seemingly casual hook. A slight push could send 1,000 pounds. Sasuke, already out of balance from his forward charge, was instantly tripped up by this subtle force, resulting in his legs tangling together. Bang! Sasuke slammed hard into the muddy ground, landing in a rather embarrassing heap. Song Xiaofei took the opportunity to stand upright and dusted off his pants. He bent down, leaning towards Sasuke, who lay on the ground. Sweating profusely. "Aren't you, little brother?" These simple 8 words carried immense impact. The training ground fell silent for a second, then erupted into a tsunami of laughter. Holy cow! The Uchiha genius was actually tripped up. Inazuka Kiba laughed heartily. Yamanaka Ino jumped up excitedly from the sidelines. Song Xiaofei. So cool. Ding. Yamanaka Ino's affection level 5. Current affection level 40. Strategy hint: she has been deeply attracted by your effortless demeanor. Sasuke lay on the ground, his ears filled with laughter. It was the most humiliating moment he had ever experienced since birth. Bastard. Sasuke suddenly pushed himself up and leaped to his feet. His eyes were bloodshot, his pale face flushed, red veins pulsating violently at his temples. Completely losing his reason, Sasuke forgot that this was only an assessment. He drew a steel kunai from his ninja tool pouch. "I'm going to take you down." Sasuke let out a howl, channeling all his chakra into his legs. His speed was now twice as fast as before. He reversed grip on the kunai like a mad dog, recklessly lunging for Song Xiaofei's throat. "Stop, Sasuke. You've broken the rules." Irika shouted anxiously from the sidelines, wanting to rush in and intervene, but found it too far away, unable to make it in time. "Sasuke-kun. No." Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Facing this near-lethal attack, Song Xiaofei still did not take a step back. "Can't play, huh? You said it was a sparring match, why are you so impatient now?" Song Xiaofei continued to mock while his body entered a state of absolute focus. His gaze locked onto the kunai lunging towards him. Just as the tip of the kunai was less than 10 centimeters from his throat, Song Xiaofei struck. He raised his right hand and swiftly struck the inner side of Sasuke's wrist, where a crucial point in the Bodhis meridians lay. Smack! A dull thud echoed. Sasuke felt his entire right arm go numb, as if electrocuted, his fingers uncontrollably loosening. Clang! The kunai fell to the ground. Song Xiaofei's movements did not cease, his right hand flipped over, firmly gripping Sasuke's wrist. Then he employed the most basic technique of the soft fist. Turning, sinking his shoulder and throwing over his shoulder. It was all done in one smooth motion. Sasuke's massive forward momentum became the force that backfired on him. He traced an arc in the air, his body being violently flung away. Thud! Sasuke's back smashed hard against the ground at the edge of the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire training ground fell into a stunned silence, all mouths agape. If the previous trip could still be considered a coincidence, then this shoulder throw was a complete display of overwhelming strength. Song Xiaofei didn't even use any ninjutsu. He turned around to face Ino, who was gaping, casually brushing a stray hair from his forehead. "What do you think? Did I disappoint you?" Ino's cheeks flushed with 2 bright spots, her heart racing uncontrollably. Ding! Yamanaka Ino's affection level 8. Current affection level 48. Only 1 step away from breaking 50 for the target requirement. However, the battle was not over. Sasuke, who had been slammed to the ground, slowly got back up. His breathing became heavy, his chest rising and falling violently. Extreme anger stripped him of his last ounce of humanity. Sasuke raised his hands, his 10 fingers quickly forming seals with practiced movements. Siwei Shinin Wu Chen. Irika saw this sequence of seals and felt his soul leave his body, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. "Sasuke! Stop! You'll destroy the training ground." Sasuke didn't heed anyone's voice, taking a deep breath and gathering a massive amount of chakra in his throat. The intense heat of the fire release began to permeate the air. A deathly silence hung over the training ground. All eyes were fixed on the edge of a charred crater, where the man who had withstood a massive fireball jutsu bareback now stood. Yamanaka Ino's wails tore through the air, raw and desperate, as she cradled Song Xiaofei's trembling body, racked by unbearable agony, and felt her world shatter around her. On the raised platform, Uchiha Sasuke watched coldly. In his eyes, the battle was already over. This insignificant upstart, who dared challenge his authority, would draw his final breath any moment. He had even rehearsed his explanation to the Hokage how an unfortunate miscalculation had led to this outcome. Yet he failed to see what unfolded within that blood-stained tear-soaked embrace, where Song Xiaofei's ears resonated with a celestial chime, the system's notification. Ding! The proof of genius quest has been completed. Affection threshold achieved, current affection level 88. Direct defeat of Uchiha Sasuke, judgment in progress. Counter-Strike 4 system rewards desperate reverse. The host has gravely wounded the target while assuming the role of a heroic savior, provoking Sasuke's arrogance and thereby forging ideal conditions for the final counteroffensive. Overall evaluation: Strength completion. Strength quest reward granted. Congratulations host, you have acquired Mind-Body Switch Technique Revised. Congratulations host, you have acquired Enhanced Perception Advanced Tier. A torrent of profound knowledge and a cool crystalline surge of spiritual energy flooded Song Xiaofei's mind. The Yamanaka clan's ancient secret art, now radically refined by the system, had become bolder, more ruthless and deeply uncanny. The once elaborate process, requiring precise targeting and deliberate chakra projection, had been streamlined to near instantaneous execution. That spiritual energy sharpened his consciousness, previously fraying under excruciating pain, into razor clarity, expanding his sensory range geometrically. Simultaneously, the latent senju-derived lifeforce particles slumbering within him stirred to life. A warm golden current surged from his dantian like a roaring river rushing toward his ravaged back. Before Ino's tear-blurred gaze, a miracle unfolded. The horrific burns across Song Xiaofei's back began healing, visibly rapid. Charred necrotic skin sloughed away, tender pink flesh regenerated with startling speed. Within mere heartbeats, wounds that should have been fatal faded into faint rosy imprints. This can't be real. Ino's sobs choked off mid-breath. Her beautiful violet eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Song Xiaofei gently disengaged from Ino's arms. Raising his hand, he brushed away the blood at the corner of her mouth with his thumb, then rose to his feet beneath the stunned, jaw-dropped stares of every onlooker. He straightened his spine, as if the dying man moments before had never existed. You monster. On the platform, Sasuke's sneer froze, then dissolved into unmasked horror. Such regenerative power defied all his understanding of shinobi physiology. Yet that horror swiftly curdled into deeper jealousy and colder, deadlier intent. No matter what abomination you are, you will die here today. Sasuke channeled chakra into his legs again, refusing to believe his opponent could still fight after absorbing that fireball jutsu Heiden. It had to be some life-draining forbidden technique. He would strike now before this terrifying anomaly regained its footing. Like a cannonball unleashed, he charged forward once more, intent on reducing Song Xiaofei to ruin with pure brutal taijutsu. Facing Sasuke's furious final assault, Song Xiaofei remained motionless, calm-centered, and even wore his signature lazy, lopsided smile. When Sasuke's fist was less than half a meter from his face, Song Xiaofei moved. He neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he raised both hands and formed a hand seal, reminiscent yet fundamentally distinct from the Yamanaka clan's tradition, loose, effortless, and utterly unconventional. Mind-Body Switch Technique Revised. No thunderous roar. No dazzling light. Only an invisible, overwhelming wave of spiritual force radiating outward from Song Xiaofei with devastating authority. Sasuke, hurtling forward at full speed, froze mid-stride. His pupils lost focus instantly, his momentum arrested violently, leaving him locked in place, fist still thrust forward like a statue carved from shock. Every breath in the training ground ceased. Irika's mouth gaped open, he understood nothing. What kind of jutsu was that? Genjutsu. Then why had Sasuke's Sharingan remained inert? And then, what followed would haunt them all forever. Uchiha Sasuke's arm slowly retracted the punch. Then his right hand lifted, crack, and struck his own left cheek with a sharp, stinging slap. The impact was so fierce it snapped his head sideways, leaving a vivid five-fingered mark blooming across his pale, handsome face. The entire class turned to stone. Did I just see that right? Did Sasuke-kun just hit himself? Sakura murmured, dazed, as if drifting through a dream. What dark sorcery is this? Kiba's jaw dropped toward the earth. But it wasn't over. Crack! Another crisp report. Uchiha Sasuke raised his left hand and slapped his right cheek with equal force, perfect symmetry, identical intensity. Crack! The third strike. It seemed to drain the last of Song Xiaofei's strength. Sasuke's body shuddered, and his eyes refocused, sharp and bewildered. He stared blankly at his own hands, utterly disoriented, only registering the searing sting across both cheeks. Meanwhile, Song Xiaofei's face drained of color, turning ashen in an instant. His knees buckled. Xiaofei! Ino cried out and rushed forward to catch him. Song Xiaofei collapsed into her soft, fragrant embrace, eyelids fluttering shut as unconsciousness claimed him. In that final fading second, his whisper was barely audible, hoarse and wry. Mission accomplished. Time to vanish, legend intact, damn, that feels good.
Mission accomplished. Time to vanish, legend intact, damn that feels good. A deathly silence settled over the training ground. Every gaze was fixed on the rim of the charred crater, the man who had taken a roaring fireball squarely on his back. Shanzhong Jingyes wails tore at the air, cradling Song Xiaofei's body as it trembled with unbearable pain. She felt her world collapse. On the ring, Yuji Bozuozhu watched with cold eyes. To him, the battle was finished. This insolent upstart who dared challenge his authority was about to breathe his last. He had already planned his next step: finish off this trash, then go explain his momentary failure to the Hokage. Yet he did not see that in the blood and tear-soaked embrace a clear, almost celestial system chime was ringing in Song Xiaofei's ear. Ding! Task proof of genius completed. Affection requirement met. Current affection 88. Directly defeat Yuji Bozuozhu. Judging. Counterattack 4. System reward and desperate reversal. Ding! Judgment complete. The host severely injured the opponent in a heroic rescue posture, provoking Yuji Bozuozhu's complacency and creating perfect conditions for a final counterstrike. Overall assessment: strength completion. Strength task rewards released. Congratulations, host obtained Xin Zhuan Shengji Shugai heart turning technique modified. Congratulations, host obtained Ganji Nangli Gaoji Qianhua perception ability advanced enhancement. A vast torrent of knowledge and a cool surge of spiritual energy flooded Song Xiaofei's mind. The Shanzhong clan's ancestral secret art under the system's alteration grew more domineering and uncanny. The original process of locking onto a target and releasing spiritual force was greatly simplified. Some functions now could be triggered instantaneously. That spiritual energy restored his consciousness, clouded by agony, to crystalline clarity, his perception expanded by geometric magnitudes. At the same time, the immortal body particulates derived from the Xuanhua Izu within him began to act. A warm golden current rose from his dantian like a surging river streaming toward his shredded back. Through Jingyes' tear-blurred vision, a miracle unfolded. The horrific burns across Song Xiaofei's back were knitting themselves before their eyes. Charred dead skin sloughed away and pink new flesh surged forth in mere breaths. The wounds that should have been fatal had been reduced to faint red. This? How is this possible? Jingyes' sobs cut off. Her violet eyes widened, disbelief written across her face. Song Xiaofei gently released Jingye. He raised a hand and with his thumb wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he rose to his feet. He straightened as if the man who had been dying moments ago were not the same. You monster. On the ring, Yuji Bozuozhu's sneer froze, replaced by unmistakable horror. Such regenerative ability exceeded everything he knew about a ninja. Yet that astonishment soon curdled into deepening jealousy and murderous intent. Whatever kind of monster you are, you die here today. Yuji Bozuozhu poured chakra into his legs again. He could not believe his opponent could still fight after absorbing a fireball. This must be some life-draining secret art, he thought. He would take this moment to utterly eliminate the thing that terrified him. Like a fired cannonball, he launched toward Song Xiaofei, once more intent on shredding him with pure physical technique. Faced with Yuji Bozuozhu's ferocious final charge, Song Xiaofei simply stood still. A trademark lazy smile lingered on his face. When Yuji Bozuozhu's fist was less than half a meter from his face, Song Xiaofei moved. He did not dodge or block. He lifted both hands and in an ungainly, almost casual manner formed a seal similar to but fundamentally different from the Shanzhong clan's secret art. Xin Zhuan Shengji Shugai heart-turning technique modified. There was no cataclysmic display, no ostentatious light, yet an invisible, overwhelmingly domineering spiritual shockwave erupted from Song Xiaofei. Yuji Bozuozhu mid-charge froze. His pupils lost focus, his forward motion halted, fists suspended mid-swing as if he had become a statue. Breath stopped across the training ground. Yaluka gaped, utterly baffled. What kind of ninjutsu was that? An illusion. But why did Yuji Bozuozhu's Sharingan show no reaction? Then came a scene no one would forget. Yuji Bozuozhu's body slowly withdrew his fist. Then he raised his right hand. Slap. A crisp resounding smack landed on his own left cheek. The blow was so forceful his head tilted, a clear five-finger imprint blossomed on his pale, handsome face. The entire class stood frozen. I must be seeing things right. Zuozhu. He slapped himself. Chun Ying muttered as if sleepwalking. What sorcery is this? Xuanzhong's jaw nearly dropped. But it was not over. Slap. Another crisp crack. Yuji Bozuozhu raised his left hand and struck his own right cheek, left and right symmetrical and even. Slap. The third one. That final smack seemed to exhaust whatever force Song Xiaofei had summoned. Yuji Bozuozhu's body trembled and his gaze refocused. He stared at his hands in bewilderment, having no understanding of what had just occurred, only feeling the searing pain in both cheeks. Across from him, Song Xiaofei's face drained of color in an instant. His legs buckled as if he could no longer hold himself. Xiaofei. Jingye cried, rushing forward to support him. Song Xiaofei fell into Jingye's soft fragrant embrace, his eyes closed and he slipped into unconsciousness. In the last breath before he lost awareness, he muttered so faint only he could hear a weary quip. Job done, keep the merit hidden. Damn, that feels good. In the infirmary of the ninja school, Song Xiaofei lay on the pristine hospital bed, his eyes tightly closed, breathing steadily, embodying the role of a heroic figure who had valiantly fainted from exhaustion. In fact, the moment he was hurriedly brought in by Ino and Irika, he had already awakened. The self-healing ability of the Vortex Sage body far surpassed ordinary imagination, and the burn on his back had long since healed. As for the mental energy consumption caused by the technique mind turn technique revision, it quickly recovered by more than half thanks to the spiritual energy supplement from the system reward perception ability advanced enhancement. He was now full of energy, even capable of performing another set of the 8 trigrams 64 palms on the spot. But he chose to continue feigning sleep, as this battle damage welfare of being cared for was an indispensable part of the strategy. Outside the infirmary, the corridor was in disarray. The astonishing turnaround from the practical class had already spread throughout the entire school. Uchiha Sasuke was overwhelmingly crushed by an unknown orphan, even being controlled to slap himself 3 times. This was definitely the biggest news of the year. Let's go in and see classmate Song Xiaofei. He got seriously injured while saving someone. Yes, we just want to express our concern. Several girls chattered at the door. They had previously been fans of Sasuke, but after witnessing Song Xiaofei bravely withstand the fireball to save Ino and then crush Sasuke with a mysterious ninjutsu, their hearts had swiftly shifted allegiance. Especially Sakura Haruno, who stood among the crowd. Her expression was extremely complex. She was worried about Sasuke, who was being sent to another infirmary for treatment of his facial injury, while simultaneously feeling an indescribable curiosity and admiration for Song Xiaofei, who had unleashed powerful strength at a critical moment and had even comforted her with chocolate. Everyone be quiet. A sharp voice rang out at the door. Ino stood with her hands on her hips like a lioness, guarding her territory, blocking the entrance to the ward. Song Xiaofei got injured saving me, he needs rest now. Are you all trying to make his injuries worse with your no? Her gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Sakura with a hint of provocation. I'm enough to take care of him, you outsiders don't need to worry. Ino pig. What do you mean by that? Sakura immediately shot back, not willing to back down. It means what it says, wide forehead. The tension between the two girls escalated until it was finally dispersed by a teacher who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The world had finally quieted down. Ino snorted, closing the door and completely isolating herself from the outside noise. She walked to the bedside, looking at Song Xiaofei's peaceful sleeping face. Her earlier domineering demeanor vanished in an instant, leaving only a face full of heartache and fear. Song Xiaofei could feel her small hand gently touching his forehead. After confirming he had no fever, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then in the silence he heard a faint sobbing. After a while, Ino seemed to have adjusted her emotions. She brought over a chair, sat by the bed and awkwardly began to peel an apple with a small knife. Song Xiaofei opened his eyes at the right moment. What he saw was a tear-streaked pretty face. Ino's eyes were red and swollen, resembling 2 ripe peaches, clearly having just cried. You're awake. Ino exclaimed as she saw him open his eyes. Her hand trembled and the half-peeled apple nearly fell to the ground. She quickly wiped her eyes, pretending nothing was wrong. Song Xiaofei said nothing, merely gazing at her with gentle eyes. Ino felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, her cheeks slightly reddening, yet she began to complain. If you wake up, just say something. You scared me half to death. You're such a big fool. Idiot. She scolded while forcefully peeling the apple as if that apple were Song Xiaofei's face. Is that how you save someone? Don't you care about your life? What if you really died? Do you know how dangerous that is? As she scolded, her voice began to crack with tears. I had no choice. Song Xiaofei finally spoke, his voice carrying just the right amount of weakness. I couldn't just watch such a beautiful girl get hurt. That would hurt more than killing me. Ino paused, her apple peeling at his words. All her complaints, fears and grievances were utterly shattered by this light and casual confession. A wave of warmth rushed from her neck to the crown of her head and her entire face turned crimson, even the tips of her ears became pink. You're such a smooth talker. She retorted playfully, yet she didn't dare to meet Song Xiaofei's eyes. She lowered her head, cutting the peeled apple into small pieces, then awkwardly speared a piece with a toothpick and offered it to Song Xiaofei's mouth. Open your mouth. Have some to regain your strength, or you might really die. Song Xiaofei smiled and opened his mouth, eating the apple. It was very sweet. Ding. Ino Yamanaka's favorability 5. Current favorability 93. Strategy tip: her heart has been completely melted by your selfless act. Provocation 3: ultimate surprise attack. From the ambiguous atmosphere, the infirmary was very quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds outside the window.
The afternoon sun streamed through the window, forming golden rays of light in the air with tiny dust particles dancing within the beams.
Ino fed piece by piece while Song Xiaofei ate piece by piece.
Neither spoke, yet a warm and ambiguous atmosphere quietly spread between them.
When Ino offered the last piece of apple, Song Xiaofei did not reach out to eat it directly but raised his hand as if wanting to take it himself. His fingertips accidentally brushed against Ino's warm, soft fingertip. A current seemed to surge from where they touched, instantly spreading throughout their bodies. Ino shuddered, her hand holding the toothpick frozen in midair. She looked up only to collide with Song Xiaofei's deep smiling eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain stars and the sea, instantly captivating her. At that moment time seemed to slow down.
Song Xiaofei slowly propped himself up, leaning closer to her.
Closer and closer. The delightful scent of masculinity enveloped Ino completely.
Her heart raced as if it would leap out of her throat. Her mind went blank, all her reserve and pride thrown out the window. She resignedly, yet with a hint of anticipation, slowly closed her nervous, slightly trembling eyes. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow in the sunlight. She was ready. Just as their lips were about to touch. Bang! The infirmary door was violently pushed open with great force.
Song Xiaofei.
Uchiha Sasuke.
You two brats, explain yourselves.
Irika's face filled with anger appeared at the door and his roar shook the entire room. This sudden shout instantly shattered all the ambiguity. Ino, like a startled rabbit, opened her eyes wide, swiftly retracting her hand, jumping up from the chair, her face red as if it might bleed. Song Xiaofei also twitched his mouth, silently lying back down, cursing Irika 100 times in his heart. Damn it, they were just a hair's breadth away. Irika, completely unaware that he had interrupted something, stormed over to the bedside, hands on his hips, and launched into a scolding at the feigning innocent Song Xiaofei. During a practical test, you two almost destroyed the training ground.
Uchiha Sasuke actually dared to use fireball jutsu.
And you? What kind of chaotic ninjutsu was that, controlling someone to hit themselves? You two, once your injuries are healed, report to the Hokage building to write a reflection. 10,000 words. Not a single word less. Irika's deafening roar extinguished the flickering flame of ambiguity that had just ignited in the infirmary. In the mountains, Ino leapt away from Song Xiaofei like a startled rabbit, her delicate face turning as red as a ripe tomato, even the nape of her neck blushing pink. Meanwhile, Song Xiaofei quickly lay back on the bed, pulling the blanket up to his chin, revealing a pair of innocent big eyes as if to say, "Teacher, I know nothing, I am just an injured patient who has just awakened." Irika was momentarily taken aback by the reactions of these two youngsters, but soon his brain was consumed by an even greater surge of anger. He was preparing to continue his lengthy reprimand of 10,000 words. At that moment, the door to the infirmary was pulled open once more. This time the visitor's movements were much gentler. A petite figure appeared at the door, her deep blue short hair slightly disheveled and her fair face was filled with anxiety. Hinata Hyūga had evidently heard the news of Song Xiaofei's severe injury during the practical test and had rushed over from the Hyūga estate. In her arms she tightly held a delicate wooden box wrapped in fine satin. When Hinata's gaze fell into the room, she witnessed a scene that made her heart stop. Song Xiaofei lay on the sickbed, his complexion pale, while the girl who always vied for his affection, Ino, stood by the bed, her face flushed, her clothing somewhat disheveled. At that moment the air completely froze. Ino and Hinata locked eyes. One was the new battlefield darling who had just experienced life and death with her beloved, their feelings rapidly intensifying. The other was the designated girlfriend who had long been in sync with him and had received her family's approval. Invisible sparks crackled between the two. Before either of them could speak, a cold system alert echoed in Song Xiaofei's mind, blaring a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! Highest level battlefield alert detected. Target character Hinata Hyūga affection level 100 has encountered target character Ino Yamanaka affection level 93 in a direct confrontation. Emotional storm index 9. 510. Host must intervene immediately to avert a potential crisis, or it may lead to a catastrophic decline in one party's affection level. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Song Xiaofei's back. This was far more thrilling than enduring a fireball. Hinata was the first to break the silence. She walked briskly to the bedside, completely ignoring Ino beside her, and carefully opened the exquisite wooden box. A refreshing medicinal scent instantly filled the air. Song Xiaofei. I heard about your injury. This is the highest grade burn ointment from the Hyūga clan which works wonders for restoring chakra damage. Her words were still so gentle, yet her actions radiated possessiveness. Observing this, Ino immediately puffed out her chest, unyieldingly blocking the path between Hinata and Song Xiaofei. No need. Song Xiaofei got hurt, saving me his injury should be my responsibility. She pointed to the table beside them where a half-eaten apple lay. I will take care of him here until he fully recovers. You, the spoiled princess, should just stay home, you are not needed here. I am not. Hinata's eyes turned red from her words, biting her lip in grievance. What do you mean?
Song Xiaofei, come open your mouth, eat the apple to regain your strength. Ino picked up a piece of apple, vehemently holding it to Song Xiaofei's lips. No way. Hinata was also flustered. She pulled out a thermos from somewhere. Song Xiaofei just suffered a serious injury and needs easily digestible food. I made porridge for him. As she spoke, she scooped a spoonful of fragrant rice porridge and similarly held it to Song Xiaofei's lips. Thus a remarkable scene unfolded in the infirmary. On either side of Song Xiaofei's sickbed stood a radiant girl with golden hair and violet eyes holding up an apple. On the other side stood a shy girl with blue hair and white eyes offering a spoonful of hot porridge. Both pairs of beautiful eyes were fixated on him as if asking, whose food will you eat? Irika, forgotten at the side, stared wide-eyed, nearly forgetting why he was there. Song Xiaofei felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. He knew this was a matter of life and death. His mind raced and the skills he had honed at the dining table in his past life were now put to the ultimate test. He first turned to Ino with a weak smile. Ino, thank you, your apple is so sweet, just like you. After saying that, he opened his mouth and gently took a bite of the apple. At the moment Ino beamed with a victorious smile. He swiftly turned to Hinata, looking at her with an expression full of apology and tenderness. Hinata, your porridge smells so good. Just the smell makes my body feel warm. I'm a bit thirsty, can I have a sip of porridge to moisten my throat, okay? After saying that, he opened his mouth and drank the porridge offered by Hinata. The sequence of actions was smooth and fluid, deftly stabilizing the situation for the moment. Ino's triumphant smile froze while Hinata's grievance dissipated somewhat. The two girls exchanged glances again, both huffing in dissatisfaction. The flames of conflict for now shifted from Song Xiaofei to the innocent bystander. Iruka sensei, Ino took the lead in attacking. Song Xiaofei is injured like this and you are still here shouting. Do you want him to get worse? Exactly. Hinata too rarely mustered the courage to chime in. Song Xiaofei is a hero, you shouldn't treat him this way. Irika was taken aback, pointing at his own nose. I am enforcing school discipline. Before he could finish, the two girls had already formed a temporary alliance. Cough, cough. A sudden violent cough interrupted everyone's argument. Song Xiaofei suddenly clutched his chest, a look of pain appearing on his handsome face, his brows tightly knitted. You, stop arguing, he said weakly. My head is spinning, my chest hurts. Ino and Hinata instantly halted their bombardment of Irika, turning to him in unison, their faces filled with tension and worry. Xiaofei, what's wrong? Song Xiaofei, don't scare me. Song Xiaofei feebly pointed to the direction of the door. The two girls immediately understood. They exchanged glances again, this time filled with a sense of united against the outside. In the next second they each took one side, propelling the still dazed Irika out the door. Iruka sensei, Song Xiaofei needs an absolutely quiet rest environment. Please leave immediately. Yes. It's all your fault for being too noisy. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Irika stood dazed in the corridor, still holding the disciplinary form he had prepared for Song Xiaofei, feeling disheveled in the wind. What did I do wrong? I just wanted to enforce some discipline. In the infirmary. Song Xiaofei looked at the now quiet room and the two girls beside the bed, who were still glaring at each other but at least no longer arguing, and let out a long sigh of relief. He blissfully closed his eyes, enjoying the top-notch treatment of one peeling apples and the other feeding hot porridge, sincerely sighing in his heart. It seems quite joyful even in a foreign land. The turmoil in the infirmary ultimately concluded with Irika being politely escorted out by two girls, while Song Xiaofei blissfully enjoyed the service of being served by one king and two queens. When Song Xiaofei returned to the classroom, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere around him had shifted. The gazes of his classmates swept in from all directions, filled with awe, jealousy, curiosity, and probing. Various emotions intertwined to form an invisible net, and he was the central prey within it. Damn. This treatment is even better than that of a top celebrity, Song Xiaofei lazily complained in his heart while maintaining a sleepy demeanor as he nonchalantly sat at his desk. Quiet down. Irika walked into the classroom with a stack of documents, his weathered face marked by seriousness. His gaze briefly lingered on Song Xiaofei as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately turned into a sigh. There are only 3 days left until the graduation exam, and the form of the exam will be determined by a draw assessing one technique from the three-body technique. Everyone get your spirits up. Yes. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly tightened. Standing beside Irika, the usually gentle teacher Mizuki smiled and added, everyone, don't be too nervous. Teacher Irika is doing this for your own good. Of course, an exam doesn't define a ninja entirely. True strong ones always have special ways to prove themselves. As he spoke his seemingly sincere eye subtly glanced at Naruto in the corner, who was scratching his head anxiously. Song Xiaofei was mid-yawn when he subconsciously activated his Byakugan. In his extraordinary vision, Mizuki's chakra flowed smoothly, yet deep within his emotions there was a hint of unusual excitement. After class, Song Xiaofei clearly spotted Mizuki stopping the downcast Naruto at the corner of the corridor, patting his shoulder and saying something like, real ninjas don't rely on exams to prove themselves. Song Xiaofei pouted and withdrew his gaze. Just then a familiar aura passed by him. Uchiha Sasuke walked by with his hands behind his back, eyes straight ahead, and coldly tossed over a line in a volume only the two of them could hear. Those who become famous through scandals usually meet a quick demise. Song Xiaofei didn't even turn his head, still propping his chin as he gazed out the window, lazily replying, "Whether the duck but can graduate smoothly still depends on luck. Instead of worrying about me, you'd better go to the barbershop and get a more auspicious hairstyle." Sasuke suddenly halted, the pressure around him dropping even further. Naruto, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sasuke's face darkened further and he ultimately snorted coldly and walked away quickly. Before Song Xiaofei could enjoy 2 minutes of peace, two distinctly different yet equally pleasant aromas suddenly approached from either side. "Hey, busy person." Inazuka Kiba placed a small bag of exquisite herbal tea on his desk, crossing his arms and lifting his chin slightly. "To prevent you from falling asleep during the exam, I specially prepared this refreshing tea for you." Before her words fell, another fair hand timidly placed an ancient-looking pill bottle gently on the other side of the desk. Song Xiaofei, classmate." Hinata Hyūga's voice was as faint as a mosquito eye. "I heard from my father that your chakra is heavily depleted. This is a tonic pill from our family's secret recipe. It can replenish your energy." In an instant, the temperature in the entire classroom seemed to rise. All eyes focused on him, once again filled with a spirit of gossip. Sakura in the back row watched the scene, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Song Xiaofei looked at the red tea and blue pill on the desk, his smile radiant. He picked up Hinata's pill bottle, brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, his expression ecstatic as expected of my cute little Hinata, not only adorable but also a sweet little cotton-padded jacket. This love-themed blue pill is simply delightful. Hinata's face instantly turned as red as an apple. He then opened Kiba's flower tea, taking a deep breath, his expression exaggerated. "Although Kiba's flowers are beautiful, they still pale in comparison to yours by 1,000th. Kiba was momentarily taken aback by his antics, then her face turned slightly red as she stubbornly retorted, flattering. "I'm just worried you'll embarrass yourself during the exam. Who understands the family matters?" Song Xiaofei remarked, holding the pill bottle in his left hand and the tea bag in his right, his face filled with bliss. One hand is Hinata's heartfelt supply, the other is Kiba's energy buff. "I feel like I could take off right here and participate in the Chunin exams." This cheeky remark left Kiba and Hinata stunned. Although they didn't understand, seeing his smug expression made them unable to help but laugh. After school, Song Xiaofei declined Hinata's invitation to return to the mansion together and ignored Kiba's hint to go shopping. He wandered alone to a secluded training ground behind the ninja school. As expected, in the afterglow of the setting sun, he once again saw the figures of Mizuki and Naruto. Mizuki was gently guiding him while the flame of temptation burned in Naruto's blue eyes. Song Xiaofei hid in the shadows of the trees, his gaze gradually turning cold. He knew what Mizuki was plotting. The classic scroll theft incident from the original story was about to unfold. As night deepened, Song Xiaofei returned to his shabby dormitory and spread out a map on the desk. He used a pen to connect Mizuki, Naruto, the Book of Seals, and his own location one by one. Looking at the dangerous closed loop formed on the map, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. 2 days before the graduation exam, the atmosphere at the ninja school was intensely tense. In order to help the students acclimate to the rhythm of real combat, Irika specifically arranged a final assessment before graduation. The assessment content was quite simple, focusing on the basic connection of the body flicker technique and purely physical combat practice. "Alright, next." Song Xiaofei stepped forward. Irika read from the roster, his voice flat. However, beside him, teacher Shuemu stepped forward with a smile and said in a gentle yet sharp tone, "Let's see what level our school's recently famous dark horse really is. After all, true geniuses would never just hide behind girls, would they?" As soon as these words were spoken, a suppressed chuckle erupted from the crowd. Sasuke crossed his arms, standing coldly among the crowd, and chimed in, "Those who rise based on rumors usually fall hard when they hit the ground. I'll be watching." Song Xiaofei yawned and walked to the center of the stage, seemingly oblivious to the banter between the two. He knew that Shuemu was deliberately fanning the flames, trying to force him to reveal more of his cards to assess his upcoming plan. As for Sasuke, he was simply eager to reclaim his pride after being psychologically scarred last time. Now was not the time to completely tear the facade apart. "Begin." With Irika's commands, Sasuke moved first. His movements were precise and swift, with chakra control that was impeccable. His 3 consecutive teleportations left behind 3 distinct afterimages, prompting screams from the girls on the sidelines. Next, Song Xiaofei. Song Xiaofei stood still, deliberately suppressing the activity of his chakra, only mobilizing enough to maintain an average genin level. His movements were not as flashy as Sasuke's, even appearing somewhat plain. The first teleportation appeared behind a wooden post. The second teleportation was beside a rockery. The third teleportation returned him to his original spot. The entire process was smooth and natural, neither too much nor too little, just right. Pass. Irika nodded and wrote the score on the scoreboard. Shuemu leaned in to take a look and subtly frowned. Song Xiaofei's score was precisely half a second slower than Sasuke's, placing him second. This kid is hiding his strength. Next up was the physical combat practice. 3 boys who had always been displeased with Song Xiaofei immediately jumped out, wanting to take this opportunity to embarrass him and Teacher, we want to practice with him. Before Irika could respond, Song Xiaofei lazily beckoned with his finger. Let's do this quickly, I need to go take a nap. This contemptuous attitude completely enraged the 3 boys. They exchanged glances and charged at him from 3 directions, attempting to overwhelm him with numbers. However, to Song Xiaofei, whose senses were honed by the principles of gentle fist, their movements were full of flaws. He couldn't even be bothered to activate his Byakugan. As a punch came from the left, he did not block. Instead, he stepped aside with a subtle motion, allowing the opponent's fist to graze past his clothing. At the same time, his right foot extended at a concealed angle, lightly hooking at the opponent's ankle. Bang! The first person immediately lost balance and fell face-first into the ground. The attack from the right followed closely, a powerful roundhouse kick. Song Xiaofei advanced instead of retreating, placing his left palm against the opponent's kicking leg, gently redirecting their force. The boy felt an irresistible cello force spinning him around twice before he fell to the ground dizzy. The last person rushed in, seeing his 2 companions fall instantly. He was greatly shocked and wanted to pull back, but it was already too late. Song Xiaofei didn't even look at him as he brushed past. He lightly nudged his shoulder upwards into the opponent's armpit. Ugh! The boy felt a numbness in half of his body, all his strength drained away, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Song Xiaofei used no flashy moves, only the most basic leg hooks, force release, and close range strikes. The students on the sidelines were utterly confused, feeling as if the 3 had tripped over themselves, completely oblivious to the underlying techniques. TCH, just lucky. Yeah, those 3 were way too weak. However, those who understood were left feeling their scalps tingle. Irika's grip on the recording board tightened slightly, his eyes filled with shock. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the training field, a member of the Yambu wearing an animal mask was quietly reporting to the Hokage's office through a special communicator. Lord Third, the target Song Xiaofei during physical combat practice, did not use any ninjutsu or bloodline limits, defeating 3 peers in 10 seconds solely with basic physical techniques. His fighting style is highly efficient and seasoned, unlike a student, more like an experienced assassin. Further away on the rooftop of a teaching building, a man disguised as a passing villager in a trench coat lowered his binoculars, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was a peripheral member of the Root organization here specifically to observe this newly emerged Byakugan genius. Interesting, clearly possessing the Byakugan, yet he never used it throughout, instead relying on such a return to basics approach to physical combat. He is deliberately hiding his true strength. The man murmured, I must report this information to Danza-sama as soon as possible. Among the crowd, Yamanaka Ino's beautiful purple eyes sparkled with intrigue. She saw clearly that Song Xiaofei could have won more easily, but he intentionally controlled his strength and speed. That effortless demeanor made her realize for the first time that this guy was more than just a smooth talker. It seemed he was playing a very big game. As for Hinata Hyūga, she discerned from Song Xiaofei's seemingly effortless footwork the meticulous calculation of his chakra. While others saw his strength, she saw the frustration of someone who had to conserve every bit of chakra due to its insufficiency. An indescribable pang of sympathy surged within her. As the assessment concluded, the students dispersed in groups. Song Xiaofei deliberately took a detour, passing by Naruto, who was dejected due to his unsatisfactory performance. He patted Naruto's shoulder and said lazily in a tone only the 2 could hear, "Hey, the one at the bottom. Remember, truly powerful people never rush to prove themselves in daily life." Naruto looked up in confusion. Song Xiaofei curled his lips, revealing a meaningful smile. They will hoard all their cards, then deliver a crushing blow to those who look down on them at the most critical moment. After saying this, he ignored the pensive Naruto and turned away with a carefree demeanor. The day after the taijutsu baseline test, an odd tension lay over the classroom. Yaluka had taken the morning leave to report the assessment at the Hoying building, leaving Shuemu fully in charge of the theory lecture. Shuemu wore his trademark gentle smile as though ignorant of the undercurrent that had run through yesterday's training field. He began distributing a thick stack of exam papers. All right, students, today we will have an impromptu theoretical examination. He clapped to gather their attention. As you know, a shinobi must possess not only formidable ability but also a solid theoretical foundation. This test will count toward your final graduation assessment. A chorus of groans rose at once. Shuimu's gaze swept as if casually over Song Xiaofei and Mingren, and a brief glint passed through his eyes. Song Xiaofei lazily scanned the paper. Most questions were routine sequences of hand seals, the nature of chakra, maintenance of ninja tools, but the final essay made his brow lift ever so slightly. Essay question: in an emergency to instantly amplify the explosive force of a crank katan fire release ninjutsu, is it permissible to invert the conventional hand seal order by swapping the SI seal with the Wu seal? Explain the chakra conduction principle behind your answer. It was a trap question through and through. Song Xiaofei's past life memory and the system's imparted knowledge both told him clearly changes in chakra nature must precede changes in form. That is the immutable rule of ninjutsu construction. To invert the seal sequence would only cause chakra to flow backward. At best the technique fails, at worst it damages the meridian. The point tested here came from a treatise long condemned as forbidden, the hypothesis on unconventional chakra applications whose doctrines had long been proven heretical. Shuemu had set the question clearly to sift out those students whose foundations were weak but who were easily seduced by supposed shortcuts. And his target without doubt was Mingren. A few girls in the back row began to whisper deliberately. "Hey, do you think that Song Xiaofei can answer it?" "I doubt it." "Besides flattering Jingyi and Yingno, who knows how much real skill he has?" "Exactly. Yesterday's taijutsu was just luck. Isn't he always asleep in theory class? Let's wait and see him make a fool of himself. Guys who ride on women's backs are the worst." Their remarks were loud enough for several rows to hear. Chun Ying, sitting one row ahead of them, caught every word as if it had been spoken into her ear. In the past she might have nodded in agreement, but for some reason these words today provoked an odd discomfort within her. She recalled the scene in practical training when Song Xiaofei had taken a blazing ball of fire on his back to shield Jingyi and the air of effortless, almost arrogant composure he wore facing Zhuozhu. Could he really be only a smooth-tongued charlatan? For the first time a fissure opened in her preconceived image. At that moment the center of those discussions lazily raised his hand. "Teacher Shuemu, I have a question about this prompt." All eyes snapped to him. Shuemu adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. "Song Xiaofei, what is your question? Please ask." Song Xiaofei stood holding his paper. His expression was not supplicatory but investigative. "I would like to ask whether this question assumes the foundational theory that chakra form change follows nature change, or whether it rests on some special theory of temporary activation of nature." He paused. "I recall the Academy's standard texts contain no record of the latter. If this is beyond syllabus, should the teacher not have warned us in advance so we do not misunderstand?" A murmur swept the classroom. Most students were baffled, but those strong in theory like Luan wore thoughtful expressions. Shuaima's smile faltered for a heartbeat. He had not expected this lad, who otherwise spent class asleep or teasing the girls, to pierce the question's concealed theoretical contradiction so precisely. "Song Xiaofei certainly likes to think," Shuemu said. He quickly recovered his composure and laughed it off. "This question itself is an open hypothesis meant to test your dialectical thinking. There is no single standard answer." Yet Shuaima's seemingly perfect explanation betrayed an even larger flaw to another mind. Chun Yiying's thoughts raced. She remembered Yaluka's unequivocal teaching on chakra fundamentals that first nature then form was an unshakable cornerstone, just as one must lay a foundation before building a house. And now Shuemu called it an open hypothesis. Was this not outright contradiction? Chun Ying lifted her head and looked toward Shuemu at the podium, then to Song Xiaofei, whose face wore an expression that seemed to say, "I knew you would answer that way." She understood in an instant. Song Xiaofei was not truly asking, he was laying a trap, using a feigned question to force Shuemu to expose the flaw in the prompt. The realization sent her heart racing uncontrollably. He possessed not only reckless courage but a keen, even cunning intellect. At that moment a cold voice cut in from the side showmanship. Zhuozhu cast a glacial glance at Song Xiaofei. Though he had not fully followed the theoretical exchange, he recognized that Song Xiaofei was again seeking attention by indirect means, which irked him deeply. Song Xiaofei ignored Zhuozhu. He smiled at Shuemu, sat down, picked up his pen and began to write on the test paper. He did not compose a lengthy dialectic. Instead, in the answer space he wrote with spare rigorous logic a few lines: "This question is invalid. Reason 1. The application of chakras strictly adheres to the basic principle that nature change precedes form change. This is an axiom of ninjutsu construction and admits no hypothetical space. Reason 2. Reversing the handseal sequence violates the meridian guidance of chakra attributes, inevitably producing reverse flow. The result is not power enhancement but severe injury to the caster. Reason 3. Any attempt to seek shortcuts that contravenes foundational axioms should be regarded as a disregard for the life of a shinobi. In sum, this is a false proposition designed to mislead novices." Having finished, he laid his head down on the desk and resumed his nap. When time was called, Shuemu collected the papers with a dark expression. When he reached Song Xiaofei's paper, what could only be called a face-slapping manifesto, his fingers holding the sheet whitened from the pressure. In the afternoon, when Yaluka returned, Shuemu handed the exam papers to him. Yaluka flipped through them and paused when he saw Song Xiaofei's answer. He frowned, read it several times, then looked up at Shuemu with an assessing gaze. "Shuemu, did you set this question?" Shuemu felt a chill run through him and hurried to explain, Yes, Yaluka. I only intended to cultivate the children's critical thinking." Yaluka said nothing further. He extracted that particular paper and without comment set it apart. When the final bell rang, students drifted away in small groups. Chun Ying, having packed her bag, found herself inexplicably glancing back at the yawning, stretching figure. Coincidentally, Song Xiaofei looked up at the same moment their gazes met.
He spoke no words, only curved his mouth into a meaningful smile and mouthed 2 words at her.
Did you see? The realization hit Chun Ying like a shock.
Her cheeks flamed. She spun away, grabbed her satchel and practically fled the classroom.
She did not stop until she was well away from the teaching building.
Leaning against a large tree, she pressed her hand to her still-thudding heart. On the eve of the graduation exam, an unusual tranquility enveloped the air of the ninja school. Irika did not arrange any new lessons but simply allowed everyone to freely review in the classroom, familiarizing themselves with the hand signs of the shadow clone technique as an unprecedented relaxed atmosphere settled over the class. However, this tranquility was shattered the moment the lunch bell rang.
Hey genius Song.
A fragrant scent of jasmine wafted in first as Yamanaka Ino approached with a luxurious double-layered bento box wrapped in a splendid purple cloth, placing it elegantly on Song Xiaofei's desk, her chin slightly raised, resembling a proud peacock. Seeing you hurt and troubled lately, I specially made you a heartwarming lunch today to help replenish your nutrition.
Don't fall asleep during tomorrow's graduation exam and embarrass me.
At almost the same time, a gentle and subtle fragrance quietly arrived. Hinata Hyūga approached with small timid steps, her cheeks flushed, placing a traditional wooden bento box wrapped in a delicate cherry blossom cloth on the other side of the table.
Song Xiaofei. I
heard from my father that you've been training hard lately and using a lot of chakra.
I made some
dishes to help restore your strength.
The entire classroom seemed to have been muted.
All the students who were unpacking rice balls and preparing to eat together froze in unison, their gazes focused like spotlights on the small desk of Song Xiaofei. On one side was the luxurious Western-style bento that Ino had meticulously prepared, and just by looking at the exquisite packaging one could tell it was extraordinary. On the other side was the traditional heartwarming bento made by Hinata, the exquisite care exclusive to the Hyūga clan, wafting through even the box. What do family members understand?
We're having a lunch banquet today, sitting at the kids' table. Inuzuka Kiba muttered quietly from the back row, to which Akamaru responded with a bark of agreement.
Sakura Haruno sat not far away watching this scene, feeling as if she had overturned a vinegar vat, bitterly noting that even the rice balls in her own bento lost their flavor.
At this highly anticipated moment, an untimely loud voice broke the tension. Wow! It smells amazing. Ino. Hinata.
Naruto Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere, his eyes wide as he gazed at the 2 luxurious bentos on the table, nearly drooling.
Song Xiaofei, you can't eat all of that by yourself, right? How about sharing a bit with me?
Naruto's arrival instantly brought the hidden rivalry out into the open.
Ino and Hinata's cheeks flushed even more.
Song Xiaofei looked at the hellish battlefield before him, yet a brilliant smile spread across his face. He first picked up Ino's bento box and opened it. Inside were exquisitely plated tuna sandwiches, heart-shaped fried eggs, and a vegetable salad. Even the cherry tomatoes were carved into the shape of rabbits.
Wow! Song Xiaofei exclaimed dramatically, this isn't just a bento, it's clearly a work of art.
Ino, your creativity and taste are as delightful as your smile. Ino's lips involuntarily curled up, her face reddening even more, but she still huffed defiantly, I suppose you have good taste.
Next, Song Xiaofei opened Hinata's bento box.
A warm aroma of rice greeted him, featuring plump umebashi rice balls alongside thick and juicy tamagoyaki and vegetables stewed with gentle techniques to preserve their nutrients.
Mum.
Song Xiaofei inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, an expression of pure bliss washing over his face.
This is the taste of home. Hinata, your warmth and thoughtfulness are infused in this meal. Whoever gets to eat it will surely be surrounded by happiness.
Hinata clutched her clothes tightly, feeling as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. After praising both, Song Xiaofei glanced at Naruto, who was eagerly watching, and laughed heartily. He picked up his chopsticks, taking a rabbit-shaped tomato from Ino's bento and a piece of tamagoyaki from Hinata's, placing them both in Naruto's mouth. Come on, let's taste the culinary skills of our Class 2 top beauties.
This is a blessing that others can only dream of.
Naruto, with his mouth full, chewed happily and mumbled delicious.
You two are amazing.
Seeing that Song Xiaofei didn't keep it all to himself but generously shared with his friend, the competitive tension in Ino and Hinata's hearts eased a bit and their gazes towards each other softened.
However, the battle was not over yet. Just as Song Xiaofei was about to dig in, Ino and Hinata seemed to have reached some unspoken agreement and moved simultaneously.
Ino skewered the most beautiful heart-shaped fried egg with a toothpick and held it up to Song Xiaofei's mouth, her eyes sparkling. Eat mine first. I practiced this fried egg for a long time. Hinata also mustered her courage, picking up a rice ball wrapped in a secret sauce with her chopsticks, similarly offering it to Song Xiaofei, her white eyes filled with tension and anticipation.
Try this rice ball first, it's very good for restoring chakra. The entire class held their breath.
Who should he eat first? This was a life and death question.
Facing this final test, Song Xiaofei smiled. He swiftly extended his left hand, gently grasping Ino's wrist, holding the toothpick, and with her hand he ate the heart-shaped fried egg, mumbling indistinctly, "The taste of romance, I accept it." At the same time his right hand was not idle either. With a similar swift motion he grasped Hinata's chopsticks and ate the rice ball as well, expressing blissfully, "The taste of warmth, I accept it too." The entire process flowed smoothly, so quickly that the two girls didn't even have time to react. The left hand is passionate romance and the right hand is a gentle harbor. Song Xiaofei spread his hands innocently, looking at them. "Only children make choices, I want them all." Put. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed first. Following that, the entire classroom erupted in kind laughter. Ino's cheeks were so red they seemed like they could bleed. She felt both embarrassed and angry, yet sweet inside, ultimately only able to stomp her feet and scold, "Greedy guy." Hinata also shyly buried her face in her arms, her shoulders trembling slightly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. After school, as the students left in groups, Song Xiaofei called out to Naruto, who was about to train with Kiba. He patted Naruto's shoulder, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. "Naruto, remember what I told you yesterday." He lowered his voice. "Tonight, no matter what happens, don't blindly listen to others' provocations to prove yourself. Some shortcuts lead not to graduation but to the abyss." Naruto was taken aback, looking into Song Xiaofei's unusually serious eyes. Though he still muttered an unconvinced "oh," he somehow committed this advice to memory. The day of the graduation examination had finally arrived. A palpable tension hung over the entire ninja academy, etched upon the anxious faces of every student about to step into the examination hall. Irika stood at the center of the examination hall. His weathered face betrayed little emotion, yet his gaze swept over the assembled children with unusual solemnity. Behind him, teacher Mizuki held a scoring ledger, his trademark gentle smile still in place, yet Song Xiaofei could detect an unnerving fervor flickering in the fleeting glances he cast toward Naruto. "All right, silence." Irika's voice rang out deep and commanding, instantly quelling every murmur. "Today's graduation examination will test one randomly selected technique from the 3 body arts. Now proceed forward one by one in numerical order to draw your assignment." A black-clothed box was placed at the front of the hall. One after another students approached, hands trembling as they reached inside to draw a folded slip of paper. "Ugh, transformation technique. Perfect. I drew substitution technique." Joy and despair mingled in equal measure. Soon it was Song Xiaofei's turn. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, he ambled forward with languid nonchalance, plucked a slip from the box without so much as glancing at it, and strolled back. Ino and Hinata watched him breathless with anticipation. Song Xiaofei yawned, then slowly unfolded the slip, revealing 3 crisp characters: clone technique. Pfft, Kiba barely stifled a laugh behind him. Everyone knew the clone technique was Naruto Uzumaki's most fatal weakness. And Song Xiaofei, the prodigy who had recently dominated headlines, had drawn the very same technique. The irony ignited eager anticipatory grins across the room. Mizuki, standing just behind Irika, let a flash of cold malice flicker deep within his eyes. His original scheme had been to exploit Naruto's failure in the clone technique, but now Song Xiaofei had drawn it too. It was nothing short of divine providence. Since he is a prodigy, surely the evaluation standard should differ from that of ordinary students, wouldn't you agree, Irika-sensei? Mizuki stepped half a pace forward, offering the suggestion with disarming warmth. "I propose pairing Song Xiaofei with Sasuke Uchiha for their assessment. After all, only a clash between true elites can ignite each other's utmost potential." Irika frowned. Something felt amiss, but he struggled to articulate a counter-argument. After all, academically Sasuke and Song Xiaofei were undeniably the 2 strongest students of their year. "Next, Sasuke Uchiha," Irika called out sharply. Sasuke strode forward, expression icy and impassive. Clone technique. His hand seals formed, chakra surged. Poof. Poof. 2 soft bursts echoed, and 2 flawless corporeal clones materialized at either side of the field. Not only did they mirror his appearance perfectly, but even replicated his chilling aura with uncanny fidelity. Flawless. Pass. Irika nodded, visibly impressed. A wave of ecstatic shrieks erupted from the girls seated below. Sasuke dispelled his clones and as he stepped down shot Song Xiaofei a glance brimming with challenge. "Next, Song Xiaofei." Song Xiaofei stretched lazily before sauntering to the center of the field. Just as he raised his hands to form the seal, Mizuki spoke again, his voice smooth, his smile serene. "Wait. To more accurately assess Song Xiaofei's chakra control, I recommend raising the evaluation standard for this trial." He turned to Irika, elaborating, "Ordinary clones merely mimic form. But truly exceptional clones must distribute chakra evenly, even subtly disturbing the surrounding air to deceive the enemy's senses. Let us therefore require Song Xiaofei to produce 3 clones, not only identical in appearance but indistinguishable in chakra resonance as well." The request stunned even Irika into silence. This was no longer a genin graduation standard, it demanded the refined chakra precision of a chunin. Yet before Irika could object, Song Xiaofei spoke, casual, unruffled, "Sure. No flourish. No surge of visible chakra. Poof. Poof. Poof.
3 soft detonations and 3 identical song Xiaofei's appeared simultaneously at distinct points across the field. The hall erupted in stunned disbelief. For these clones bore not only his likeness, but his very demeanor.
More astonishingly, even seasoned shinobi present could not discern through sensory perception alone which was the original and which were illusions.
Their chakra signatures were virtually identical.
Irika's pupils contracted sharply. This transcended near clone replication.
It was mastery of chakra at its most intimate, most exacting level. Such control dwarfed the difficulty of unleashing any single high-powered jutsu by 100-fold.
Pass. Full marks. Irika blurted out, voice thick with awe.
Mizuki's face froze. Defiance still burned in his chest. He opened his mouth to protest once more. Wait, his clone placement seems, but Song Xiaofei gave him no chance to finish. The Song Xiaofei standing at the center spoke calmly. Mizuka-sensei, you seem unusually invested in me.
To the uninitiated one might think you're terrified I won't graduate.
He paused, a faint knowing curve lifting one corner of his lips. Or perhaps, you fear I'll graduate too smoothly.
The words stripped Mizuki's smile away entirely.
He felt Irika's gaze sharpen beside him, suddenly heavy with suspicion. Song Xiaofei dispelled his clones and walked off the field with effortless composure, as if he'd merely completed a trivial exercise.
As he passed Hinata, several Hyūga branch family students huddled nearby muttering bitterly.
TCH. So what if he passed? Just a bloodless outsider. Hinata-sama must have lost her sight.
Song Xiaofei halted mid-step.
Without turning, he tilted his head slightly and said, voice quiet but edged with steel, at least I passed the graduation exam and became a true shinobi. Whereas some among you lack even the courage to enter the examination hall, spending your days whispering idle slanders about your own clan's main house. A failure has no right to judge another's worth. The Hyūga branch students flushed crimson, speechless, humiliated, unable to muster a single retort. Hinata lifted her gaze, watching Song Xiaofei's retreating back, a figure neither broad nor imposing yet profoundly steady and unwavering. In her pale pupilless eyes glistened tears of quiet, luminous certainty. In the dark of night, in a hidden corner of the village, a meticulously planned conspiracy was quietly unfolding. Naruto, are you truly willing to accept this? Shuaima's seemingly gentle face was now filled with a captivating power. He patted Naruto's frail shoulder, his voice lowered to a whisper.
You're just a step away from becoming a true ninja. This is unfair. You have worked harder than anyone else.
As long as you can obtain that thing and prove your strength to everyone, the Hokage will surely let you graduate with special consideration.
Trust me, this is your only chance.
Naruto clutched his golden hair. His face, which always bore a silly grin, was now filled with struggle. Shuaima's words were undoubtedly a ray of hope piercing through the darkness. Yet another voice echoed repeatedly in his mind.
Hey, bottom of the class.
Remember, truly strong people never rush to prove themselves in ordinary times.
Some shortcuts lead not to graduation but to the abyss.
Those were the words spoken by Song Xiaofei yesterday after school. That guy, always lazy with a sharp tongue yet more reliable than anyone at critical moments.
Naruto hesitated about the easily obtainable shortcut.
He did not get swept away by Shuaima's words as he did in the original story.
However, Shuaimu was unaware of all this.
Seeing the wavering in Naruto's eyes, he thought his words had taken effect, secretly snickering to himself, and after adding fuel to the fire, he quietly faded away, waiting for the fish to bite. On the other side of the village, atop a tall cedar tree, Song Xiaofei sat cross-legged, his pure white eyes piercing through layers of night and walls, capturing every move of Naruto and Shuaimu.
As expected, he's here. He smirked, leaping down from the treetop, his figure blending into the night like a ghost.
With his memory of the Hokage building's defensive layout and the powerful perspective ability of his evolved white eyes, he easily evaded all visible and hidden guards and silently infiltrated the forbidden technique library of the Hokage building through a weakly defended ventilation duct. Song Xiaofei showed no hesitation as he walked straight toward the enormous scroll in the center of the room, protected by layers of barriers. There was no time to decipher the complex barriers. He concentrated his chakra at his fingertips, employing the gentle fist technique in a clever manner to extract the scroll through the gaps in the barrier without triggering any alarms. The massive scroll slowly unfurled before him, a vast and ancient aura washing over him.
Song Xiaofei took a deep breath, his system-enhanced memory reaching its peak at that moment.
He did not greedily attempt to absorb too much, but quickly flipped through the first few pages of the scroll, firmly imprinting the most valuable techniques in his mind.
Multiple shadow clone technique, hand sign method, chakra distribution principle. Noted. Corpse demon seal, preliminary theory, soul contract risks. Noted. For symbol seal, bagua seal, structural diagram, chakra flow. Too complex, let's note the core principle first.
He frantically absorbed this knowledge capable of altering the ninja world. At the same time, he was acutely aware that with his current meager amount of chakra, he wouldn't be able to use any of these forbidden techniques.
But that didn't matter.
What mattered was that he had the key in his hands.
Just then a slight sound came from the door. Naruto had arrived. When he saw Song Xiaofei slowly closing the massive scroll, his blue eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of betrayal-fueled rage erupting within him. Song Xiaofei. You are here too. Naruto pointed at him, his voice trembling. Do you also want to rob me of my graduation opportunity? This was the first time he felt such intense hostility towards Song Xiaofei. The feeling of being betrayed by his only trusted friend drove him nearly insane. Song Xiaofei did not explain. He merely turned his head, looking at him with his calm white eyes, and said lightly, "Fool, I'm here to save your life." This sentence instantly extinguished Naruto's fiery anger. He was left dumbfounded, momentarily unsure how to respond. Seeing Naruto's half-believing yet unwilling to give up the scroll expression, Song Xiaofei sighed and proposed a compromise. How about this, we take the scroll first and hide it. Then let's see what that teacher Shuemu really wants you to exchange for this thing. Naruto hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Before leaving, Song Xiaofei seemed to remember something and unfurled the scroll again. He deliberately flipped to the page of multiple shadow clone technique and pointed it out to Naruto. Here, this technique suits you well, memorize it first. The later techniques are too dangerous, if you touch them now you'll die. He only let Naruto see what was most suitable for him, which was also what Shuemu wanted him to see. This was to guide the plot and protect this simple-minded companion. Meanwhile, in the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched everything happening in the crystal ball, shocked to the point where his pipe slipped from his mouth. This Song Xiaofei. How could he know Shuemu would act tonight? How did he even infiltrate the forbidden technique library? The nearby Umbu members were equally astonished. They prided themselves on being the top defensive force of Konoha, yet were infiltrated by a student who wasn't even a genin. Meanwhile, in a distant grove outside the village, Shuemu was gleefully waiting for his prey to take the bait. When he saw Naruto appear at the agreed location carrying the sealing book followed by Song Xiaofei, he was first taken aback, then a more greedy joy arose in his eyes. 2 for the price of 1. Great, just great. A nine-tails Jinchuriki and an unknown white-eyed genius. Today I will pin both of you to the pillar of shame for betraying the village. In the woods, Song Xiaofei leaned the scroll against a tree waiting with Naruto. Suddenly his enhanced sensing ability caught a cold, murderous intent rapidly approaching from behind. He slowly closed the sealing book in his hands, a smile appearing on his face. They're coming. From the shadows of the forest, Mizuki emerged slowly, his gentle teacher's mask utterly torn away. Naruto. Song Xiaofei. How dare you two steal the forbidden scroll? It is a capital offense punishable as village treason. With those words he slammed a black accusation, sufficient to crush any genin, squarely onto their shoulders. Seeing Mizuki, Naruto seized him as a lifeline and hurriedly tried to explain, but Mizuki granted him no such opportunity. Mizuki's gaze shifted to Song Xiaofei, his contempt naked and unreserved. I saw through you long ago, Song Xiaofei. You are no prodigy. You are nothing but a worthless sycophant who wormed your way into the Hyūga clan by currying favor with women. Now you seek to climb higher still, trampling over Naruto, the dead last, to steal forbidden jutsu scrolls. Your ambition is truly monstrous. These words plunged Naruto's already clouded mind into deeper chaos. He whirled around, blue eyes sharp with suspicion locking onto Song Xiaofei. Could it be, was Song Xiaofei truly using him? At that moment another figure staggered breathlessly into the clearing from beyond the trees. Naruto. Song Xiaofei. What are you doing here? When Iruka laid eyes upon the massive scroll slung across Naruto's back and upon Song Xiaofei standing beside it, his heart plummeted into abyssal despair. The scene he had dreaded most had come to pass. Iruka, you've arrived just in time. Mizuki instantly adopted an air of righteous indignation. Look, these two brats have stolen the village's forbidden scroll. Let us seize them at once and deliver them to the Hokage for judgment. Iruka stepped firmly between Naruto and Song Xiaofei. Though grief pierced his heart, his first instinct remained that of a protector, shielding his students. Yet his wary, disillusioned gaze fell unflinchingly upon Song Xiaofei. Mizuki savored Song Xiaofei's isolation, his smile twisting into something grotesque. Iruka, why shield him any longer? Do you know what Naruto truly is? He is no human, he is the nine-tailed fox who destroyed Konoha and slaughtered your parents. Those words struck Naruto like lightning, all color drained from his face. The nine-tails, a demon fox. So the villagers loathing their fear, was it all because of this? Overwhelming despair instantly engulfed the boy who had yearned above all else for acknowledgement. Watching Naruto's shattered expression, Mizuki felt a surge of vengeful euphoria. Yet he failed to notice that Song Xiaofei, who had remained silent from the very beginning, had not so much as twitched a single eyebrow. Song Xiaofei nearly observed Mizuki's theatrics, his pure Byakugan gazing upon him as though at a frantic leaping clown. Die, demon fox. Laughing cruelly, Mizuki drew forth a colossal Fuma shuriken from behind his back, spinning it with a shriek that tore the air, and hurled it with lethal force toward the dazed, unresponsive Naruto. Naruto. Iruka's eyes bled fury. Without hesitation he lunged forward, throwing his own back squarely before Naruto to take the blow. At the instant the gleaming blade was about to pierce Iruka's body, a figure moved swift as a phantom. Song Xiaofei arriving after but striking first materialized beside Iruka with impossible speed. Using the principles of gentle fist he brushed and redirected the spinning shuriken with a subtle precise touch along its edge, a supple yet overwhelming force instantly altering its trajectory. Clang! The massive shuriken whistled past Iruka's back and buried itself deep into the trunk of a nearby tree, mere centimeters short of claiming his life. This thunderclap moment froze everyone in place. Naruto stared dumbstruck at the backlit silhouette shielding both himself and his sensei, a warm current rising defiant from the depths of his despair. He had saved Sensei Iruka, and saved him too. What are you waiting for? Song Xiaofei spun around and roared at the stunned Naruto. Use that technique you just learned from the scroll. Unleash your true strength. Do you wish for Sensei Iruka to die pointlessly defending you? That roar struck Naruto's heart like a hammer, yanking him violently back from the brink of total collapse. Naruto threw his head back and unleashed a guttural cry of anguish and defiance, hands blurring through hand seals as every ounce of sorrow, rage and resentment surged forth as raw chakra, unrestrained, unrelenting. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof. 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 In the next breath the entire forest erupted, filled to overflowing with hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto clones. What? Mizuki's cruel grin froze solid. Gazing upon the tidal wave of Naruto's surging from every direction he felt fear. Now. While Mizuki drowned beneath the sea of clones, frantically parrying and dodging, Song Xiaofei's true form had already locked onto his core. Byakugan activated. Through the evolved Byakugan's vision every chakra pathway within Mizuki's body, and every fatal flaw glowed with crystalline clarity. Like a wraith Song Xiaofei slipped through the maelstrom of battle, drawing silently and visibly close behind Mizuki. 8 trigrams palm strike, pressure point. His palm snapped out, striking with surgical precision at the chakra node on Mizuki's right arm. Ugh ah! Mizuki cried out, his entire right arm instantly going numb, his grip on the kunai dissolved into helplessness. You bastard, I'll kill you. Shock and fury warred within Mizuki. Realizing his cause was lost he lashed out with his remaining left hand, grabbing blindly for the nearest Naruto clone. But he was too slow. The instant he turned, an invisible psychic shockwave slammed into his mind-body switch technique, revised. Mizuki's body locked, frozen for a mere 1/10 of a second. Yet that 1/10 of a second was the difference between life and death. Song Xiaofei appeared before him like a specter, delivering a single devastating 8 trigrams palm strike, charged with explosive short-range power, directly into the chakra node over Mizuki's chest. Ugh! Struck as if by a mountain, Mizuki's defensive chakra shattered instantly, blood erupted from his mouth as he flew backward. Song Xiaofei gave him no chance to breathe, not a single word of villainous finality would be tolerated. For one who sought his death the only fitting resolution was absolute irreversible silence. A flash of cold light. Somewhere somehow Song Xiaofei had drawn the short blade concealed along his thigh, the blade's edge moonbright, its motion clean, decisive and final, sliding across Mizuki's throat. GHK. Mizuki's eyes bulged wide, clutching his neck. He could neither staunch the blood nor halt the draining tide of his life. Until his last breath he could not comprehend how his flawless plan had unraveled, step by inexorable step, into utter ruin. Thud. His corpse collapsed heavily onto the earth. The sky of clones dissolved in unison, poof. Into wisps of smoke. Silence thick and absolute descended once more upon the forest. Iruka and Naruto stood frozen, staring at the youth who held a blood-smeared short blade, whose gaze remained calm, unnervingly still. That ruthless decisiveness, that icy resolve, they sent a chill deep into their bones. Song Xiaofei flicked the blood from his blade and sheathed it. Then he walked to the great tree where the Fuma Shuriken was embedded, retrieving the forbidden scroll discarded by Naruto. Turning, he tossed the scroll casually toward the still-stunned Iruka. Now his voice low but clear, who is the thief and who the traitor should be perfectly clear. Shuima's death sent ripples through the upper echelons of Konoha village. Inside the Hokage's office. That is how events unfolded. Hokage-sama Iruka reported in meticulous detail on last night's incident, emphasizing especially how Song Xiaofei had saved both him and Uzumaki Naruto at a critical moment and then swiftly executed the traitor Shuimu with ruthless precision. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, swirling smoke veiled his eyes that had witnessed generations rise and fall. His gaze settled upon the youth before him, who remained calm and composed from beginning to end. Song Xiaofei, the third Hokage's voice resonated with quiet authority. How much of the forbidden scroll did you see? This was a question he had anticipated. Song Xiaofei had prepared for this moment long ago. He stepped forward, his expression shifting perfectly, just enough lingering shock, just enough tremor in his voice. Respected third Hokage, the situation was dire. I only managed to flip through a few pages. Just as I reached the technique titled Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto arrived.
I hadn't time to examine what followed before Shuweimu appeared. His answer straddled truth and omission, concealing the fact that he had already etched every forbidden technique from the scroll's first several pages into his memory.
Irika nodded in agreement. Yes, Hokage-sama, the situation was indeed perilous.
They simply had no opportunity to study the scroll in depth. Hiruzen Sarutobi studied Song Xiaofei intently, a gaze so penetrating it seemed to pierce the soul, stirring a subtle tension within the boy. Yet Song Xiaofei knew the third Hokage would neither press further nor could he not in this matter. In the end, the third Hokage gave a slow solemn nod. Let this matter end here.
Shueimu's betrayal of Konoha is confirmed beyond doubt. Uzumaki Naruto and Song Xiaofei are not merely absolved, they have rendered distinguished service. To prevent unwarranted panic, this incident is classified as top secret and must not be disclosed to anyone.
As Song Xiaofei departed the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched his retreating figure, removed his pipe and murmured softly to himself, bold, ruthless, sharp-witted, and masterful at concealing his edge. This child is no longer merely a student. He is a blade, sheathed yet always ready to draw. Meanwhile, deep within a shadowed basement somewhere in Konoha, an elderly man, his face wrapped in bandages, one eye missing, listened as his subordinate recounted the incident. Oh. An orphan of unknown origin possesses such decisive resolve.
Danzo Shimura's lips curled faintly. How intriguing. Record Song Xiaofei's name in our registry. Such individuals must either serve us or be eliminated.
Unaware that he had just landed on the watch lists of Konoha's two most powerful figures, Song Xiaofei now faced a dilemma far more vexing than standing before the Hokage. Hey!
Song Xiaofei.
A familiar boisterous voice rang out behind him. Uzumaki Naruto came sprinting over, his newly acquired Konoha forehead protector gleaming conspicuously atop his blonde hair.
Look! Look! I've finally become a ninja.
Puffing out his chest with pride, Naruto pointed emphatically at his headband, yet his bright blue eyes flickered uncertainly, his lips parting and closing again, unable to utter the simple words thank you.
TCH.
Childish Song Xiaofei scoffed, feigning disdain, but seeing Naruto's goofy grin he couldn't help but break into laughter.
Sliding an arm around Naruto's neck, he steered them toward the village center. Come on, let's celebrate your miraculous escape from academic purgatory. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Yes. Ichiraku ramen.
Naruto instantly forgot all awkwardness, bursting into cheers as he dashed toward the beloved ramen stand.
Steaming bowls of ramen soothed the two boys' hearts still trembling from recent peril.
Like true brothers, they bickered playfully while snatching slices of chashu from each other's bowls. Across the village, whispers about Song Xiaofei were spreading at astonishing speed. At Yamanaka Flower, Zeno listened to her father Yamanaka Hazashi recount the intelligence, her violet eyes sparkling with rare intensity. She pretended nonchalance as she trimmed flower stems, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. At the Hyūga compound, Hinata exhaled deeply upon learning Song Xiaofei was unharmed, the knot of worry in her chest finally loosening. She did not seek him out. Instead, she returned quietly to her room and placed a vial of her clan's secret vitality-enhancing pills and a wrist guard she had hand-stitched into a carefully wrapped gift box. In the Ninja Academy classroom, Sakura Haruno sat apart from the girls, chattering excitedly, uncharacteristically silent. Her mind replayed Song Xiaofei's incisive logic during theory lessons, his overwhelming dominance in practical training, and unexpectedly those quiet words exchanged for a piece of chocolate: "You truly look beautiful when you smile." This boy seems utterly unlike the person she'd imagined before. Only Sasuke Uchiha remained unmoved. On the training ground, he hurled kunai again and again, each strike delivered with brutal, unrelenting force.
Graduation brought him no joy.
Once more, all acclaim had been stolen by the very person he despised. Bitterness and envy sharpened his gaze into something glacial.
That night, Song Xiaofei returned to his modest dormitory.
He closed the door, withdrew a crumpled sheet of paper from his vest and smoothed it open, its scrawled script listing key terms.
Multi-shadow clone technique, principle of chakra distribution. Dead demon consuming seal, soul energy cost. 8 trigram seal, yin-yang chakra counterbalance architecture. He gazed upon these forbidden arts, capable of driving any shinobi to madness, yet remained eerily calm. He understood his greatest weakness: chakra capacity. Like a pauper guarding a mountain of gold, he possessed priceless treasure, but lacked the strength to lift even a single coin. What matters now is not chasing grand techniques, but refining chakra control efficiency, maximizing every drop's utility, and extending the duration of my Byakugan's activation. He drafted a rigorous week-long training regimen, then finally picked up his new Konoha forehead protector. He stood before a cracked full-length mirror and fastened the headband deliberately across his brow. The boy reflected there, had jet black hair and eyes clear and bright. The metal plate, engraved with Konoha's leaf insignia, caught the dim light and flashed with a sharp, resolute gleam. Graduation is merely the first step. He spoke softly, a quiet smile lifting the corners of his lip. On the first day after the graduation ceremony, the atmosphere at the ninja school underwent a subtle yet profound change. As Song Xiaofei yawned and sauntered into the classroom, all eyes instantly turned to him. A myriad of complex emotions, fear, jealousy, curiosity, admiration, and scrutiny, intertwined, enveloping him in their midst.
He had already been labeled with too many legendary and perilous tags.
Hey look, he's here. Oh my, he seems no different from yesterday, what a freak.
I heard he single-handedly dealt with the Chunin Mizuki last night.
So terrifying.
In the face of this celebrity-like attention, Song Xiaofei merely scratched his head lazily and walked straight to his seat, seemingly indifferent to the clamor surrounding him.
However, troubles always come knocking. Hey great hero, did you sleep well last night?
A refreshing scent of jasmine reached him before anyone else. Inazuka Kiba stood with her hands on her hips, her splendid golden hair shimmering in the morning light, her violet eyes sparkling with an unprecedented radiance. She placed a delicate box wrapped in purple silk on Song Xiaofei's desk with a snap, lifting her chin slightly. Here, this is for you. I redesigned it overnight. The original headband was too ugly, totally unworthy of your face. Though she spoke disdainfully, the blush on her cheeks and the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Before her words could settle, another gentle yet reserved fragrance approached. Hinata Hyūga stepped forward shyly, her cheeks flushed, squeezing through the crowd. She timidly placed a traditional wooden box wrapped in elegant cherry blossom fabric on the other side of the desk.
Song Xiaofei, classmate. Hinata's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet her gaze was unwavering.
I heard you were injured last night. This is the lining I made for your headband. It's infused with our family's special soft cotton to prevent any discomfort from long-term wear.
The air froze at that moment.
Inazuka Kiba sat at the back dumbfounded and couldn't help but whisper to Shino beside him, "Hey Shino, do you smell that? The air is thick with a sour stench."
Shino adjusted his sunglasses without replying, but the insects on his shoulder began to fidget restlessly. Sakura Haruno sat not far away, feeling a mix of emotions.
She had originally been just an ordinary bystander, but a few people beside her began to stir up trouble.
What's so great about it? Right, Sakura, you should give him something too. Why should all the attention go to Ino? Yes, we can't let her outshine you. Encouraged by her friends, Sakura's face flushed with embarrassment. Gift? What should she give?
Her relationship with Song Xiaofei wasn't at that level yet. However, seeing Ino and Hinata's demeanor, an inexplicable sourness began to quietly spread in her heart.
At that moment, a voice interrupted. So idle.
Sasuke Uchiha leaned against the window, arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the two girls surrounding Song Xiaofei, filled with disdain.
However, Song Xiaofei didn't even spare him a glance.
His smile was radiant enough to melt ice and snow, and he picked up Ino's purple headband, shaking it in the sunlight.
Wow, no wonder it's Ino, such aesthetics and craftsmanship, it's a work of art. The noble purple paired with silver tassels, understated yet luxurious. I've decided this will be my battle robe during the day from now on.
Ino's cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red as she proudly lifted her chin, throwing Hinata a defiant look. Following that, Song Xiaofei picked up the lining Hinata prepared, gently pressed it against his forehead, closed his eyes and displayed an utterly blissful expression.
This texture is so comfortable. It's as soft as a baby's skin, perfect for wearing at night.
With this I feel like I can fight for 3 days and nights without getting tired.
Hey! Song Xiaofei. Naruto the troublemaker jumped out again, pointing at the 2 gifts and loudly asked, "Which one do you like the most?" This question made Ino and Hinata's gazes sharpen instantly. Song Xiaofei laughed heartily.
He did not answer, but instead turned around and slapped the brand new headband against Naruto's forehead before he could react.
Like you chatterbox. Whoa. Naruto stumbled back, eliciting laughter from the entire class.
Sakura watched the scene, observing Song Xiaofei, who effortlessly navigated between 2 excellent girls and even playfully teased Naruto, and the sour feeling in her heart became increasingly clear. She realized that her focus was no longer solely on the cold Sasuke Uchiha. After school, Song Xiaofei declined the girls' invitation to walk home together and walked alone on the way back to his dorm. However, when he reached the school gate, his steps came to a halt. His enhanced perception keenly detected several hostile gazes. He looked up and saw a few well-dressed individuals, clearly family officials or elders, gathered under the shade of a tree not far from the school gate, pointing at him with scrutinizing eyes. After sending off the classmates who had eyes full of gossip and curiosity, Song Xiaofei looked at the few parents gathered under the shade of the school gate, their expressions unfriendly, and a cold smirk appeared on his lips. He ignored the potential trouble and instead turned around to pull up Naruto, who was still foolishly smiling about the lunch incident.
"Hey tail end Charlie, let's go." Song Xiaofei's voice remained lazy. Where to? Naruto looked confused. "In taking you to eat Ichirako ramen." "Really?" Naruto followed in Song Xiaofei's footsteps, joyfully running towards the familiar ramen shop. "I want the super large bowl of miso chashu ramen." Inside the steamy ramen shop, it was as warm and bustling as ever. Naruto buried his head in the bowl, slurping the noodles with reckless abandon, splattering soup everywhere. Song Xiaofei, on the other hand, ate leisurely, his posture elegant. After finishing 1 bowl, it seemed that Naruto's taut nerves finally relaxed. Rarely he didn't make a fuss, just poking at the narutomaki in the bowl with his chopsticks, the sound somewhat muffled. Song Xiaofei. Do you think I'm really annoying? Everyone seems to see me as a trouble. They did before and now. It seems the same. Song Xiaofei finished the last sip of soup, sighed contentedly, and then spoke slowly. Being annoying is secondary. Your biggest flaw isn't weakness but always wanting everyone to acknowledge you at once. He wiped his mouth. And what happens? The more you try to prove yourself, the more ridiculous you become, making those who already dislike you hate you even more. Naruto was quite indignant at this remark. He retorted, what about you? Aren't you just pretending? Acting like you don't care about anything. I am indeed pretending. Song Xiaofei readily admitted with a smile, a slyness in his grin that Naruto couldn't decipher, but my pretending allows me to get what I want to have beautiful girls bring me lunch and keeps those who dislike me at bay. As for your pretending, it only results in you getting beaten up and becoming a joke. Naruto was left speechless. Nearby Uncle Ichiraku and Sister Ayam, who were tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, could see the unique bond between the two boys and couldn't help but smile and praise Song Xiaofei as truly a caring child. Of course, after all, I am his older brother. Song Xiaofei unabashedly accepted the compliment. I'm the older brother. Naruto immediately jumped up in protest. The two then had another pointless squabble before they left the ramen shop quite satisfied. As the sky darkened, Song Xiaofei did not take the main road back to the dormitory but instead led Naruto into a dimly lit, sparsely populated alley. Hey, why are we going this way? It's pitch black. Naruto asked, puzzled. Let me show you what the adult world is like. A smirk curled at the corner of Song Xiaofei's mouth. Deep in the alley, a coarse voice filled with curses and the sound of a woman's crying could be heard. He saw two drunken thugs surrounding a vegetable vendor, carelessly tossing the vegetables everywhere while demanding a protection fee with foul language. You old hag. If you don't pay up today, don't think you can leave here. Hee hee, big brother, I think these tomatoes are quite red, how about we? Naruto was instantly furious upon seeing this scene and rushed forward without thinking. Stop. You two bastards. However, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Song Xiaofei shook his head, signaling him to stay quiet. The two thugs heard Naruto's voice and drunkenly turned around, seeing two half-grown boys, and immediately showed even more disdain in their smiles. Yo, where did this little brat come from? Do you want to play the hero and save the beauty? Get lost. Or I'll beat you both up. Song Xiaofei remained silent. He simply released Naruto's shoulder and walked step by step towards the two thugs. Kid, you're looking for death. One thug cursed and swung his fist towards Song Xiaofei's face. Naruto's heart raced as he watched from behind. However, what happened next would be etched in his memory forever. Facing that fist the size of a clay pot, Song Xiaofei didn't even blink. He merely tilted his body slightly at the moment the fist approached, dodging at an exquisite angle. Then he raised his right knee and delivered a lightning-fast knee strike that connected solidly with the thug's chin. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking resonated painfully. The thug didn't even have time to scream before he fell backward, his chin twisted at an odd angle, blood spraying from his mouth. Seeing his companion taken down with a single move, the other thug immediately sobered up a bit, letting out a shriek as he turned to run. Song Xiaofei didn't even look at him, simply picking up a stone from the ground and flicking it backhandedly. The stone whistled through the air, smashing into the fleeing thug's knee. Ah! The thug let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. Only then did Song Xiaofei slowly walk up, stepping on his back, pinning him firmly to the ground, unable to move. Naruto stared blankly at all of this, watching Song Xiaofei with a cold gaze standing over the thug. From this usually playful companion he felt a chilling aura of killing intent. Song Xiaofei ignored the two wailing on the ground. He turned around and pulled out some cash from his pocket, stuffing it into the hands of the stunned old woman. Granny, I'm sorry for scaring you. Take this money to cover the losses and the security team will be here shortly to handle it. After doing all this, he walked over to Naruto and patted his stiff shoulder. Did you understand? Naruto instinctively nodded, then shook his head. When dealing with some people, reasoning is useless. The more you back down, the more they think you're easy to bully. Song Xiaofei's voice was calm but carried a coldness. So when it's time to fight, don't hesitate. But when you're unsure, don't rush in recklessly. These words deeply rooted themselves in Naruto's heart, quietly sprouting in countless critical decisions in the future. That night back in the dormitory, Song Xiaofei sat cross-legged on his bed, reviewing his current state. Though he had memorized the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals, using them with his current chakra levels would be tantamount to suicide. It seems I still need to start from the basics. He closed his eyes and began practicing the meticulous control of every strand of chakra according to the plan he had devised, as well as how to efficiently use the gentle fist and Byakugan to minimize the consumption of stamina and chakra. Just as he was immersed in his training, the long-lost system panel suddenly popped up before him, presenting 3 notifications that lit up almost simultaneously. Ding! Detected a faint emotional fluctuation from the target Yamanaka Ino 1 concerned for you. Ding. Detected a faint emotional fluctuation from the target Hyūga Hinata 1 longing for you. Ding. Detected a complex emotional fluctuation from the target Haruno Sakura 1 curiosity about you. Song Xiaofei looked at these 3 notifications, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After 2 calm days, it's time for the wind to rise. On the eve of class assignment, an unsettling heat surged through the air. As the school bell rang, Song Xiaofei had just stepped out of the school gate when he was surrounded by a group of people. At the forefront were the parents who had pointed fingers at him at the school gate yesterday. Behind them followed some unfriendly villagers and a few students who had performed poorly in the graduation exam, eager to watch the drama unfold. They blocked the road at the school gate, leaving no way for anyone to pass. That's him. The orphan named Song Xiaofei. A middle-aged man likely in charge of a small family pointed at Song Xiaofei and shouted in a harsh tone, "Without parents, origins unknown, and at such a young age he has blood on his hands. How can someone like him be in the same class as our children? This is too dangerous." That's right. We firmly oppose this. He must be placed in the worst class. Our village of Konoha is peaceful and does not need such dangerous elements. Keep him away from our children. One accusation after another filled with prejudice and exclusion rained down on Song Xiaofei from all directions. Just an orphan who barely climbed to his position by fawning on women and clinging to the wealthy, the steward of the small family disdainfully assessed Song Xiaofei. Without a family upbringing, it's just different. Besides using despicable means to garner sympathy, what else can you do? Do you really think that just because you live in the Hinata family you're no longer that wild boy who can be trampled on? Among the crowd, Inuzuka Kiba and Shikamaru looked on in indignation, wanting to step forward but were held back by the overwhelming malice of the adults. Naruto was so furious that his face turned red, fists clenching tightly. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a weighty voice casually drifting from the shade of a nearby tree interrupted. "Young man, it's best not to be too ostentatious. Drawing too much attention isn't a good thing." Asuma Saratobi said, cigarette in mouth, leaning against the tree trunk and exhaling smoke. In his eyes, which seemed to see through everything, there was a hint of disdain. Beside him, Yuhi Kurenai frowned slightly, seemingly disapproving of Asuma's words. "Asuma, don't speak recklessly, the situation is not yet clear." "I'm just speaking the truth." Asuma shrugged, looking indifferent. Look at him, involved in the scroll incident, entangled with the daughters of 2 major clans, and now attacked by parents. Is it normal for a freshly graduated student to create so much trouble? Asuma's words seemed to inject a dose of confidence into the group of parents. If even the son of the Hokage said so, then they were even more justified today. In an instant, Song Xiaofei was pushed to the forefront of the storm. The onslaught from parents, the humiliation from small-minded people, and the disdain from the jonin. It felt as though he had become a sinner isolated by the entire world. But he simply listened quietly, allowing all the accusations and insults to pour over him, his face showing neither anger nor panic. Until the steward had shouted himself hoarse and the crowd's noise gradually diminished, he slowly lifted his head, his dark eyes sweeping over the faces of the crowd. "Are you done?" he spoke softly. "I am truly surprised by your concern for my class assignment. However, I am curious, with all this free time to block me, why not spend a little more time caring for your children's grades?" His gaze shifted to the most vociferous steward. "If I recall correctly, your son was 3rd from the bottom in yesterday's taijutsu assessment, right? He was knocked down with a single kick. And you," he looked at another person, "your daughter still can't tell the difference between a cat and a dog. Instead of gossiping about others, shouldn't you think about how to help your children graduate smoothly? After all, if graduating is such a struggle, isn't it a bit too much to worry about being in the same class as me?" His words hit the parents like a series of sharp slaps. Their faces instantly turned a shade of purple, wanting to retort, but finding each word true, they couldn't utter a single word. Next, Song Xiaofei's gaze turned towards the accusation of having blood on his hands. He did not look at the parents, but instead raised his head to gaze at the distant Hokage building. "I did kill someone. I killed a traitor who betrayed the village, stole forbidden techniques, and attempted to harm his comrades and teacher. I would like to ask the teachers present, and also ask Hokage-sama, when the interests of the village and the lives of comrades are threatened, stepping forward to slay a traitor, is that considered a merit or a fault in Konoha?" Finally, his gaze landed on Asuma, who was still puffing smoke. This senior, he looked directly at him, his tone calm yet sharp. "You say I am too ostentatious. Indeed, it is quite ostentatious to withstand fire techniques to protect my comrades and to kill a traitor to reclaim forbidden techniques. But I believe that is still a bit better than some seniors who, despite having great strength, can only stand aside smoking, watching the commotion and commenting on the farce and injustice before them. After all, I at least did something." Asuma's cigarette tip trembled. A dark cloud suddenly crossed his face. He did not expect that a freshly graduated kid would dare to confront him directly in front of so many people. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point and Asuma was about to explode, the previously silent Yuhi Kurenai finally stepped forward. "Asuma, that's enough." Her cold voice carried authority. "Don't forget your identity.
And you all, she turned to the speechless parents. Class assignments are the decision of the school and Hokagesima. When did it become your place to gather and cause a scene here? Everyone disperse. The pressure from the Jonin instantly sent the parents scattering like birds and beasts.
Song Xiaofei nodded slightly to Kurenai, expressing his gratitude.
Then he ignored the livid Asuma and walked straight through the crowd towards home. Naruto immediately excitedly chased after him, shouting, "Song Xiaofei, you were so cool just now." Sakura stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the back of the calm figure, leaving her heart racing uncontrollably. She realized that the composure and dominance he exhibited in the face of public ridicule was perhaps even more charming than Sasuke's deliberate indifference. On the day of class division after graduation in the classroom of the ninja school, Naruto stood on his desk with hands on his hips, shouting loudly to the entire class, "I am definitely going to join the strongest team today. Not only do I want to join the strongest team, but I also want to be the captain." Immediately a wave of laughter erupted from below. Sakura Haruno put her hands together and closed her eyes, muttering a prayer. All her thoughts were focused on praying to be placed in the same team as Sasuke.
Inuzuka Shino, although still bickering with Sakura, kept glancing back at the rear row with intent.
Hinata Hyūga sat quietly in her seat. Her palms were slightly sweaty and she could only hope that she wouldn't be placed too far from Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha leaned against the window, arms crossed, showing indifference to the surrounding noise. A boy who usually ranked in the middle of the class couldn't stand Naruto's arrogance and shouted loudly, "Get down from there, dead last. With your level, any team that gets you is unlucky." Another boy chimed in. "And that Naruto, don't think that just because you were loud at the school gate yesterday it means anything. Class divisions are based on real strength. I think you'll just be a filler, you'll probably end up in a useless team with Naruto." Slowly Naruto sat up straight, stretching his back. "Hey you, they're shouting so loudly, how come you can't even take 3 hits during the physical test?" He spoke lightly. If class divisions were really based on your so-called strength, someone like you, who lacks both brains and brawn, would probably just be teamed up with the ninja dogs.
Oh wait, the ninja dogs might even think you're too slow dragging them down.
He paused for a moment, a smirk appearing on his lips. The two boys' faces turned bright red, instantly opening their mouths but unable to retort a single word.
"Everyone be quiet."
Irika stepped onto the podium with the attendance list in hand and shouted to suppress the noise in the classroom.
"Now I will announce the list of the genin class divisions. Starting from Class 1.
The names were read quickly and Naruto's mood grew increasingly anxious. Several times he nearly rushed up to the podium to snatch the list from Irika's hands.
Class 10, Inuzuka Shino, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji.
Upon hearing this, Shino immediately complained, clearly unhappy about not being placed with the person he admired.
Next is Class 7. Irika took a deep breath. Uzumaki Naruto Haruno Sakura.
Naruto instantly cheered and jumped up while Sakura covered her face in distress.
Uchiha Sasuke.
The situation reversed instantly. Sakura was so excited she nearly bounced to the ceiling while Naruto deflated like a punctured ball.
Just when everyone thought the list for Class 7 was over, Irika raised his voice.
Additionally, due to the significant differences in abilities among the graduates, with special permission from Lord Hokage, Class 7 will have a unique 4-person team.
The 4th member of Class 7 is Song Xiaofei.
The entire classroom erupted in chaos. No one expected a 4-person team to emerge.
This is completely against the rules.
A fervent female fan of Sasuke suddenly stood up, pointing at Song Xiaofei with indignation.
Why is it 4 people? Why does he get to be with the top student Sasuke? This has to be some kind of conspiracy. Exactly. 3 people is the standard configuration. How can an orphan without any family background enjoy such treatment?
More and more students joined the protest and the class doubts nearly lifted the roof off.
Song Xiaofei tapped the table, quieting the surrounding noise for a moment. Read more books, everyone.
He couldn't even be bothered to stand up, casually leaning back in his chair. The 3rd chapter of the Tactical Manual, Article 7, clearly states that when a team has individuals with extreme imbalances in ability, a 4th person can be assigned for tactical coordination. Look, our class has both the top student and the bottom student in this team, plus a girl with almost 0 practical experience. If we don't add someone like me who can see the big picture and fill in the tactical gaps, this team might not survive even the first day outside the village. You all complain about fairness here because your brains can only comprehend that 1 + 1 = 2. He coldly surveyed those who had protested the most. I suggest you spend a few more days at the library instead of just daydreaming about boys' faces.
The entire room fell silent. Even Sasuke couldn't help but glance at him.
Outside the classroom, in the visual blind spot of the corridor, Asuma leaned against the wall, exhaling a puff of smoke, complaining to Kurenai Yuhi beside him.
This little brat is too arrogant.
Special teams have always been synonymous with trouble.
He disdainfully commented on the commotion inside.
Putting 2 troublemakers together along with a troublemaker like Naruto, this team is bound to fall apart.
He thinks the world of ninjas is too simple. Song Xiaofei's Byakugan was already slightly activated. The flow of chakra on the other side of the wall was extremely clear. He suddenly looked up pretending not to see Kurenai and shouted loudly out the window. Some seniors are really strange, they can't even manage their own teams but enjoy hiding outside the window smoking and talking nonsense. He deliberately elongated his tone. The smell of smoke is even drifting into the classroom. Instead of worrying about someone else's special team, why not spend more effort treating your students to a barbecue? If Kurenai Sensei hears you gossiping here, you will probably get scolded again. Asuma outside the window suddenly coughed violently, nearly choking on a puff of smoke. Kurenai covered her mouth with a light laugh, rolling her eyes at Asuma. Just as Asuma was told to be quiet, the internal conflict in the class erupted again. Inuzuka Shino rushed over aggressively, hands on her hips, blocking Song Xiaofei's way. Song Xiaofei. You better come clean. Why are you in the same class as Sakura? Are you going to stare at her every day from now on? On the other side, Hinata kept her head down, her fingers tightly intertwined, looking extremely dejected. Song Xiaofei smiled and casually took a sip from the cup in Shino's hand. What are you thinking? The teams are assigned by Lord Hokage. Besides, it's a great thing that you're in a different class from me. What's great about it? Shino replied angrily. Since we are in different teams, the tasks we undertake and the information we come into contact with will be different. Song Xiaofei's tone was sincere, even carrying a hint of seduction. You can be my most crucial peripheral source of intelligence, and we can exchange information about other classes at any time. This means you are my most important and irreplaceable asset in the village. This is far more valuable than just staying in the same class. Shino's cheeks instantly flushed red, her anger dissipating significantly, and she mumbled as she ran back to her seat. Song Xiaofei turned to Hinata, his voice immediately lowering. Hinata, you don't have to be close to protect me. He patted his forehead. The forehead protector you gave me, I always keep it close. As long as it's with me, it's like you are always by my side. When I finish my mission and come back, I'll be the first to find you for a spar, okay? Hinata's face instantly turned bright red, nodding repeatedly. Iraka cleared his throat on the podium, interrupting the whispers below. The Jonin in charge of Class 7 is Hataki Kakashi. The classroom gradually emptied. In the mountain, Zeno looked back 3 times as she walked to the door, her face full of displeasure. Why did it have to be you and that white-headed Sakura in the same group? This is infuriating. She huffed before leaving. Hinata Hyūga held her small backpack, her head lowered as she stood by the back door. She glanced at Song Xiaofei, her eyes slightly red, appearing particularly mournful. Song Xiaofei waved at her. Practice your gentle fist well, and I'll come find you once I finish my mission. Hinata barely nodded and hurriedly left. Soon only 4 members of Class 7 remained in the entire classroom. The atmosphere became very strange. Sakura sat in the middle, cradling her face with her hands. Half of her felt dejected for not being able to team up alone with Sasuke, while the other half felt pleased that she had at least kicked Ino, her strong competitor, out. She secretly turned her head to scrutinize Song Xiaofei, who was sitting in the back row by the window. This guy was sprawled on the desk, his face covered by a book, sound asleep. The thrilling scenes of yesterday's battle still lingered in Sakura's mind. She realized that now, looking at Song Xiaofei, she surprisingly no longer felt the same aversion as before. In fact, she even felt a bit inclined to strike up a conversation. I've had enough. Naruto finally could not help but break the silence, kicking the table leg. Why does it have to be 4 of us? 3 is clearly the standard team size. Having 1 extra person is just too crowded. He marched up to Song Xiaofei and slapped the table hard. Hey! Song Xiaofei. Since you're the extra special member, you should have the awareness of a newcomer. Give your good seat by the window to me. Song Xiaofei didn't even lift his head, merely extending his right hand to flick Naruto's forehead with his index and middle fingers. Ouch! Naruto clutched his throbbing forehead, stepping back in pain. If you want to steal my seat, you're 100 years too early. Song Xiaofei's lazy voice came from under the book. If you have the energy to yell, maybe you should consider why we're still here. Sasuke, sitting on the other side, let out a cold snort. He's right, an extra person is just a burden. 4 people will only slow down the team's efficiency, especially with someone who only knows how to flap their gums. I came here to gain power, not to play house with you guys. Song Xiaofei put down the book from his face and sat up straight. That's quite a statement, he said, interlocking his fingers under his chin. But how do I remember a genius pursuing power who couldn't even control his fire technique and nearly burned his teammates to death yesterday? If you can make such a basic mistake, you might as well save your pathetic power for lighting your home fire. Sasuke's face turned ashen, his hands clenched into fists. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Konoha, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was quietly observing Class 7's classroom through a crystal ball. He exhaled a puff of smoke and instructed the Umbu behind him to enhance their surveillance on these 4 children, especially that Song Xiaofei.
Outside the classroom, 2 masked root spies were hanging upside down from the ceiling.
They were following Danzo's orders specifically to record and probe into Class 7's true strengths.
One of the root spies snorted coldly, locking onto Song Xiaofei's back with a chilling murderous intent. An ordinary genin caught in such a murderous aura without any defenses would definitely crumble in an instant. Inside the classroom, Song Xiaofei yawned. His Byakugan was not fully activated, but the keen sensitivity of his chakra had already caught on to the disturbances outside the window. He picked up a pencil from the desk and casually poked it into the surface. A highly condensed dark energy of the gentle fist surged out with astonishing speed to the ceiling outside. Crack! The stone slab beneath the spy's feet suddenly shattered without warning. The spy was caught off guard, his chakra momentarily stagnating, nearly causing him to fall from the ceiling.
Both spies were startled, not daring to linger any longer, and quickly used body flicker technique to escape.
What a bunch of annoying flies, Song Xiaofei muttered quietly, returning to his position on the desk.
Time passed slowly.
The sun moved from the east to directly south, then began to tilt towards the west.
Damn it!
How long is that Jonin teacher going to make us wait?
Naruto finally exploded, completely dragging a chair over to wedge a chalk-covered blackboard eraser in the door gap. Naruto! You're being too childish. Sakura scolded, though inside she was also feeling impatient. A Jonin would never fall for such a basic trap.
Sasuke crossed his arms, looking disdainful.
Song Xiaofei kept his eyes closed and lightly added, "You never know."
Just as the words left his mouth, a hand wearing a half-glove grasped the doorframe. A man with silver hair, a black mask, and a forehead protector covering his left eye walked in.
Thud. The eraser accurately landed on his silver hair. Naruto clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Gotcha. The teacher got hit.
Kakashi bent down to pick up the blackboard eraser from the floor, brushing the dust off his hair. He scanned the 4 people in the classroom with his visible eye.
How should I put this?
Kakashi drawled, his voice dripping with laziness and indifference.
My first impression of you 4 is quite annoying. This statement was initially meant by Kakashi to establish authority.
However, before he could finish speaking, a similarly lazy voice came from the back of the classroom.
What a coincidence. Song Xiaofei stood up, staring directly into Kakashi's eyes.
As for a Jonin who was 3 hours late and used this childish prank as an opening line, our first impression is quite terrible, Hatake Kakashi. Using prolonged waiting to wear down our patience, then deliberately falling for such a basic trap to test our personalities and reactions. This psychological tactic is indeed classic.
However, next time please come up with something fresher. Silence instantly fell over the classroom.
Naruto forgot to laugh. Sakura's mouth dropped open and Sasuke looked at Song Xiaofei in shock.
Kakashi widened his visible eye slightly.
He looked at the black-haired boy in front of him and a playful curve appeared on his lips beneath the mask. Kakashi's visible right eye widened ever so slightly as he gazed at the black-haired youth before him, a faint intrigued curve flickering across his masked face. He had assumed this year's graduating class was merely a pack of immature brats, yet hidden within Team 7 lurked a true thorn in the side. Rather interesting, Kakashi drawled, then pointed lazily toward the ceiling. Since our first impression has been so thoroughly disastrous, let's relocate and begin anew somewhere else.
Everyone, rooftop assembly. A gentle breeze swept across the Ninja Academy rooftop.
Kakashi leaned idly against the chain-link fence, hands buried deep in his pockets, gazing down at the 4 newly minted genin seated on the stone steps. Naruto wore an expression of palpable impatience. Sakura eagerly edged closer to Sasuke, who stood aloof, arms crossed, radiating an impenetrable wall of indifference. Only Song Xiaofei slouched unceremoniously against the railing, utterly unconcerned with appearances.
All right, let's start with introductions, Kakashi said with casual nonchalance, waving a hand. Tell us what you like, what you dislike, your dreams for the future, hobbies, anything at all.
Hey sensei.
Before you make us speak, shouldn't you set the example first?
Naruto immediately shouted. Kakashi tapped his chest with a finger, voice dripping with feigned disinterest.
Me. I'm Hatake Kakashi.
What I like or dislike, I'd rather not disclose.
As for dreams, I've never given them much thought.
Though I do have quite a few hobbies.
Before Naruto could protest, Song Xiaofei let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Shifting into a more relaxed posture, he locked eyes with Kakashi.
Senior Hatake, given your status as a village jonin, might I ask whether indulging in this game of mystique is truly appropriate here and now?
We will soon operate as a single unit on missions, even face life or death crises.
If you withhold even the most basic honesty and trust, why should we ever entrust you with our backs on the battlefield? Song Xiaofei rose, brushing dust from his trousers. If all you intend is to go through the motions, if guiding genin strikes you as nothing but an inconvenience, then by all means return to the Hokage Tower now and resign. Let us all save time and go home for an afternoon nap, spared the grim irony of dying mid-mission, betrayed not by enemies but by mutual distrust. For a heartbeat, even the wind above the rooftop seemed to hold its breath.
Kakashi's signature lazy half-lidded gaze finally snapped wide open.
He had never anticipated that a freshly graduated genin could dismantle his flippant opening routine so utterly, elevating the critique to the very core of tactical cohesion and team trust. Clearing his throat, Kakashi hastily sidestepped the incisive young man and pivoted the conversation.
Ahem, this is simply a personal habit. Now then, starting from the right, blonde boy, it's your turn.
Naruto leapt up, instantly jabbing a finger at his forehead protector as he declared his love for Ichiraku Ramen, his hatred for the agonizing 3-minute wait while noodles soaked in his dream to surpass every Hokage and earn the village's full recognition. Sakura's introduction devolved entirely into starry-eyed infatuation. Every mention of things she liked or her aspirations was punctuated by furtive glances at Sasuke, while her declaration of dislikes ended with a venomous glare cast squarely at Naruto. Then came Sasuke's turn. Chin resting on interlaced fingers, he exuded an aura so frigid it repelled all approach. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I detest many things, and find little worth liking. I harbor an ambition, not mere aspiration but inevitability, to restore the Uchiha clan, and personally slay that man. He paused briefly, his gaze shifting deliberately towards Song Xiaofei. And unlike certain loudmouth fools who rely on pity from girls to steal attention, I have no time for such trivialities. My world permits neither weakness nor childish games. Anyone standing between me and strength will be erased, without hesitation or mercy. Song Xiaofei sighed softly, shaking his head in quiet resignation. Right now all you accomplish is pushing away those who try to reach you. Your mind is consumed by vengeance, yet you understand nothing of teamwork. On the battlefield, a lone wolf like you, arrogant, distrustful of allies, will be the first to fall into a trap cannon fodder before the battle even begins.
Song Xiaofei extended a single finger and tapped Sasuke lightly on the forehead.
Before you seek to kill, learn how to live like a human being.
Duckling. Sasuke's pale cheeks flushed crimson.
With a sharp slap, he knocked aside Song Xiaofei's hand, knuckles cracking as his fists clenched. Had Kakashi not been present, he would have struck without warning. Sensing danger, Kakashi swiftly intervened.
Enough, last one. Your turn. Song Xiaofei turned back to lean once more against the railing, his expression suddenly inscrutable. I'm Song Xiaofei.
I admire beautiful, gentle women and despise fools who bark senselessly without thinking.
As for my dream,
it's rather mundane: to earn enough wealth, gather beloved companions, and live a peaceful, settled life alongside. He paused abruptly. In that instant, his gaze pierced through layers of time, through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, carrying an unyielding, unshakable resolve. Alongside ensuring that those precious to me will never again perish before my eyes. Those words struck Sasuke like a physical blow. He turned sharply, memories of that crimson night flooding back. Kakashi too felt his heart seized by an invisible fist. Images surged unbidden: Obito crushed beneath boulders, Rin hurling herself onto his lightning blade, the nightmares he'd spent years burying now unearthed with ruthless clarity by a single sentence from this boy. To mask his inner turmoil and reassert his authority as a jonin, Kakashi straightened, his gaze sharpening into something steely and severe. Your introductions were all quite illuminating. Now to the matter at hand. Report tomorrow at 0500 to Training Ground 3 for a survival exercise.
Kakashi's eyes swept over the four. Let me be clear, this is no schoolyard charade. Of 27 graduates, only 9 will be certified as genin.
A failure rate of 66%. Those deemed unfit will be sent straight back to the academy for remedial training, meaning more than half of you arrogant pups may well be packing your bags before sunset tomorrow.
Naruto clutched his head and shrieked, Sakura pale, trembling. Even Sasuke's brow furrowed, his stance tightening like a coiled spring.
Yet Song Xiaofei simply laughed aloud. He hoisted his backpack and strode toward the stairwell.
Enough, Sensei Kakashi, put away your child's psychological theatrics.
Without glancing back, his voice echoed across the vast empty rooftop.
If the sole purpose were to cull the unworthy, the Hokage would hardly deploy an elite jonin of your caliber. Any special jonin would suffice. Pausing at the landing, he tilted his head just enough to offer a knowing, penetrating smile.
Yet here we stand, a bizarre, unprecedented squad assembled under your command. That tells me plainly tomorrow's exercise tests not individual prowess, but how we function together as a unit.
Song Xiaofei waved casually over his shoulder. See you tomorrow, Sensei. Oh, and don't skip breakfast. An empty stomach makes for messy, humiliating vomit when you're getting punched.
The rooftop door slammed shut with a thunderous bang, leaving the 3 genin frozen in stunned silence.
Kakashi remained motionless, staring at the closed iron gate, beads of cold sweat glistening faintly at his temple.
As soon as the iron gate on the rooftop closed, Naruto eagerly chased after Song Xiaofei down the stairs.
Hey! Song Xiaofei, why are you walking so fast? Naruto took 2 steps at a time, grabbing Song Xiaofei's sleeve. What did you mean by what you said to Kakashi-sensei just now? Is tomorrow's survival exercise just like the graduation exam at Shueimua, a trap specifically designed to deceive people?
Song Xiaofei stopped and turned to look at the puzzled Naruto.
He didn't reveal the answer directly. Whether it's a trap or not, you'll find out tomorrow morning.
Song Xiaofei extended his index finger and poked Naruto's forehead saying, "But let me remind you, when the battle starts tomorrow, don't let your emotions get the better of you and rush in recklessly.
The Jonin is not some half-baked schemer like Shuemu."
Naruto covered his forehead where he had been poked, loudly assuring him.
"Don't worry. I wouldn't act rashly. I'm going to become Hokage." However, his thoughts were entirely different. He was busy calculating how to make a grand entrance tomorrow, wanting to defeat Kakashi and impress everyone. At the top of the stairs, Sakura pretended to organize her backpack, her ears perked up. She listened intently to their conversation. This usually carefree Song Xiaofei seemed to have seen through Kakashi's intentions and was subtly guiding Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke deliberately slowed his pace, walking at the back with a cold expression. He watched the interaction among the three with increasing annoyance. Why could this mysterious guy so naturally take charge of the group? And how could Naruto, that fool, follow his lead so easily? "What you said on the rooftop just now was nothing but bluster." Sasuke suddenly spoke up. He quickly descended the stairs and directly blocked Song Xiaofei's path, crossing his arms with his chin slightly raised. "In the face of a true Jonin, absolute power is the only solution. Your petty cleverness through words is utterly insignificant." Song Xiaofei smiled. Absolute power. That's quite a bold statement. If tomorrow's exam is to protect a defenseless stray cat, are you going to use your proud absolute power to roast the cat with a fireball technique? Sasuke's expression changed drastically, momentarily at a loss for words to retort. But his proud ego would not allow him to back down. Stop twisting concepts. Ultimately, battles between ninjas come down to who is stronger. Sasuke clenched his fists. What right do you, a half-baked ninja, have to talk back to a Jonin? Do you really think that just because you've read a few more books you can see through everything? Song Xiaofei sighed and patted Sasuke's tense shoulder. "I simply brought my brain with me." Song Xiaofei leaned in close, whispering so only the two could hear, "And you better not be the first to charge in and get yourself killed tomorrow. Otherwise I have no interest in saving a quacking duck like you." Sasuke's face turned beet red and he abruptly swatted Song Xiaofei's hand away, trembling with anger, wanting to pull out a kunai but managing to restrain himself. Having said that, Song Xiaofei continued to walk leisurely towards the school gate. After school, the area by the gate was bustling with people. Inuzuka Kiba was already waiting under the most prominent tree. Seeing Song Xiaofei come out, she immediately ran over and forcefully shoved a neatly folded piece of paper into his hands. "Take this." Inuzuka put her hands on her hips. Song Xiaofei unfolded the paper and took a glance. It was filled with dense writing. "Kakashi is always late, likes to read a book called Intimate Paradise, has an unknown chakra attribute but is extremely powerful and uses treacherous methods." It was all various scraps of classified information. "What is this?" Song Xiaofei shook the paper. "This is information I gathered using my family's connections to help you." Inuzuka's cheeks turned slightly red. "I just don't want you to embarrass us graduates tomorrow, not that I'm particularly concerned about you." Just as Song Xiaofei was about to compliment her, a soft voice called out from beside him. "Xiaofei-kun." Hinata Hyūga jogged over, slightly out of breath. She carefully handed him a delicate small porcelain bottle. "This is a bottle of our Hyūga family's special energy replenishing medicine. The exercise tomorrow might take a long time. Don't stay hungry for too long. If you can't hold on, this can quickly restore your strength." Hinata's voice grew quieter, her head lowered as her face turned crimson. Hearing her voice, Inuzuka turned her head and almost bumped into Hinata at the school gate. The atmosphere immediately became quite awkward. At that moment, not far away, Inuzuka Kiba swaggered over, leading Akamaru. Seeing Song Xiaofei surrounded by two beautiful girls made him gnash his teeth in jealousy. "Hey, isn't that our popular boy Song Xiaofei?" Inuzuka Kiba spoke in a sarcastic tone, trying to deliberately attract the attention of those around them. "Tomorrow you're going to face Jonin Kakashi. You can't pass just by tricking girls. Make sure you don't freeze up when the exam starts and embarrass all the men." The nearby classmates who had not yet left stopped to look, whispering among themselves. Song Xiaofei raised the information paper and the medicine bottle simultaneously. He didn't even turn to look at Inuzuka Kiba. "This is called strategic resource storage. What do you know, you single-celled organism?" Song Xiaofei spoke calmly, unfazed. "With Inuzuka's classified information as my brain and Hinata's elixir as my support, this is what I call perfect combat readiness." Only then did he turn his head and coldly glance at Kiba. "As for you, besides barking with your dog, what else do you have to offer? Just make sure you don't get eliminated tomorrow and start crying." Inuzuka Kiba's face turned red with anger and he dragged Akamaru away in defeat. After dealing with the bystanders, Song Xiaofei turned to see Inuzuka and Hinata still glaring at each other. He naturally tucked the paper into the left pocket of his shirt, giving it a gentle pat. Then he removed the cork from the medicine bottle and in front of both of them poured a pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it. "Everything you gave me I've kept close to me. Song Xiaofei's tone softened.
This sentiment is more valuable than any top-tier ninja tool.
As long as I carry them, I will be invincible tomorrow.
Hearing these words, Inuzuka's resentment vanished without a trace and she snorted proudly before turning to run away, a smile she couldn't conceal on her face.
Hinata, on the other hand, was so shy that she couldn't even speak, stammering out, "I'd make sure to do your best tomorrow," before covering her face and running off. Ding! Dual affection level is progressing steadily. The water carrying operation is perfect. No accidents occurred. Reward: minor increase in chakra control ability. Song Xiaofei felt the smooth flow of chakra within his body and satisfiedly stretched his body. As night fell, Konoha village fell into tranquility.
Naruto sat alone at home, resting his chin on the desk and biting down hard on the pen. In front of him, the white paper was covered in illogical doodles as he muttered about how to land a hook punch to knock Kakashi away. On the other side, at the Uchiha clan's training ground, Sasuke was drenched in sweat, practicing shuriken throwing and close combat techniques all night.
The target was filled with a dense array of ninja tools. He vowed to defeat the Jonin tomorrow and completely trample Song Xiaofei's arrogance. Sakura, in her room for the first time, didn't spend a lot of time on her hair.
She meticulously organized her backpack, counting steel wires, explosive tags and various trap ninja tools, wanting to prove that she was not just a flower vase that dragged others down.
Meanwhile, Song Xiaofei was quietly sitting under the dim yellow lamp.
He took out a large sheet of white paper and began to draw a hypothetical map of the third exercise venue based on the terrain in his memory. He held the pen, marking the positions of wooden stakes, the flow of rivers and the dead angles of the woods. His mind was frantically running through every detail and countermeasure that Kakashi might propose.
At 5 a.m, the sky was just beginning to brighten.
The third training ground was shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist, with 3 thick wooden stakes standing solitary in the center of the open space. Naruto Uzumaki leaned against one of the wooden stakes, his eyes heavy with dark circles. He had barely slept due to excitement the night before, and with no breakfast this morning, his stomach was now protesting rhythmically.
Sakura Haruno sat on the grass, propping her chin on her hands, struggling to keep her eyes open.
She had woken up early to groom her hair for the sake of her image, but now she was nearly too tired to keep her eyes open.
Sasuke Uchiha stood under a tree, arms crossed over his chest. Although he did not show any obvious signs of fatigue, the tension in his jawline betrayed his inner agitation.
Song Xiaofei found the cleanest stone and sat cross-legged.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a replenishing pill that Hinata Hyūga had given him yesterday, tossing one into his mouth.
The pill dissolved instantly and a warm current coursed through his body, dispelling much of the morning chill and hunger.
He glanced at the sky. The sun had fully risen. The long wait began. 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
It wasn't until the hour hand pointed to 9 that a familiar figure slowly approached from a distance.
Good morning, everyone.
Kakashi Hatake greeted with one hand in his pocket, raising his right hand in a way. This morning a black cat crossed the road and I just happened to help a lost old lady across, which took a bit of time.
So I'm late.
His face, hidden behind his mask, showed no signs of apology.
You're lying.
Naruto exploded, pointing an accusing finger at Kakashi. You're a whole 4 hours late.
I'm starving. Sakura stood up angrily, echoing his frustration. Sasuke scoffed, barely sparing them a glance.
Song Xiaofei stood up from the stone and brushed off the grass from his pants.
Senpai, your excuses are too poorly crafted. This crude psychological tactic can indeed suppress the enthusiasm of newcomers.
However, isn't it a bit too dismissive to use this method against us?
Kakashi was momentarily taken aback.
He hadn't expected that the intimidation tactic he often used would be so thoroughly dissected by this boy, who even exposed the underlying tactical logic.
Well, don't mind the details. Kakashi cleared his throat, deciding to skip over the awkward topic.
He walked over to a wooden stake and placed a cloth bag he was holding on top.
The bag opened to reveal 3 bento boxes emanating an enticing aroma.
Naruto's stomach let out a loud growl and he nearly drooled. Then Kakashi pulled out 2 bells tied with red strings from his pocket, shaking them at his fingertips.
Today's training content is quite simple. Before noon you must snatch the bells from my hands.
Those who succeed can have lunch. Kakashi paused, scanning the faces of the 4.
There are 4 of you, but I only have 2 bells.
This means that no matter how hard you try, 2 of you will inevitably go without. Those who fail to grab a bell will not only go hungry but will also be directly eliminated and sent back to ninja school to redo the course. The elimination rate is 66%. As soon as these words came out, the expectation vanished from Naruto's face. Sakura's complexion turned pale and Sasuke's cold gaze swept over Naruto and Sakura before finally resting on Song Xiaofei. In the tense atmosphere, Song Xiaofei suddenly chuckled lightly.
A 66% elimination rate. That sounds truly frightening.
He stepped forward, positioning himself between Sasuke and Naruto, cutting off their mutual gaze of vigilance. Lord Hokage just specially approved our Team 7's 4-member structure yesterday, even breaking the traditional norm of 3-man teams. If today is just about eliminating 2 people, then why would he go through all that trouble to gather us together? Song Xiaofei fixed his gaze on the bells in Kakashi's hand. 4 people, 2 bells.
This math problem is inherently a false proposition.
Senpai, your deliberate emphasis on elimination and competition is merely an attempt to see us turn against each other for 2 worthless bells.
Thinking you can use such simple provocation to dismantle our team, you've miscalculated.
A few words instantly stabilized the wavering morale of the team. Kakashi tightened his grip on the bells slightly.
This kid named Song Xiaofei was unervingly perceptive.
He had managed to sense the core essence of this test merely through the superficial contradiction of the rules.
Sasuke pushed Song Xiaofei aside and stepped forward. He fixed his intense gaze on Kakashi, his hands already gripping two kunai.
Stop with the nonsense. Regardless of the rules, all we need to do is take down this jonin and grab the bells. He turned his head, casting a cold look at Naruto and Sakura.
You two stay away from me.
This battle is an absolute test of strength and I have no time to babysit useless baggage.
Those 2 bells, I'm taking them all. Song Xiaofei unceremoniously grabbed Sasuke's shoulder and forcefully pulled him back. Who do you think you are?
With your half-baked taijutsu and your fire style that can barely produce a small flame, you think you can challenge a seasoned elite jonin? You're not going for the bells, you're delivering takeout.
Shut up.
Sasuke struggled free, his eyes blazing red.
You're the one who should shut up. Song Xiaofei pressed forward. If acting alone could solve the problem, you wouldn't be here throwing a tantrum.
If you want to stay, then put away that spoiled rich kid demeanor and bring your brain with you.
Sasuke was momentarily stumped and despite his furious expression unusually refrained from retorting.
He knew very well that the strength Song Xiaofei had shown during the graduation exam qualified him to say such things. Kakashi tied the 2 bells to his belt, then slowly pulled out a clock from his ninja tool pouch and placed it on the wooden stake.
Shortly after, he made an unexpected move.
He took out a book with a green cover, Hyūga Paradise, and casually flipped it open with one hand, not even assuming a defensive posture.
By the way, let me remind you. Kakashi spoke lazily while reading. Unless you are determined to kill me, you won't even touch the hem of my clothes.
An invisible pressure emanated from him. Though he stood casually to Naruto and Sakura, the man before them felt like an insurmountable mountain exuding an oppressive aura of danger.
Just as this pressure was about to completely crush Naruto and Sakura's psychological defenses. The Byakugan. Activate. Song Xiaofei's veins bulged around his eyes.
In an instant his dark eyes turned pure white and he could see every chakra flow around him. His sight penetrated Kakashi's facade, reaching deep into his meridians.
Don't let him intimidate you. Song Xiaofei's calm voice reached his 3 teammates' ears.
He's just bluffing with his killing intent. He turned to look at Naruto, who had already drawn his kunai ready to charge at any moment.
Naruto, put away your weapon.
No one is allowed to act rashly without my signal. Kakashi paused, his finger hovering over the pages. He was astonished to find that the psychological pressure he had meticulously crafted was completely unraveled by this boy's Byakugan insight and calm analysis.
What surprised him even more was that the 2 hothead Sasuke and Naruto actually managed to suppress their impulsive thoughts under Song Xiaofei's restraint.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
The second hand of the clock began to move.
Kakashi closed the book in his hand and the eye that was visible finally showed a hint of seriousness.
Well then, the survival exercise begins now. The survival exercise officially begins. I'm going in.
Naruto Uzumaki pondered for just a moment, then disregarded Song Xiaofei's warning about not acting rashly, propelling himself forward directly towards Kakashi Hatake.
He clutched a kunai in his hand, devoid of any strategy. Kakashi didn't even lift his head. His right hand remained steady, holding the book Hyūga Paradise, while his left casually rested in his pocket.
Just a second before Naruto's kunai was about to strike his face, Kakashi's body naturally leaned slightly to the left.
Bang!
Kakashi withdrew his left hand from his pocket, fingers splayed and pressed directly on the back of Naruto's head. Then he pushed down.
With a dull thud, Naruto's face met the ground intimately.
Naruto struggled to push himself up from the ground.
Kakashi didn't even blink, lifting his right leg and lightly kicking Naruto in the butt. Ouch! Naruto flipped twice in the air, landing far into the nearby bushes.
In that split second, a shadow silently leaped down from the treetops. Sasuke Uchiha seized the brief moment when Kakashi's foot had just left the ground. With both hands rapidly flipping in front of his chest, 6 shuriken pinched between his fingers emitted a sharp whistling sound, simultaneously sealing off Kakashi's escape routes from 3 different angles. This throwing technique exhibited a first-rate standard. However, Kakashi's movements were even faster.
Clang clang. Kakashi's figure shifted and with just 2 fingers he batted away all 6 shuriken midair. Following that, he lunged forward, instantly closing the distance to Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback and immediately switched to close combat defense.
The 2 engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes on the grass. Every punch and kick from Sasuke was executed with full force, yet Kakashi still held the book in one hand, merely using simple dodges and blocks to nullify all of Sasuke's attacks. Too slow. Kakashi casually uttered those 3 words, hooking his foot to directly disrupt Sasuke's lower back. Sasuke lost his balance, staggering back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno hid behind a sturdy oak tree. Seeing Naruto being taken down so easily and Sasuke also pushed back with ease, her heart raced and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, fearing she might make a sound. "What are you doing hiding here?" A lazy voice suddenly sounded in Sakura's ear. Startled, she quickly turned her head only to find Kakashi standing behind her without her noticing. Before she could scream for help, the surrounding environment twisted in an instant. A blood-red world completely enveloped her, revealing the horrifying scene of Sasuke covered in kunai lying in a pool of blood. "Sasuke-kun. No." Sakura let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolling back as she fainted from the shock of the genjutsu. In just a few minutes, 3 individuals fell victim. One was buried in the ground, another crushed by physical techniques, and the last one taken out by a genjutsu. The breeze gently swept across the empty training field. In the 3rd training ground, the only one who had yet to engage was Xiaofei, standing with his hands in his pockets. Kakashi closed the book, turned around and looked at the black-haired boy. "What's wrong?" Kakashi raised his hand, pointing at the 3 genin lying on the ground and hidden in the bushes. "Just now in the classroom weren't you quite talkative? Now your teammates are all wiped out. As the 4th member of that special team, do you intend to just stand here as a spectator? That's not the way of a ninja. If you don't even dare to test the waters, does that mean you're surrendering without a fight?" Song Xiaofei's expression showed no sign of wavering. The veins around his eyes slightly bulged. "Test the waters." Song Xiaofei let out a cold laugh. "Senior, your acting skills are really mediocre." He extended a finger, pointing at Kakashi's arm and leg muscles. "From just now until now, you haven't even mobilized 1/10 of the chakra within you. The tension in your muscles is even more relaxed than when you're walking on the street. Dealing with those 3 is merely playing with children." Song Xiaofei shook his head, his tone filled with disdain. "Since you clearly have no intention of being serious, why should I cooperate with you in this meaningless monkey show? I stand here because I'm observing the situation. I'm analyzing your habits, your stride, and your flawed physical techniques." Kakashi raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. He didn't expect that this little brat wasn't afraid to move, but was instead like a true outsider, calmly collecting his battle data. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sasuke suddenly stood up from a short distance. He wiped the dust from his chin and glared fiercely at Song Xiaofei. "I just barely created an opening from the side. Since you activated your Byakugan, why didn't you take the chance to attack from the blind spot? If you and I had coordinated an ambush, that bell would have been ours already. What are you daydreaming about? You're not just a braggart but also a coward." In his perception, Song Xiaofei's inaction directly led to the failure of his plan to seize the bell. Song Xiaofei turned his head and assessed Sasuke from head to toe. "Opening." Song Xiaofei scoffed. "You call that textbook linear shuriken throwing an opening? Your throwing trajectory completely copied page 42 of the Ninja School Basic Tactics Manual. Even with your eyes closed, you could guess where the shuriken would land." He mercilessly exposed the tactics Sasuke was proud of. "You think you pushed him back? Wrong. He deliberately exposed a flaw to lure you and then casually kicked you away. If I were you, I would shut my mouth right now and reflect on why you were played for a fool instead of barking at your teammate who didn't fall for it." Sasuke's face instantly turned beet red, his hands gripping the kunai tightly but unable to retort a single word. In that moment of conflict within Team 7. Swish. A subtle sound of rustling leaves. Kakashi's body vanished from his original position without warning. The next second, Kakashi appeared directly behind Song Xiaofei. He had unexpectedly produced a kunai, its blade threateningly close to Song Xiaofei's neck. A killing intent far exceeding that used against Naruto was unleashed without reservation, locking onto every joint of Song Xiaofei's body. Analyzing it all perfectly. Kakashi's voice echoed in Song Xiaofei's ear. "But actual combat isn't won with words. At the moment you are locked onto from behind by an enemy, can the data you've gathered still save your life?" Song Xiaofei's chakra flowed instantly, his steps shifting on the grass with exceptional agility. This step completely defied conventional dodging logic, not moving forward or to the sides but rather slipping past Kakashi's kunai blade along with that killing intent in a dangerously close manner. Kakashi was slightly taken aback, not expecting the opponent's footwork to be so bizarre. But what surprised him even more was what happened next. After dodging the lethal strike, Song Xiaofei didn't attempt to counterattack or create distance. He fully exposed his back to the elite jonin. Song Xiaofei walked straight towards the bushes. "Hey, are you still alive?" Song Xiaofei reached the pit where Naruto was buried and grabbed the back of his collar, yanking him out of the ground as if pulling a radish. Naruto was covered in dirt, his eyes swirling with stars, still coughing incessantly. The entire scene fell into a brief pause. Kakashi stood still holding the kunai, watching Song Xiaofei's back, his expression behind the mask shifting unpredictably. This little brat facing the elite Jonin's deadly probing actually chose to ignore it. What is he thinking? Cough cough cough. Song Xiaofei. Naruto finally cleared the mud from his mouth. He wiped the dirt off his face. Why didn't you go fight him? Just now was clearly a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Why did you pull me out? Let's hurry and grab the bells. He waved his fists, wanting to charge towards Kakashi. Smack. Song Xiaofei unceremoniously slapped the back of Naruto's head. What nonsense are you talking? Song Xiaofei let go, allowing Naruto to fall onto the ground. You didn't even comprehend the test questions of today's exam. What do you expect to do to score? Naruto was stunned, looking up blankly. Questions. Questions. Isn't it just about grabbing the bells? Sasuke also turned his head, staring at Song Xiaofei with a puzzled expression. Song Xiaofei turned around. For Genin, 2 bells. This rule that clearly aims to incite infighting among us can only be firmly believed by you single-celled organisms. He pointed at Sakura, who was still unconscious beneath the tree, then at Sasuke, who was covered in injuries, and finally looked at Naruto. If each of us only cares about grabbing that bell like just now, we would be picked off one by one, easily manipulated. This is what it means to be scattered like sand. Song Xiaofei paused. But what if we didn't try to grab the bell from the beginning? Instead, we considered how to protect each other under such a relentless attack. Treating this as a real war. Do you think it's more important to sacrifice teammates to obtain task items, or for all 4 of us to survive? Song Xiaofei stared directly into Kakashi's right eye. The essence of this survival exercise is not about seizing, but rather, under the extreme circumstances and temptations of interest, testing whether we would abandon our companions nearby. All that remained was the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. Kakashi stood in the distance. He slowly returned the kunai to his ninja tool pouch. The breeze lifted his silver hair. The lethargic and indifferent look in his half-closed eye was now completely open. All traces of laziness and apathy vanished. What replaced it was an unprecedented seriousness as well as a hint of interest. As soon as Song Xiaofei's voice fell, the entire scene fell into a brief pause. Kakashi stood 10 meters away, slowly withdrawing his hand from his pocket. He then pulled out the green-covered book titled Intimate Paradise from his ninja tool pouch. Very well said, Kakashi remarked, flipping open the pages with one hand, his tone still lazy. Seeing through the rules does not mean you have the ability to change the outcome. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at Song Xiaofei. Answering the exam correctly yet receiving no score, you are still a bunch of useless people. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who had been somewhat shaken, immediately changed his expression. He wiped the dirt off his face and turned to glare at Song Xiaofei. Kakashi is right. What are you pretending to be smart for? Sasuke's fingers gripped the kunai tightly, trembling slightly with anger. You can only be a Monday morning quarterback. Since you are so good at calculations, why didn't you dare to confront me when I created an opening? He stepped forward. You are nothing but a coward who dares not strike. Naruto sat on the ground looking at Sasuke and then at Song Xiaofei, anxious and pulling at his hair. Sasuke, don't say that. Xiaofei just saved me. Although Naruto was verbally supporting Song Xiaofei, he felt completely uncertain inside, not knowing what to do next. Meanwhile, Sakura was still lying unconscious in the nearby grass. Song Xiaofei stood in place, becoming the target of everyone's doubts and isolation. At that moment, Kakashi moved. Swish. His body instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, Kakashi appeared directly in front of Song Xiaofei. The cold blade of the kunai pressed mercilessly against Song Xiaofei's neck. See? Kakashi's voice rang in Song Xiaofei's ear, carrying a strong sense of oppression. In the face of absolute speed and power, you don't even have the chance to command your teammates. Song Xiaofei didn't even blink. He paid no attention to the kunai at his neck. Your left foot's center of gravity has shifted outward by half an inch. Song Xiaofei said calmly. The swinging frequency of the bell at your waist is also 1 second slower than before. He slowly turned his head, staring directly into Kakashi's eyes. Senior, your defensive stance is already in disarray. You are pretending to use a flawless body flicker technique, but your current muscle state cannot sustain continuous force. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly beneath his mask. He didn't expect that at this distance the opponent would still be calmly analyzing his weaknesses. Song Xiaofei did not give Kakashi a chance to refute. He turned directly, leaving his back to Kakashi, and walked briskly towards the unconscious Sakura. He crouched down. Song Xiaofei reached out and unceremoniously flicked Sakura's forehead. Ouch.
Sakura cried out in pain, instantly waking up from the nightmare of the illusion.
She sat up drenched in sweat and her first words were to shout Sasuke's name.
Sasuke-kun.
Shut up. Song Xiaofei coldly interrupted her. Your Sasuke-kun almost had his ribs broken just now.
If you continue to fixate on him, you will definitely be eliminated today. Sakura was stunned, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Stand up and hold your kunai properly. Song Xiaofei stood up and faced Kakashi again.
Kakashi took 2 steps back on purpose to break the rhythm controlled by Song Xiaofei. He deliberately exposed a large defensive gap.
Conceited Sasuke snorted coldly. He did not believe Song Xiaofei's judgment at all and charged forward with his kunai. Since you don't dare to attack, then watch me. Sasuke's speed was extremely fast, his hands quickly forming seals.
Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball whistled towards Kakashi.
Kakashi didn't even use the body replacement technique, easily dodging to the side to avoid the flames. Immediately afterward, Kakashi appeared beneath Sasuke. He grabbed Sasuke's ankle and forcefully swung him backward.
Sasuke lost his balance and crashed heavily into the nearby river just as he was about to fall into the water.
Whoosh!
A kunai tied with a wire precisely wrapped around Sasuke's waist. Song Xiaofei stood behind his arms, suddenly exerting force.
Bang! Sasuke was forcibly pulled back and fell awkwardly onto the grass.
Although he fell hard, he avoided losing his combat capability by falling into the river. Sasuke struggled to get up, gritting his teeth without speaking. If you rush again next time, I will directly blow you back with an explosive tag.
Song Xiaofei admonished without mercy. Sasuke for the first time did not refute. He knew that if it weren't for Song Xiaofei just now, he would have already lost. From now on, everyone listens to me. Song Xiaofei quickly assigned tasks. Sasuke, you are responsible for the frontal assault.
Your taijutsu is the strongest, go and restrain him. Naruto, use your shadow clone technique to create numerical pressure, don't give him a chance to stop.
Sakura, go to the right woods and set up wire traps to block his escape route.
Though the 3 of them felt somewhat awkward inside, their bodies instinctively began to move according to the orders. Kakashi watched the scene helplessly, letting out a sigh.
For lower-ranked ninjas, cooperating well is just empty talk.
He fixed his gaze on Naruto.
Especially this impulsive one. Do you think having more people is useful? You will only drag everyone down. Bastard teacher. Stop looking down on people. Naruto was instantly enraged and shouted as he prepared to charge forward alone. Naruto. Shut up.
Song Xiaofei shouted sharply, directly drowning out Naruto's voice.
Byakugan. Activate. Song Xiaofei's veins bulged at the temples, his pure white pupils instantly locking onto Kakashi's chakra flow. Listen to my commands. He will turn left next. Kakashi's left foot had just stepped down, preparing to change direction. Then rush in. Kakashi's body turned into an afterimage, charging straight towards Naruto. Finally, a kick to the right. Naruto. Place 3 shadow clones on the right. Now. Song Xiaofei's voice was as quick as lightning.
Though Naruto was angry upon hearing Song Xiaofei's command, his hands instinctively formed the seals.
Boom, boom, boom.
3 shadow clones appeared just in time at the spot where Kakashi's right foot was about to kick.
Bang.
Kakashi kicked and exploded the 3 clones, the white smoke instantly blurring his vision. His originally perfect attack rhythm was abruptly interrupted.
Everyone attack. Song Xiaofei shouted loudly. Multi-shadow clone technique.
Naruto unleashed his might, instantly creating over 20 clones that surged towards Kakashi like a tide from all directions. Kakashi held Intimate Paradise in one hand while using the other to fend off Naruto's flurry of punches. Though he defended easily, he had been thoroughly rooted in place.
Fire release, Phoenix fire technique.
Sasuke leaped down from the treetops using the advantage of gravity to unleash several fireballs, sealing off Kakashi's upward escape route.
Kakashi frowned slightly, preparing to retreat. Now's the time. Sakura. Song Xiaofei signaled.
Sakura, hiding behind the bushes, tightened the wire in her hands.
Click.
As Kakashi retreated, several explosive tags instantly popped up along his path. A thunderous explosion echoed through the training ground.
Kakashi was forced to abandon his retreat, having to roll sideways instead.
Just as his feet were about to land in that perfect dead angle,
Song Xiaofei was already standing there. 8 trigrams air palm. Song Xiaofei did not form seals, chakra gathered in his palm, sending a concentrated airflow through the air. This airflow directly struck Kakashi's knee as he landed.
Kakashi forced himself to twist his waist in midair, narrowly avoiding this heavy blow. However, his center of gravity was disrupted upon landing, and just in that instant a pile of dirt on the ground suddenly exploded. A shadow clone of Naruto emerged from below, reaching out directly to grab the bell at Kakashi's waist.
His fingertips had already touched the cold metal. Kakashi's half-lidded right eye instantly widened. He could no longer maintain the demeanor of a master reading with one hand and quickly raised his left hand, stuffing Intimate Paradise back into his tool pouch. With both hands freed, Kakashi's speed instantly soared. He grabbed Naruto's shadow clone's wrist with his right hand and used it as a shield, smashing it towards the charging Sasuke. At the same time, he rapidly formed hand seals. Bang! Another loud noise sounded. Song Xiaofei's second gentle fist struck a segment of round wood. The thick smoke gradually dissipated. The 4 members of Team 7 panted heavily, standing in place. On a tree trunk a few meters away, Kakashi stood quietly. In his hands there was no longer that green novel. His hands hung naturally at his sides, presenting a true defensive posture for combat. Although they did not seize the bell, they successfully forced this elite jonin to put away his book and respond earnestly. Sasuke looked at Kakashi's empty hands, then glanced at Song Xiaofei standing in front, clenching his fists. Naruto, on the other hand, excitedly shouted, "Did you see that? We were so close to grabbing it." Kakashi stood on the branch looking down at the 4. The corners of his mouth hidden beneath the mask revealed a curve that even he didn't notice. These 4 little brats, if they could truly unite, might unleash a terrifying power. Kakashi concluded in his heart. He was about to speak, entering the next round of the assessment. But at that moment Song Xiaofei, who was standing on the ground, suddenly raised his head. Song Xiaofei's Byakugan was still activated. In those pure white eyes that could see through everything, deep in the dense forest at the edge of the training ground, 2 concealed and cold chakra fluctuations coiled like venomous snakes. The people at the base had not left yet. Kakashi stood 10 steps away from the 4 of them, his hands completely withdrawn from his ninja tool pouch naturally hanging at his side. Though unarmed, he exuded a far greater aura of danger than when he had been flipping through a book earlier. "Do you all think you performed quite well just now?" Kakashi's voice shattered the brief silence. He did not offer the 7th squad any acknowledgement for being forced back. 4 of you banding together, randomly throwing a few ninjutsu techniques and creating some shadow clones, just happened to disrupt my rhythm like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. If you think that this luck-based outcome reflects your true strength, then you are gravely mistaken. Try again and you won't even qualify to stand here. Naruto was the first to lose his temper, suddenly springing up from the ground. "What nonsense are you spouting? We were so close to grabbing the bell," Naruto shouted, shaking his fists in frustration. "Next time I'll definitely knock you down." Kakashi paid no heed to Naruto's outburst, maintaining his superior attitude. Song Xiaofei stood at the forefront, not only unperturbed but also chuckling. "Elder, your ramblings are getting more and more excessive. Standing there without attacking is merely a deliberate waste of time. You just want to see if we, having gained a slight advantage, will immediately expose our weaknesses of arrogance and complacency." Song Xiaofei took a step forward. "This kind of psychological pressure test for children lacks any technical merit. If you truly believe we relied solely on luck, you could have just attacked us directly and kicked us all into the river. Why waste your breath here?" Having had his tactical intent exposed on the spot, Kakashi's muscles twitched slightly beneath his mask. Since verbal suppression proved ineffective, he would have to crush them with sheer strength. Swish! Kakashi's body instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow. This was definitely not the same speed as when he had merely been playing house with the kids. At the same moment Kakashi launched his real attack, Song Xiaofei's Byakugan caught a sudden surge of chakra from deep within the treetops at the edge of the training ground. The root spies concealed in the shadows had made their move. Their orders were to probe Song Xiaofei's limb. At this moment, upon witnessing Kakashi's genuine attack, the 2 spies released an overwhelming killing intent without hesitation. The 2 waves of killing intent crossed half the training ground, locking onto Song Xiaofei. Ahead lay the lethal advance of an elite jonin, while behind was the covert restraint of rude assassins. Caught between 2 threats, Song Xiaofei's chakra was suddenly tugged by an external force. To the ordinary observer, he appeared frozen in place, seemingly stunned by Kakashi's speed. Yet the truth was clear: if he turned to deal with the killing intent from the root, he would leave his back exposed to Kakashi and be eliminated on the spot. If he fully engaged Kakashi, the interference from the root would create fatal openings in his actions. Thus Song Xiaofei made a risky decision. He deliberately delayed by half a beat. Kakashi's fist, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, came crashing towards Song Xiaofei's face. Song Xiaofei suddenly slipped underfoot, awkwardly stumbling to the right. Bang! Kakashi's punch brushed past the left side of Song Xiaofei's face. The immense force sent Song Xiaofei flying. He rolled several times on the grass before barely managing to stop himself with his hands. Song Xiaofei's left cheek instantly swelled with blood seeping from the corner of his lips. This was the first significant setback he had suffered since the survival exercise began. Kakashi stood at the spot where Song Xiaofei had just been looking down at him. What happened? Where did that commanding attitude go? Just then Sasuke, who had been standing at the back, suddenly spoke up. What are you doing? Sasuke tightly gripped his kunai, stepping over to Song Xiaofei's side with anger in his voice. You were calculating everything so well just now. How come when he actually made a move you couldn't even dodge? Sasuke felt his pride severely insulted. He had actually followed the orders of someone who would freeze in real combat. You look so timid, it's infuriating to watch. If you only have this much ability, then get out of the way and don't hinder me. Sakura looked at Song Xiaofei with a worried expression, not understanding why he had made such a huge mistake after appearing to control the situation. The tiny bit of trust that had just been established within the team was on the verge of collapsing completely with this blow. Song Xiaofei spat out a mouthful of blood. Without even looking at Sasuke, Song Xiaofei raised his hand and pointed to the still-dazed Naruto. Naruto! Use the multiple shadow clone technique. He shouted the command loudly, speaking rapidly. Don't attack Kakashi. Send all your clones charging towards the edges of the surrounding woods. Trample all the bushes and leaves. The messier the better. Naruto completely didn't understand the meaning of this tactic. But seeing the injury on Song Xiaofei's face ignited a surge of anger within him. What kind of nonsense order is that? If I'm not going to hit him, like trample leaves? Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, but his hands instinctively completed the hand seals. Because subconsciously he still chose to trust Song Xiaofei. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of identical Narutos instantly filled the empty space of the training ground. Charge. Dozens of shadow clones shouted as they disregarded Kakashi in the center and directly surged towards the surrounding woods. The sound of trampling, snapping branches and the calls of Naruto's clones instantly created chaos. The entire training ground was shrouded in confusion. Even Kakashi had to furrow his brows, his line of sight hindered by the darting orange figures. Now was the taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to Naruto. Song Xiaofei quietly secured a regular steel ball in his right hand. His chakra surged wildly, coursing through his veins, directly injecting the highly compressed strength of his gentle fist into the steel ball. Song Xiaofei's Byakugan fixated on the branch that had just released killing intent. With a flick of his wrist. Whoosh! The steel ball tore through the air, silently shooting into the depths of the forest under the cover of swirling dust. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. This steel ball was not an ordinary throw but a hidden strike imbued with the ability to damage internal structures. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from the distant treetops. The thick branch was shattered by the chakra within the steel ball. The hidden root spy was caught off guard, his body sinking downward. To avoid falling from the tree, the spy was forced to gather chakra to stabilize himself midair. However, the violent fluctuation of this chakra could no longer be concealed. Kakashi, standing in the center of the field, instantly froze. As a veteran of the Yambu, he was sensitive to the chakra of hidden infiltrators. He turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping towards that patch of woods, his expression instantly darkening. Someone was meddling from outside the training ground, attempting to interfere with his teaching. Whoosh! Kakashi threw a kunai in response, the sound of wind howling as it hurtled towards the shadow deep within the woods. Peeking in someone else's home isn't a polite behavior. Kakashi's voice was not loud, but it carried an intimidating authority. Leave immediately before my mood worsens. In the depths of the woods, the faint sound of rustling leaves was heard. The two root spies realized they had been exposed, not daring to confront Kakashi Hiden, and quickly utilized body flicker technique to retreat from the scene. Until those two sources of chakra completely vanished, the dust in the training ground gradually settled. Naruto's shadow clones exploded one by one, turning into white smoke. Only the 4 members of the 7th squad remained in the training ground, along with Kakashi not far away. Sasuke stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. Sakura's mouth was agape, staring blankly at the kunai embedded in the nearby tree. They finally understood. Song Xiaofei's earlier sluggish actions were not due to fear of Kakashi nor a lack of combat experience. Instead, he had simultaneously endured a dual assault from both an elite jonin and hidden enemies without them realizing it. The reason he took that punch was to draw out the hidden spies. And sending Naruto to trample the woods was to cover for his counterattack. Sasuke bit down hard on his back teeth, a wave of immense frustration surged within him. He had thought he understood Song Xiaofei's true nature, but reality had slapped him hard in the face. How much more strength did this guy hide? While contending with an elite jonin, he could still divert his attention to repel professional spies lurking in the shadows. Sasuke looked at Song Xiaofei's back, feeling a sense of helplessness arise within him. In the Hokage building, in his spacious office, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk holding his signature pipe. Inside the crystal ball on the desk, the scene of the 3rd training ground was clearly playing out. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly exhaled a thick white smoke ring. To think he could leverage Kakashi's hand to discreetly drive back Danzo's people. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. This child's scheming is somewhat too profound. Meanwhile, deep underground in the dimly lit root base, the 2 spies who had just escaped were kneeling on one knee.
In the shadows Danzo slowly approached with his cane. After hearing the spy's report, the single eye exposed on his face suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. Maintaining an astonishing calm in battle and even turning the environment against us for probing purposes.
Danzo spoke coldly, his cane striking heavily against the ground. Song Xiaofei, this knife, I must have it.
The scene cut back to the third training ground.
The wind blew across the empty space once more. Kakashi pulled the kunai from the tree and put it away.
He turned and walked step by step towards the 4 members of the 7th squad. This time all traces of Kakashi's laziness and nonchalance had completely vanished. He slowly raised his hand, pushing up the forehead protector that had been covering his left eye. A long scar and that crimson Sharingan appeared before everyone. The external noise has been eliminated.
Kakashi's voice became unprecedentedly deep and serious. Now, as a reward for your performance just now, I will no longer regard you as mere children.
Kakashi slowly raised his hand and pushed his forehead protector upward, revealing his left eye. A long jagged scar ran vertically across his face, fully exposing his crimson Sharingan, 3 black tomo rotating steadily within the iris, radiating an oppressive chilling aura.
All external distractions have been completely eliminated, and Kakashi's voice deepened.
And now let us settle our accounts properly. He let his hands hang naturally at his sides, a flawless, perfectly balanced stance with no opening. And did you truly believe that forcing me to put away my book meant you'd already won half the battle? His cold gaze swept over the 4 of them. And relying on mindless swarm tactics and crude riddled with flaws traps, and then patting yourselves on the back. What in your eyes is true shinobi combat, and don't look down on us like that? And Naruto was the first to snap under the weight of such contempt. He formed hand seals and bellowed at the top of his lungs.
And I nearly grabbed the bell just now. Next time I'll send you flying.
Naruto had completely forgotten Song Xiaofei's earlier warning. Provoked by Kakashi, he instinctively lunged forward to prove himself. And Sasuke's face was frozen in icy fury. He shoved Song Xiaofei aside and gripped his kunai so tightly his knuckles whitened. Kakashi is right, the timid half-hearted trap tactics we used moments ago were nothing but a waste of time, and Sasuke turned his accusation squarely toward Song Xiaofei. If you dare block me again, I'll strike you down too. And so what if he's an elite jonin? If my speed is fast enough, I'll kill him solo. Sasuke's pride would never allow him to be belittled and then submit to the orders of a peer. The fragile nascent cohesion of Team 7 shattered instantly beneath Kakashi's few words, teetering on the edge of total collapse. Song Xiaofei stood motionless, expressionless. And he reached out and seized Sasuke's shoulder with immense force, halting him mid-stride. Let go. Sasuke snarled. And if you're determined to rush to your death, do it far away from here. You didn't even see the motion he made when he stowed his book. What makes you think you can solo him? Is that all you've got, your pitiful sense of pride? And Song Xiaofei turned sharply and delivered a heavy kick to Naruto's calf, shattering his hand seal formation. And you shout one more time without permission and I'll toss you into the river to feed the fish. Ni's voice was unrelentingly stern. And from this moment on, anyone who breaks formation without authorization becomes the team's fatal liability. 2 sentences brutally rained in the 2 about to erupt. And Kakashi watched silently, his Sharingan rotating faintly. What good is restraining them? You face a mountain impossible to scale, and before the final word faded, Kakashi vanished. This was no Shunshin technique, merely raw, terrifying physical speed. And Scatter and Song Xiaofei barely managed to roar the command. Earth release, hiding in the ground technique, and the earth beneath Naruto's feet collapsed instantly. And he didn't even have time to cry out before a tremendous force dragged him underground. As the soil sealed shut, only his head remained above ground, trapped immobile, straining helplessly. And damn it! Furious beyond measure, Sasuke formed hand seals at blinding speed. And fire release, great fireball technique, not colossal tangerine-hued fireball, surged along the ground, roaring with blistering heat straight toward Kakashi as he emerged from the earth. Kakashi stood rooted, making no attempt to evade. Ni's hands blurred. And water release, water wall, not thick towering wall of water erupted from the ground. The fireball slammed into the wall, exploding into billowing white steam that obliterated all visibility. And Sasuke immediately gripped his kunai and charged into the mist for close quarters combat. But before he took a second step, a cold blade pressed against his throat. And Kakashi had circled behind him, no one saw him move. Too slow, and Kakashi lifted his right leg and drove his knee hard into Sasuke's abdomen. And again Sasuke's eyes bulged, searing pain robbed him of breath entirely. Kakashi seized Sasuke's collar and hurled him violently toward a thick tree trunk. And crack, and Sasuke crashed into the bark, coughing violently, unable to rise for long moments. Sakura crouched trembling behind a thicket, suppressing her terror as she yanked hard on a steel wire. And boom! 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 Multiple explosive tags detonated in rapid succession beneath Kakashi's feet. And dirt and grass exploded skyward, but when the smoke cleared, only a charred wooden log remained. Where are you looking? And Kakashi's voice echoed directly above Sakura. Only then did she remember to glance up, to find him inverted on a branch, his crimson Sharingan fixed unblinkingly upon her.
Genjutsu held viewing technique and Sakura's head spun reality warped around her. And before her eyes appeared Sasuke, drenched in blood. Sasuke Kanenshi shrieked a raw piercing wail before collapsing unconscious. In less than half a minute, Naruto was buried. And Sasuke lay gravely wounded. And Sakura had been felled instantly by Genjutsu. And across the vast training ground only Song Xiaofei remained standing. A breeze stirred as Kakashi dropped lightly from the branch, twirling a kunai idly in his fingers while approaching Song Xiaofei. And have you seen clearly? Kakashi spoke with quiet detachment. And this is the chasm between Jonin and Genin. When speed and strength overwhelm with absolute irreversible dominance, your vaunted tactical analysis becomes worthless scrap paper. Song Xiaofei gazed at his fallen teammates. And he drew a deep deliberate breath and exhaled slowly. And veins pulsed violently along his temples. His pure white Byakugan laid bare every chakra pathway without concealment. And Byakugan, and he assumed the opening stance of gentle fist. His left leg bent slightly, his right arm extended forward. And senior, even scrap paper has its uses, and Song Xiaofei stomped, shattering the turf beneath his foot. He shot forward like a black shadow, launching himself headlong at Kakashi. And Kakashi halted his Sharingan, locking onto every micromotion of Song Xiaofei's advance. Courageous, but foolish, and Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai and slashed downward. And Clang, and Song Xiaofei did not dodge, he met the blade with his palm-dense chakra flaring to deflect the edge. Instantly his left hand darted forth from an impossible angle. And gentle fist technique, a trigram's palms revolving heaven, na focused pressurized blast of chakras surged toward Kakashi's chest. Kakashi sidestepped, then lashed out with his right leg, a hurricane force sweep aimed at Song Xiaofei's lower body. And Song Xiaofei tapped the ground with his toes and leapt backward light as air. Midair his hands flickered, releasing a dense barrage of gentle fist chakra strikes aimed precisely at vital chakra points encircling Kakashi. And their exchange accelerated beyond sight. In mere seconds they clashed over a dozen times. And dull resonant thuds of clashing chakra reverberated across the open field. And even as Kakashi parried, his mind assessed. This boy possessed extraordinary taijutsu fundamentals and astonishing precision in chakra control. And each strike targeted the exact blind spots where chakra flow could be severed. Against an average Chunin, this relentless, seamless gentle fist assault would have crippled him outright. But Kakashi intensified his pace. Your eyes truly see with startling clarity. Ni's Sharingan caught the subtle irregularity in Song Xiaofei's breathing. And yet your body has reached its limit. Kakashi abruptly abandoned defense, letting Song Xiaofei's gentle fist graze his shoulder. Using that fleeting opening, he forced his way inside Song Xiaofei's guard. They stood face to face, so close Song Xiaofei could count the fibers of Kakashi's mask. And there was no escape. And Kakashi's right fist landed squarely on Song Xiaofei's left ribs. Song Xiaofei's expression contorted, biting back agony. He thrust his right hand forward, fingers rigid as a blade, aiming for the pressure point on Kakashi's forearm. But Kakashi was faster. At the instant his fist struck, he twisted his wrist, seizing Song Xiaofei's shoulder in a firm, unbreakable grip. Then with flawless technique and overwhelming power he executed a perfect shoulder throw. And crash, and Song Xiaofei crashed onto the earth, cratering a shallow dent into the ground. Dust billowed. And Song Xiaofei felt his organs churn violently, a metallic taste flooded his mouth. And spurt, and he turned his head and spat a torrent of crimson blood. His chakra roiled chaotically within, his Byakugan vision, once crystalline and precise, now fractured into overlapping blurred afterimages. And he had lost. Before absolute power, every prediction, every technique, shattered under the sheer unadulterated force of Kakashi's assault. And Kakashi stood at the crater's rim, gazing down impassively. It's over. Ni's tone held no inflection. And to last 10 exchanges against me, as a freshly graduated genin, is already cause for pride. But reality remains. If this were the battlefield, you would already be a corpse and far away. Sasuke strained upward on his hands, lifting his upper body with great effort. His jaw clenched until his molars ached, watching Song Xiaofei lie defeated. A crushing wave of humiliation washed over him. And if even Song Xiaofei fell so utterly, they truly had no path to victory. And Naruto, head still protruding from the earth, shouted frantically, powerless to intervene. Just as all hope seemed extinguished. Cough, cough, and from the crater Song Xiaofei erupted in violent convulsions. And with mud-caked hands he clawed desperately at the crater's edge. Slowly, agonizingly, he forced himself up onto one knee. And blood dripped from his chin onto the grass, vivid and stark. And he gasped raggedly, his face drained of all color. Yet he did not look at Kakashi. And instead Song Xiaofei turned and roared toward the stunned Sasuke. And Sasuke jolted as if struck by lightning. His defensive transition on the right flank is half a beat slower than normal, and Song Xiaofei's voice was hoarse, strained by injury. That stiffness stems from an old wound, it's his sole blind spot, and Kakashi's right eye whitened imperceptibly.
He had never imagined that amid such one-sided punishment Song Xiaofei had used his Byakugan to relentlessly gather physiological data, every nuance of his body's rhythm.
Song Xiaofei continued shouting. And his preparatory motion, and he raised his blood-smeared right hand pointing unflinchingly at Kakashi's left shoulder. The slightest dip of his left shoulder, that's the unmistakable tell of a lightning release technique. And whatever happens, never engage him hidden in close combat. At the cost of his own severe injury, he had wrung every last drop of insight from his Byakugan, stripping Kakashi's most concealed vulnerabilities bare and delivering them intact to his comrades. This was not a solitary fight. Nit was laying the groundwork for the entire team's counteroffensive. After uttering those words, Song Xiaofei's stamina finally gave out. His body swayed, he braced himself on his hands, breathing in great shuddering gasps. And Kakashi stood still, the expression beneath his mask growing complex. He looked upon Song Xiaofei kneeling in the crater, then towards Sasuke, battered, bleeding yet unbowed. And shouting out, "My weakness, yes, clever indeed." Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai once more. But so what? And step by measured step he advanced towards Song Xiaofei, killing intent thickening the air. Passing intelligence to a group too broken to stand changes nothing. It alters no outcome, and he raised the kunai, aiming it squarely at Song Xiaofei's shoulder. "Now, do you still believe you can pass this test?" And at the very instant the kunai began its descent, a black figure flashed into view. Uchiha Sasuke stood firm, kunai clenched tight, shielding Song Xiaofei. Knees clothes hung in tatters, blood streaked his lips. Yet his feet were planted, immovable anchors in the earth. And without glancing back he commanded silence. "Stay behind me." Knees gaze never wavered from Kakashi as his hands blurred through seals. "Now that the intel is secured, the counterattack belongs to all of us. Not to you alone." Uchiha Sasuke tightly gripped his kunai, stepping squarely in front of Song Xiaofei. His clothes were tattered and blood still clung to the corner of his lips. Yet his feet remained rooted to the ground, unyielding, unmoving. Sakura at last broke free from the terror of the genjutsu. She scrambled on hands and knees to the earthen pit, frantically digging with bare hands until she wrenched Naruto upside down and buried free from the soil. For the first time since the training exercise began, Team 7's 4 members stood together in a relatively compact formation, facing a single adversary. Kakashi halted, slowly rotating his kunai between his fingers. "So you finally learned to protect your comrades. Weren't you all just moments ago obsessed with solo combat, each vying for glory? Now that someone lies gravely wounded, you suddenly recall you're supposed to be a team." Kakashi took a deliberate step forward. "It's too late. On a true battlefield, such belated realization holds no value whatsoever. This foolish self-congratulation will do nothing but ensure you die together, in perfect tragic unison." Sasuke clenched his teeth so hard his jaw trembled. "Don't stand there playing the omniscient sage." He forcibly drew upon the last dregs of chakra within his body. "I'm standing here, not to shield this useless fool. I merely believe the intelligence he bought with his life still holds some worth." His fingers whitened from sheer pressure. "Even if he's fallen, I alone can defeat you. I need no one's help. I am after all of the Uchiha clan." Naruto pulled upright by Sakura, his face caked in dirt, erupted instantly at Kakashi's words. "You rotten Kakashi sensei!" Naruto roared at the top of his lungs. "Who did you just call incapable of thinking? I am no reckless idiot who charges blindly." He shoved Sakura's hand aside and snatched up a shuriken. "Right now, I'll seize those bells and prove it to you. I'll show you I'm no dead weight dragging this team down." Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing cut through the shouting. Song Xiaofei spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and rose inch by painful inch. The agony was overwhelming, even breathing felt like a struggle. Yet he made no pretense of heroism. "Fall back, now." Everyone assumed defensive formation. Sasuke whirled around, glaring furiously. "You dare issue orders at a time like this? You can barely stand." "Shut up." Song Xiaofei snapped back without hesitation. "Your legs are trembling. What good is that pathetic pride other than sending you straight to your death once more? Can you really defeat him alone? Don't be absurd. If you charge now, you'll waste every scrap of intelligence we've bled to obtain. If you wish to live, drop that spoiled heir's arrogance. Do exactly as I say." Sasuke's face flushed an ashen gray, his chest heaved, but astonishingly he uttered no retort. For he knew with chilling clarity that Song Xiaofei spoke the truth. Song Xiaofei turned his gaze toward Naruto. "And you, Naruto? What was the result of your reckless charge? To be trampled beneath his foot as mere stepping stone. If you wish to prove your mind is sharp, then follow tactics precisely, no exceptions. From this moment onward, you are forbidden from leading the assault. You will serve as the decoy." Naruto froze. "A decoy? No way, I'll knock him out myself. You won't even graze a single hair on his head unless you play that role." Song Xiaofei offered no mercy.
If you want to pass this trial, obey without question. I need your shadow clones, not for battle, but to flood every blind spot in his field of vision. Naruto bit his lip, then barked a loud resounding yes, immediately forming the cross-shaped hand seal. Sakura. Sakura flinched violently and tightened her grip on her kunai. Stop hiding and daydreaming behind others. Take every wire and explosive tag you carry, and go to the edge of the woods on the right. Bury everything you have deep into the earth. Under no circumstances is he to enter that zone, no matter what unfolds. Sakura nodded fiercely, tears still glistening, but her movements were swift, decisive as she dashed toward the thicket on the right. Sasuke. Song Xiaofei turned once more. Your fire release has the widest coverage. Do not aim for vital points, you won't land a hit. Unleash all your firepower on his left side, force him to shift right. The half-beat stiffness in his right flank, the very instant he turns, will become his fatal vulnerability. Sasuke clenched his fists and drew a deep, steadying breath. I'll listen to you just this once. The words emerged from between gritted teeth. If your plan fails, I'll break every bone in your body before I draw my last breath. Kakashi stood motionless across from them, watching in silence. A final desperate struggle. Kakashi spun his kunai faster than the eye could track. Placing your hopes in the command of a grievously wounded boy. You truly won't believe it until the coffin lid slams shut. Are you ready? Kakashi lowered his center of gravity. Go! Song Xiaofei bellowed. Sasuke lunged first, not in a straight-line charge but leaping high into the air 5 meters short of Kakashi. His hands blurred before his chest. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal wave of blazing orange flame erupted. Sasuke deliberately angled the blast, not toward Kakashi's front but fully sealing off every possible escape route to his left. A scorching shockwave surged forward. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. This technique wasn't meant to strike, it was designed solely to constrict his mobility. Kakashi had no choice but to roll sharply to the right, just as his feet touched ground. Naruto's voice thundered across the training ground. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof. 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 Dozens of identical Narutos materialized out of thin air, yet none rushed forward screaming as they once had. Instead they formed a vast whirling circle, stomping dust from the earth as they sprinted relentlessly around Kakashi. A choking cloud of soil blotted out all sight. Kakashi stood trapped at the center. Childish theatrics. With one hand he began forming the hand seals for a wind release to scatter the obstructing illusions. But the instant his left shoulder dipped ever so slightly, preparing to channel lightning-natured chakra, Song Xiaofei's voice pierced the his left shoulder moved. Sasuke, press him back. Shink. 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 A volley of kunai wrapped in explosive tags plummeted from above, striking precisely at Kakashi's blind spot overhead. Sasuke didn't hesitate even as Naruto's clones continued their frantic circling below. Naruto, if you can't dodge you deserve to be blown to pieces. He shouted. Don't look down on me. At this range I could evade them blindfolded. Naruto's clones cursed loudly even as they flawlessly opened a gap in their formation. Kakashi was forced to abandon his hand seal. He abandoned defense entirely, leaping upward again toward higher ground on the right. Click. A faint mechanical trigger sounded beneath his foot. Kakashi's right eye narrowed sharply. Sakura crouched behind a distant tree trunk, her wrists bound tight with steel wire pulled taut in both hands. Boom. 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 A chain of explosions detonated precisely where Kakashi landed. Midair he twisted his torso and waist with impossible agility, barely evading the blast's epicenter. Yet the old injury in his right flank, stiff vulnerable, finally betrayed him. For less than a tenth of a second an irrevocable opening appeared. A black silhouette shot forth from the smoke, Song Xiaofei dragging his broken body hurtling headlong into Kakashi's descent. Foolish. Kakashi scoffed coldly, his right hand gripping the kunai, driving it straight towards Song Xiaofei's shoulder. As the blade neared flesh, Song Xiaofei suddenly stumbled. It seemed the searing pain in his ribs warped his movement, his entire frame collapsing downward, missing Kakashi's thrust entire. In that split second Song Xiaofei's falling body twisted unnaturally midair, he slapped both palms flat against the ground, then drove his right leg upward with crushing force. Thud. The kick landed squarely on Kakashi's right flank. The exact site of his old wound. The precise point where his guard faltered most. Kakashi's body locked rigid, momentum shattered, balance obliterated. The two bells at his waist clanged violently against each other. Jingle jingle. Now. Song Xiaofei roared. The earth beneath Kakashi exploded upward. A Naruto shadow clone, buried unseen, burst forth from the soil, arms outstretched toward the swinging bells. At last, his fingers closed around the crimson cord. Got them. The clone cried triumphantly. Kakashi's Sharingan contracted sharply, he hadn't anticipated this seamless interlocking trap. From fire release forcing repositioning to clones obscuring vision to explosive tags blocking retreat, the final piece was Song Xiaofei himself using his shattered body as bait to carve out that singular fleeting window. Kakashi discarded all pretense of elite shinobi decorum, he bore the searing pain in his flank and slammed his left palm onto a nearby tree trunk.
Substitution technique.
Poof. A massive log replaced him in midair. The clone held the cord so tightly that the sudden tension yanked it taut as a bowstring.
Snap.
The cord tore nearly clean through, yet in the final millisecond the bells vanished with Kakashi's true form. The smoke cleared. Silence settled over the training ground, broken only by ragged labored breathing.
Sasuke knelt on one knee, utterly drained, sweat pouring down his temples.
Sakura's palms were lacerated deeply by steel wire, trembling with pain, but her face shone with exhilaration. All of Naruto's clones had dispersed, his real body lay sprawled on the ground gasping for air.
Song Xiaofei lay in a shallow depression staring blankly at the drifting clouds, too spent even to lift a finger. 10 meters away atop a tall oak tree, Kakashi stood still on a branch, head bowed, eyes fixed on his waist. The red cord that once held the bells hung loose and frayed, only a single filament clinging desperately to its anchor. Had time stretched just 1/10 of a second longer, the bells would already have changed hands. Slowly Kakashi lifted his gaze, surveying the 4 battered, scattered figures below. Beneath his mask an expression of profound layered emotion flickered across his face. These 4 youths, who had once loathed one another, had just executed a flawless synchronized tactical assault against an elite jonin. Kakashi extended a hand, gently cradling the 2 trembling bells.
Inwardly he rendered his verdict. If left to grow unchecked, these 4 would one day rise as terrifying forces, capable of shaking the entire shinobi world to its foundations.
Hey! Kakashi dropped lightly from the branch, landing smoothly before the 4. He holstered every weapon he carried. There's something I must announce now.
Before Kakashi could finish his words, the alarm clock placed on the wooden post suddenly rang out with a series of urgent sounds. Noon had arrived. Kakashi stopped in his tracks, extending his right hand to silence the alarm clock.
Time's up.
He turned around, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the 4 individuals. What a pity. You all struggled hard for an entire morning, yet you still failed to grab the bell within the allotted time. Kakashi walked to the wooden post and lifted the cloth bag filled with lunchboxes with one hand. Naruto, still riding the high of almost succeeding, deflated like a punctured balloon the moment he heard the alarm ring.
Sasuke clenched his teeth tightly, smashing his fist into the grass. Sakura sat down in the mud, her face filled with unwillingness.
Song Xiaofei held his left rib leaning against a tree trunk as he slowly sat down, each breath tinged with a metallic taste. However, considering your somewhat decent cooperation just now, Kakashi opened the cloth bag and took out 3 lunchboxes, tossing one in front of Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura respectively.
I've decided to give you another chance. Well, continue the exercise in the afternoon.
After you finish these lunches, I'll use real lethal techniques against you. But he extended a finger pointing directly at Song Xiaofei, who was leaning against the tree trunk. This clever fool who led the team into danger and is now severely injured is not qualified to eat. Naruto immediately jumped up from the ground.
What right do you have? It was clearly Xiaofei's instructions that nearly led us to victory. Because I am the examiner. Kakashi coldly interrupted Naruto.
A commander who, without ensuring absolute victory, sacrifices his own injuries for a meager 0.1 second window. If this were a real battle, he would already be a cold corpse and your team would completely lose its brain.
Kakashi approached Song Xiaofei, looking down at him. Do you think your self-sacrifice is noble?
In the true world of ninjas, this is called foolishness. Therefore, as punishment, you will face the harsher tests in the afternoon on an empty stomach.
Yet Song Xiaofei was not angered by Kakashi's words.
Senpai, stop using the cruelty of the battlefield as an excuse for your own embarrassment. I exchanged my injuries for a window because I know my teammates are capable of filling that gap. You may call me foolish, but it was you who was truly forced to escape using the substitution technique just now.
Kakashi's face beneath the mask twitched slightly.
He did not respond to Song Xiaofei but turned away instead.
You are absolutely forbidden from sharing your lunch with him.
Anyone who dares to defy my order and let him eat even a bite will immediately have their status as a ninja revoked and will be sent back to the ninja school. After saying this, Kakashi formed a hand seal. With a bang, he disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Only the 4 members of Team 7 remained on the training ground. Naruto stared at the delicious lunchbox in front of him, his stomach rumbling loudly, yet he did not even reach for the chopsticks. Sasuke, with a cold expression, held the lunchbox, his fingers tapping incessantly against the wooden edge. Sakura, cradling her lunch, glanced at where Kakashi had vanished, then at the pale Song Xiaofei, her eyes welling up with tears.
Everyone hurry up and eat. Song Xiaofei leaned against the tree trunk, breaking the stalemate. He just said the afternoon's test will be even more brutal, so the difficulty will definitely be doubled. If the 3 of you can't even keep up your stamina, we won't even last 3 moves in the afternoon.
But
Naruto shouted anxiously. Xiaofei, you're seriously injured. If you don't eat something, you're going to die this afternoon. I don't need to eat, I just need to think of strategies. Song Xiaofei closed his eyes, trying to slow his breathing. If you don't eat, you won't even have the strength to act as bait this afternoon. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Suddenly Sasuke stood up. He walked a few steps to Song Xiaofei and shoved his lunchbox right up to Song Xiaofei's face. Eat it. Sasuke's voice remained haughty but carried a note of insistence. I don't need you to worry about my stamina. If it weren't for your misguided commands earlier, I would have already gotten the bell. Sasuke turned his head away, not looking at Song Xiaofei. In the afternoon's battle, I need your eyes to find the flaws. If you die of hunger, who will report my position? Seeing Sasuke take action, Naruto immediately ran over with his lunchbox. Right. Sasuke is right. Xiaofei, eat mine. I have plenty of chakra, missing a meal is no problem. Naruto picked up a large piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and stuffed it directly into Song Xiaofei's mouth. Hurry up and eat. Don't let that white-haired guy find out. Sakura quickly moved over, blushing as she handed her lunchbox over. Xiaofei, you taught me how to set traps earlier. I can share a bit of mine with you. Looking at these three teammates who usually disliked each other yet were now unhesitatingly defying the Jonin's orders, Song Xiaofei's heart blossomed with joy. Song Xiaofei was not polite, opening his mouth wide. Then I won't hold back. He chewed on the braised pork that Naruto had passed to him and swallowed the rice that Sasuke pushed over. Remember this. The rules set by Kakashi are never meant for us to adhere to. This world does not care for rigid laws. As soon as Song Xiaofei's words fell, the sky suddenly darkened. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply in an instant. Kakashi's body appeared before the four in a terrifying chakra storm. You have some nerve. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, the lightning chakra in his palms wildly pulsing, emitting an ear-piercing chorus of chirping. I made myself very clear. Anyone who disobeys orders will be eliminated. The raging wind pressure forced the three genin to squint their eyes. You actually took my words lightly. Are you ready to face the consequences? Faced with this overwhelming show of strength, Sasuke did not back down. He directly held a kunai in front of Song Xiaofei. He was severely injured while protecting us just now. If he doesn't regain his stamina, this team is finished. Sasuke shouted. We four are a team, and that is the reason. Naruto jumped out as well, forming a cross seal with his hands. That's right. We are one. Stop trying to pressure us with rules. Although Sakura trembled with fear, she tightly gripped her kunai and stood in a row with Sasuke and Naruto. The lightning in Kakashi's hand grew brighter. A team. So you plan to rebel together. Then I will now announce your ultimate fate. Just as the lightning was about to explode, a hand reached out from behind and patted Sasuke and Naruto on the shoulders. Song Xiaofei forced himself to step out from behind the three. He faced the terrifying lightning chakra in Kakashi's hand without any fear. In his pure white eyes there was a sharp glint. Senpai, stop the act. The Raikiri in your hand has its chakra flow completely restrained. You have no intention of releasing an attack at all. Kakashi's movements froze. Song Xiaofei took another step forward. You use rules to pressure us, threats of elimination to intimidate us, and deadlocks to force us to abandon our comrades. But in reality, all of this is just a diversion. Facing the howling wind, Song Xiaofei shouted the most classic line from his past life. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules and iron laws are called useless. He raised his hand, pointing at his heart. However, those who do not understand the importance of comrades and even casually abandon them are less than useless. This statement struck Kakashi's heart like a thunderbolt. The fierce wind abruptly stopped and the ear-splitting thunder in his palm extinguished in an instant. Obito. Rin. Teacher Minato. Those names and images buried deep in Kakashi's heart, which had tortured him countless times in the dead of night, were all brought to the surface by Song Xiaofei's light remark. Kakashi stood there, his Sharingan dramatically constricting. After a long while, the heavy clouds dispersed and sunlight once again fell upon the training ground. The coldness and oppressive feeling on Kakashi's face beneath the mask all vanished. He squinted his right eye, revealing a radiant and relieved smile. Qualified. Kakashi said softly. All four of you are qualified. Naruto was dumbfounded and completely at a loss. Qualified. Aren't you supposed to send us back to ninja school? Those previous guys only obeyed the rules I set like puppets with no opinions of their own. You are the first batch. Kakashi looked at Song Xiaofei. Understanding flexibility and the meaning of comradeship is what truly represents Team 7. Hearing this result, the tension that had been taut all morning finally snapped. Sasuke plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. Sakura jumped up excitedly, both crying and laughing. Naruto rolled on the ground in celebration.
Watching all of this, Song Xiaofei felt a wave of intense pain surge through his body and his vision began to darken.
Since we're qualified.
He leaned against the tree trunk muttering.
Don't forget to reimburse my medical expenses. After saying this, Song Xiaofei completely fainted. Song Xiaofei slowly opened his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his left rib.
Next to the flower basket was a thermos food container with a pink note attached.
It was clearly the handiwork of Ino Yamanaka and Hinata Hyūga. You finally woke up.
Naruto Uzumaki was sitting by the hospital bed holding a half-eaten apple with sheer excitement on his face.
You really can sleep. It's been a whole day. Sakura Haruno rushed over and snatched the apple core from Naruto. Keep it down. Xiaofei is seriously injured.
She turned to look at Song Xiaofei, her cheeks slightly flushed.
Do you want some water? Or should you eat something first?
In the corner of the ward by the window, Sasuke Uchiha leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, glancing coldly towards them. Your physical condition is really poor. You can faint for a whole day from such a minor impact. Song Xiaofei pushed himself up from the bed, a faint smile curving his lips. At least it's better than a certain genius who was kicked into the river and almost drowned.
Sasuke's expression darkened.
Just as he was about to retort, the ward door was pushed open roughly. A man in a white coat strode in, wearing the Konoha Chunin badge on his chest and holding a notepad. This was Kawada, the supervisor of the Konoha hospital ward. He flipped through his notes, his brows furrowing tightly.
This is a high-level single-patient room.
He looked down at Song Xiaofei from a position of authority, his tone extremely arrogant. This room is specially reserved for those with family backgrounds or those who have made great contributions to the village at the Chunin level and above. Why should a freshly graduated civilian orphan who hasn't even warmed the number of a genin be allowed to stay here?
Naruto's face flushed with anger upon hearing this.
What the hell did you just say?
Naruto rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge.
This room was arranged by our teacher.
Who are you to kick someone out?
Kawada snorted disdainfully, curling his lip.
Your teacher doesn't understand the rules. I'm here to teach you the rules.
He pointed to the door. There are 2 extra beds available at the end of the corridor. Pack your things and vacate this room right now.
Sasuke drew a kunai directly.
He held the blade firmly, standing protectively in front of the hospital bed.
You can try to move him. Sasuke's voice was laced with killing intent. Faced with 2 kids ready to fight, Kawada took half a step back in fear. Naruto, Sasuke, stand down. Song Xiaofei leaned against the pillow, his voice calm.
Though they were displeased, the 2 complied and returned to their positions.
Song Xiaofei picked up a payment receipt from the bedside and waved it casually in his hand.
This supervisor.
Song Xiaofei looked directly into Kawada's eyes. This room was booked by Kakashi Hatake from his own pocket. He threw the receipt into Kawada's arms.
The medical management regulations of Konoha clearly state that a leading jonin has the right to request a corresponding level of hospital room according to the injuries of their team members.
Song Xiaofei scoffed coldly. You, a chunin responsible for logistics, dare to overturn a jonin's signature? He pointed outside. Do you intend to rebel, or do you think the rules of your hospital are greater than the military hierarchy of the Hokage?
With this heavy accusation, Kawada's face turned pale, unable to utter a word. Just then a lazy voice came from outside the door.
Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Asuma Sarutobi walked into the ward, a cigarette dangling from his mouth.
Asuma looked at Song Xiaofei on the hospital bed, exhaling a thick white smoke ring.
The hospital supervisor is just following the rules. Why must you be so aggressive?
He approached the bed, his gaze filled with disdain.
It's just a survival exercise, getting some minor injuries and acting all high and mighty here.
Asuma shook his head. Kids like you who grew up in a greenhouse are just too spoiled. He flicked the ash off his cigarette. A true ninja would crawl through the mud even if they broke their limbs rather than lying in a high-level room showing off.
Song Xiaofei stared at the ash on the floor. He wasn't angry, instead he let out a short laugh. Asuma-senpai smoking in the hospital and flicking ash on the floor. Is this the style you show as an elite jonin? Asuma's finger paused. Song Xiaofei continued to speak.
As for whether I'm injured or spoiled, he pointed towards the direction of the training field outside the window. You can go to the 3rd training field to see the big pits created by the explosive tags.
Song Xiaofei's tone was calm. If you had gone through the same intense chakra explosion with Team 10 yesterday, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me about greenhouse flowers. Asuma's expression darkened instantly.
He had already been holding back his anger since this kid publicly confronted him at the school gate yesterday. Passing by the hospital today, he wanted to suppress the kid's spirit with his seniority, but unexpectedly this kid was getting bolder.
You're being arrogant. Asuma shouted coldly, unleashing a massive chakra pressure that belonged to an elite jonin without holding back. This pressure descended upon Song Xiaofei like a mountain.
The curtains in the hospital room fluttered
The water cup on the table cracked with a loud sound. Naruto and Sakura were pushed back repeatedly by this aura, struggling to breathe. Dealing with Kakashi was merely him letting you play house because you are newcomers. Asuma fixed his gaze on Song Xiaofei. Don't think that just because you were lucky enough to pass you can use that luck as a source of pride. He aimed to force this ignorant kid to submit under his pressure. Under the pressure, a sharp pain shot through Song Xiaofei's fractured rib on the left side. However, his posture leaning against the headboard did not waver. Byokugan. Activate. The veins around Song Xiaofei's eyes bulged instantly, his pure white pupils locking onto Asuma's chakra flow. Senpai Song Xiaofei faced the terrifying pressure and raised his chin instead. Your chakra fluctuations are rather restless. His gaze swept across Asuma's chest and arms. To intimidate a severely injured genin, you actually needed to mobilize 30% of your chakra to maintain this pressure. The disdain on Song Xiaofei's face deepened. This kind of hollow chakra control is far inferior to that of teacher Kakashi. He completely ignored Asuma's increasingly ugly expression. If this is your true strength, then I advise you to be careful when going out of the village on missions. Don't get cut down by some wandering ninja. Asuma was thoroughly enraged, raising his hand to teach this disrespectful genin a lesson. Oh my, this is quite the spectacle. The ward door was pushed open again. Kakashi Hatake walked in holding a few documents and his hand casually in his pocket. His visible right eye lazily scanned the room. Asuma, I would be quite troubled if you were to get rough in my student's hospital room. Asuma retracted his hand, snorting coldly. Kakashi, you're too lenient with this kid. He pointed at Song Xiaofei. You went easy on him during the exercise and now he's got his tail up in the air. Kakashi stopped in his track. Who told you I went easy on him? Kakashi's voice grew serious. Yesterday at the third training field. He pointed at Song Xiaofei's broken bone. I was forced to use the body replacement technique against those four. As soon as he said this, the ward fell utterly silent. The Chunin supervisor named Kawada was so frightened that the clipboard in his hand fell to the ground. Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. Forced Kakashi to use the body replacement technique. With just these four freshly graduated kids. If my reaction had been even a tenth of a second slower. Kakashi looked at Asuma. I wouldn't even deserve to stand here talking to you right now. Song Xiaofei leaned against the pillow and interjected at the right moment. Asuma senpai. He extended his right hand palm open. Since you care so much about the growth of Team 7, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Song Xiaofei smiled innocently. You were smoking in the hospital and used chakra pressure to intimidate me, a severely injured person. He pointed to his heart. My spirit has suffered a great trauma. How much do you plan to compensate for this mental distress? Asuma's face turned completely sour. He had just been slapped in the face by Kakashi's testimony and was publicly extorted by Song Xiaofei. Asuma gritted his teeth and pulled out a money pouch from his pocket, heavily tossing it onto the hospital bed. Without saying a word, he turned and strode out of the ward, his back appearing quite disheveled. The supervisor Kawada quickly picked up the clipboard from the ground and hurriedly slipped out. The ward finally returned to silence. Kakashi looked at the heavy money pouch on the bed inside helplessly. Your ability to extort is even more adept than your gentle fist. Naruto dashed to the bedside and grabbed the money pouch. Awesome. We can go eat a giant bowl of Ichiraku ramen tonight. Sasuke leaned against the wall, still wearing a cold expression, but his tense shoulders finally relaxed. Song Xiaofei took the half of the money pouch that belonged to him, casually weighing it in his hand. He felt somewhat confident about the escort mission that was about to begin. At the Hokage building in Konoha in the mission hall, the 4 members of Team 7 stood in a line. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a large desk holding a stack of mission lists. The first mission for Team 7 Drank is to retrieve the lost pet cat of the daimyo's wife named Little Tiger. Naruto immediately protested, loudly holding his head with both hands. What? I am going to become Hokage. How can I be doing something as trivial as looking for a cat or a dog? Sakura punched Naruto on the head, forcing him to shut up. Sasuke looked visibly impatient and snorted coldly. At that moment, the wooden door of the hall was pushed open. Asuma Sarutobi entered with Team 10, a cigarette hanging from his mouth unlit. Asuma immediately spotted the bandaged Song Xiaofei and his expression turned contemptuous. Kakashi, bringing such a delicate injured person can only make you a babysitter. Asuma deliberately raised his voice. He was clearly still resentful about being extorted in the hospital yesterday and wanted to regain some face in front of everyone. A mission of this level can be completed with your eyes closed. I hope you don't fail to catch even a single cat. Shikamaru Nara from Team 10 peeked out from behind Asuma and stuck his tongue out at Song Xiaofei. Song Xiaofei ignored Asuma's mockery. He leisurely took out a heavy pouch of money from his pocket and tossed it casually in his hand.
You're right, this kind of mission is indeed boring, Song Xiaofei said, looking at Asuma with a calm tone. After all, the reward for 10 drank missions is still less than the mental distress fee some people casually give out. He put the pouch back into his pocket and patted his clothes. Catching a cat is just a way to digest after a meal. Since you have so much free time, why not take the team to accept a few low-level missions and make up for yesterday's loss?
Asuma's facial muscles twitched violently.
With a cold snort, he turned around and led Team 10 to the other side to accept missions. As Ino passed by Song Xiaofei, she whispered to Xiaofei, "Did you really extort Asuma-sensei yesterday?" His face was terrifyingly dark this morning.
Song Xiaofei smiled but did not respond. Kakashi lazily waved his hand and led Team 7 towards the back mountain. At the back mountain of Konohagakure amidst dense woods, ouch!
Naruto screamed as he fell straight down from a tree trunk. 3 clear scratches from a cat's paw appeared on his right cheek, blood oozing out.
That stinky cat is too cunning. It's too fast to catch.
Naruto scrambled up from the ground, jumping in anger. Sasuke stood on a high branch, arms crossed, with a look of disdain on his face. "If you can't handle a cat, you're just going to drag us down dead weight."
Sakura paced anxiously below, trying to lure the cat with a sausage.
In the distance, a fat yellow-spotted cat lay on a thick branch, licking its paws and letting out a taunting meow towards Team 7.
At that moment, Asuma and Team 10 were nearby performing weeding tasks on the grass. Asuma couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Naruto covered in dirt. "Is this Team 7? A single cat has you all spinning in circles." Asuma walked to the base of the tree and looked up at Song Xiaofei. "Song Xiaofei is your Byakugan for finding mice. If you can't even direct your teammates, you can only stand here and stare blankly."
Song Xiaofei stood on a cut log, brushing off the dust from his hands.
He didn't even look at Asuma and directly turned to his 3 teammates. "That cat has a faint chakra fluctuation. Its speed and reaction far exceed that of ordinary beasts." Song Xiaofei pointed at the yellow-spotted cat perched on the tree. "Don't treat it as a pet. Right now, treat it as a reconnaissance ninja from an enemy village." Naruto was stunned for a moment and his earlier frustration vanished completely. "Reconnaissance ninja? Are you serious?" Sasuke also put away his arrogance, jumping down from the tree and gripping his kunai tightly. "We are now conducting a tactical encirclement exercise for an erranked target." Song Xiaofei issued commands methodically. "Naruto, go to the 11 o'clock position. Use your shadow clones to spread out a net and cut off its retreat to the north. Sasuke, go to the 3 o'clock position. Do not use fire style to burn it. Use shurikens to block its upward movement. Sakura, go to the 6 o'clock position. Set up all the wire nets for barrier defense. No one is allowed to act without my command." The 3 teammates had no hesitation and quickly dispersed to their designated positions. Asuma stood aside, shaking his head dismissively. "It's just catching a cat. Why make it an erranked tactical exercise? What a show-off." Within a minute, the encirclement was fully formed. "Now." Song Xiaofei gave the order. Dozens of Naruto's shadow clones leaped out of the bushes, pouncing towards the yellow-spotted cat. Little Tiger, startled, instinctively fled upwards. Clang! Several shurikens accurately pinned into the bark above Little Tiger, completely sealing off its escape route. Little Tiger twisted its body in midair, falling towards the 6 o'clock direction. Sakura pulled tightly on the wire in her hand. A sturdy net suddenly appeared in front of Little Tiger. Little Tiger let out a piercing shriek, thoroughly enraged. Its chakra exploded within and it pushed off the wires with all its strength, using the recoil to forcibly change direction. Its speed increased more than twice, charging directly towards the weakest point of the encirclement, which was right in the direction of Asuma. Asuma sneered, finally finding an opportunity to regain his composure. "It seems your little game is about to fail." Asuma raised his hand, preparing to form a hand sign. "Let the senior teach you what real capture techniques are." He aimed to grab the cat before Team 7, completely shattering Song Xiaofei's arrogance. "Our prey is not for outsiders to meddle with." Song Xiaofei's voice echoed in the air. He had vanished from his original spot without anyone noticing. His Byakugan activated instantly. Song Xiaofei's speed reached its peak, cutting directly between Little Tiger and Asuma. Before Asuma could unleash his ninjutsu, Song Xiaofei had already closed in on the frenzied ninja cat. A highly condensed chakra gathered at his fingertips. 8 trigrams palm pointing technique. Song Xiaofei's finger gently pressed on the chakra point at the back of Little Tiger's neck. All of Little Tiger's strength instantly dissipated, unable to let out a sound. Song Xiaofei grasped the skin at the back of Little Tiger's neck, lifting it effortlessly. The entire process was fluid, leaving Asuma's hand frozen in midair. The smirk on his face solidified. "The senior's movements are too slow." Song Xiaofei held the cat up, turning to look at Asuma. "If you can't even catch a cat in a real battlefield, you won't even be able to catch dust." Asuma's face turned a deep shade of red, but he couldn't utter a single word. The members of Team 10 were all dumbfounded.
In the Hokage office, the daimyo's wife excitedly hugged little Tiger the fat cat, rolling its eyes in distress. The third Hokage sat behind the desk marking a check on the mission scroll.
Team 7, you did a good job completing the mission.
The third Hokage took out a long list. The next ranked tasks include helping the old lady at the village entrance take care of children or going to the back mountain to dig potatoes.
Naruto crossed his arms and loudly interrupted the Hokage. No. I don't want to do such boring tasks. We want to take on more powerful missions. Just then Asuma returned with Team 10 to report on their weeding task. Asuma snorted coldly. Just completed a cat-catching mission and you're getting cocky. Genin should honestly do their labor. Song Xiaofei stepped forward, blocking Naruto.
Lord Third, this kind of babysitting game has no value for improvement for Team 7. He looked directly into the third Hokage's eyes, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. If we waste our time helping people find pets every day when real enemies invade, will we use our experience in finding cats to fend them off, or will we use our strength from digging potatoes to kill?
Song Xiaofei made a request. We apply for crank or higher escort or extermination missions. Asuma shouted angrily. Presumptuous. Do you think mission ranks are a joke? The rules of Konoha cannot be broken by a mere genin. Song Xiaofei didn't even glance at Asuma. He turned his head. Kakashi-sensei, do you think so too?
Kakashi, who had been leaning against the wall reading a novel, slowly closed the book. He stepped forward, standing next to Song Xiaofei. Lord Third, I second that.
Kakashi glanced at Asuma, his voice carrying an undeniable authority.
These kids' coordination and strength have already exceeded the scope of rank missions. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets. They indeed qualify for a bit of higher level work.
When this statement was made, Asuma completely fell silent.
The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, looking back and forth at the four members of Team 7.
Finally he sighed.
Since even the leading jonin says so. The third Hokage opened the drawer and took out a scroll.
There is a crank mission to escort an important guest back to the land of waves. The task hall suddenly fell silent.
The third Hokage had just placed the scroll on the table when the four members of Team 7 had yet to speak, and all the waiting genin around them turned to look.
Crank. Didn't they just start doing drank missions yesterday?
Catching a cat already qualifies them for an escort mission.
That's too fast.
Naruto puffed out his chest, his nose almost pointing towards the sky.
See? This is my power. Sakura couldn't help but facepalm.
You still have those 3 scratch marks on your face from when you caught that cat.
Naruto immediately covered his face.
Those are battle badges.
Sasuke shot Naruto a cold glance. Badges from being scratched by a cat really suit you. Sasuke, do you want to fight?
Kakashi stood beside them, lazily flipping through his yellow book.
The mission hasn't started yet and there's already infighting within the team. This isn't a good habit. Kakashi.
Asuma's voice came from the side. He leaned against a pillar, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth, his gaze sweeping over Team 7 and finally landing on the bandages on Song Xiaofei.
Are you really planning to take 4 kids on a trip? Upon hearing the word kids, Naruto exploded. Who are you calling a kid? Don't talk nonsense, you old man. Asuma scoffed.
You haven't even completed a drank mission and you're already eager to run outside the village.
Kakashi, are you planning to take them to see the world?
Kakashi closed his book and looked up.
Seeing the world isn't a bad thing.
It's better than some people who smoke in the village every day, polluting the kids' minds. On the side of Team 10, Shikamaru yawned. Choji was focused on munching chips. Ino quietly glanced at Song Xiaofei, noticing that he was not affected by Asuma's words. Instead, he was seriously flipping through the mission scroll.
Song Xiaofei's finger stopped at the escort target section. Dazna.
A bridge expert from the land of waves.
He mentally repeated the name, showing no signs of change on his face.
The mission to the land of waves appeared to be a crank escort, but in reality it was the threshold for genin to see blood for the first time.
The demon brothers Zabuza, Haku and Kato. None of them were easy. What's wrong? Are you afraid to speak now? Asuma saw that Song Xiaofei remained silent and assumed he was feeling guilty. It's not too late to regret now. Outside the village isn't the task hall, no one is there to play cat-catching games with you. Song Xiaofei finally looked up.
He didn't look at Asuma but instead at the third Hokage. Third Hokage, when will the client arrive? The third Hokage puffed on his pipe and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke.
He is already outside the door.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the task hall was pushed open. A tipsy old man staggered in, reeking of alcohol. He was short with a disheveled beard, holding a bottle of liquor. Upon entering, he let out a belch and scanned the hall with bleary eyes.
Who are the ninjas responsible for escorting me?
The third Hokage pointed at Kakashi.
This is Hatake Kakashi, a Jonin.
Next to him are his subordinates Team 7.
Dasna squinted as he looked over.
He first looked at Kakashi, who seemed somewhat acceptable.
But when he saw Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and finally the bandaged Song Xiaofei, his disdain could no longer be hidden.
Hey, did Konoha make a mistake? He shook the liquor bottle. I paid for ninjas, not a group of kids on a field trip.
Naruto slammed his fist on the table.
You old geezer, who are you calling a kid?
Dasna shot him a sideways glance.
I'm talking about you. You yellow-haired brat, you clearly look like you've never left the village.
Listen up. Naruto jumped up angrily. I'm going to become Hokage one day.
A mere escort mission, I could complete it with my eyes closed.
Dasna belched. Hokage.
You.
He laughed so hard his shoulders shook. Konoha has become so lenient that even dreams are controlled.
Naruto rolled up his sleeves ready to charge forward.
Sakura quickly grabbed him. Naruto. Don't lay a hand on the client.
Dasna turned his gaze back to Song Xiaofei.
He looked at the bandages around Song Xiaofei's torso and scoffed.
And then there's this sickly patient.
Is there no one else in Konoha? You even send out injured people to make up the numbers.
The murmurs in the hall grew louder.
Sasuke's face darkened and his right foot took a half step forward.
Disliking Song Xiaofei was one thing, but having Team 7 publicly humiliated by a drunken old man was another matter.
The pride of the Uchiha clan would not allow him to remain silent at such a moment.
However, just as he was about to speak, a hand blocked his path. Song Xiaofei stopped him.
Sasuke frowned. Why are you stopping me? Song Xiaofei did not turn back. Scaring a drunken man with momentum will only make him feel justified.
Then should we just let him continue to spout nonsense?
Song Xiaofei replied calmly, let him speak for now. Drunk people are the most likely to reveal what they shouldn't.
This statement caused the hall to fall into a noticeable silence. The third Hokage raised his head, his gaze fixed on Song Xiaofei. Kakashi also put away his book entirely.
Dasna felt a chill run down his spine under Song Xiaofei's gaze. He forced a snort. What kid do you want to scare me? Song Xiaofei picked up the mission scroll and walked to the table. Mr. Dasna, right. So what if it is?
The content of the commission is to escort you back to the land of waves. The mission rank is crank and the reward will be settled according to standard civilian escort rates.
Song Xiaofei unfurled the scroll. Here comes the problem. Dasna frowned. What problem? Song Xiaofei pointed to the route section on the scroll.
The escort route only states to depart from Konoha passing through the land of fire's border to the land of waves, but does not specify the exact transit points or any personnel to assist.
Moreover, the land of waves is an island nation which will inevitably involve maritime transport, yet the scroll lacks information about ships' dock registrations, passing codes, or whether there will be local escorts.
Naruto was confused. Are these details really important? Song Xiaofei tilted his head to look at him.
Very important. He tapped the table with the scroll. The biggest fear in escort missions is not the distance but the ambiguity of the route.
The more unclear the route, the more ambush points there are, and the easier it is for the team to be led into unknown areas by the client.
Sakura's expression paled slightly.
So if the client hasn't clarified, we won't know where the most dangerous spots are.
Exactly. Song Xiaofei looked at Dasna. So please clarify the return route. Dasna clutched the liquor bottle tighter. Isn't it just walking back the same way? How can it be as complicated as you say? Song Xiaofei did not smile.
The scale of the bridge.
Dasna was taken aback. What? You are a bridge expert and you're returning to continue bridge construction.
The scale of that bridge, the duration of construction, the remaining materials, the number of workers, and the time limit for returning.
Song Xiaofei asked item by item.
All these factors relate to how long we will stay after arrival and whether the escort mission will end after we arrive.
Dasna's intoxication seemed to dissipate a little. Why are you a genin asking so many questions? Because I don't want to clean up after others on the way. Song Xiaofei's tone was calm.
Crank missions are assumed not to encounter ninja battles. But your scroll has been vague about the most basic routes and assistance, which is concealing risks. The hall fell completely silent. Asuma's mockery slowly faded. Ino stared at Song Xiaofei, her fingers inadvertently gripping the hem of her clothes. She suddenly understood why Song Xiaofei hadn't argued with Asuma earlier. He hadn't cared about the trivial banter at all.
Dasna's face twitched. You little brat, stop throwing around accusations.
I'm just an old man who builds bridges. What risk could there possibly be?
Song Xiaofei took a step forward.
Then clarify what I just asked.
Dasna opened his mouth. The bridge. The bridge is obviously very large. How large?
It connects the land of waves with the outside world.
How many workers? Dozens. Specifically how many? How would I remember that? Is there enough material? More or less?
Must work resume within a few days after returning.
This. Dasna was stumped. Song Xiaofei's gaze showed no signs of yielding. You see, it's not that you can't remember, it's that you don't want to say. Naruto noticed something was amiss this time.
He looked at Dasna, his voice dropping. Old man, you wouldn't actually be hiding something from us, would you?
Dasna's expression turned ugly. What could I possibly hide from you?
If something goes wrong, none of these genin can afford to pay for it.
Sasuke coldly said, you need to clarify now to take responsibility for yourself.
Dasna was momentarily stunned by Sasuke's words and he stubbornly replied, I paid and you guys protect me.
That's enough. Song Xiaofei closed the scroll. Not enough.
He looked at the third Hokage. Third Hokage, I suggest we first retrieve the commission files to verify the recent commission records and trade route changes for the Land of Waves.
Kakashi also spoke up. I agree. Dasna suddenly became anxious. Hey. Is this how you Konoha do things? You've taken the mission and still want to check me. Song Xiaofei turned back to him. You can refuse the inspection. Dasna was about to breathe a sigh of relief.
Song Xiaofei continued, then we will escort you along the lowest risk route, and if at any point we find the mission level inconsistent, Team 7 has the right to terminate the mission and take you back to the Land of Fire's border.
Dasna's face slowly drained of color. You.
Furthermore, Song Xiaofei interrupted him. If there are ninja attacks along the way or if you conceal information that could elevate the mission level, you must immediately disclose all the details.
Otherwise, don't blame us for including the client as a risk source for control. Naruto was confused.
What does risk source control mean?
Sakura whispered, it probably means to keep an eye on him. Naruto suddenly understood. Oh, so that means tying him up. Dasna's eyes widened. You dare.
Song Xiaofei looked at him.
You can try it. In that instant, Dasna finally shut his mouth.
He thought that Konoha sent a few kids and that he could easily bluff his way through by pretending to be drunk. But this boy wrapped in bandages had never been led astray. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. The commission files will be handed to Kakashi later.
He looked at Dasna. Mr. Dasna, Konoha will ensure the safety of the client, but the premise is that the client cannot intentionally conceal key information. Dasna, holding the liquor bottle, fell silent.
The third Hokage then looked at Team 7.
Continue with the mission. Naruto immediately clenched his fist. Great. Finally we can leave the village. But Sakura did not seem as excited as before.
She glanced at Dasna and then at Song Xiaofei, feeling nervous about the task for the first time.
Sasuke put his kunai back into his ninja tool pouch.
What a troublesome old man.
Kakashi walked over to Song Xiaofei, lowering his voice. You asked very detailed questions earlier. Song Xiaofei handed the scroll back.
It's not that I was detailed, he revealed too much.
Kakashi raised his right eyebrow. It seems this trip won't be boring. Dasna stood at the door looking back at Song Xiaofei.
The little remaining drunkenness had been almost completely suppressed.
Kakashi stuffed the mission scroll into his ninja tool pouch, yawning lazily. The mission departs tomorrow morning. Gather at the main gate of Konoha. Naruto was taken aback. Tomorrow? Aren't we leaving now? Kakashi looked down at Naruto's empty ninja tool pouch. Are you planning to escort the client with just half an apple and a face full of cat paw prints? Sakura glared at Naruto. Official missions require ninja tools, medicine, food, and route information. Do you think we're going to the back mountain to catch cats?
Naruto scratched his head, quickly becoming excited again.
Then I'll prepare now.
I want the whole village to know that Team 7 is going out on a big mission.
He dashed out of the mission hall, almost colliding with Tazuna at the door. Tazuna, holding a bottle of alcohol, cursed, impulsive brat. Song Xiaofei passed by him and paused for a moment. Drink less before tomorrow. Tazuna snorted. Do I need you to manage my drinking? If you get drunk and break a leg, we'll have to carry an extra burden. If you really want to be tied to a stretcher and brought back to the Land of Waves, I can help you apply for that. Tazuna's face stiffened and the words in his mouth got swallowed back.
Kakashi chuckled behind him.
Xiaofei is right.
The client needs to cooperate with the escort process.
Tazuna gritted his teeth and turned to leave with the bottle. Sasuke looked at Song Xiaofei. Do you really think he will be honest? Song Xiaofei walked towards the stairs. No. Sakura immediately became anxious.
Then why are we still taking this mission?
Because the mission has already begun.
Song Xiaofei raised his hand and tapped his forehead protector. From this moment on, don't treat him as an ordinary old man.
Just treat him as a crucial item that will hold you back. Sakura opened her mouth. Crucial item. That sounds too harsh.
That's quite fitting, Sasuke snorted. Kakashi watched the three walk out of the Hokage building, not saying anything more, slowly opening the mission scroll, and the laziness in his right eye diminished slightly. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto's voice had already traveled quite far.
Listen up.
I, the great Naruto, will be leaving the village tomorrow to carry out a crank mission.
What? You ask me if I'm scared. What a joke, in the future Hokage.
It's just an escort mission. If I encounter bad guys, I'll knock them out one punch at a time. A roadside dumpling vendor cheerfully handed him a skewer.
Naruto, don't tire yourself out before you even leave the village. Naruto took the dumpling and proudly took a big bite. Boss, when I come back you better hang my heroic deeds up at the door.
On the other side, after returning home, Sakura's first task was to rummage through her ninja tool pouch.
She cleaned each kunai, pressed the explosive tags into moisture-proof paper, and finally pulled out a small medical kit.
She looked inside, finding not many bandages and hemostatic powder.
Not enough. Sakura whispered, turning to run to the medicine cabinet, stuffing everything she could carry into her bag.
She had always thought that the mission was just about following the teacher. But today the question Song Xiaofei asked in the mission hall made her realize that a mission is not as simple as a few lines written on a scroll. The client might conceal information, the route could be wrong, and danger doesn't wait until they're ready to arrive.
Sasuke did not go home to rest. He went to the ninja tool shop. 2 sets of kunai, 3 sets of shuriken, and the finest wire you have.
The shopkeeper glanced at him.
Uchiha's kid, first time leaving the village. Sasuke placed the money on the counter. Less questions.
The shopkeeper chuckled, not saying more, wrapped the items and handed them over.
Sasuke took the ninja tools but did not leave immediately.
He stood in the shadow of the eaves, testing the wire's flexibility by wrapping it around his fingers.
During the bell training, Sakura's wire and explosive tags had indeed proven useful. Naruto's shadow clones were not completely useless either.
As for Song Xiaofei, Sasuke's expression was not very good.
It's just a temporary collaboration.
Sasuke put away the wire, his face cold as he walked towards the training ground.
Don't think I've really acknowledged you.
In the evening, Song Xiaofei returned to his place, laying out a rough map on the table. From Konoha to the border of the Land of Fire, then to the coastal area near the Land of Waves, the route was not complicated.
Song Xiaofei picked up a charcoal pencil and marked 3 categories on the map.
The truly troublesome places are here. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Song Xiaofei immediately covered the map with a cloth. Hinata stood outside the door holding a small cloth pouch, her cheeks flushed.
Xiaofei, I heard that you will be leaving the village tomorrow for a mission.
Seeing her cautious demeanor, Song Xiaofei softened his voice a bit.
News travels fast, huh? Hinata lowered her head.
Naruto-kun said it many times in the street.
Song Xiaofei couldn't help but chuckle. That does sound like something he would do.
Hinata placed the cloth pouch on the table.
This is Kai replenishing medicine and hemostatic ointment. Take it in case it is useful on the road. Song Xiaofei opened the cloth pouch, finding the vials neatly arranged inside, each labeled with small notes. For internal use, external application, emergency use.
Every type was labeled very carefully.
Hinata quietly said, your rib injury hasn't fully healed. You can't recklessly do things like in the training exercise. Just as Song Xiaofei was about to speak, a familiar voice echoed at the door. Yo, am I coming at a bad time?
Ino leaned against the door holding a small medicine pouch, her golden hair tips swaying, her tone noticeably sour.
Hinata, you came so quickly. Hinata immediately became nervous. Ino, I just came to deliver medicine. What a coincidence, so did I. Ino walked into the room and placed the medicine pouch on the table. The portable medicine pouch from the Yamanaka family. It has hemostatic powder, detoxification pills, and external bandages.
If someone likes to use themselves as bait on the road, at least they can hold on a bit longer.
Song Xiaofei looked at the 2 sets of medicine on the table and suddenly felt it was more troublesome than facing Kakashi's Raikiri. Hinata looked at the bandages on Song Xiaofei. Xiaofei, I want to confirm your internal injury first. Ino immediately chimed in. You check internal injuries, he'll check external. Don't forget he had an injury on his shoulder before. The atmosphere in the room instantly tightened. Song Xiaofei did not joke around as he used to.
He directly sat down and extended his hand to Hinata.
Hinata, you go first. Gentle fist chakra is more precise in sensing meridians. You can assess the rib and internal breath accurately. Hinata was taken aback and gently nodded. MHM. Song Xiaofei then looked at Ino. Ino, help me check the external medicine configuration, especially the detoxification and hemostatic ones. The most feared thing about out-of-village missions is slow wound management. This medicine pouch is just right to fill the gap. Ino had some prepared sarcastic remarks but turned her face away, her ears reddening. Who's helping you fill the gap? I just don't want you to die outside and waste my investment. Song Xiaofei took her medicine pouch, carefully placing it beside his ninja tool pouch. Then I'll try my best to come back alive so your investment can appreciate. Ino snorted. You better keep your word. Hinata's fingers gently pressed over Song Xiaofei's rib through the bandages, her chakra gently probing inside. Her brows quickly furrowed. Not fully healed yet. Song Xiaofei did not dodge. I can move. Being able to move doesn't mean you can risk it. Hinata raised her head, her voice louder than usual. After she spoke, she became flustered. I am sorry, I didn't mean to be fierce with you. Song Xiaofei raised his hand, gently ruffling her hair. You're fierce enough. Hinata froze, her face reddening to the point of being speechless. Ino squinted from the side. Hey, are you starting to ruffle hair in front of me? Song Xiaofei immediately reached out to grab the medicine pouch that Ino handed over, gently brushing his fingers against the back of her hand before retracting. Your medicine is important too. Ino paused. Song Xiaofei hung the medicine pouch at the most convenient spot on his waist. This position allows for easy access during combat. If trouble really arises, it might be worth more than a kunai. Ino's displeasure faded a bit, but her words remained sharp. At least you know its value. Hinata looked at Ino, then at Song Xiaofei, and finally quietly said, Then I want come to see you off tomorrow morning to avoid distracting you. Song Xiaofei looked at her. No need to avoid me. You can come if you want. Hinata blinked. Song Xiaofei then looked at Ino. You too. Ino raised an eyebrow lightly. Aren't you afraid that both of us going together will scare your teammates? Naruto has been scared plenty of times already, he won't mind another. Song Xiaofei said it too naturally, causing Ino to burst out laughing. Hinata also chuckled lightly. After sending the two away, the sky had darkened. Song Xiaofei closed the door and the room fell quiet again. He first organized Hinata's medicine by purpose, then opened the information notebook that Ino had brought. This was not an official document but rather scattered information that the Yamanaka family could compile from merchants, flower shop customers, and casual chats along the border. Food prices in the Land of Waves have been abnormal recently. Shipping is monopolized by an external merchant association. Building materials flowing in have decreased. The demand for black market drugs has surged. At the end of the notebook, Song Xiaofei saw a name circled and read by Ino. Kato Merchant Association. Outside he could hear Naruto's loud voice. Xiaofei. Are you there? I'm all set. Song Xiaofei opened the door to see Naruto carrying a bulging big bag from which instant noodles, toy kunai, a sleeping bag, and even half a worn-out comic book were sticking out. Song Xiaofei was silent for 2 seconds. Are you going on a mission or moving? Naruto patted his chest. Better safe than sorry. Song Xiaofei reached out to grab the bag and dumped its contents on the ground. Leave 2 packs of instant noodles, throw away the comic, and toss out this pot. Naruto screamed, My pot. You'll want to stew yourself after carrying it for 3 miles. Song Xiaofei stuffed a few shuriken back into Naruto's ninja tool pouch. Shadow clones are your advantage, but you can't rely solely on chakra. No rushing on the road, no leaving the team, and no shouting at suspicious things. Naruto protested. I'm not that stupid. Song Xiaofei looked at him. Last time with Mizuki you almost got tricked by a few words. Naruto immediately fell silent. Song Xiaofei tossed the organized backpack back to him. Starting tomorrow, bring your brains with you. Naruto hugged the backpack, his voice dropping a little. Okay. Song Xiaofei left Naruto's house and went to the training ground. Sure enough, Sasuke was still practicing throwing. Kunai was embedded in the tree trunk, forming a diagonal line. Sasuke didn't look back. What are you here for? Song Xiaofei walked to the target and glanced at the impact points. Did you bring the wire? I did. How about the explosive tags? 3 pieces. Too few. Sasuke turned around. Do you think explosive tags are just stones on the roadside? Song Xiaofei pulled out 2 from his pocket and handed them over. Sakura will bring them, but your left flank is more likely to encounter the first wave of contact. You don't need to kill anyone, just create a disruption. Sasuke did not take them immediately. Are you ordering me? I'm just telling you to not die too quickly. Sasuke's expression darkened, but he ultimately took the explosive tags. Stop acting like a captain. Song Xiaofei turned and left. Then don't listen to me tomorrow. Sasuke said coldly, If your judgment is wrong, I'll handle it my way. Song Xiaofei didn't look back. Fine as long as you can spot danger before I do. Sasuke clenched the explosive tags, remaining silent for a long time.
In the early morning at the gate of Konoha, the Chunin on guard yawned as he opened the registration book only to see Naruto Uzumaki standing proudly by the gate carrying a large bag that was almost taller than himself. Starting today, I, the great Naruto, will step out of Konoha to undertake a real big mission.
Sakura's ninja tool pouch was noticeably fuller than yesterday, and she had an additional small medical bag hanging at her waist. She glanced at Naruto.
Keep your voice down, the mission hasn't even started yet, don't wake up the entire village first.
Naruto immediately turned his head. Sakura, you don't understand. Such an important moment needs to have some flair.
Sasuke leaned against the gatepost, hands in his pocket, saying nothing. Dasna sat on a stone stool at the gate, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He wasn't holding a bottle, but a hollow gourd hung from his waist, clearly having been frightened by Song Xiaofei's words from yesterday, so he didn't dare to drink too much.
Are all you Konoha ninjas this late? Dasna looked at the sky and couldn't help but curse.
We agreed to gather in the morning, yet the leading jonin still hasn't arrived.
Naruto immediately defended Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi must have something important to deal with. Sasuke coldly remarked, like getting lost. Sakura added, or helping an old lady cross the street. Naruto was stunned. How did you know? Song Xiaofei walked up behind Naruto and tugged at the drawstring of his backpack. Stand still. What for? Before Naruto could react, Song Xiaofei had already yanked his bag down and dropped it heavily on the ground. The bag opened and a pile of items tumbled out.
2 packs of instant noodles, 3 rolls of bandages, a toy shuriken, a small iron pot, a bag of candies, and an old cloak that he didn't know where he had dug up.
Sakura watched her forehead nearly twitching with anger.
Naruto, did you even listen to what Xiaofei said yesterday?
Naruto quickly squatted down to stuff the items back. I did listen. I only brought 2 packs of instant noodles. Song Xiaofei bent down and pulled out the small iron pot. What about this? Naruto hugged the pot. You can cook things in the wild. Song Xiaofei placed the pot on the table of the Chunin on guard. Come back to claim it when you can start a fire and cook noodles while being chased by enemies. The Chunin on guard suppressed a laugh and set the pot beside the registration book. I'll keep it safe for you. Naruto cried out, my pot. Song Xiaofei took out an old cloak from the bag. What about this?
Naruto replied confidently, a hero needs a cloak when making an entrance.
Sasuke scoffed. It'll get caught on branches when you run away, quite suitable for you. Sasuke.
Song Xiaofei threw the cloak onto the table. Only bring ninja tools, food, water bottles, and medicine, everything else is excess weight.
Naruto protested, what if I need it?
Song Xiaofei looked at him. If you carry all this, the enemy will chop you down first when they catch up.
When that happens, I won't save your bag, I will only save you.
Naruto's mouth moved and in the end he sullenly retied his backpack.
Got it.
Dasna, sitting beside them, noticed that his impatience had gradually faded. These kids seemed to be less lazy than he had imagined. Especially the one wrapped in bandages, who despite being young spoke and acted with great care.
Xiaofei. A gentle voice came from the street. Song Xiaofei turned to see Hinata running over holding a light-colored cloth bag.
When she reached him, her bangs were a bit messy and her breathing was hurried, but she still tried to hand over the item steadily.
This is for you.
Song Xiaofei took the cloth bag and opened it to find a pair of wrist guards inside. The guards were sewn from dark fabric with a soft inner layer and densely stitched edges. What was most special was that the inner side of the wrist guards had a very thin chakra flow pattern, which, while not exactly ninja tools, could reduce shock injuries when applying force on the wrist.
Song Xiaofei raised an eyebrow. Did you make this yourself?
Hinata looked down, her fingers intertwined.
Your gentle fist style has too much force. When your rib injury hasn't healed, your arms and shoulders will bear extra pressure for your body. This can't block attacks, but it can make your wrist feel a bit better. Naruto's eyes widened as he leaned in. Wow. Hinata, you can do this too. Hinata became even more nervous under his gaze. It's just something simple. Song Xiaofei directly put on the wrist guards and moved his fingers.
They fit comfortably, not merely estimated in size.
He looked at Hinata. They fit perfectly. Hinata's face turned red instantly. That's good. Song Xiaofei lowered his voice. I'll wear them back.
Hinata shivered slightly, nodding rapidly.
Ahem.
Another voice suddenly came from the side. Ino had somehow walked to the entrance, crossing her arms with a slightly defiant smile on her face.
No wonder the morning air is so sweet. It turns out someone is here giving handmade wrist guards. Hinata immediately whispered Inosen.
Ino walked up to Song Xiaofei, raised her hand and shoved a small folded note into his palm.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to deliver anything to you.
Naruto immediately shouted, then why are you here? Ino pointed to the distance slowly approaching Team 10.
We have a mission too, just passing by. Shikamaru yawned as he followed behind.
What a hassle, it's just delivering a document, why so early?
Ino ignored them, leaning a little closer to Song Xiaofei and lowering her voice. Don't read the note now.
It contains last night's supply flow. There are 2 batches of metal tools that went towards the coast from the black market which don't match normal building materials.
Song Xiaofei tucked the note inside the wrist guard. Thanks. Ino snorted softly. Cut it out. If you can't use it on the way, return it to me when you get back. That was compiled by me staying up late. What if I do use it? Then you owe me one.
Song Xiaofei looked at her.
Deal.
Ino felt her ears turn red under his gaze and immediately turned her eyes away.
Who made a deal with you? Stop taking advantage of me. Naruto looked at Hinata, then at Ino, and finally at Song Xiaofei's newly worn wrist guards and the small note he tucked away, completely dumbfounded. Xiaofei, are you going on a mission or just picking up supplies before going to the battlefield? Song Xiaofei patted the medical pouch at his side. If you have the skills, you can get some too. Naruto puffed up his chest. Of course I have someone giving me supplies too. He turned to Sakura, his face full of anticipation. Sakura, did you prepare anything for me? Sakura expressionlessly shoved a roll of spare bandages into his arms. Here. Specifically for gagging you. Ino burst into laughter. Hinata couldn't help but purse her lips. Why am I the only one suffering like this? Sakura complained verbally but felt a bit flustered inside. She looked at the wrist guards on Song Xiaofei's wrist and recalled the note Ino had given him. She used to think Sasuke was the one all the girls in class would be fixated on. But she didn't know when it started that others would naturally gather around Song Xiaofei. Hinata would worry about his injuries and Ino would gather intelligence for him. Meanwhile, she, clearly a teammate, always seemed to be a step behind. Sakura instinctively tightened the strap of her medical bag. At the very least in this mission, she couldn't just stand at the back trembling. Yo, quite lively here. A lazy voice came from afar. Asuma walked over with a cigarette in his mouth, the tip unlit, yet he still had that annoying demeanor. Korina Yuhi was beside him, leading Team 8 past. She paused for a moment when she saw Team 7 sending off. You're making such a big fuss on your first outing. Don't come back crying later. Naruto immediately glared. Why are you back again, old man? Asuma ignored Naruto and spoke to Song Xiaofei. No one will clean up after you outside the village. Don't die out there. Korina immediately frowned. Asuma, is it appropriate to say such things at a time like this? Asuma shrugged. I'm just reminding them to be realistic. Ino also expressed her dissatisfaction. Asuma sensei, can't you say something nice during a send-off? Shikamaru muttered quietly, looking for trouble so early in the morning, what a hassle. Dino bit a piece of potato chips. I think Team 7 seems quite spirited. Asuma's expression darkened even further. Song Xiaofei smiled. He lifted his wrist and adjusted the wrist guards Hinata had given him. Don't worry, senpai. Asuma squinted. Song Xiaofei continued, I brought along the compensation money you gave me last time, so my food and lodging on the way won't be bad. If I really run into danger, he'll first think that I haven't spent that money yet, can't let it go to waste. Team 10 fell silent for a moment. The next second Dino nearly choked on his chips. Shikamaru lowered his head to cover his face and his shoulders visibly shook twice. Ino directly laughed out loud. Xiaofei, can you stop bringing up that to stab Asuma sensei's heart? Naruto was a bit slow to react, but then he slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. That time Ajimajisen exploded with gold coins. Asuma's face turned as dark as the sky before a storm. Song Xiaofei, your mouth will surely get you into trouble one day. Song Xiaofei calmly replied, so far it mainly brings me money. Korina turned her head, suppressing a smile at the corners of her lips. Asuma was rendered speechless for a while. Just then a puff of white smoke exploded at the entrance. Kakashi finally appeared. He had one hand in his pocket and the other holding that yellow book. His tone as laid back as always. Sorry everyone, I got a bit lost on my path of life. The 4 members of Team 7 almost spoke at the same time. You're late again. Dasna was so angry that he stood up. Is this how Konoha's Jonin escort clients? Kakashi closed the book and glanced at Dasna. Sir, client getting too agitated will affect our travels. By the way, from now on you'd better follow orders. Dasna twitched his mouth but stopped cursing. Kakashi walked in front of Team 7, his tone finally becoming a bit serious. Formation, I will lead at the front. He pointed to the left. Sasuke, guard the left flank.
Sasuke replied indifferently, already in position.
Kakashi raised his right eye. Not bad. He then looked at Naruto.
Naruto, scout 10 steps ahead, do not stray too far from the team.
Naruto patted his chest. Leave it to me. Song Xiaofei immediately added, no shouting. Naruto's momentum deflated instantly. Got it. Kakashi turned to Sakura. Sakura, support from the rear and around the client. Sakura nodded vigorously. Understood. Finally Kakashi looked at Song Xiaofei. You are in the mid-rear position, keep an eye on Dasna while also covering the team's line of sight. Song Xiaofei had no objections. Understood.
Dasna felt uneasy as he was specifically mentioned.
Does an old man like me need to be watched?
Song Xiaofei turned to look at him.
Yes. You are more likely to run away than the enemy. Dasna's beard trembled with anger, but he couldn't find a retort. Kakashi finished writing the village exit registration and the Chunin on guard stamped it.
The gate of Konoha slowly opened.
Naruto stood at the very front, extremely excited. Let's go.
The great mission of my legend has begun.
I told you not to shout. Song Xiaofei raised his hand and knocked him lightly on the back of the head.
Naruto covered his head, walking forward with a grievance. Hinata stood inside the gate, her hands clasped together before her chest, softly saying safe travels.
Ino waved her hand. Come back quickly, the debts you owe me haven't been settled yet.
Sakura glanced back at the two, pursed her lips and quickly caught up with the team.
Song Xiaofei reached the threshold and his Byakugan quietly activated.
His pure white field of vision spread open, sweeping through the streets, rooftops, tree canopies and the shadows of the gate.
There were no remnants of chakra at the roots. No new followers either. He felt a bit relieved and then retracted his Byakugan.
Kakashi seemed to sense something and glanced at him.
Song Xiaofei simply said, it's clean. Kakashi nodded. Then let's go. As soon as Naruto stepped out of the gate of Konoha, he burst with excitement.
He hopped onto a stone by the roadside, peering about, then dashed to the front, striking a defensive pose much like a wild fox released from its cage.
Stay close, everyone.
With me leading the way, even if there are real enemies, they will have to face my fist first.
Sakura held back for a long time but couldn't refrain any longer.
Naruto, you're scouting ahead, not out for a spring outing.
Naruto turned back and flashed her a toothy grin. You just don't get it, a true warrior must project their aura wherever they go. Sasuke, walking on the left, darkened his expression upon hearing this. That's not aura, that's just nonsense. Naruto exploded at once. What do you mean, Sasuke?
Literally what I said, Sasuke replied coldly.
Who are you calling an idiot? Sakura hurried to mediate. Alright, you two, stop bickering or we'll lose our formation.
Dasna, clutching his small bag, slowly walked behind, snorting through his nose.
The ninjas from Konoha really have spirit. They've been chattering non-stop along the way, they don't seem to fear exhaustion. Naruto immediately turned back. Old man, who are you talking about? Dasna shot him a sidelong glance.
I speak of whoever responds to me.
You.
Naruto pivoted, almost running back to argue.
Song Xiaofei reached out and pulled him back. Naruto still wouldn't back down. He provoked me first. Song Xiaofei nudged him forward a step. He's the client and the source of trouble.
Engaging with the source of trouble only doubles the issues.
Dasna's face twitched. You little brat, really don't hold back with your words. Song Xiaofei ignored him.
Kakashi was walking at the front, casually holding that yellow book, his pace unhurried as if he hadn't heard the chaos behind him.
Sakura lowered her voice and quietly approached Song Xiaofei. Isn't Kakashi-sensei going to intervene?
He's waiting. Song Xiaofei glanced at the forest line ahead.
Sakura was taken aback. Waiting for what?
For us to get our formation in order. If he really wanted to intervene, he would have said something as soon as we left the village instead of letting Naruto bounce around carelessly.
Sakura instinctively looked at Kakashi's back. Sasuke also heard and coldly remarked, you speak as if you understand Jounin well.
Song Xiaofei replied nonchalantly, I don't understand, which is why I need to watch.
Sasuke felt a bit cornered, his face growing even darker.
The further they walked, the fewer villages there were. The trees on both sides began to thicken. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a series of faint sounds. Initially Naruto was still looking around.
But after a while the novelty wore off.
In the next moment he slipped and fell forward.
Ouch.
Song Xiaofei reacted faster than the sound, grabbing the strap of his backpack and pulling him back. Naruto staggered a couple of steps, and when he steadied himself and looked down, his face changed instantly. Next to where he had stepped was a mud pit half covered with grass.
Sakura rushed over in fright. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto swallowed hard, trying to save face. This was just a mistake. I was actually testing the terrain just now.
Song Xiaofei let go of his backpack, his tone calm. If you keep causing a ruckus, you won't even know where the shuriken comes from when you die.
Naruto's face flushed red from embarrassment, but he quickly retorted, that's an exaggeration.
There hasn't been a single shadow along this entire path. Where would an ambush come from?
Song Xiaofei raised a hand and pointed at the grass by the mud pit. Take a look for yourself.
Naruto squatted down to examine it for a while, becoming increasingly confused.
What are you looking at? Sasuke frowned as he came over, squatting down to use a kunai to part the grass.
Beneath the leaves, 2 broken stalks were revealed. The break was fresh, but the imprints completely contradicted the direction the wind had knocked them over.
Sasuke paused, his expression darkening. Someone has stepped here. Naruto was taken aback. Is that for real? Sasuke nudged aside a small patch of loose soil. On the muddy surface was a faint mark that could easily be overlooked without close inspection. Not just one. There are also signs of someone deliberately covering their tracks. Sakura felt a shiver run down her back. Naruto opened his mouth, but no sound came out. After a few moments, he finally spoke gloomily. I didn't know that you could spot so many details from these grasses.
Song Xiaofei looked at him.
If you don't know, then learn. Naruto pouted, but this time didn't argue back.
Sasuke stood up and brushed off the mud from his hands.
When did you notice?
Not long after leaving the village, Song Xiaofei replied succinctly.
Sasuke furrowed his brow. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Would you have listened if I did?
Song Xiaofei countered.
It's better for you to see it for yourselves than for me to keep mumbling about it. Sakura felt her face heat up.
She had indeed been too focused on Naruto and Sasuke and hadn't paid attention to the ground. Dasna stood behind, initially thinking these kids were just following Kakashi out to see the world. But now it seemed that the first to notice the problem was ironically the youngest among them. Kakashi flipped a page of his book at the front, his right eye curving slightly, yet he remained silent.
Song Xiaofei took a couple of steps forward and spoke again. From now on we will rearrange our formation. Naruto immediately looked up. How should we arrange it?
You take 10 steps ahead, and if you sense something off, stop.
Don't shout or turn around erratically. Naruto was much more obedient this time. Okay. Song Xiaofei moved beside Dasna.
You stay half a step to my right. When I stop, you stop.
When I move, you move. No sudden detours to the roadside and no leaving the formation without permission. Dasna's beard twitched. Can't an old man even go to the toilet?
Sure, Song Xiaofei replied calmly. At that time I'll have Naruto's shadow clones form a circle and you'll handle it from inside.
Naruto instantly perked up. That's my specialty. Dasna's face turned pale.
You little brats have no concept of respecting your elders.
Sakura nearly laughed out loud but quickly composed herself.
Kakashi finally closed the book and glanced back at their newly arranged positions.
Now it looks much better. As soon as Naruto heard this, he puffed out his chest. Did you hear that?
Kakashi-sensei praised us.
Sasuke coldly added a remark. He praised the formation, not you. Naruto's forehead twitched as he instinctively wanted to shout.
But he opened his mouth and managed to suppress his voice, sticking his tongue out at Sasuke instead.
The group continued forward.
When they reached a low-lying area, Song Xiaofei suddenly slowed his pace. Ahead by the roadside there was a small puddle, yet the weather had been clear all along.
Song Xiaofei didn't speak immediately but raised his hand and lightly tapped his wrist guards twice. Naruto halted at once.
Sasuke had already reached for his ninja tool pouch.
Sakura instinctively pulled Dasna back a half step.
Just as Dasna was about to ask why they had stopped, Song Xiaofei tilted his head slightly, chakra quietly surging around his eyes. His Byakugan was not fully opened, but it spread a thin layer of vision. Beneath that puddle 2 steady currents of chakra were concealed. There were also metal and poison.
Song Xiaofei's expression gradually grew colder. Naruto whispered, is something really wrong? Song Xiaofei didn't look at him. Yes. Tazuna trailed behind, frowning and muttering a curse. It's just a puddle, do Leaf Shinobi always walk this slowly?
Sasuke's hand had already settled on his weapon pouch, his gaze was locked unblinking upon the water. In this weather even roadside grass is parched, how could a pool form here?
Sakura slowly tightened her grip on her kunai.
She saw no further clues, but she had learned one vital truth.
Song Xiaofei halted, not idly but with purpose. Kakashi led the way, his stride unwavering as though utterly unaware of the anomaly behind him.
He even lifted a hand to turn a page of his bright yellow book.
Naruto stared stunned. Didn't Sensei Kakashi see it? Song Xiaofei lowered his voice. He saw it. Then why does he keep walking forward? Because some wish to watch us die and others to witness how we survive. Naruto's spine prickled with dread. What do you mean? At last Song Xiaofei glanced sideways at him. It means from this moment on, no turning back, no shouting, no unnecessary movement. If you act foolishly here, I'll strike you first and let the enemy finish the job. Naruto's mouth twitched. I'm not that unreliable. Song Xiaofei spared no breath for argument. His Byakugan flared silently and his socket's chakra pathways pulsed faintly along his temples. Within his pure white vision, the puddle was no longer mere water. Beneath its surface, two tightly coiled chakra signatures lay concealed, one to the left, one to the right. Their breaths were hushed, bodies curled beneath the water, chains wound around their arms, clawblades gleaming with a faint venomous sheen. Both were shinobi. A cold glint flickered in Song Xiaofei's eyes. The demon brothers. At last, they had arrived. He did not utter the name aloud, instead he tapped lightly on Naruto's backpack. Move. Naruto's legs stiffened. Really? We're just walking straight through. What else? Sit down and chat with them. Sasuke spoke coldly, already stepping half a pace to the left. His expression remained impassive, yet his body betrayed his readiness. Sakura bit her lip and instinctively tugged Tazuna slightly behind her. Mr. Tazuna, please stay still. Tazuna stumbled at her pull, ready to erupt, until he saw the three youths' taut grim faces and swallowed his retort whole. What exactly are you seeing? Song Xiaofei replied coolly, I'd rather you not die yet, so be silent. Tazuna's jaw twitched. Brat you. Silence. This time Kakashi answered, without turning, his tone softened yet edged with quiet authority. Mr. Pliant, from this moment onward you will follow the escort team's instructions without question. Tazuna finally fell mute. The group pressed forward. Kakashi walked at the vanguard. Naruto followed just ahead, shoulders rigid. Each knew the puddle concealed danger, yet none broke the silence. Naruto stared ahead. Though sunlight blazed overhead, his palms were slick with sweat. Song Xiaofei's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. He bit his tongue hard, forcing his head upright. Out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke glanced at Naruto and felt a flicker of surprise. That fool had actually held himself together. Up ahead, Kakashi had already advanced several paces. Song Xiaofei guided Tazuna safely across the threshold. Sakura's heel barely cleared the muddy edge, when in an instant the water exploded. Two black figures erupted from the depths in perfect unison. A flash of cold steel, chains lashed outward, weaving midair into a lethal net aimed squarely at Kakashi at the front. Naruto's pupils contracted violently. Behind you. He managed only 2 words before the chains coiled around Kakashi's body. We've got him. A razor-edged voice detonated inches from his back. The two mist shinobi wrenched the chains in tandem. With a sickening thwip, Kakashi's body tore apart, shattered into fragments. Even expecting ambush, Naruto stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer speed and brutality of it. Sakura's face drained of color. Tazuna's knees buckled, he nearly collapsed outright. Even Sasuke's breath hitched just once. Too fast. From the puddle's eruption to Kakashi's apparent death, less than a blink. Yet the demon brothers did not pause. Our target isn't the Jonin, kill the old man. Chains clattered as they swung wide, poison claws veered sharply, hurtling toward Tazuna. He screamed a raw, ragged cry. Save me. Sakura. Song Xiaofei barked, and his foot was already rising. Thud. Tazuna flew sideways, tumbling straight toward Sakura. Catch him. Sakura staggered under the impact but clenched her teeth, gripping Tazuna tight and dragging him firmly behind her. Naruto down. His mind blank, yet his body obeyed, dropping flat just as a venomous claw sliced past his scalp, severing golden strands midair. Naruto's back drenched instantly in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Song Xiaofei had already cut diagonally into the chain center. Clang. His kunai slammed into the crisscrossed iron, sparks bursting forth. A brutal torque surged up his arm into his shoulder, numbing his palm. Sasuke, left side. Sasuke needed no second thought. Kunai drawn, he lunged into the fray. Blisteringly swift, he seized the half-beat when Song Xiaofei anchored the chain and slashed diagonally. Crack. The left chain's joint shattered outright. One brother's rhythm shattered. Brat. Enraged, he reversed his claw, aiming straight for Sasuke's face. Sasuke gritted his teeth and recoiled. Song Xiaofei did not retreat. His Byakugan fully active, every minute twist of the opponent's shoulder and elbow stretched out before him in crystalline clarity. The right one. Song Xiaofei murmured low and pivoted sharply, slipping like mist through the narrow gap between the chains. One brother's eyes flared with vicious intent, his poison claw shot for Song Xiaofei's throat. The strike was lightning fast, merciless. Sasuke's expression shifted, alarmed. Xiaofei. Song Xiaofei gave no reply. He leaned forward, pressing flush against the attacker's arm, sliding inside the arc of the blow, evading by a hair's breadth. A gash split open along his shoulder sleeve. Seeing blood drawn, the attacker snarled in triumph. Poisoned, you're dead. Before the sentence finished, Song Xiaofei's right palm struck hard at the inner crook of his elbow. Thump. The entire arm went numb, the claw nearly slipping from his grasp. What? Song Xiaofei granted no time for questions. Left hand formed a precise strike, landing just below the shoulder's acupoint. Sasuke, half step back. Sasuke obeyed on instinct. In the next heartbeat, the paralyzed brother lurched forward, straight into the path of his partner's swinging chain. Their attacks collided in chaotic ruin. Naruto scrambled upright, eyes bloodshot with shock and disbelief. Sensei Kakashi, he's... Silence. Song Xiaofei cut him off sharply. This isn't the time for mourning. Naruto froze stunned. Before he could process those words, a breeze stirred the forest, and beside the misty crimson remains of the corpse a lazy figure materialized. Kakashi stood there, still holding his yellow book. A substitution technique. Naruto's eyes bulged. You're alive. Kakashi curved his right eye into a gentle crescent. I'm hardly frail enough to fall to such a crude ambush. The demon brothers' faces paled in unison. Not good. But they had no chance to regroup. Sasuke, now fully awakened, pressed forward again, kunai gleaming anew. You take the left, I'll handle the right. Song Xiaofei didn't glance at him, only replied. Less talk. Follow. Sakura shielded Tazuna, her knuckles white. Tazuna's face had turned ashen, his breath shallow and trembling. Naruto stood rooted, chest heaving, truly believing Kakashi dead, truly coming within a breath of losing his life to the first strike due to sheer shock. Kakashi's gaze swept over Team 7. The habitual languor in his right eye had vanished entirely. He hadn't expected it, that among his students the first to step forward into the crucible of real combat would be this injured, unassuming boy. The other demon brother yanked his chain back, then launched himself at Song Xiaofei with explosive force. Poison claws swept wide, chains coiled behind, perfectly synchronized. I'll kill you first. Song Xiaofei lifted his gaze. Within his Byakugan, the trajectory burned clear. Though swift and powerful this time, he had seen through it all. Sasuke closed in simultaneously, kunai flashing cold light. Clang. Claw met blade. Chains rose again. Clang. Zuaju's kunai halted one poison claw, yet the Gui brothers' coordinated assault did not abate. The chain on the left whipped outward with the recoil of the impact. Another steel talon suffused with a ghostly blue toxin traced along Zuaju's arm and aimed straight for Song Xiaofei's throat. Xiaofei. Xiaoing cried from the rear. The strike came with brutal speed and a ruthlessly wicked angle. Dazina's face drained of color, his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Even Zuaju had no time to draw his blade and defend, he could only watch the poison edge seek Song Xiaofei's vitals. Yet at the instant the claw neared the throat, Song Xiaofei twisted on his heel and leaned forward at a cunning angle. The razor scraped the rim of his neck. Fabric split with a tearing sound. 3 streaks of blood bloomed across Song Xiaofei's shoulder, trickling down his arm. He's hit. The Gui brothers' face broke into a savage grin at the sight of blood. Kid, that's a special poison from Wuyin. Once it draws blood, within 3 breaths your whole body will go numb, you won't even be able to move a finger. He taunted, full of mockery, as he stared at Song Xiaofei. The price of showing off is dear. When your body stiffens ill in front of you, strip that old man alive, cut by cut. Dare ruin our brother's deeds and go to hell. Dazina was drenched in sweat, hands planted on the earth as he trembled. It's over, he stammered. Even the strongest of those kids took it. Xiaoing felt a cold shiver run through her, even the hand gripping her kunai trembled. Xiaofei. She wanted to surge forward to help, but her legs felt leaden and would not obey. Just as everyone assumed Song Xiaofei would fall. Song Xiaofei's expression did not change. The toxin seeped into his blood, yet particles of his immortal body stirred within his meridians. A fierce self-healing force pinned the poison tightly around the wound. Not 3 breaths, even 30 breaths would not disperse such venom. The smile on the Gui brother's face had barely faded when he discovered the wounded youth before him had not collapsed at all. Seizing the brief opening created by absorbing the blow, he closed the distance into the enemy's inner circle. Your poison is past its expiry, Song Xiaofei said coldly. Before his words finished, his left hand folded into a palm with razor-sharp chakra. He struck precisely at his opponent's elbow meridian. With a dull impact, the Gui brother felt his entire arm go weak, the strength in his steel claw drained away. Impossible. How can you still move? He blurted, eyes wide with shock. Song Xiaofei afforded him no time for protest. His right hand flipped, the second palm landed on the opponent's Jianjing acupoint. Chakra congealed into a dark force and poured into the body. A sickening crack followed. Bone shifted and meridians seared. The Gue brother let out a piercing scream. Half his body lost control and he pitched forward. Zhuozhu! Song Xiaofei barked. Zhuozhu had been waiting to the side and rear. Though he nursed a private anger at always being eclipsed by Song Xiaofei, his body moved without hesitation. He exploited the opening Song Xiaofei had made and drove off the ground. Don't order me around. Zhuozhu snorted, launching himself into the air and delivering a heavy spinning kick into the ribs of another Gue brother trying to join the fray. The enemy was sent flying with a thunderous impact, slamming into a roadside tree and showering the ground with leaves. At that moment, Ming Ren, who had been dazed, finally returned to himself. Kakashi was not dead, his comrades were fighting desperately. Blood roared in Ming Ren's temples. You bastards! He howled. Ming Ren gave a great shout, forming hand seals and charging recklessly forward. Song Xiaofei turned abruptly, his voice colder than before. Ming Ren, don't rush in. Fall back and guard the retreat. Ming Ren faltered. I want to take them down. Song Xiaofei spat coldly. If you rush in, you'll only get in Zhuozhu's way. Use Shadow Clone to seal the path, don't let them reach the puddle. That rebuke snapped Ming Ren's hot-headedness into clarity. Ming Ren gritted his teeth. Damn it. Multi-Shadow Clone technique. A dozen puffs of white smoke burst forth and a dozen Ming Rens filled the clearing in an instant. They were chaotic and clamorous, yet the chorus of a dozen mouths succeeded in sealing the two Gue brothers' retreat utterly. Don't try to run. Take my fist. The Gue brother, who had been kicked aside, struggled to his feet, grinding his teeth as he brushed dirt from his face. Annoying little brats. He snapped the chain aside, trying to use its length to carve a path. Don't think you'll get through. Xiao Ying's voice came from behind. Her face remained pale and her fingers trembled still, but she forced herself to draw a kunai from her pouch and hurl it hard toward the blind spot of the swinging chain. She knew she could not simply cower at the rear. Simultaneously, 3 shuriken from Zhuozhu flew out. The metallic clangs rang as they cut across the chain's destined path. A few cold gleams of steel intercepted the chain's route with unerring accuracy, forcing the enemy's assault back half a foot. Song Xiaofei stood at the forefront before the Gue brother, whose half of his body had been crippled. The man clutched his shoulder, fear finally showing in his face. What kind of monster are you? He hissed. Song Xiaofei said nothing. In the pure white of his vision, the enemy's chakra flow was utterly deranged. If not now, when? Bagua. Song Xiaofei shifted his feet and blurred into a phantom. Then the impact of blows began to fall in rapid succession. Soft fist strikes laced with hidden force rained across the man's chest and abdomen. He could not cry out, only staggered back until he sank to his knees spent. The flow of chakra was thoroughly interrupted. The Gue brother could not muster even the most basic resistance. The fight should have ended by protocol. A genin merely subdues the foe and awaits the lead jonen's ruling. But Song Xiaofei did not stop. He flicked his wrist and reversed a kunai into his grip. This was real combat. To leave an enemy a single breath is to dig a grave for your future self. Die. There were no needless words. No wasted motions. The kunai traced a cold arc and without hesitation slid across the man's throat. The Gue brother clutched his neck, eyes fixed on Song Xiaofei. His body convulsed on the ground a few times before collapsing heavily and falling utterly silent. The heavy coppery smell of blood spread through the air. Xiaoying covered her mouth, her stomach turning. She involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. It was her first time facing death so directly. Song Xiaofei's strike had been impeccably clean. That instant of resolve and coldness made the boy standing in the pool of blood seem entirely different from the gentle youth who joked in the village. Ming Ren's shadow clones vanished one after another. The original stood dazed. Xiaofei. You killed him. Ming Ren's voice was dry, his clenched fists slackened unconsciously. Zhuozhu's fingers tightened slightly around his kunai. He stared at the corpse on the ground, then at Song Xiaofei's composed profile, his heart pounding. He suddenly understood that the gap between him and Song Xiaofei was perhaps not only in technique or intellect but in this absolute ruthlessness when facing life and death. De Zina was too terrified to finish his sentence. He killed someone. He had assumed these kids could at most parry a few blows. Who would have imagined the boy leading them would be more vicious than the rogue ninja from Wuyin? Cold sweat soaked De Zina's back. High in the canopy, Kakashi watched the scene below in silence. When he saw Song Xiaofei slice the enemy's throat without hesitation, his right eye narrowed. This boy was even more decisive than Kakashi had imagined. He felt no aversion to Song Xiaofei's killing. This was the world of shinobi. Song Xiaofei flicked blood from the kunai and returned it to his pouch. He paid no heed to the 3 behind him. He turned his head and saw another Gue brother pinned beneath Zhuozhu's boot, the chain ripped aside. Let me go. You Muyi brats, how dare you meddle in Lord Kaduo's affairs? You'll all die.
Though subdued, the Gue brother thrashed and howled like a man descending into madness. His eyes were bloodshot and foam flecked his mouth. Instead of silencing him, his comrade's death pushed him into a final frenzied madness. The ghost brother's eyes burned crimson as they glared fiercely at Song Xiaofei, who stood at the forefront. Dare to interfere in Lord Kato's affairs and you'll all be minced and fed to dogs. When Lord Kato's envoys arrive, not a single one of you will survive. Song Xiaofei narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoosh! Kakashi dropped down from the treetop. He still held that yellow pocketbook in hand, yet the languid indifference in his right eye had vanished entirely. This is no ordinary bandit ambush. Kakashi strode forward to face the ghost brothers and casually tapped the hilt of his kunai against the elder brother's nape. Thud! The man convulsed violently, instantly losing all capacity to resist. Only then did Sasuke release his foot and step back half a pace. Kakashi did not question them immediately. Instead, he turned and gazed upon the 4 members of Team 7. Well done, you've barely passed your first real combat assessment. Naruto exhaled in relief, attempting a smile only for his legs to buckle beneath him. Kakashi pointed at the lone conscious captive sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Now the interrogation is yours. Sakura froze stunned. Ours. Kakashi spoke with quiet neutrality. Killing is merely a means, intelligence is the heart of the mission. Naruto clenched his fist and forced himself forward. His gaze locked onto the ghost brother's face, voice still trembling. Speak. Why did you ambush us? The man spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm and sneered. Brat with blonde hair, do you truly think I fear you? Naruto choked on his breath, face flushing crimson. Sasuke drew a fresh kunai without hesitation. Its blade pressed against the ghost brother's cheek, carving a thin line of blood. Name your employer, or join your brother now. The man showed no fear, only laughed louder. Go on, kill me. If you dare. You fools risk your lives for that worthless old wretch behind you, how utterly laughable. Tazuna, listening from behind, broke into cold sweat, breathing raggedly. Sasuke's brow furrowed, his kunai began descending, when a hand gently stilled his wrist. Song Xiaofei stepped forward. Interrogating him this way, you'll get nothing but curses by dawn. Sasuke withdrew the kunai and spoke coldly, then do you have a better method? Song Xiaofei offered no reply, merely crouched low before the ghost brother. His Byakugan reactivated, revealing the intricate network of chakra pathways within his field of vision. Chakra infused with gentle fist technique coalesced at his fingertips into a dense razor-sharp vortex. You said you wished to die. His voice held no inflection, no warmth, no threat, only absolute stillness. The ghost brother glared back. Dare you? The words died mid-sentence as Song Xiaofei's 2 fingers struck the man's left Jichuan point. No blood sprayed forth. Yet the man's body arched violently upward, his throat erupting in an inhuman guttural shriek. Ah! The gentle fist's hidden force shattered the neural center surrounding the acupoint, a torment far more excruciating than flaying or bone-splitting. Song Xiaofei didn't pause. His second strike landed on the man's Huantio point at the hip. The scream cracked into a strangled screech. The man thrashed wildly on the ground like a fish cast ashore. It felt as though his skeleton were being disassembled joint by joint, his muscles spasmed beyond conscious control. Naruto's scalp prickled instinctively, he swallowed hard. Sasuke's eye twitched involuntarily. Song Xiaofei watched silently as the rogue ninja writhed in the mud. Those 2 strikes merely severed your chakra circulation. Next I shall amplify your pain receptors threefold, and then grind every joint in your body to dust one by one. He raised his hand once more, pale blue chakra shimmered at his fingertips. Remain silent and even death will elude you. The ghost brother shattered completely, snot and tears streaming down his face, head shaking frantically. I'll tell you everything. Everything. It was Kato, Lord Kato hired us. The target is that bridge-building old man, he must die or we won't receive our payment. Song Xiaofei ceased his assault, the chakra at his fingertips dissipated. He turned toward Kakashi, who gave a slight nod and tossed a reinforced binding rope securing the captive tightly to a tree trunk. The immediate threat had passed. Every gaze converged unbidden upon Tazuna. His already ashen face now drained of all color. Cold sweat dripped from his chin onto the earth, his knees trembled uncontrollably. Kakashi approached him. Pliant-san, perhaps it is time for an explanation. Tazuna feigned ignorance. Explain what? I'm just an ordinary bridge builder, I have no idea why such terrifying men would seek my life. Naruto exploded. You still dare lie. Just now Kakashi-sensei, I nearly died, and Xiaofei was injured. If you're truly ordinary, why would monsters like them hunt you down? Sasuke gripped his kunai, voice icy. How much else have you concealed from us? Sakura stepped forward beside her teammates. Though fearful, she grasped the lethal weight of withheld intelligence. Mr. Tazuna, what you've done endangers everyone's life. Cornered by 3 genin, Tazuna stiffened his neck defiantly. Since Konoha accepted this mission and took my money, you are obligated to protect me to the very end.
Kakashi's expression hardened into glacial severity. If the client's briefing contains grave inaccuracies exposing the escort team to life-threatening danger beyond the assigned mission rank, the lead jonin holds full authority to terminate the mission unilaterally. His gaze pinned to Tazuna. We may turn back to the village this very moment. That declaration shattered Tazuna's facade instantly. Wave Country possessed not a single warrior of, should the Konoha shinobi depart he would not survive half a day. No, you cannot leave. Song Xiaofei wiped dust from his hands and stepped forward.
One final chance, speak the full truth.
His eyes bore into Tazuna. First, Kato is no mere merchant, he is a regional warlord commanding private armed forces and controlling maritime trade routes.
Second, as a bridge builder you provoked Kato to deploy rogue Kirigakure shinobi against you, proof that your bridge threatens his financial lifeline and sovereignty. Third, this is not a crank security detail, it is an rank protective operation entangled with national regime transition. By submitting a deliberately falsified crank request to Konoha, did you assume the fee would be cheaper, or that our lives hold no value?
Tazuna finally broke.
His knees buckled, he collapsed heavily onto the muddy ground.
I have no money. Wave Country is so impoverished we can't even afford grain.
Had I declared the true nature of this mission, we could never afford Konoha's fees. He covered his face, voice raw and hoarse.
Kato monopolizes all sea transport, anyone who defies him is executed.
That bridge is our sole hope. I cannot die, if I perish Wave Country falls utterly.
Naruto, listening to Tazuna's anguished confession, felt his earlier fury ebb away.
He could not bear hearing another soul driven to the brink of extinction.
For a moment the forest fell silent, save for Tazuna's ragged broken sobs. Sakura glanced helplessly at Kakashi.
He sighed deeply.
The situation is now clear.
His gaze swept across the 4 members of Team 7.
This has surpassed the scope of a genin-level assignment.
Rest here for 10 minutes. Kakashi relinquished the decision to them. In 10 minutes you will choose proceed or withdraw from the mission. Tazuna lifted his head, staring desperately at the 4 shinobi whose choices now held his fate in their hands. The wind rustled through the forest carrying a faint scent of blood. Dazna knelt on the ground, his forehead nearly touching the mud, making him appear as if he had aged 10 years in an instant.
Kakashi stood by, neither urging nor making decisions for anyone.
He had truly relinquished the power of choice to Team 7. Naruto was the first to lose his composure.
What are we waiting for?
He clenched his fists, remnants of fear lingering on his face, yet his eyes were already shining with renewed vigor. That guy may be a despicable liar, but the people of the Land of Waves are suffering too much.
If we leave, won't he be doomed? Sasuke cast a cold glance at Naruto.
Fool. This isn't about treating someone to ramen or helping an old person on the roadside.
This is an A-rank mission, which means there could be stronger ninjas than these 2 showing up later.
Naruto was momentarily stifled but remained defiant.
So what? Just because it's dangerous we're not going to do it. Sasuke's gaze darkened. Because you almost died just now.
The statement pinned Naruto to the spot. The scene of Kakashi being killed and the venomous claw brushing past his scalp flashed through his mind again.
Sakura stood between the 2, her palms drenched in sweat. She glanced at Dazna, then at the still warm corpse, finally settling her gaze on the bloodstains on Song Xiaofei's shoulder.
She wanted to continue, but fear choked her words halfway. In the end she spoke softly, I don't want to be a burden.
If we continue I must ensure I'm not a liability.
Song Xiaofei finally looked at her.
Sakura felt her heart inexplicably tighten under his gaze.
She had always thought of Song Xiaofei as the kind of person who was cheeky in everyday life but reliable in crucial moments. But that last strike had made her realize he was more than just reliable. He was truly capable of killing. And he could indeed protect others.
Kakashi leaned against a tree and asked lightly, Xiaofei, what about you?
Naruto and Sasuke turned their heads simultaneously.
Even Dazna stared at Song Xiaofei like he was grasping at a final lifeline. Xiaofei didn't rush to answer.
How long would it take for Kato to start getting suspicious if he doesn't hear from you?
Half a day. At most 1 day. If we don't return by then someone will come looking. Xiaofei nodded and then asked, are you responsible for eliminating Dazna, or is there someone in charge of the follow-up support? We are only responsible for the frontline elimination. As for the rest, there are more formidable opponents behind. The Ghost Brothers trembled as they spoke. Kato has hired true experts from the mist-hidden village. Kakashi's expression finally sank completely.
Sasuke frowned. True experts.
The Ghost Brothers swallowed nervously.
We wouldn't even know specifically who it is at our level.
All we know is that it's a monster wielding a large sword. Sakura's face turned pale. Naruto couldn't help but gasp.
Only Song Xiaofei's expression remained unchanged. He already had the answer in his mind.
Zabuza. Team 7 was no longer the same Team 7 as before. And he was no longer the passive bystander from the original story.
He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the scene. The mission continues.
Dasna immediately looked up, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. Naruto was first taken aback, then suddenly grinned broadly. I knew it.
Sasuke said coldly, give me a reason.
Song Xiaofei looked at him.
First, the Ghost Brothers have already been exposed. Kato will soon learn of the first wave's failure.
Returning to Konoha now would mean handing over all initiative. Second, since we are already involved, we can't pretend we didn't see anything. People like Kato won't let us off just because we backtrack. Third. He paused, glancing at Dasna.
I hate being deceived, but I hate doing things halfway even more.
Naruto nodded vigorously.
Sakura bit her lip, feeling as if her heart had been gently nudged.
Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then snorted coldly. Then let's continue.
But don't get me wrong, I just want to see how strong that big sword monster really is.
Naruto immediately jumped out. Stop acting cool, you clearly don't want to leave either. Idiot. Duck butt.
As it seemed the two were about to bicker again, Kakashi finally raised his hand. Since we've decided to continue, the standards from when we first left the village no longer apply. His voice carried the true pressure of a leading jonin.
From now on, everyone will proceed according to combat specifications. Sakura reassigned the medical supplies. Sasuke responsible for trap warnings and left flank assaults.
Naruto, no more reckless charges, but your shadow clones are on standby at all times.
Xiaofei. Kakashi looked at him, pausing for a moment.
You will share the power of judgment with me. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise.
Sakura was also taken aback. Even Sasuke slightly tilted his head.
Sharing the power of judgment.
This was tantamount to Kakashi formally acknowledging that Song Xiaofei was now capable of co-commanding with him. Dasna's gaze towards Song Xiaofei had completely changed.
It was no longer that of a troublesome brat, but rather someone who could genuinely determine his fate.
Song Xiaofei nodded. All right.
Naruto leaned closer and whispered, does this mean you are now as strong as Kakashi-sensei?
Song Xiaofei raised his hand and lightly tapped Naruto on the forehead. No.
This means if you act foolishly again, you'll get scolded by two people at the same time. Naruto covered his head, looking utterly dejected.
Sakura couldn't help but laugh a little. The tension in the atmosphere finally eased somewhat. Song Xiaofei turned to Dasna. Get up. Dasna quickly scrambled to his feet.
From now on, if you dare to hide anything, he'll knock you out and throw you into the cart.
Dasna's lips twitched, but he didn't dare to retort, only nodding vigorously. Understood, understood.
Kakashi watched this scene with a slight curve in his right eye.
The break ended quickly. Sakura took the initiative to step forward and retreat the wound on Song Xiaofei's shoulder.
The poison hasn't spread, really?
She asked softly. Song Xiaofei glanced at her. Are you worried about me? Sakura's ears turned red and her hand almost pressed too hard. Who is worried about you?
I'm worried about our combat capability.
Song Xiaofei chuckled lightly, not exposing her. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to take down. Sakura looked at him for a moment, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening.
She suddenly realized that while this guy was unorthodox, his words during such moments had a special way of reassuring people.
Naruto peeked over. Sakura, why don't you check me as well? I almost died just now. Sakura didn't even turn her head. You're bouncing around, keeping quiet is the best treatment. Naruto was instantly petrified. Sasuke snickered at the side, feeling as if he might have some greenish hue above his head. Song Xiaofei casually tossed a small packet of hemostatic powder to Sakura. Take this, the battles ahead will be more frequent and you're responsible for emergency treatment. Sakura caught the medicine packet, slightly stunned. For me. You carrying it is more useful than me carrying it. Song Xiaofei spoke in a very casual tone.
And you have steady hands, so don't waste it. Looking at the medicine packet in her hand, Sakura suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. Such straightforward trust was more touching than many flowery words of comfort. She softly responded with a HM and carefully stored the medicine packet away. Team 7 set off again. But this time the entire team's demeanor was completely different. No one regarded this mission as a fresh adventure like their first time leaving the village. Each of them understood that moving forward, lives were truly at stake. Not long after the team set off again, a system interface suddenly flashed in Song Xiaofei's eyes. Detected a target for conquest. Haruno Sakura. Current emotions: excitement, tension, reliance, rising. Current favorability 31. Triggered side mission: establish a stable trust relationship before arriving in the land of waves. Mission reward: chakra control refinement 1. Song Xiaofei paused briefly. Then he glanced at Sakura, who was unconsciously paying attention to his figure behind him, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The road to the land of waves was still long. Just right, they could take their time. Naruto rarely fell silent during their journey. Even his usual loud outbursts were notably diminished. Sasuke kept his gaze fixed on the left side of the road, occasionally resting his fingers on the hilt of his kunai, resembling a tightly drawn bow. Sakura was busier than when they first left the village. She had to keep an eye on Tazuna to ensure he didn't fall behind, while also checking to see if Naruto was stepping into traps, occasionally glancing at Song Xiaofei's shoulder where a fresh bandage had been applied. After not walking long, a thin layer of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Song Xiaofei glanced at her and suddenly spoke. Sakura. Ha. Sakura instinctively responded. You're currently focused on 3 things. Your rhythm will be disrupted. Sakura paused, confused. What 3 things? Tazuna, Naruto, and me. Song Xiaofei said this matter-of-factly. Sakura's cheeks flushed instantly. Who's looking at you? Naruto's ears perked up immediately. What? Sakura, are you spying on Xiaofei? Sakura almost exploded with anger. Naruto, shut up. She raised her hand and gave Song Xiaofei a playful hit. You shut up too. Sasuke coldly remarked from the front. 2 idiots. This interruption eased the tension that had been tightly coiled within Sakura. Song Xiaofei continued, you don't need to watch Naruto. If he really gets into trouble, I'll kick him first. Naruto immediately protested, why is it always me being kicked? Because you are the one who causes the most trouble. What about Tazuna? Sakura asked earnestly. Song Xiaofei lifted his chin. Leave Tazuna to me. You only need to do one thing. What? Song Xiaofei calmly replied, you have the best chakra control and steady hands. In a real fight you may not be the strongest spear, but you can be the hand that cannot afford to make mistakes in our team. Sakura stared at him in shock. She had never been defined in such a way before. In the past at school, when others spoke of her, it was often as good in theory like Sasuke, or smart but average in practice. But Song Xiaofei did not compare her to anyone. He simply placed her in a crucial position as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The feeling of being needed and trusted made her heart flutter. The system panel flashed silently. Sakura. Haruno's favorability 4. Current favorability 35. A hint of a smile passed through Song Xiaofei's eyes. Sakura took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. This time her gaze while walking had indeed stabilized considerably. She no longer looked around aimlessly, nor was she easily distracted by Naruto and Sasuke's banter. After a while she suddenly spoke softly. To the right ahead at the root of the tree there are thin branches that have been snapped and then sprung back. It seems like someone just passed by not long ago. Kakashi turned his head to glance at her. Not bad. Sakura herself was stunned. She had actually noticed something. Song Xiaofei said lightly, continue. Just those 2 words, and Sakura inexplicably sensed a hint of encouragement. She unconsciously formed a shallow smile at the corners of her lips. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but mutter, it feels like Sakura is particularly obedient to Xiaofei today. Sasuke scoffed. Because she has finally started to use her brain. Who are you saying isn't using their brain? Whoever responds is whoever. This time Sakura did not defend Sasuke as she usually would. Instead she frowned and whispered, you two keep it down. Both Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback. Even Kakashi glanced at her again. Sakura felt a bit awkward after speaking, but she gritted her teeth and added, we are not in the village right now. Song Xiaofei looked at her, slightly nodding in his heart. People grow fastest in dangerous situations. Especially someone like Sakura, who was naturally smart but lacked a real sense of practical positioning. During noon the team took a short break on a wind-sheltered slope to replenish their supplies. Tazuna, panting heavily, sat down and didn't want to move anymore. Naruto was devouring his rice balls. Sasuke ate quietly, still wearing an expression as if everyone owed him money. Sakura opened her own food bag and after taking a couple of bites she noticed Song Xiaofei sitting not far away, having only taken a few sips of water. She frowned. Aren't you eating? Song Xiaofei glanced at her. Not really hungry. Sakura immediately recalled his injury. Is it the poison injury affecting you? A little bit. Song Xiaofei replied nonchalantly. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then walked over and handed him the rice ball that was the easiest to digest from her bag. This is for you. Song Xiaofei raised an eyebrow. Aren't you eating? I have more in my bag. Sakura tried to sound as natural as possible. You need to replenish your strength more than I do right now. Upon seeing this, Naruto immediately shouted Sakura.
Why aren't you giving me any? Sakura didn't even turn her head. You just finished your third one.
Naruto's heart shattered into pieces.
Song Xiaofei took the rice ball, not eating it immediately but instead looked at Sakura. Are you feeding me? Sakura's mind went blank. What?
Naruto was directly choked by his own words.
Sasuke turned away with a cold expression, feeling as though the green aura above his head had intensified. Sakura's ears instantly turned red. You have hands, right? Song Xiaofei chuckled lightly, holding up the rice ball.
I just wanted to confirm whether you had a spirit of service towards the injured.
Sakura gritted her teeth. I don't.
But as she said this, when her gaze fell upon his bandaged shoulder, her momentum inexplicably weakened.
Alright then, I'll eat it myself. He leisurely took a bite and then said casually, it tastes good.
Sakura, who had been embarrassed and annoyed, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing this.
It's just an ordinary rice ball.
But yours is more fragrant.
It has a hint of fragrance. Song Xiaofei said with utmost seriousness.
Naruto beside them was on the verge of bursting from holding back laughter.
Why do I feel like what I am eating isn't a rice ball but dog food?
Kakashi leaned against a tree holding a book, but his right eye curved slightly.
Being young is wonderful.
The system panel appeared once again.
Sakura Haruno's favorability 3, current favorability 38. Sakura lowered her head, pretending to organize her medical kit, yet her ears were very obviously red.
In the past, when facing Sasuke, she was always nervous, looking up and afraid of making mistakes.
But when interacting with Song Xiaofei, even though this guy often said things that made her blush, she did not feel oppressed at all. In fact, she even wanted to hear more.
When this thought crossed her mind, Sakura was startled by her own feelings.
She quickly buried her head even lower. Song Xiaofei saw this but chose not to point it out.
After the break, the team resumed their journey. Before evening, they finally approached the ferry area near the border of the Land of Fire. Ahead, the moisture in the air thickened and the terrain began to lower.
Tazuna visibly relaxed.
Once we get past the rendezvous point ahead, we can find a way to take a boat.
Song Xiaofei's gaze shifted. Find a way. Tazuna's expression stiffened and he quickly corrected himself. To mean we can take a boat. Song Xiaofei snorted coldly. You better pray there are no new tricks ahead.
Tazuna laughed nervously, wiping his sweat, and no longer dared to say more. Just as the team was about to enter the foggy waterway, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand.
Stop.
Everyone came to an immediate halt.
Kakashi looked towards the increasingly thick fog ahead, lowering his voice. From here on, we are truly entering the enemy's territory.
Song Xiaofei slowly raised his gaze, his Byakugan faintly activating. In the depths of the distant mist, there was a faint yet chilling killing intent silently waiting for them to approach.
He knew. That man was coming.
The further they went, the heavier the humidity in the air became. Naruto rubbed his arms and looked around. Why is it suddenly so cold?
Sakura lowered her voice, the moisture is too dense.
Sasuke frowned, his gaze scanning the sides constantly.
Visibility is continuously decreasing.
Kakashi had already put away the little yellow book. Everyone in Team 7 understood what this meant.
Even he was no longer slacking off. Tazuna walked in the middle, his breathing noticeably lighter, as if afraid that any movement would attract something.
Song Xiaofei's veins around his eyes tightened slightly. The Byakugan's vision unfolded in the fog, sweeping through the water surface, reeds, bridge piles, remnants, and broken wood on the shore inch by inch. There were temporarily no shadows. But he did not relax in the slightest. The quieter it was, the more it meant that the opponent was waiting for the best opportunity.
This time Sakura consciously moved half a step closer to Song Xiaofei, her voice extremely low. Did you notice something?
Song Xiaofei did not look at her, replying with 2 words.
Soon. This statement made Sakura's heart tighten, yet oddly reassured her.
Because she now knew that as long as Song Xiaofei could speak so calmly, the situation had not completely spiraled out of control.
Naruto obviously also sensed that something was off. Hey Xiaofei.
What if someone stronger than the Ghost Brothers comes?
What should we do? Song Xiaofei replied lightly, don't rush to seek death yet. Naruto. This consolation was worse than no consolation at all. Sasuke coldly interjected, instead of asking such nonsense, you might as well grip your shuriken tighter.
Naruto wanted to retort, but thinking of their current environment, he swallowed the words back down, only muttering, stupid Sasuke.
At that moment, a faint breeze brushed across the water's surface.
Kakashi suddenly stopped.
Song Xiaofei looked up at the same time.
In the next instant, a chilling, nearly tangible killing intent suddenly enveloped them from the fog ahead.
Naruto's hair stood on end. Sakura's breath became erratic. Tazuna's legs went weak, nearly collapsing. Sasuke's pupils constricted, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Kakashi's voice dropped. Don't move.
The killing intent continued to intensify. It felt as if some invisible giant beast was slowly approaching from the mist. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead, his teeth chattering slightly.
This was on an entirely different level from the Ghost Brothers.
If the earlier danger was a sneak attack, now it was pure suffocation from a disparity in strength.
Sakura instinctively reached out, gripping Song Xiaofei's sleeve tightly. She wasn't even aware of how natural this action was. Song Xiaofei glanced down, not pulling away.
Instead, he turned his wrist and gently squeezed her hand. It was very brief, very light. Yet it steadied her heart that had been thrown off balance.
Sakura froze, even her breath halting for a moment. Immediately after, her ears began to burn. Clearly at such a moment she should not be distracted, yet she distinctly felt it.
He was comforting her.
Sakura Haruno's affection level 5. Current affection level 43. Song Xiaofei's expression remained unchanged, his gaze still focused ahead.
In the fog, a low hoarse voice finally emerged.
This is quite unexpected.
A mere team of genin from Konoha managed to deal with the Ghost Brothers.
Kakashi. And a few interesting little brats.
The voice fluctuated, making it impossible to determine its exact location.
Naruto gritted his teeth. Who? Come out. Don't shout. Kakashi coldly interrupted.
But it was too late. A massive beheading sword suddenly sliced through the thick fog with a piercing sound.
Get down. Kakashi instantly lunged forward. Team 7 almost simultaneously dropped to the ground.
The sword crashed into a nearby giant tree, splintering the wood and severing the entire tree in half.
Naruto's face went pale.
They were just a hair's breadth away. If they had been a moment slower, it wouldn't have been the tree that was cut but them. Above the broken wood, a tall figure slowly revealed its silhouette. Wrapped in bandages, wearing a slanted forehead protector and with bare muscular arms resting on the sword's hilt, the entire person exuded a bloody aura unique to the mist.
Zabuza Momochi.
The moment he appeared, the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees.
Tazuna nearly lost his voice. What kind of monster is this?
Kakashi slowly raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan.
Looks like we hit the jackpot. Zabuza grinned, a chilling smile. Copy Ninja Kakashi. Ah.
His gaze swept over the members of Team 7, finally landing on Song Xiaofei.
That trash from earlier, he died at your hands, didn't he, kid? Song Xiaofei looked up, his expression calm.
Yes. A glimmer of interest crossed Zabuza's eyes. You have some guts. I hope when you die later you can remain this calm. Kakashi shifted half a step, positioning himself in front of Team 7.
Tazuna is to be protected by you all. This one is not someone you can deal with right now. Naruto swallowed hard, wanting to say something. But Song Xiaofei suddenly spoke up. Kakashi-sensei.
He is much stronger than the Ghost Brothers, but he isn't unbeatable yet.
Don't underestimate me. Zabuza chuckled as if he had heard a joke. You little brat, do you know who you're talking to? Song Xiaofei opened his Byakugan and quietly stared at him. I know. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi.
The moment these words were spoken, Zabuza's expression shifted. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as well. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were all stunned.
They never expected that Song Xiaofei would directly expose the opponent's identity.
Zabuza's smile slowly faded, his voice growing heavy.
A little brat from Konoha knowing too much is not a good thing.
But knowing too much at least means you can die understanding.
This statement even made Kakashi suppress a curse in his heart. This kid really dares to say anything.
Zabuza slowly drew his beheading sword, the blade scraping against the tree trunk, producing a piercing sound.
Good. Then I'll first cut down Kakashi and then chop you all into pieces one by one.
Zabuza lifted Kubikira Bocho onto his shoulder and swiftly formed hand seals with one hand.
Ninjutsu hidden in mist technique.
What had been only faint moisture in the air surged instantly into a suffocating shroud.
Within less than 3 breaths, the air thickened like congealing syrup, forcibly stripping away all sight.
Even a figure standing merely 3 paces away dissolved into a hazy, indistinct silhouette.
Tazuna recoiled against the trunk of a nearby tree, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees. We're finished. Kato means to slaughter us all. Sakura gripped her kunai tightly, palm slick with cold sweat. Mr. Tazuna, stay silent.
Sasuke held a kunai reversed in his left hand while his right fingers rested upon several shuriken.
I can't even hear the wind anymore. There's no sense of direction. Zabuza's voice echoed from every direction at once. 8 points.
His voice drifted unmoored and drenched in the heavy scent of blood. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart.
Which one shall I slit open first? An overwhelming wave of killing intent descended without restraint, like a mountain crashing down upon each of their shoulders. Naruto's hands trembled uncontrollably, his breathing grew ragged and frantic. Show yourself.
Hiding in the shadows and playing ghost, that's no mark of skill. With a roar he lunged forward. Thud. A sweeping kick slammed hard into Naruto's ankle. He cried out in pain and tumbled headlong into the mud. Shouting so loudly, you'd think you're trying to help him locate your throat.
Naruto spat out a mouthful of mud and clenched his teeth as he staggered back upright. Return to your position. Song Xiaofei activated his Byakugan, blue veins pulsed prominently around his eyes.
His normally penetrating white vision, capable of seeing through solid rock, was now a chaotic blur.
The mist teemed with Zabuza's turbulent chakra. This fog is unnatural. Song Xiaofei murmured low.
Sasuke turned sharply toward him.
How far can you see? 10 paces. Song Xiaofei stared into the opaque white mist ahead. Chakra density inside the fog is too high, the Byakugan itself is suppressed. Sasuke's jaw tightened. If even the Byakugan was so severely restricted, Zabuza's chakra control was nothing short of monstrous. Titan formation. Song Xiaofei issued the command without hesitation. Naruto, Sakura, place Tazuna between you. Sasuke, guard the blind spot on the left. I'll take the right.
No one leaves the defensive perimeter, not even a single step, regardless of what you hear.
Sakura seized Tazuna's collar and yanked him behind her.
Naruto retreated to his place and instantly formed 3 shadow clones, arranging themselves back-to-back in a tight circle.
Sasuke said nothing, merely slid into position on the left kunai held horizontally across his chest.
Kakashi stood 5 paces ahead of them, hands blurring as they wove seals.
Chakra erupted from his body, forcibly dispersing the encroaching mist by half a foot. Xiaofei is right, hold your formation. Kakashi didn't turn his head. So long as you stand firm, he cannot kill anyone. And I will not allow my comrades to fall.
As he spoke, he pushed his forehead protector upward, revealing his crimson Sharingan eye. At that very moment, a chilling derisive snort echoed from deep within the mist.
Kakashi, don't speak so boldly before the battle ends. Whoosh.
A violent gust erupted directly above Kakashi.
Kubakirabocho cleaved downward through the dense fog with crushing force, aimed straight for Kakashi's nape. Too fast, unimaginably fast.
From the first whisper of sound to the blade's arrival, less than half a second to react.
Clang.
Kakashi reversed his kunai in a flash and locked it against the massive blade's edge. Blinding sparks exploded in the white mist.
A remarkably steady parry. Zabuza bore down on the hilt with both hands, steadily increasing pressure.
The earth beneath Kakashi's feet began to sink inward.
Your killing intent is too fierce, you cannot conceal it. Kakashi retorted, voice icy and calm. They broke apart instantly. Zabuza flipped backward, vanishing once more into the fog.
From its depths came the rapid rhythmic sound of hand seals being formed. From a shallow river beside them, water surged violently upward, coalescing into a colossal water dragon that roared toward Kakashi. Kakashi's hands moved in perfect synchrony, weaving seals so swiftly they blurred into afterimages.
Almost simultaneously. Suiten water dragon bullet technique. 2 water dragons collided midair with devastating force. Boom. Torrential droplets crashed down like monsoon rain, the explosive shockwave snapped surrounding branches clean off. Sakura was hurled backward by the blast, slamming hard into Tazuna. Grab hold of the trunk.
Naruto's 3 shadow clones were shattered by the deluge, dissolving into wisps of white smoke.
This is what a Jonin's battle looks like. Even the aftershock of 2 water techniques colliding left them staggering, unable to keep their footing.
That overwhelming disparity in power fanned the flames of his seething resentment.
Clashes reverberated endlessly through the mist.
The ringing of metal on metal. The splintering crack of trunks severed mid-stem.
Explosions where ninjutsu met Hiden.
Kakashi and Zabuza drifted farther apart, the main battlefield gradually shifting beyond the 7th team's defensive perimeter.
Song Xiaofei maintained his Byakugan without pause. Sweat streamed ceaselessly down his temples.
His gaze remained locked, tracking Kakashi and the indistinct chakra mass that followed him.
Something's wrong. Song Xiaofei spoke abruptly. Sasuke turned instantly. What is it? The chakra volume is off. Song Xiaofei's eyes remained fixed on the mist's heart.
The chakra output of the one fighting teacher Kakashi is half what it was when he first appeared.
Sakura froze. Half. What does that mean? Song Xiaofei didn't answer, his gaze snapped instead toward the shallow waters on the opposite side.
Within 10 paces, the limit of his Byakugan's clarity, a massive densely compacted chakra mass churned just beneath the water's surface. Like a leviathan bearing its maw, waiting silently for prey to leap willingly into its jaws.
That's a water clone. A dangerous realization flashed through Song Xiaofei's mind. Far away, Kakashi seized an opening, launching a brutal rapid series of taijutsu strikes that sent the Zabuza before him crashing into the river. Splash! Upon impact, the figure dissolved instantly into a cascade of harmless water. A water clone. Kakashi's brow furrowed, he began to retreat. Teacher, beneath you. Song Xiaofei's shout tore through the mist, but it was already too late. Kakashi's landing point was precisely that shallow stretch of water. The instant his toes touched the surface, the submerged chakra mass detonated. Water coalesced around Kakashi, forming a colossal sealed sphere. Zabuza's true form rose silently behind Kakashi, his right hand plunged deep into the water sphere. Water prison technique. His voice rang cold and hollow above the water's surface. Kakashi was utterly immobilized inside the sphere, trapped motionless. Zabuza bared his teeth in a predatory grin. Copy ninja, it seems your reputation exceeds your intellect. He turned his gaze toward the 7th team, still holding their defensive formation a short distance away. Now, it's your turn, trash. Naruto's eyes widened in frozen disbelief, his blood ran cold. Kakashi sensei, captured. Sasuke's knuckles whitened around his kunai, his teeth ground together with audible force. Tazuna collapsed entirely, clutching his head as a guttural moan of despair escaped his lips. It's over, we're doomed. Song Xiaofei remained silent. His gaze stayed locked on Zabuza. Through the Byakugan he saw Zabuza's left hand forming seals alone. The water around them began to churn once more. A water clone slowly rose from the surface, its form sculpted entirely from liquid, and grasped a shimmering water-forged Kubikirabocho, stepping deliberately toward them. Patter. Patter. The clone's footsteps on the water's surface cut sharply through the mist, eerily distinct, unnervingly precise. The water clone strode across the water's surface step by deliberate step. Zabuza stood motionless within the water prison, one hand embedded deep in its shimmering wall, his lips curling into a mocking grin. Even the copy ninja is immobilized, what then can you brats possibly accomplish? Rest assured, I'll deal with each of you one by one. Kakashi remained trapped inside the colossal sphere of water. Through its translucent barrier he gazed at Team 7, his face drawn tight with grim urgency. Naruto's eyes flared crimson with fury. Kakashi sensei. He thrust off the ground and lunged forward without hesitation, shouting, I'll save him. Before he'd taken 2 strides, a firm hand clamped hard onto his shoulder. Song Xiaofei yanked him backward with brutal force, halting his charge midair. Stay where you are. Naruto staggered, whirled around and roared, let me go. Our sensei's been captured. He'll die if we wait any longer. Song Xiaofei's voice dropped colder still. He won't die, not yet. Right now our priority is this water clone. Naruto froze, stunned. The advancing water clone had already raised its water blade, its edge gleamed with icy predatory light amid the mist. Sasuke stood rigid on the opposite side, his face as pale as ash. His gaze locked fiercely onto Zabuza's true body, then flicked to the closing water clone. Jaw clenched, he suppressed the seething rage rising in his chest. That bastard. Sakura's grip on her kunai trembled violently. Her legs wavered, yet she instinctively pulled Tazuna behind her. Mr. Tazuna, fall back. Tazuna collapsed inward, drained of all strength, whispering hoarsely, it's over, all over. Kakashi's been captured, we're all going to die here. I should have known. Kato would never let me live. Sakura's heart hammered, but she held her ground, shielding him with trembling resolve. Stop talking. Just stay put, don't move. The water clone halted 10 paces away, not striking yet, merely holding its blade aloft, savoring their visible terror. Zabuza's true form emitted a low, chilling laugh. Not bad. You brats are tougher than I expected. Then I'll carve your courage into ribbons, myself. At that instant the water clone's killing intent surged outward like a crushing wave. Naruto's scalp prickled, his palms slick with sweat. An instinctive urge to retreat rose, yet from the corner of his eye he saw Kakashi still sealed inside the water sphere, and the fire in his chest refused to be quenched. Song Xiaofei no longer glanced at Naruto. Veins pulsed starkly around his eyes as his Byakugan flared to its absolute limit. Through its vision mist, flowing water and chakra fluctuations unfolded simultaneously, a layered tapestry of energy and motion. Zabuza's true form appeared as a dense razor-edged mass of dark chakra anchored immovably in place, his hand buried deep within the water prison, sustaining the jutsu with unwavering precision. Meanwhile, the approaching water clone radiated markedly less chakra, though only relative to its master. Against Genin it remained an insurmountable wall. Song Xiaofei's expression hardened. This clone's chakra reserves were enough to kill Naruto and Sakura 10 times over. It took 2 more deliberate steps forward. Water rippled softly beneath its feet. Naruto swallowed hard, his voice parched. Xiaofei. Will sensei really survive? Song Xiaofei kept his eyes fixed ahead, speaking rapidly. He won't die, not for now. But if you rush in now you will. Understood.
Naruto's chest heaved, his fists clenched until his knuckles blanched white. After a tense pause he gave a sharp reluctant nod.
Understood. Song Xiaofei immediately assumed command. Sakura, you'll escort Tazuna to the rear. Don't leave his side, not even for a heartbeat. Your sole mission today is to protect him. Sakura's heart leapt, but she nodded fiercely despite her fear. I understand. I won't let anything happen to him.
Song Xiaofei turned to Naruto.
Forget rescuing Sensei, for now. Focus instead on keeping us alive.
Naruto gritted his teeth and grunted, fine.
Song Xiaofei then looked to Sasuke.
You'll be our support, ready to intercept.
If it advances we won't stand still and take the blow. Sasuke's face remained cold and impassive. Don't waste breath telling me what I already know. Yet even as he spoke his stance subtly shifted, repositioning himself at the optimal angle to cover any opening. Song Xiaofei didn't engage in further banter. He refocused entirely through his Byakugan, scanning Zabuza's true form, analyzing the water prison's structural integrity. Mapping the water clone's chakra distribution. His Byakugan strained, fine beads of sweat broke out across his brow. But he couldn't afford to pause. He had to break this fatal deadlock fast. Suddenly the water clone lifted its blade and pointed its tip directly at them. Finished deliberating. Then, who shall I carve first? A chill sweat drenched Naruto's back. Sakura shoved Tazuna farther behind her spine rigid with tension, the suffocating weight of dread threatening to buckle her completely. Sasuke watched the clone's sword hand intently, fingers tightening one by one. He burned with frustration, yet against a foe like Zabuza there would be no second chances. Song Xiaofei stared ahead, voice low and taut, while maintaining the water prison. His chakra focus has remained unshaken. So brute force won't win this fight. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, understanding flashed in their depths. This was no contest of power but of endurance, who could hold out longest. The water clone lost patience. With a single stomp it surged forward. Stalling. Do you truly believe you deserve that luxury? Song Xiaofei barked, scatter, and stay precise. No panic. Naruto and Sasuke reacted instantly. Sakura dragged Tazuna back another half step. In the next breath the water blade swept horizontally, its wind skimming just above the water's surface, cleaving a long jagged furrow in its wake. Naruto flinched, hair standing on end. How fast was that? Sasuke retreated half a step, muttering under his breath, monster. Song Xiaofei said nothing. His Byakugan remained locked onto the clone, its chakra lower than Zabuza's yet unnervingly stable. Most concentrated, most dangerous, was the nexus where blade met arm. In other words, its greatest threat lay not merely in a light jonin level pressure, but in the relentless, inescapable rhythm imposed by that blade. So long as that rhythm held, they would remain perpetually on the defensive. From afar Zabuza watched, a colder smile spreading across his face. What's wrong, brat? Weren't you just boasting about restraining me? Now you only know how to run. Song Xiaofei suddenly lifted his head, gazing straight at Zabuza. Your mouth seems remarkably free. Zabuza's eyes narrowed slightly. This brat dared speak back even now. The water clone's killing intent spiked anew. Then I'll cut you first. Sakura's breath caught sharply. Xiaofei. Song Xiaofei didn't shift his footing, but his gaze grew glacial. His decision was final. Listen carefully. His voice, though quiet, cut through the team's mounting panic like a blade. We aren't fighting to win, not yet. We're fighting to survive. Naruto's throat tightened, but he nodded. Sasuke's expression remained stern, offering no protest. Sakura gripped her kunai tighter, her palm raw with friction. Tazuna cowered behind her, voice quavering. Is there, truly, any path left to survival? Zaibu-zhan let out a muffled chuckle behind the water prison. Let you catch your breath for a moment. The taste of fear makes the blood taste even sweeter. The water blade glided across the surface, creating a white wave. Naruto gritted his teeth, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He did not rush out. The warning from Song Xiaofei echoed in his ears. Xiaofei, what should we do now? Naruto's voice was somewhat hoarse. Song Xiaofei did not turn around. Naruto, do not force it, distract its attention. Naruto immediately formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. With several muffled sounds, white smoke erupted. Four Narutos appeared on the water's surface. The water clone halted its steps and snorted coldly. Wasting time with such garbage ninjutsu. The main body mocked from afar. No matter how much chakra you have, a single slash will do the trick. Naruto's main body shouted from behind his clone, stop looking down on us. Charge. The four clones pounced towards the water clone from different directions. Sasuke remained silent. Taking advantage of the moment the white smoke obscured their vision, he slid to the right. Gripping his kunai tightly, he focused intently on the water clone's right hand. He was searching for a blind spot. He couldn't approach from the front and had to wait for the water clone to swing its blade. Meanwhile, Sakura pulled Dasna back desperately. Next to the waterway stood a sturdy dead tree. Mr. Dasna, hide behind it. Sakura pushed Dasna behind the trunk. Dasna's legs weakened and he could only slide down the tree trunk. Can you really do it, you kids from Konoha? His voice trembled. Sakura did not look back at him. She took a thin wire from her ninja tool pouch. The wire left red marks on her fingers, yet she dared not let go. She wrapped the wire around the tree roots and a protruding rock nearby. Stay quiet and don't run around, Sakura whispered. I won't let you die. Dasna looked at the trembling Kunoichi and quickly covered his mouth. Ahead, Naruto's clone had already charged in front of the water clone. One clone raised its kunai to stab at the water clone's face. Another clone hugged the water clone's waist. The water clone didn't even spare them a glance. The water blade was raised. It was merely a basic slash, but the sound of wind it generated was deafening. Bang! Bang! The two shadow clones were instantly obliterated in midair. The white smoke dispersed in an instant. Naruto's main body staggered back a step, his face pale. That power was utterly uncontainable. This was the killing technique of a Jonin level. The remaining two clones hadn't even touched the water clone and the water blade flicked back. Two more muffled sounds followed. All four clones were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The water clone hadn't even moved an inch. Is that all you've got? Zabuza's voice drifted over. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling a wave of despair rising within. A mere shout couldn't suppress it. Son Xiaofei kept his eyes trained on that blade. Activating his Byakugan, he pierced through the thick mist. The flow of chakra was crystal clear to him. The chakra distribution of the water clone was highly uneven. After all, it was just a clone. Son Xiaofei noted that the most condensed chakra was at the junction of the water clone's arm and the blade's hilt. That water blade was the core of its overwhelming presence. As long as it held the water blade, the rhythm was in Zabuza's control. Its movements are entirely dictated by that blade. Son Xiaofei whispered, "Don't go for attacks." Hearing this, Sasuke immediately took action. He flipped his wrist, sending 3 shuriken flying in a pinwheel formation. The target was not the water clone's throat but the wrist of the hand wielding the blade. The shuriken, slicing through the mist with a whooshing sound, approached swiftly. The water clone scoffed coldly. The water blade casually spun. Clang! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out. The shuriken were directly deflected by the massive surface of the water blade. Sasuke's brow furrowed. So tough. His grip on the kunai tightened slightly. This defense was nearly impenetrable. Fine beads of sweat had begun to form on Son Xiaofei's forehead. The overstrain of his Byakugan caused a sharp pain in his temples. In his line of sight, after the water clone deflected the shuriken, the chakra flow in its arm showed a brief pause. This was the moment of forced transition. It was the point of stagnation. Seizing the opportunity, Son Xiaofei exclaimed, "Sasuke, prepare your shuriken." Sasuke replied with a serious expression, "It didn't work before." Son Xiaofei spoke rapidly. "Don't throw them all at once. When it swings the blade and deflects the first one, there will be a half-second pause. Place the second one at that pause." Sasuke immediately adjusted his grip on the shuriken. Naruto, anxiously jumping up and down beside them, shouted, "What about me? What do I do?" Son Xiaofei turned to look at him. "You keep summoning clones. Don't send them all at once, send them one by one. From different angles." Naruto was taken aback. "One by one? Isn't that asking for death?" Son Xiaofei's voice turned cold. "What I want is for you to sacrifice yourself. Use the clone's lives to disrupt its rhythm of blade swings." Naruto gritted his teeth. Understood. He immediately formed hand seals again. Shadow clone technique. 2 Narutos appeared out of thin air. The water clone was already within 5 steps. "Have you made up your mind? It's useless." The water clone raised the water blade and swung it directly towards Naruto's main body. Son Xiaofei shouted loudly. "Go!" One Naruto clone recklessly charged at the water blade. The blade instantly sliced through the clone's body. Bang! White smoke erupted. The water clone's blade shifted slightly upon hitting a physical target. The point of chakra stagnation appeared. Sasuke decisively took action from the side. The first shuriken flew out. The water clone twisted its wrist and the blade met it hidden. Clang. The shuriken was deflected. It was at that very instant Sasuke's second shuriken arrived. Instead of coming from the front, it flew close to the water surface, aiming directly for the water clone's ankle. The water clone was forced to halt its advance, pushing off the ground to leap back half a step. Its rhythm of attack was disrupted. Seizing this opportunity, Song Xiaofei surged forward. The chakra of the gentle fist gathered at his fingertips. He did not aim for the water clone's body. Instead, he dashed straight for that water blade. Zabuza's main body frowned behind the water prison. These three genin had actually managed to fend off a wave of strong attacks. Team 7 had not collapsed. Without Kakashi's guidance, they held their ground. Song Xiaofei sliced into the inner circle of the water clone. The water blade had just finished its defensive motion and had not recharged its power. Song Xiaofei struck down on the wrist above the hilt. The gentle fist's hidden energy penetrated into the water clone's arm. The water clone's arm suddenly became intangible and its chakra displayed clear signs of disturbance. The massive water blade wobbled as well. Naruto! Song Xiaofei shouted. Naruto, who had been holding his breath, lunged straight at the water clone. Take this. He punched the water clone in the side. Though his strength was insufficient to obliterate the water clone, it caused it to stagger. Water splashed everywhere. The water clone steadied itself and its killing intent erupted entirely. It gripped the water blade with one hand and swept it violently in a circle. Song Xiaofei and Naruto both retreated simultaneously, avoiding this lethal area attack. Sasuke again threw out two shurikens, sealing off the water clone's pursuit route. The three dispersed once more. The water clone stood in place, the chakra in its arm regenerating. Sakura clutched the wire tightly behind the tree, not daring to make a sound. Kakashi widened his eyes in the water prison, surprise clearly flashing in his right eye. He had already prepared for the worst. Zabuza coldly stared at them. Not bad teamwork. But this is where it ends. The water clone lifted the water blade and the flowing water on the blade began to spin rapidly. A stronger sense of chakra pressure descended. Song Xiaofei panted heavily, his Byakugan firmly locking onto the fluctuations ahead. White smoke erupted repeatedly on the water's surface. The water clone's water blade was too fast. Naruto's 4 shadow clones couldn't withstand even half a second before they were all sliced into pieces. Naruto's eyes widened and the anger within him surged to the top of his head. Without a second thought, he let out a loud roar, bending his legs. Chakra exploded from the soles of his feet as he lunged forward. He no longer wanted to test with clones. He intended to charge from the side and directly grab the water clone's waist. Even if he was cut, he could buy time for Sasuke and Xiaofei. Just as he charged forward, a hand reached from behind and tightly grasped the back of his collar. Xiaofei exerted force with his wrist. Naruto was yanked off the ground, stumbling back 2 steps. Are you crazy? Xiaofei's voice drowned out the sound of splashes striking down like a hammer. You want to hug the Jounin's waist? Are you trying to die faster? If you can't stop it, just keep splitting. If you really want to save the teacher, don't throw your life away. Be a useful nail for me nailed down here. Naruto's face turned red with anger from the scolding. However, looking at Xiaofei's bulging white eyes, he finally regained some clarity. He understood that reckless actions would only lead to everyone's demise. Kakashi Sensei was still trapped in the water sphere. Sacrificing himself now would only hinder the others without changing anything. I understand now. Naruto gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. The water clone had already shaken off the droplets from its blade, its tip slightly angling down. Internal conflict. How laughable. Xiaofei disregarded the water clone's taunt and quickly assigned tasks. Sasuke, test the blade from the front. You don't have to hurt it, just gauge the angle of its strikes. Sasuke snorted coldly. He despised being ordered around. But he immediately adjusted the grip of his kunai. He also understood that aside from Xiaofei, no one else could see the chakra trajectory of that blade. Naruto, create a misalignment from the flanks. Don't send all clones at once, let one die before sending in another. Naruto formed hand seals again. Multiple shadow clone technique. With 2 loud pops, 2 new clones appeared beside him. Xiaofei turned his head one last time. Sakura, you are responsible for reporting and guarding the others. The mist is too thick, my Byakugan has blind spots. Keep an eye on the water surface and sounds. Hearing her name made Sakura's heart race. She had always thought that in battles at this level she wasn't even worthy of being bait. Yet Xiaofei actually assigned her the team's blind spots. She suppressed her trembling legs and nodded vigorously. Leave it to me. Xiaofei's gaze returned to the front. I'll keep an eye on the main body and the water prison. Go. Naruto's 2 clones charged out first.
They didn't rush from the front but instead circled around to the sides of the water clone. The water clone sneered. The water blade swung up violently, creating a fierce wind. The clone on the left was directly sliced in half. But just as the water clone retracted its blade, Sasuke made his move. He glided like a black shadow skimming the water's surface. His kunai aimed for the back of the water blade. Clang! Metal clashed with high-density water, producing a piercing sound. Sasuke was pushed back by the recoil but immediately retaliated by throwing 2 shuriken. The shuriken grazed the water clone's wrist, forcing it to twist its wrist to avoid. The angle of the blade changed. Xiaofei stood back, not rushing to attack. His Byakugan was fixed intently on everything, the trajectory of the water blade. Sasuke's entry point. The timing of Naruto's clones shattering. While recalling the original story, he correlated every change at the scene to the strategies in his mind. The water clone was increasingly irritated by Sasuke and Naruto's disturbances. It stepped heavily on one foot, using the reaction force to leap back half a step. Then, ignoring Sasuke, it turned directly toward Xiaofei. It realized that this white-eyed kid who had not made a move was the core. The water blade thrust out directly. Its speed was so fast that even the sound of slicing air was left behind. Xiaofei was focused on the body of Zabuza, and the Byakugan just swept past the water prison. This strike caught him at the moment his attention diverted. Sakura was intently watching the water's surface from behind. She couldn't hear the wind or see the shadows in the fog. But she heard a faint splashing sound coming from the water surface in front of her right. That wasn't the weight of Naruto's clone. To the right. Sakura shouted at the top of her lungs. Her voice trembled with fear but was piercingly clear. Without a second thought, Xiaofei instinctively turned to the left. Swish! The enormous water blade grazed past his right shoulder. The splash from the blade even dampened his cheek. It was a hair's breadth away. Xiaofei struck back with a soft punch on the wide surface of the water blade, using the force to retreat 3 steps. He didn't look back, but his voice carried over. Well done, Sakura. Sakura leaned against the tree trunk, gasping heavily. She did it. She truly helped. Xiaofei's opinion of Sakura rose a notch in his heart. To not break down under the pressure of a jounin and still provide accurate reports. That was her greatest talent. The water clone, having missed its strike, was about to retract its blade to counter. Naruto's main body had already lunged from the side. Don't ignore me. He didn't use any ninja tools and directly kicked towards the water clone's knee. The water clone was forced to lower its blade in defense. Sasuke advanced from the other side again. This time he didn't clash with the kunai. Shuriken were fired in rapid succession. Not aimed at people but all targeting the joint between the water blade and its wrist. Clang! Clang! The rhythm of the water clone's blade swings was completely disrupted. It originally had an absolute advantage in strength and speed. But Naruto, like a reckless fly, clung tightly to its weak points. Sasuke's throwing technique was precise enough to make one's scalp tingle. A massive water blade was forcibly made incapable of being unleashed. Zabuza's main body stood behind the water prison. His left hand was still firmly inserted in the water sphere, maintaining the technique. Xiaofei's Byakugan pierced through the thick mist once more. The flow of chakra showed no signs of change. The main body truly could not move easily. Maintaining control over the water prison for Kakashi consumed more focus than it appeared. This was a deadlock. As long as they forced the main body to release its grip, the water prison would break. Kakashi, trapped in the water sphere, had one eye wide open. He couldn't breathe underwater and his face was starting to turn blue from the strain. But he could see clearly. Naruto's distractions. Sasuke's containment. Sakura's alerts. And Xiaofei calmly directing from the back like a mountain. These 4 kids somehow didn't collapse under the pressure of a jounin. Not a single person was taken down. And not a single person faltered. They not only executed tactical cooperation but also held the situation firmly. A tense string in Kakashi's heart suddenly relaxed a little. This was the first time he truly felt since taking over Team 7. This team had come together. For the first time he felt at ease and trusting the external situation entirely to them. The battle on the water's surface continued. After being pushed back, the water clone's chakra surged. It was furious. The water blade raised again, water swirling violently around the blade. A stronger attack was coming. Xiaofei's eyes narrowed slightly. We've dragged it long enough. His voice was low yet clear in everyone's ears. Naruto, Sasuke. Prepare to break the deadlock. Xiaofei fixed his gaze on the towering figure emerging from the dense mist. First, disable its blade. His voice was low yet crystal clear, reaching every ear. Sasuke instantly tightened his grip on the kunai and turned sharply toward him.
Disable the blade. If you can reach that sword, wouldn't severing its neck be faster? That's a Jonin-level water clone. Song Xiaofei spoke with lightning speed. Within this mist it moves far swifter than we ever could. You cannot even touch its vital points. But that execution blade is unbearably heavy. Its trajectory, precisely because of that weight, is far easier to anticipate. Sasuke clenched his jawbrows, furrowing deeply. The blade is easier to seize than the wielder. He repeated the words softly under his breath. Understood. Then act exactly as I said. Song Xiaofei wasted no words. Cease aiming your shuriken at its face or throat. Target only the blade's spine, the hilt, and its wrist. Don't squander your strength on futile strikes. Sasuke replied coldly. Stop ordering me around.
Yet even as he spoke, his hand had already shifted, adjusting his grip on the concealed weapon. Naruto scratched his head frantically beside them, hopping in agitation.
Wait. What on earth are you two talking about? What am I supposed to do? Song Xiaofei turned his gaze squarely upon him.
You need not concern yourself with anything else.
Remember just one thing.
Find a way, any way, to throw that massive blade into utter disarray.
Naruto balled his fists and shouted back, brimming with fervor. Why didn't you say so earlier? Disrupt the blade, that's all. Leave it to me. Sakura gasped for breath behind them. Xiaofei, I'm ready too.
She wound the thin steel wire twice more around the tree trunk.
I've prepared an extra layer of contingency.
If it charges forward, I'll hold it off, at least for a moment.
Without glancing back, Song Xiaofei added. Just guard Tazuna well. Zabuza roared with laughter from behind the water prison. Disable the blade. Arrogant brats spouting empty boasts.
That blade's weight alone would shatter your slender arms on contact. One mere touch and your hand's bones and all will crumble to dust.
Song Xiaofei ignored him completely. Pay no mind to that fool. He stands there, mouth flapping uselessly. Zabuza's temples throbbed with bulging veins.
Let's see how long your tongue remains sharp.
The water clone, receiving its command, let out a chilling laugh. Steal my blade. How utterly presumptuous.
Then come, try it. The clone erupted from the water's surface, shattering it beneath its feet as it lunged forward with crushing force. A suffocating pressure descended like a storm.
Now attack. Song Xiaofei bellowed. Sasuke launched both hands forward.
6 kunai sliced through the white fog, shrieking toward their mark, each striking the clone's right wrist. The clone twisted its wrist mid-lunge to block.
Clang. 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 Clang.
A rapid cascade of sharp metallic rings exploded in the air. The clone's momentum ground to a sudden jarring halt. Damn it, their reflexes are too fast.
Sasuke muttered under his breath. Forget how fast it moves. Song Xiaofei commanded from the side. So long as that blade never lands upon flesh, it poses no mortal threat. Keep forcing its wrist down. Naruto. On it, on it. Naruto formed the hand seals. Multi-shadow clone technique.
Dozens of Narutos materialized simultaneously atop the water's surface. Behold, the Shadow Clone Legion.
Try cutting us all down if you dare. The clones surged forward en masse, heedless of defense.
The clone raged.
Annoying gnats. With a furious swing, the water blade carved a gale force vortex. 3 clones were cleaved cleanly at the waist. White smoke detonated instantly.
Seizing the cover, Sasuke hurled another kunai, striking the blade's spine with pinpoint precision.
The tremendous impact deflected the water blade's arc by half an inch.
The clone strained violently to wrench it back into position. Worthless vermin, you're nothing but obstacles. Its voice grew increasingly ragged with frustration. Each time it gathered chakra for a strike, hidden projectiles struck its precise point of exertion. Each time it attempted to dash forward, reckless clones lunged, grabbing at its legs without hesitation. These wretched clones, how many times must I cut them down? It hacked and cursed, slashing wildly, yet no sooner had 3 vanished than 3 more rushed in.
How many damn insects are there? It roared in fury.
Face me honorably, and take my blade, Heiden.
From afar, Naruto burst into raucous laughter.
Who'd ever accept such a stupid challenge?
We love to toy with you like this. Sakura shouted from behind. Sasuke's left flank is wide open. Though reluctant to follow orders, Sasuke fired another kunai without hesitation. Get away from me. With a single kick, the clone shattered one clone into vapor.
Then it raised the water blade high overhead.
I'll grind you all into minced meat. Abandoning finesse entirely, it brought the blade down, not with technique, but with raw, unrelenting force.
Its strike grew heavier, blunter, stripped of subtlety.
Veins pulsed fiercely around Song Xiaofei's eyes. His Byakugan perceived every ripple of chakra flowing through that blade with absolute clarity. It's losing composure. Song Xiaofei murmured quietly.
This was the opening he had waited for. Forced into desperation, the clone had discarded all nuance, resorting instead to brute suppression.
And brute suppression held the greatest flaw. Sasuke, seal its left flank. Sasuke already held his final 3 kunai poised and ready.
Whiz whiz whiz.
3 streaks of cold light shot straight for the clone's face. It scoffed. The same trick won't work twice.
Rather than evade, it swung the broad flat of the water blade across its front, shielding itself completely.
Clang, clang, clang.
In that split second, the kunai ricocheted away, the blade dipped downward just half an inch.
Song Xiaofei moved. Chakra erupted beneath his feet, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Xiaofei! Sakura cried out in alarm.
The distance was perilously short.
The clone sensed the lethal proximity instantly. Its wrist snapped sideways, the water blade arcing horizontally to slice him clean in two.
Too slow. Song Xiaofei uttered 3 icy words. He ignored the blade's edge entirely, twisting his body with uncanny grace, slipping seamlessly into the clone's blind spot on the right. His right hand formed a rigid blade of fingers.
Concentrated cerulean chakra coalesced densely within his palm.
With devastating force, he slammed his open palm into the clone's arm, the one gripping the blade. Direct impact right at the wrist joint where chakra flowed thickest.
Thud. A deep muffled impact reverberated.
The air crackled with violent resonance.
Chakra pierced the aqueous form, transmitting directly into the clone's internal structure. Its arm flickered, momentarily destabilizing.
The uncessalid high-density water dissolved for a heartbeat, fragmenting at its core. Water splashed violently outward. The clone's wrist buckled. That colossal water blade wavered, nearly slipping from its grasp. The clone staggered backward 3 full steps.
Cursed brat. It tried to lift its arm only to find chakra flow sluggish, choked.
The execution blade now felt impossibly heavy.
I can't lift the blade.
Stunned, it stared at its own trembling hand. Song Xiaofei stood several paces away, slowly withdrawing his palm.
The execution blade is indeed formidable. But a wielder who cannot hold his weapon is nothing at all. Behind them, Zabuza, the true body, watched coldly. His expression shattered in an instant.
Even the hand embedded in the water prison tensed involuntarily. His killing intent burned with terrifying intensity, fixed solely on Song Xiaofei.
That child. A tempest of disbelief churned within Zabuza's mind.
He had seen through the chakra junction points sustaining the water clone.
Such insight was beyond any genin's capacity. It demanded preternatural observation and absolute unshakable composure amid chaos.
Kakashi, trapped inside the water prison, unable to breathe, had witnessed everything.
Song Xiaofei's blade disruption strategy had succeeded.
Once the blade faltered, the clone's lethality plummeted by more than half. Having landed his blow, Song Xiaofei pressed no further. Using the recoil, he leapt backward 2 precise steps, regaining distance. The clone fought to stabilize its chakra, tightening its grip once more upon the water blade. Yet its arm still trembled uncontrollably. Its entire offensive rhythm had collapsed.
Naruto. Song Xiaofei commanded, voice sharp as steel. Now, strike.
Naruto, barely containing his pent-up energy, exploded into action.
Here I go, here I go.
His 4 remaining clones vaulted skyward in perfect unison. The clone attempted to swing, but its delayed arm lagged by half a beat.
One clone seized its sword-wielding wrist, locking it tight. Let go of me.
The clone roared.
Never.
Naruto's original self shouted defiantly from below.
Don't think for a second we're easy prey. Sasuke already drew another kunai, ready for the next wave of suppression. Sakura watched from behind, fists clenched tight.
They had truly done it. Through sheer audacity, they had driven a Jonin's clone to the brink of collapse.
Song Xiaofei steadied his breath. His Byakugan swept once more toward Zabuza's true form.
The clone's blade had been thoroughly disrupted.
The blade seizure plan had succeeded, at least preliminarily. Now only one decisive diversion remained, large enough to create the opening they needed.
The air in the water prison was growing scarce.
Kakashi hung suspended in the enormous water sphere, his face turning an ashen hue.
The mist above the water had become increasingly cold. Song Xiaofei stood at the forefront, the bandage on his right shoulder stained bright red with freshly oozing blood.
Drops of blood dripped from his arm into the water.
Naruto watched, his teeth grinding together. The fire within him felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of boiling oil, igniting into an explosive blaze.
Kakashi Sensei was on the verge of collapse. Xiaofei was severely injured as well. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He wanted to charge forward recklessly to smash that entity with his fists. But the words that Song Xiaofei had just shouted echoed in his mind. Be a useful nail for me. Don't throw your life away. Naruto bit down hard on his lower lip, forcibly suppressing the urge to rush at the entity. Damn it, he cursed and suddenly formed hand seals with both hands. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang. 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 A dense cloud of white smoke erupted above the water. Dozens of Narutos appeared simultaneously, stirring up chaos in the foggy area. The water clone sneered. Aren't you tired of the same old tricks? The real Naruto roared back, stop talking. All of you go. Go dismantle that fake. The dozens of clones didn't rush in haphazardly but split into 3 groups. The first group charged straight ahead unarmed, using their bodies to crash into the water blade. The second group slid in from the sides, attempting to grab the wrists of the water clone. The third group leaped high, coming down from above. The water clone was furious. Seeking death. The water blade swung wildly. The wind from the blade let out an ear-piercing shriek, cleaving the 3 clones at the front in half. Before the white smoke dissipated, the clones behind had already surged forward. The water clone slashed diagonally, shattering the 2 clones that had come down on it. Then with a swift motion it countered the side attacks. Its movements remained overwhelmingly powerful. However, there were simply too many clones. Just as it had dispersed 5 more charged at it. One clone stubbornly endured the blade's backhand strike, clinging tightly to the water clone's left leg. Get off! The water clone kicked it away violently. But in that moment of raising its foot, its rhythm and wielding the blade finally faltered. The enormous water blade paused for half a second. Sasuke, who had been lingering on the outskirts, finally seized the opportunity. He flipped his wrist and drew out a massive shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. With a swift step, Sasuke shot forward like a black arrow. Die! The windmill shuriken flew from his hand, carrying a violent whirlwind, entering from a tricky blind spot aimed directly at the back of the water clone's neck. The water clone had just cleared the Naruto clone in front when the sound of wind breaking behind it reached its ears. It barely had time to turn, forcing its wrist to twist and raise the large blade behind it. Clang! The tremendous crash of metal echoed across the bridge. Sparks flew everywhere. The impact of the windmill shuriken was so great that the water clone was forced to abandon its forward stance, retreating a large step back. This was the first time since the fight began that such a clear opening appeared. Naruto was just about to shout, now's the chance. But he noticed that Song Xiaofei hadn't rushed in to finish the job. Song Xiaofei stood still, suddenly swaying heavily. He clutched his injured right shoulder with his left hand, bending over. His gasping grew louder. He looked like he had drained all his chakra. The water clone turned its head immediately after deflecting the windmill shuriken. It fixed its gaze on Song Xiaofei, who was showing signs of weakness. It knew very well that this boy with the Byakugan was the core of the entire formation. As long as it killed him, the remaining 3 genin would crumble. At your limit. The water clone mocked harshly. Then I'll send you on your way first. It completely disregarded Sasuke on the side and Naruto in front, charging directly at Song Xiaofei with the water blade raised. Xiaofei! Naruto exclaimed in shock, about to rush forward to block. Don't come over! Song Xiaofei shouted loudly. He clutched his shoulder and staggered backward. The water clone swung its large blade down. Song Xiaofei rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the edge of the blade. The water's surface was sliced, creating a white wave. Song Xiaofei made no attempt to counterattack, continuing to roll and crawl backward to the right rear. The water clone's killing intent surged, relentlessly pursuing him. Dodge! I want to see where you can hide. The large blade swung, continuously forcing Song Xiaofei to change directions repeatedly. In this ongoing tug-of-war, the water clone was gradually pulled away from the center area, getting further away from the withered tree where Dasna and Sakura were hiding. Sakura crouched behind the trunk, heart racing as she watched the scene unfold. Her hands were tightly clasped together, her nails digging into her flesh. At first she truly thought Xiaofei wouldn't hold on. But when she saw the route Xiaofei was retreating and the water clone getting further away, she suddenly understood. Xiaofei was pretending. He was actively drawing the enemy's ire. He was absorbing all the most dangerous attacks onto himself, relieving pressure from the entire team and providing a safe space for Dasna. Sakura bit her lip tightly, her nose feeling slightly sour. She fixed her gaze on the figure rolling amidst the flashes of blades, her heart repeatedly whispering. He must survive. He can't get hurt. On the water's surface, the water clone grew increasingly agitated. It felt that it could slice through this little brat with the next blow, yet each time it fell just short. Die for me. The water clone gripped the blade with both hands, preparing to execute a sweeping strike. Whoosh! 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 3 shuriken flew in from the side, aiming for the water clone's back. The water clone was forced to turn the blade to block. Clang! 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 Sasuke slid in from another side at high speed, holding a kunai. You're not the only opponent he has. Sasuke spoke coldly, hurling shuriken like they were worthless. He aimed not for vital points but to strike the face of the water blade. Bang! 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 The water clone was bombarded, unable to store energy continuously. Annoying little brat. It was just about to deal with Sasuke when suddenly 2 of Naruto's shadow clones emerged from beneath the water. They directly wrapped around its arm that held the blade. Let go! The water clone shook it off with great force. Before it could succeed, Song Xiaofei shouted from 10 steps away. Naruto 2 steps left, 3 steps back. Without a moment's thought, the real Naruto formed hand seals. Bang! Bang! 2 clouds of white smoke exploded at the positions designated by Song Xiaofei. The new clones just happened to block the water clone's intended retreat. For the first time, Naruto truly managed to remain calm in his anger. He no longer focused on where he wanted to strike. Wherever Song Xiaofei pointed, he filled in with clones. The water clone was completely trapped by this unending swarm of tactics. With clones holding its arms, kunai suppressing it from the side, and others blocking its path from behind. It possessed the strength of a jonin, yet was forcefully pinned in place. In the distance, Zabuza's real body frowned behind the water prison. The hand that was inserted in the water sphere had several blue veins popping up on the back. He had originally thought that sending a water clone in would resolve these 4 nuisances in a matter of breaths. But the water clone not only failed to kill anyone but instead became a target that was danced around. Since when did the Konoha genin become this troublesome? A bunch of useless tricksters. Zabuza's voice was icy, dripping with impatience. Do you really think you can win with such small maneuvers? Song Xiaofei stood atop the water's surface, slowly lowering the hand that had covered his shoulder. His breathing became steadier. The weakness on his face vanished. In the Byakugan's vision, the chakra of the water clone had noticeably dimmed. Zabuza's real body was showing signs of agitation in the chakra output to maintain the water prison. Song Xiaofei straightened his back. He ignored the water clone and looked far towards the water prison. Simply dragging this out won't lead to victory. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in everyone's ears. Sasuke paused his throwing. The real Naruto clenched his fists tighter. Sakura tensed her nerves behind the tree. Song Xiaofei slightly raised his hands, a light blue chakra swirling rapidly in his palms. So the delay phase has ended. He fixed his gaze on Zabuza, his tone as hard as a blade. Next, it's time to dismantle your water prison. Bang! His water clone staggered backward several steps under the relentless chain restraints, shaking his heavy wrist as he fixed a fierce glare upon them. Song Xiaofei paid no attention to the water clone. His Byakugan had reached its absolute limit, his vision pierced through the thick fog, plunging straight into the watery prison behind. Veins pulsed violently around his eyes. Overexertion of chakra sent needle-like jolts of pain stabbing into his temples. Cold sweat dripped steadily from his jawline. Within his field of vision, a colossal sphere of water churned with densely concentrated water-release chakra. At its core, Zabuza's true body remained imprisoned, his left hand embedded like a nail, rigid and unyielding. So that's it. Song Xiaofei's voice was low, hoarse, and edged with cold, unflinching resolve. His left hand cannot leave that sphere. Poof. Sasuke frowned, keeping one eye locked on the water clone while replying swiftly. And what of it? We can't even defeat this clone, how could we possibly reach his true form? Enough talk. Naruto panted heavily, fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. I'll make 10 more clones and charge Hiden, just to smash that bastard aside. Silence. Song Xiaofei barked, sharp and commanding. Do you truly believe a jonin's reflexes are mere decoration? You won't even graze the water prison before his blade cleaves you in 2. He drew a slow, deep breath, mentally replaying the iconic breakthrough moment from the original narrative. Back then, only Naruto and Sasuke had stood there, now with him among them, their margin for error had widened. Close in, now. Seizing the brief lull as the water clone recalibrated its chakra, Song Xiaofei issued the command without hesitation. Naruto and Sasuke instantly tightened their formation, pressing back to back in a tight triangle. Sasuke, do you have a giant shuriken? Sasuke hesitated for a heartbeat, then reached behind his back toward his weapon pouch. Yes, one. One is enough. Song Xiaofei's gaze turned glacial. Our goal isn't victory, it's deception. Deception. How? Naruto scratched his head. Song Xiaofei spoke in rapid-fire cadence. Sasuke, you'll launch the giant shuriken at his true form. To all appearances it will be your full-strength assault, a desperate last-ditch counterattack born of utter desperation. In truth, it's a feint. A carefully choreographed ruse. Even Zabuza, formidable as he is, must divert focus to evade or intercept the giant shuriken. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He sensed the outline of the plan yet found it terrifyingly audacious. So what? He could still block it with one hand. Then hidden within the shadow cast by that shuriken lies a second weapon. Song Xiaofei turned sharply toward Naruto. Naruto, you are that second weapon. Naruto's eyes flew wide open. Me, as a shuriken. You'll ride inside the shadow cast by Sasuke's throw. Exactly. Song Xiaofei stared at him, unblinking and uncompromising. Zabuza will prepare only for the first shuriken. The instant he deflects or evades it, you'll revert and strike at point-blank range. Your task isn't to wound him, only to hurl a kunai, forcing him to instinctively withdraw his hand from the water sphere to defend himself. The moment his hand pulls free, the water prison shatters. Naruto's scalp prickled, heat flooded his veins like wildfire. At last, he was no longer a blind flailing insect charging headlong into chaos. What he held now was the key to rescuing Kakashi. Leave it to me. Naruto slapped both cheeks hard. This is my moment, I will not fail. Sasuke listened in silence, fingers gripping his kunai so tightly they trembled. This strategy was nothing less than dancing barefoot upon the edge of a razor blade. If Zabuza saw through the shuriken's ruse, if Naruto failed to force his retreat, then Sasuke, frozen mid-recoil after launching his technique, and Naruto suspended midair, would both be slaughtered in an instant by the Jonin's lethal counterstrike. It was far too perilous. But it's still not enough. Before Sasuke could voice his objection, Song Xiaofei preemptively sealed the flaw. Relying solely on Naruto may not compel Zabuza to withdraw his hand. He might kick you away with his foot or use his other hand. Sasuke's brow furrowed into a knot. Then what do we do? Song Xiaofei raised his right hand, blood streaked across its knuckles. So I become the third layer. The instant Naruto reverts, Zabuza's entire focus will lock onto him. I'll exploit that blind spot, cut straight to the water prison's periphery. I won't strike Zabuza, I'll strike the sphere itself, with gentle fist. Chakra interference will destabilize the sphere. The moment he wavers even slightly, Sensei will break free. Sasuke fell utterly silent. He gazed at Song Xiaofei's face, half obscured by blood and grime yet unnervingly calm. He'd always believed himself ruthless enough. Yet this man dared wager the lives of the entire team, not just to read a Jonin's instincts, but to engineer the battlefield around them. He didn't merely understand the situation, he dared reshape it at the cost of everything. Impressive. Sasuke gave a curt icy snort, and already his hand had closed around the scroll behind his back. I'll trust you, this once. Sakura, crouched behind a withered tree, heard every word. She watched the three silhouettes standing shoulder to shoulder, her chest swelling with awe she could barely contain. This was Song Xiaofei in battle. Not a loudmouth who blustered without action, but one who carved a sliver of hope from certain death using nothing but sheer intellect. Xiaofei. Sakura's voice trembled faintly as she whispered his name. Then what about me? What can I do? Song Xiaofei glanced sideways over his shoulder. Stay here. Once the plan begins, the water clone may go berserk or other enemies may slip in from the shadows. Hold your ground and guard our flank and rear. Tazuna's life and the backs of all three of us rest entirely in your hands. Those words struck Sakura like a thunderclap, landing deep in her heart. Our backs, entrusted to me. Her pulse roared, warmth rose to her cheeks. No one had ever trusted her so completely, never placed such weight upon her shoulders. She bit down hard on her lower lip and wound the steel wire tightly around the tree trunk, 3 full turns firm and final. Understood. I'll hold this line even if it costs me my life. Across the water's surface, the water clone could no longer contain its fury, chakras surged violently along its blade. Far beyond, inside the watery prison, Kakashi's face had darkened to a livid purple. Oxygen deprivation blurred his vision, but his lone right eye remained wide, unblinking. He saw it. The 4 genin, once scattered, had drawn together in flawless, seamless cohesion. Then Sasuke spun his arm back and unrolled a massive scroll. Naruto formed the hand seals, lowering his center of gravity. Song Xiaofei stood at the flank, feet braced in the textbook sprint stance of the gentle fist. Even the trembling Kunoichi, formerly hesitant, now gripped her kunai in reverse, ready to fight to the death. A profound ripple passed through Kakashi's gaze. No panic. No retreat. No collapse. These children, these genin, were preparing to tear apart a Jonin's absolute control, not with brute force but with synchronized precision. Zabuza's true form stood motionless behind the water sphere, a cruel grating laugh escaping his throat. Gathering to recite your final words. Pity, your time has run out. Now move.
The water clone exploded across the water's surface, its greatsword carving a hurricane of wind in a horizontal slash.
Song Xiaofei roared. Sasuke! Clack! A crisp metallic snap tore through the mist. Sasuke launched skyward, unfurling the giant shuriken, its 4 razor-edged blades gleaming with lethal intent. The crisp sound of the mechanism unfolding erupted in the thick fog.
Sasuke leaped up suddenly, the giant Fuma shuriken in his hand revealing 4 sharp cold glints. The cold light carved out a brief void in the surrounding white mist. The water clone, originally charging towards them, abruptly halted its advance. It looked up at Sasuke in midair. In the distance, Zabuza's real body let out a piercing laugh.
Fuma shuriken. Is this your last counterattack?
No matter how big it is, the flaw is equally large.
A genin is still a genin. When desperate, they can only throw out their big toys for bravado. Suspended in midair, Sasuke clenched his teeth tightly upon hearing the taunts from the other side.
Stop talking nonsense. Die. He gripped the central ring of the Fuma shuriken with both hands and exerted force from his waist. His body spun in the air, utilizing the force to rotate halfway.
Fuma shuriken shadow windmill. Sasuke shouted loudly.
The massive Fuma shuriken was released from his hands. It cut through the air with a violent sound, slicing a deep watermark on the surface. The spiraling trajectory was both swift and fierce. The target was not the water clone in front, but rather to bypass it, heading straight for the real body and the water prison behind.
Too naive. Zabuza's real body didn't even glance. Do you think avoiding the clone will allow you to hit me? Fool.
As soon as his voice fell, the water clone moved.
It abruptly turned around, splashing water as it rapidly darted backward.
It wielded a water knife, intending to slice the Fuma shuriken from the side.
Thinking of getting through.
As soon as Sasuke landed, he forcefully stomped on the water's surface and swiftly pulled out 3 kunai from his ninja tool pouch.
Your opponent is me.
Swish, swish, swish.
The 3 kunai flew out in a chain. The water clone didn't even look back, merely positioning the water knife sideways. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds echoed.
The kunai were all deflected by the broad back of the knife. Get lost, trash, the water clone spat, not slowing down at all. It was getting closer to the flying trajectory of the Fuma shuriken.
As long as it struck down, this so-called ultimate move would turn into scrap metal. Sakura hid behind a dead tree in the back, her hands gripping Tazuna's shoulders tightly. Tazuna's mouth gaped in shock, about to cry out, but was covered by Sakura. Don't make a sound. Sakura's voice was extremely low. Tazuna was sweating profusely, nodding vigorously. Mister. Tazuna, just watch. Sakura stared unblinkingly at the battlefield ahead. They won't lose.
In truth, her palms were full of sweat. She couldn't see all the details, but she understood one thing clearly.
Song Xiaofei had not yet made a move.
At this moment, Song Xiaofei stood less than 5 steps away from Sasuke. His feet were poised in a stance of rushing, with the gentle fist, the veins around his eyes bulging to their limit. In his Byakugan's vision, everything was slowing down.
The angle of the Fuma shuriken's spin. The chakra trajectory of the water clone's knife. The tense state of Zabuza's real body.
All were frantically calculated in his mind. Just before Sasuke leaped, he had issued the final command in a rapid voice.
Sasuke, throw it with a more desperate expression when you launch it. Don't let him realize you're acting. Throw with all your strength. Sasuke executed it perfectly. That determination to gamble everything convinced even Zabuza. But the real killing move was not the piece of iron that Sasuke threw out. Now's the time.
Song Xiaofei squeezed out those 4 words from his throat. The water clone charged to the side front of the Fuma shuriken. The massive water knife suddenly lifted.
Shatter for me.
The water clone struck down fiercely. As the blade was about to hit the metal core of the Fuma shuriken, Song Xiaofei moved. He didn't rush forward, instead he flicked his right hand forward sharply. 2 ordinary shuriken shot out from his fingertips. The shuriken were coated with a layer of chakra from the gentle fist that was nearly invisible to the naked eye.
This chakra spun rapidly in the air. The 2 shuriken arrived first.
They didn't aim at people but directly collided with the spinning edge of the Fuma shuriken.
Ding! A faint sound echoed.
Amidst the battlefield filled with water splashes and the sound of wind being sliced, no one could hear it.
However, this slight external force combined with the gentle chakra's disturbance instantly altered the physical balance. The Fuma shuriken bizarrely sank half an inch in midair.
At the same time, its trajectory slightly shifted to the right.
Just that half-inch deviation.
Swish!
The water clone's water knife grazed the upper edge of the Fuma shuriken. It missed.
A spark flew across the blade's surface but couldn't stop it from continuing forward. The hand holding the knife abruptly halted, filled with disbelief.
What? How could it have deviated? Sasuke let out a cold laugh from behind. Did you think this was the end?
He formed seals with both hands again, then forcefully tugged at the steel wire already wrapped around his fingers. The kunai that had been deflected earlier were all connected by steel wire. The steel wire instantly tightened, creating a chaotic web around the water clone.
Stay right there, fake,
Sasuke said coldly. The water clone was forced to rotate its wrist using the water knife to cut the troublesome steel wires. It had completely lost the chance to protect its real body. In the distance, Zabuza's real body finally squinted his eyes. The Fuma Shuriken passed through the water clone's defenses, heading straight for his face.
You sure know how to be clever. Zabuza's tone remained contemptuous, deliberately altering its trajectory just to break through the clone.
You think I can't catch this piece of junk with one hand? His left hand, which was embedded in the water ball, remained still. His right hand slowly lifted, the veins on the back of his hand gradually bulging.
Kakashi in the water prison widened his remaining eye.
He saw everything clearly.
Zabuza's gaze was entirely drawn to the massive shuriken.
Song Xiaofei stood on the water's surface, his breathing slowing. He fixated on the spinning shuriken. To be precise, he focused on the rapidly rotating shadow beneath the shuriken.
Naruto was there. At the moment Sasuke jumped, Naruto, using the cover of white smoke, transformed into a second Fuma Shuriken.
He hid in the blind spot of the first shuriken that Sasuke threw. Right now Naruto felt the wind howling past his ears.
He maintained his transformation, fully concentrated.
Just a few minutes ago, Song Xiaofei had gripped his shoulders tightly.
Naruto, listen carefully. You are not the bait, you are the killing move. Zabuza definitely won't expect that a person is hiding in the shadow of the shuriken. Don't injure him, just force him to pull out that hand stuck in the water ball. I absolutely won't mess this up. Naruto shouted loudly. I will definitely rescue Teacher Kakashi. Now he was less than 5 meters away from Zabuza. Through the perspective of his transformation, he could clearly see the cross-shaped scar on Zabuza's face. Zabuza's right hand had already grasped the central ring of the Fuma Shuriken. Junk, stop for me, Zabuza shouted coldly. Smack! A calloused hand firmly clamped the axis of the Fuma Shuriken. The immense rotational force created a harsh sound in his palm, yet it could no longer advance even half an inch. Do you see this? Zabuza grinned mockingly, filled with derision. This is your limit. Sasuke stood at a distance, his chest heaving violently. He remained silent, gritting his teeth tightly, his gaze fixed on that shadow. Song Xiaofei's hands also slowly formed into fists. Sakura behind them held her breath. The mist on the water's surface seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone understood. If they failed this time, the 7th squad would die here today. Really? A sudden voice echoed right in front of Zabuza. It was a youthful voice, filled with unwillingness and anger. My limit is still far from being reached. Zabuza's pupils constricted suddenly. Boom! A cloud of white smoke exploded violently beneath the shuriken he had firmly grasped. Boom! A cloud of white smoke exploded beneath the shuriken held tightly in the grasp of the target. The distance was too close. So close that any significant evasive maneuver was impossible. The true form of Naruto burst forth from the white smoke. He held a kunai firmly in his hand. Harnessing the immense momentum generated by the spinning shuriken, he charged directly at Zabuza's face. Zabuza's expression finally changed. He had initially thought it was merely an attack with ninja tools. He never expected that a living person would be hiding in the shadow of the shuriken. The sharp edge of the kunai rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Less than 3 feet away. Damn brat! Zabuza cursed angrily. If he did not dodge, this kunai would surely pierce his eye. The instinct for survival compelled him to react directly. He had to withdraw his left hand that had been submerged in the water prison. He suddenly raised his left hand and struck towards Naruto's wrist. Slap! Naruto's wrist was hit with such force that it caused him agonizing pain, and the kunai slipped from his grasp. He lost balance and fell sideways. But midair, Naruto laughed loudly. Gotcha, you fool! Zabuza's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! His left hand had left the water prison. In that instant, the water prison technique completely lost its chakra support. The originally unbreakable high-density water sphere immediately rippled violently. Splash! The edges of the water prison began to weaken. Kakashi was suspended in the center of the water sphere, and his remaining right eye suddenly opened wide. He had been waiting for this moment of respite. A massive chakra surged wildly from his body. Break! Kakashi whispered as he forcefully thrust his arms outward. Boom! The gigantic water sphere was violently shattered from within. Tons of water cascaded down like a waterfall. Kakashi burst forth from the water. Zabuza reacted swiftly. He immediately took a half step back, his hands already preparing to form seals. If he could cast the technique again before Kakashi landed, he could regain control of the situation. Trying to recover. A cold voice suddenly came from Zabuza's blind spot on the right. Too late. Song Xiaofei had already closed in. He did not go to assist Naruto, nor did he pay attention to the fallen Kakashi. The moment Zabuza raised his hand for defense, he had already breached the inner circle. He did not aim to severely injure his opponent. He only sought to throw Zabuza off balance. Song Xiaofei formed a palm with his right hand, the light blue chakra compressing wildly in his palm. Gentle fist. He struck directly at the Tsuchi acupoint on Zabuza's right arm. Zabuza felt an immense threat. If hit, the chakra flow in his right arm would undoubtedly come to a halt. He was forced to abandon forming seals. With a violent twist of his wrist, the heavy blade of his executioner's sword swung horizontally, attempting to block the palm strike. Bang! Song Xiaofei's palm struck hard against the sword's handle. The recoil made his wrist numb, causing him to slide back 2 steps. Yet Zabuza was also momentarily halted by this unexpected force. This block meant he had completely relinquished the initiative. Kakashi had firmly landed on the water's surface. Well done, Xiaofei. Kakashi did not pause at all. He swiftly drew a kunai from his leg pouch, splashing water beneath his feet. He moved like a bolt of black lightning, charging forward. Clang! The kunai collided violently with the executioner's sword. Sparks flew. Kakashi's strength was astonishing, forcing Zabuza to slide back several meters. The situation flipped in an instant. The massive waves produced by the shattered water prison were still churning. Naruto, having charged headlong into the target, was completely unprepared. He was directly swept away by the turbulent water. He rolled helplessly on the water's surface several times, becoming soaked and choking on several mouthfuls of water. Cough, cough. Naruto lay on the water's surface, gasping for breath. But he immediately raised his head, looking ahead. When he saw Kakashi confronting Zabuza with kunai in hand, he could barely contain his excitement. Ha! We did it! Naruto slammed his hand down on the water's surface, splashing water all over himself. We saved the teacher. Sasuke stood not far away, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply. His fingers gripping the kunai still trembled slightly from the effort of his earlier throw. But he paid no mind to that. He looked at Song Xiaofei standing in front, then at Naruto, who was getting up and grinning. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his lips pressed tightly together. It actually worked. He murmured to himself. Before this, he had always thought Song Xiaofei's plan was too reckless. It was essentially gambling their lives on luck. But now he understood. This was not luck. It was a calculation of everyone's limits. This was the first time Team 7 had truly executed a perfect collaboration. From restraining the water clone to repelling the executioner's sword. From the overt wind shuriken to the covert shadow clone ambush. Finally culminating in Song Xiaofei's precisely timed gentle fist support. Missing any link would mean death for the entire team. Sasuke suddenly felt a strange sense of security. For the first time, he felt that entrusting his back to these few people might not be a bad idea. Behind the withered tree, Sakura heard the explosion of the waves. She peeked out and saw Kakashi's silhouette breaking free. The tension that had been stretched to its limit suddenly snapped. She let out a half sigh of relief, her legs instantly losing strength. She slid down the tree trunk into the mud. So great. Sakura's voice trembled and her eyes were already red. They did it. Dasna nearby was also overjoyed, his hands pressed together in fervent prayer. Saved. Saved. But Sakura did not completely relax. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stand up again. Her hands still tightly gripped the warning wire. Song Xiaofei had said her task was to guard their backs. Until the battle was completely over, she could not let her guard down. On the water's surface, Zabuza firmly held Kakashi's kunai. He did not look at Kakashi. Instead, he glanced over Kakashi's shoulder, staring intently at Song Xiaofei in the distance. In his cold and ruthless eyes, the killing intent had reached its peak. It was you, brat, who orchestrated this. Zabuza's voice was hoarse-laced with chilling malice. The chakra of the water clone was severed. The trajectory of the shuriken was manipulated. And that palm strike that forced me to defend earlier. Zabuza gritted his teeth. All calculated by you. Song Xiaofei stood on the water's surface, slowly calming his breath. He looked at Zabuza, his tone calm. You rely too much on that sword and the water prison. Once deprived of your habitual rhythm, you will also reveal flaws. Zabuza laughed in anger. Good. Very good. When did Konoha produce such a dangerous brat?
Zabuza's hand gripping the sword hilt bulged with veins.
He fully acknowledged this Byakugan boy.
Someone who could see through the situation. Who remained unflinching beneath the killing intent of a jonin. And who could strike precisely at the most critical moment. If such a person were to survive, they would undoubtedly become a great threat to the mist.
I must kill you first. Zabuza coldly uttered this statement.
Kakashi's wrist suddenly exerted force and the kunai screeched as it scraped against the executioner's sword.
He forcefully cut off Zabuza's line of sight.
Hey hey. Kakashi's voice was lazy but carried an unprecedented sense of pressure. While fighting me you still have time to look at my students. Kakashi slightly turned his head.
He glanced at Song Xiaofei, then swept over Sasuke and Naruto.
A warm current flowed through his heart. He had originally thought that today he would have to rely solely on himself to break through. He was even prepared to suffer serious injuries.
But these four brats had transformed the impossible into the possible.
This was not the lucky luck of a protagonist's halo. This was an opportunity they had fought for with their own strength. Team 7 had truly formed at this moment.
Kakashi retracted his gaze, refocusing on Zabuza. Sorry. Sorry for making you wait.
Kakashi raised his left hand, slowly pushing up his forehead protector.
The crimson Sharingan emanated an eerie glow amidst the mist. The three tomo slowly rotated.
You all had quite the fun just now.
Next it's my turn to guide you.
Zabuza snorted coldly, gripping the sword hilt tightly. The killing intent surged once more.
Don't get too cocky, Kakashi. What if the water prison is broken? I can still kill you with ease. The mist thickened even more than before.
But this time Team 7 did not retreat.
Song Xiaofei stood at the forefront, Byakugan locked tightly onto the chakra fluctuations ahead. Naruto, Sasuke. Song Xiaofei's voice was low.
Fall back 10 steps.
The upcoming battle is beyond our intervention.
Naruto and Sasuke did not hesitate at all, immediately retreating.
They understood very well. Kakashi had already entered into a state of peak battle rhythm. The direct confrontation between jonin was finally about to begin.
Kakashi raised his left hand. The forehead protector was slowly pushed up. His red eyes shone in the white mist.
Three tomo slowly rotated. Zabuza tightened his grip on the just retrieved decapitation sword. Sharingan.
What an infuriating thing. However, even if you escape from the water prison, it won't change anything.
Zabuza's voice was laced with intense murderous intent. I will turn you and your student into minced meat.
Kakashi's voice was extremely cold.
Save your bravado for hell. I'll show you what it means to be the copy ninja.
Zabuza snorted coldly, suddenly thrusting the great sword into the water's surface. His hands quickly came together. The speed of the hand seals was so fast that only after images remained.
Rat. Snake. Boar. Dog. Pig. Rooster. Kakashi's hands moved simultaneously.
The hand seals were identical. There was not a trace of deviation. Even the curvature of the fingers was perfectly aligned. The two shouted in unison.
Water-style water dragon bullet technique.
Two massive water dragons soared into the sky, colliding violently in midair. The furious splashes of water hammered down like a torrential rain.
The tremendous impact tore a deep chasm in the water's surface. Zabuza's facial muscles twitched. You bastard. Why can you keep up with my movements?
Kakashi looked at him through the water curtain.
I told you. You seem to be having fun just now. Now it's my turn. Zabuza was furious. Stop playing tricks.
His hands swiftly changed again.
He wanted to launch the next technique first.
But just as he formed the first seal, Kakashi's voice rang out,
water-style great waterfall technique. Zabuza froze in place. This is impossible.
He had just thought of using this technique. Kakashi not only saw through it but also completed the hand seals ahead of him. A massive water wall surged up, crashing down like a tsunami.
Damn it. Zabuza let out a roar, instantly being swept into the raging waters. The water wall collapsed.
The aftermath of the waves rushed towards Team 7.
Song Xiaofei stood at the front. He shouted loudly, fall back. Retreat to higher ground.
Naruto and Sasuke immediately turned around.
Sakura clung tightly to Tezuna's arm. Run. Several people stepped on the surface of the water, desperately leaping back dozens of meters.
They retreated to a cluster of dry trees on higher ground. The water splashed chaotically in front, smashing the wooden plank bridge to pieces.
The mist was dispersed considerably.
Naruto gasped for breath, vigorously swinging his fist.
Ha! Kakashi Sensei is too strong. That bastard with the big sword can't even fight back. We won. Shut up. Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk speaking coldly. The battle isn't over yet. Naruto turned and glared angrily. Duck, but are you looking for trouble again? Sensei has obviously subdued him. Sasuke didn't even glance at Naruto. He turned his head staring intensely at Song Xiaofei standing nearby. The scene of the water prison being broken kept replaying in his mind. That seamless cooperation was entirely commanded by this guy in front of him. Without a single link missing, it was impossible to succeed. This gave Sasuke an immense sense of crisis. He had always been the best in school. But here he could only be a pawn executing orders. Sasuke tightened his grip on the kunai. Hey! Sasuke's voice was heavy. Song Xiaofei turned his head. What? Sasuke gritted his teeth. That situation where I had to follow your orders just now. Only this once. Next time I will move before you do. Song Xiaofei replied flatly. Suit yourself. Just don't drag the whole team down by getting yourself killed. I don't have time to save you every time. Sasuke snorted coldly and turned his head away. Sakura knelt in the mud panting heavily. She opened the medical kit with shaking hands, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. She forced herself to calm down, laying out the bandages and medicine on the dry wood. Mr. Tazuna, are you alright? Sakura turned to ask. Tazuna sat down against the tree root looking utterly exhausted. He looked at the 4 Konoha genin in front of him. His tone no longer held the previous disdain. I'm fine. It's truly incredible. You kids. You've actually managed to deal with such a monster. Tazuna wiped the cold sweat from his face. Looks like my life is really saved. Naruto proudly raised his head. Of course. I'm going to be the future Hokage. With us here we'll definitely get you home safely. In front, the sound of water gradually calmed down. Kakashi and Zabuza's chakra fluctuations remained intense. Song Xiaofei did not relax. He stood at the edge of the higher ground. Blood continued to seep from his right shoulder, but he didn't even frown. The veins around his eyes still bulged. The Byakugan's penetrating vision swept through the thick mist, missing not a single corner. Xiaofei. Sakura finished organizing the bandages and walked over to him. What are you looking at? Hasn't Kakashi Sensei already gained the upper hand? Gaining the upper hand doesn't mean winning. The mist is too thick. It's a bit suspicious. Sakura was taken aback, tightening the bandages in her hands. Are there other enemies? Song Xiaofei did not answer. The Byakugan's vision penetrated through layers of water vapor, sweeping past the collapsed tree trunks, past the shattered wooden planks. Finally, the gaze stopped at a tree crown 50 meters to the front right. Against a gray-white background there was a faint chakra light cluster. Very light. Very soft. Like a filament hanging in midair. An ordinary person would not be able to perceive it. Even Kakashi in this intense battle might not be able to pay attention to it. This was a highly skilled master. Song Xiaofei's wrist turned slightly, the kunai spinning half a turn at his fingertips. Here he comes. The boy wearing a mask finally arrived. The real turning point is about to drop. Song Xiaofei focused on that chakra. His mind began to race. How to cut this line with Bai? Should he directly kill? It's not worth it and very hard to kill. Kato hasn't shown up yet. Zabuza's remaining value hasn't been drained. Lying. The timing is not enough. Unless Zabuza is pushed to a dead end, Bai will never relent. Looks like I can only hold off for now. Song Xiaofei took a deep breath, closing his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes gradually receded. Sakura. Song Xiaofei turned around. What is it? Take Tazuna back 10 steps. Find a solid cover and hide well. Sakura's expression changed. Are there really more enemies? Song Xiaofei nodded. No matter what you see next. Or hear. Don't be alarmed. And don't rush out. Naruto became anxious. Are there enemies? Where? I'll take care of him right now. Song Xiaofei kicked Naruto's calf. Shut up. Stay put and don't move. This is already beyond what you can intervene in. Sasuke furrowed his brow tightly, looking in the direction Song Xiaofei had just scanned. But he saw nothing. At that moment, a cold shout from Kakashi came from the distant battlefield, followed by a piercing bird call that exploded in the thick fog like 1,000 birds screaming in unison. Blue-white lightning pierced through the white mist. At the summit of the Renjie, I will take it all.
Since that life-and-death battle shrouded in fog in Bojiguo, long years have drifted by. Kekkei's blinding Raikiri, the melancholy smile beneath his white mask, and Kajua's screams as he fell into a pool of blood became the opening footnotes of this great age. From the Chunin exam and Mai to Deshuan's plan to shatter Mai. From retrieving Gangshou on Duanxi E Street to Zuozu's defection. From subduing Shanglin and Duyuyu to methodically crushing the Xiao organization. Countless days and nights of slaughter and stratagem converged into the final battle that shook the Renjie. Now the furious wind disperses the last fumes of the Fourth Renjie War. The colossal remnants of the divine tree lay sprawled between heaven and earth. The shattered ground bore witness to the cataclysmic god-tier clash that had just occurred. Xuanhua Mingren and Yuziba Zuozhu clung to one another, gasping for breath. Both stood now among the Renjie's pinnacle, yet as they gazed at the figure in the heavens their eyes held nothing but unreserved reverence. What kind of terrifying power is this? Zuozhu clenched his remaining left hand. Complex lights flickered in his Sharingan and Rinnegan. The man he had once envied and even sought to surpass had finally advanced to a realm where even his silhouette could hardly be discerned, as expected of big brother Xiaofei. Xuanhua Mingren laughed despite his exhaustion. I always knew that as long as he stood this world would not collapse. At the zenith of the sky song, Xiaofei hovered. Around him surged 6 paths level vast chakra. His eyes had evolved into the ultimate Ninemagatama Rinne rebirth eye. Moments ago he had with absolute and crushing force sealed Daitangmia Hui completely, even tearing open a breach in the emotional defenses of the very progenitor of chakra. At the edge of his vision a pale blue system screen slowly shimmered into being. Ultimate target Daitangmyu Hui conquest suppression progress 100. Ultimate reward granted absolute dominion over the Renjie, full fusion with the Ten Tails origin power, the immortal sage divine body. Song Xiaofei exhaled softly. With a casual sweep of his hand the infinite Tsukuyami that had enveloped the Renjie was instantly undone. Countless shinobi cocooned within the divine tree awakened and tumbled to the ground. Thunderous cheers erupted across the battlefield. We won. Kekkei pushed up his forehead protector, gazed at the figure in midair and gave a rueful smile. This kid. Now even I can only look up to his back. Song Xiaofei ignored the avalanche of jubilation below. He flashed toward through space and landed in a valley that had escaped the worst of the flames of war, tranquil like a hidden paradise. There stood an ice sarcophagus sealed by a special barrier. Within lay the girl from Bojiguo who had collapsed in blood, died beneath Kajua's shadow, and had whispered to him in her final breath, if there is a next life, can I still be human? Song Xiaofei looked at the calm face inside the sarcophagus. He had never forgotten the first true regret he had implanted in this world. He had been too weak then, forced to watch her breath ebb away while the unfinished bond remained clamped in his heart. I promised I'd bring you back, he had said. Song Xiaofei raised his right hand. The ultimate force of yin-yang release gathered in his palm, transmuting into a dazzling light of life that flowed straight into the sarcophagus. Violet vitality forcibly reversed the boundary between life and death. Snow and ice melted into the air as a flawless body was remade in the radiance. Bai opened her eyes slowly. The first thing she saw was the dark-haired youth who had once told her on a bridge, don't turn yourself into a weapon. He was now far taller and far more solemn than before. You. Bai's voice was still hoarse. Song Xiaofei walked over and pulled her into his arms. I won't wait for a next life. Bai froze for a moment, then her tears broke loose like a dam. She clung to Song Xiaofei's lapel, buried her head in his chest and cried like a child who had finally found home. 3 days later, my village. In the busiest district rose a newly built private manor so vast it verged on the absurd. It had become the Renjie's acknowledged absolute forbidden zone. Even the sitting Hokage knocked before entering. In the main hall, Song Xiaofei reclined in the broad chief seat, a shiver running across his scalp. Within this room a far more perilous arena of contention played out than the battle against Daitangmyu Hui. You brat, you were so grand, sealing Hui, why are you suddenly mute now? The fifth Hokage Gangsho crossed her arms, her broad chest rising with a cold snort. Her golden hair glittered in the sun, her eyes were reddened from days of worry. Lady Gangsho, please don't scold him, he's just endured an extreme battle. Jingyin stood behind Gangsho with a tray in hand, her gaze toward Song Xiaofei full of helpless tenderness. Who says he can't speak? Yamanaka Jinye pushed through the crowd, swung a long leg up and sat on the left armrest, unabashedly yanking at his ear. That person dared even to touch Daitangmyu Hui's hand on the battlefield. Tell me, is the goddess' hand softer than mine? Xu Niying sneered on the right, holding a roll of medical bandages but easing her movement to circle over his shoulder. That was tactical contact, Jinye, you wouldn't understand. Xiaofei, put your hand out, let me check if your meridians were damaged. You always like to take the hits. Littling his constitution can rend the ten tails itself, does he still need his meridians checked? Zirahong held a cup of tea exuding mature charm and every gesture a sly glint in her ruby eyes. Behind her Yushin Hongdo crammed a skewer in his mouth and mumbled between chews. Indeed, this kid's luck is stubborn. But you promised to come with me to that new dessert shop, no backing out. Dessert.
He promised to come with me back to Shai to see Feng Bao first. Shoju waved her great fan with strong presence, though stern in words. Her concern was plain in her eyes. In the corner, Shanglin pushed up her glasses and shot Du Yuyui a fierce glare. Redhead, don't think I can't sense you sneaking chakra from him. Shut up, Four Eyes. I'm checking the safety of the manor's host, mind your own business. Du Yuyui retorted without restraint. Zhao Meiming leaned against the doorway and coquettishly tousled her hair. Oh my, it's lively here. The land of water is rather quiet. If little brother Xiaofei doesn't mind, sister can spare you half of the water shadow office. Even Xiaonan sat quietly folding a white paper flower. She did not speak, but her eyes never left Song Xiaofei as if he were her last anchor in this world. The air in the hall felt thick with high-density chakra and overflowing jealousy. Song Xiaofei inhaled and knew that playing dead would not pass muster now. He suddenly frowned, rubbed his temple, and his face dutifully paled. Hiss. Forcing yin-yang release to resurrect by and reverse the law of life and death seemed to unsettle my chakra a bit. The noisy chatter in the hall vanished as if the air had been sucked out. Jingye slid down from the armrest at once and asked anxiously. Where does it hurt? Was there backlash? I told you not to act recklessly. Chunai Ying's bandage unfurled and her palm technique saturated with green life chakra touched his chest, her voice trembling with worry. Gangso knitted her brows and strode forward, pulling Chunai Ying half aside. Move, I'll check him myself. This brat always insists on toughing it out and taking everything upon himself. Hondo dropped his skewer. Shoju set down her fan. Shanglin and Du Yuyui jostled to the front, and even Xiaonan rose to her feet. Hinata had been standing at the back in silence. She hurried over with a cup of warm water, her eyes rimmed red like a shy rabbit's. Xiaofei can drink some water first, it's okay. Song Xiaofei took the offered hand and drank a sip from the. Then with a practiced tug he drew Hinata naturally into his embrace. His other hand came to Chunai Ying's anxious waist and he shot Jingye a meaning-laden soothing look. Fine. The feigned weakness vanished from his face, replaced by that familiar roguish grin that made everyone love and hate him at once. With you here, how could I bear anything happening to you? Gangso saw through the trick at once, grinding her teeth with exasperation yet unable to do more. You little bastard. You lied to us again. How is this lying? Song Xiaofei met Gangso's gaze with a righteous smile. This is a tactical diversion. If I hadn't pretended, you would have ripped the manor's gates off today. Only then did everyone realize they'd been outplayed by the kid. Seeing him sitting there perfectly well and still teasing with ease, the taut string inside everyone's chest finally relaxed. Hinata cheeks flushed, tried to wriggle free from his embrace but was held tighter. Don't move, Song Xiaofei murmured in her ear. Hinata obediently stilled and tucked her head a little lower. Night fell. The raucous banquet wound down and everyone retired to the manor's spacious rooms. Song Xiaofei stood alone on the manor's highest terrace, the night breeze tossing his short black hair. Below, my village was alight with lamps, a vivid picture of life after catastrophe. A crisp chime sounded in his mind. The system that had accompanied him spoke. All conquest targets achieved, hidden bonds fully sealed. Danger cleared. Current world security level absolute control. Host has ascended to the pinnacle of the Renjie. System entering dormancy. Wish you a pleasant life. The light screen faded quietly into the night and never reappeared. Song Xiaofei did not try to hold it back. The power he now possessed and the tangible bonds he had forged no longer needed any numerical measure. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Gangsho, cloaked in a loose robe, came up with 2 flasks of sake and she shed none of the Hokage airs, simply leaning on the railing like an ordinary woman as she handed him a flask. Drink with me. Song Xiaofei accepted the flask and tapped it lightly. Lady Hokage, you skip sleep to come find me this idle man for a late drink. Aren't you afraid of gossip? The whole Renjie belongs to you now. Who would dare gossip about you? Gangso rolled her eyes and down a large mouthful, her gaze a little dreamy in the night. She looked at the youth before her. From the chatterbox on Duan-Ce Street, who had once stood in front of her to weather Yuan alone, to the man who could now rend gods and shield the entire Renjie by himself. Everything felt dreamlike. Xiaofei. Gangso turned and fixed her eyes on him. Now that the war is over, you stand at the highest place. I want to ask you something. Song Xiaofei set the flask down and turned to face her. If one day. Gang's house voice took on rare seriousness, even betraying a trace of a nervousness she herself might not have noticed. If one day you had to choose between the village's power, absolute strength, and us here, what would you choose? The night wind stirred a few drifting leaves across the terrace. Song Xiaofei looked into Gang's house eyes, which hid the fragile weariness of someone who had seen too much and beneath that a woman's testing and yearning. He did not answer right away. Instead, he reached out, pulled Gangso close by the waist, and then his gaze passed over her shoulder to the half-open sliding door behind the terrace. Through the crack of the door, a few pairs of eyes peeked, white eyes, golden hair, pink short hair, even the corner of a great fan could be seen. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his reply. A familiar curve tugged at Song Xiaofei's mouth. He leaned close to Gang's house ear and spoke loudly enough for those eavesdroppers to hear. I hate multiple choice questions the most. Gang's Ho froze her heart, skipping a beat. Song Xiaofei hugged her tight, tilted his head back to the star-filled sky and spoke with a domineering, unarguable tone. I want shoes. I will take it all.